Alvin, the principal of a community school in the Marvel Universe, gazed into Director George's eyes and spoke in a chilling tone. I shall unearth the scum who exploit my students for nefarious deeds from their lair. I intend to extract their hearts to ensure they pay a price they will never forget. I want them to understand. This is my school. This is my territory. Chapter 1. The Marvel Universe. In the dark, damp alley of Hell's Kitchen, New York City, a tall and robust young man of Chinese descent stood, a black crow perched upon his shoulder. He was conversing with a Slavic woman, her long platinum hair and devilish figure softened by her humble attire. Miss, let me be clear. I saved you by mere coincidence. All you need to do is thank me, and we can consider this matter concluded, the young man stated with a serious demeanor, completely disregarding the fact that the woman before him was exceptionally beautiful, seemingly immune to her allure. But I have nowhere to go. I know nothing of my past. The only memory I possess is of you rescuing me from the shore, Anna said, clutching her chest with a look of distress that evoked a desire to protect her. Unfortunately, the young man remained unmoved. As he observed the disheveled figures of several unconscious thugs in the alley, he sighed deeply. Their brazen appearance and lack of sincerity in their act suggested they had him cornered. Miss Natasha Romanoff, let's speak plainly. What do you or your associates truly seek? He asked, fully aware of her identity as a former Soviet super agent now affiliated with SHIELD, likely over 80 years old. Upon having her identity exposed, Natasha's expression remained composed. She adjusted her demeanor, caressing her dyed hair, and elevated her chin, transforming into the alluring SHIELD agent she was known to be. E.Mr. Alvin Yi, may I inquire how you came to know of me? You are now of interest to us, she said, while Alvin pondered why SHIELD had fixated on him. Since his arrival 3 years prior, he had not engaged in any actions warranting their attention. In his previous life, he was Yi Qing, an ordinary middle-aged man from China, a husband and father. The tale of his transmigration was amusing while moving. He discovered an old laptop from his high school days beneath his bed. On a whim, he turned it on, and to his surprise, it functioned. During a brief respite, he played the classic game Diablo II, and as a man who insisted on using cheats, he downloaded a character and item modifier. Excitedly, he created a druid character with maximum attributes and summoning skills, eager to relive the nostalgia. Naturally, his enhanced inventory was filled with runes for crafting equipment, along with the essential Horadric cube. However, whether due to the laptop's age or the modifier's overwhelming power, the device exploded as he launched the game, and amid the chaos, he found himself transmigrated into the body of a young Alvin Yi in the Marvel Universe. Upon realizing he had entered this realm, he resolved to maintain a low profile. Although he possessed 10 summoning abilities from Diablo II, he had never showcased them publicly. Thus, he was perplexed as to why SHIELD had come knocking. He merely operated a restaurant in Hell's Kitchen. Nevertheless, Natasha's tone suggested that he was not their initial target, which alleviated some of his concerns about entangling with such a formidable organization. After a moment's reflection, Alvin replied, on the day I rescued you from the sea, I heard someone calling your name through your earpiece. Thus, I merely took you to the hospital. Listen, Miss Romanoff, I wish to avoid trouble, and matters involving agents are typically troublesome. With that, he waved his hand, signaling an end to the somewhat unpleasant conversation. Natasha, upon hearing this, touched her ear as if listening to someone speak. After approximately 20 seconds, she nodded at Alvin and smiled, saying, I believe I owe you my gratitude for retrieving me from the water. So, thank you. No need for thanks. May I take my leave now? I have to attend to my restaurant, Alvin stated, making it clear he had no intention of further interaction. Natasha regarded him, habitually biting her lip, and replied, You are not my target this time, however. Your restaurant's location is conveniently close to my objective. I trust you would not mind having a beautiful waitress at your establishment, would you? With that, she placed her hand on Alvin's shoulder, leaning closer. Before she could proceed further, Alvin shivered, stepping back and raising a hand to firmly halt her advance. The notion of engaging in any physical closeness with someone over 80 years old was utterly unacceptable to him. Miss Romanoff, please show some respect. I do not care what you or your associates intend to do. Keep your distance from my restaurant. Even considering my assistance to you, I genuinely wish to avoid complications. Hell's Kitchen is troublesome enough as it is, he said, gesturing toward the unfortunate thugs, noting that Natasha seemed less like a serious agent and more like someone merely going through the motions. Natasha's expression shifted, intrigue evident as few dared to reject her requests. In the coming month, those involved in the street gunfight will begin to meet their demise, one by one. Mr. Yi, how do you suppose they will die? She inquired. Alvin shrugged nonchalantly, replying, who knows? If you have the answer, please share it with me. I'll write them a thank you note. Or, if you wish to report it, I can lend you my phone to call 911. Natasha shot him a sardonic look, stating, the police may not care about the lives of those lowlifes, but the local gangs will certainly be interested in why two infamous factions have mysteriously vanished. Her veiled threat ignited a peculiar anger within Alvin. It seemed she had little regard for her own safety, despite him rescuing her mere days ago. Perhaps she prioritized her mission above all else, or this was merely a retaliatory jab at his lack of cooperation. Perceiving Alvin's rising ire, the crow that had perched upon his shoulder cawed loudly before taking flight, circling overhead. Alvin locked eyes with Natasha, his voice icy as he stated, is this how you treat your benefactor? As an agent, threatening a law-abiding citizen? Who bestowed upon you such authority? At this moment, I simply wish for you and your associates to vacate my territory. This is Hell's Kitchen. I detest trouble, yet am never afraid of it. Chapter 2. In need of a lawyer? The infamous Black Widow clearly did not take the restaurant owner's threats to heart. Though Alvin was quite tall, who really cared? Natasha, with a serious demeanor, stated with conviction, I represent SHIELD and now demand your cooperation. Otherwise, I will apprehend you on charges of illegal weapon possession and subsequently take over your restaurant to fulfill my mission. Her tone conveyed an undeniable authority, leaving Alvin no room for refusal. Alvin was taken aback. He never expected SHIELD agent would resort to such tactics. The sheer audacity of confronting an ordinary person in such a domineering manner was astonishing. Although Alvin could hardly be considered an ordinary person, the fact remained that he did possess weapons illegally. However, in Hell's Kitchen, the majority of its inhabitants carried their own means of self-defense. Arresting a resident of Hell's Kitchen on such charges was something even the police of the Big Apple would not dare to do. After a brief moment of shock, Alvin felt disappointment in Natasha's demeanor. It seemed the character of the Avengers was not as admirable as portrayed in the films. Reluctant to prolong the confrontation, Alvin fixed Natasha with a cold glare and retorted, I am unfamiliar with SHIELD and frankly, I do not care. If you wish to accuse me of any crime, feel free to summon the police or the FBI. Oh, and make sure they bring a search warrant. But should anyone enter my residence on the second floor, I will exercise my right to self-defense as a citizen. With a resounding bang, the iron door was forcefully shut. Natasha's expression soured despite having desired this outcome. It had been quite some time since she had faced such a setback before an ordinary individual. Alvin had first disregarded her beauty and then overlooked her threats. While this did not leave her feeling defeated, it certainly piqued her curiosity, especially as a voice from her earpiece mocked her. If you want to sabotage your undercover mission, you must act more convincingly. Coulson is not easily deceived. This restaurant owner seems promising. He should be able to fulfill your objectives. It is said that John Gadler is about to take over the investigation into your case. You need to hurry. Natasha touched the wound on her waist from a previous attack, muttered an expletive under her breath, and turned to exit the alley. In a foul mood, as she passed a few unconscious thugs, she delivered a kick to the head of a recently awakened black thug. The unfortunate fellow's head collided heavily with the adjacent trash can, producing a loud thud as he fell unconscious again. Having dispatched a thug with a single kick, Natasha's spirits lifted somewhat as an elite agent. The earlier incident could only be deemed a trivial setback. Her initial plan had been to swiftly enter the restaurant, make contact with her target, and conclude the mission expeditiously, rather than engage in any prolonged observation. Now, however, her intelligence appeared flawed. Aside from the name and background being accurate, the character of this restaurant owner was entirely mismatched. Natasha had presumed that a person of Asian descent would be relatively timid, yet Alvin, despite residing in the chaotic heart of Hell's Kitchen, managed to run a small restaurant with apparent stability. Nevertheless, despite her desire to hasten the conclusion or even botch the mission, she still had to see it through. Natasha slowly strolled out of the alley, turning right towards the entrance of Alvin's restaurant. Alvin's establishment was a repurposed two-story building. The first floor served as the restaurant, the second as the residence of Yi Qing, and the basement housed a storage area. This was the sole inheritance left to Alvin by his parents. Above the wooden entrance hung a Chinese sign reading Peace Hotel, flanked by two distinctive red lanterns. Beneath the lanterns lay two imposing black dogs, each standing over 120 centimeters tall. To the discerning eye, they were two remarkably large wolves. Yet none of the nearby residents appeared fearful. A few playful children even embraced the wolves' necks, engaging in friendly play. Natasha was astonished. It was 10 o'clock at night, and this was Hell's Kitchen. After midnight, even police patrols dared not venture here. Yet this street exhibited the ambience of a typical residential community, with local residents occasionally strolling about. Such a sight was utterly inconceivable in the other 24 districts of Hell's Kitchen. Typically, after 8 o'clock, the streets were nearly deserted. Once darkness fell, the dimly lit streets were occupied by drug dealers and pimps, a place where even prostitutes hesitated to solicit. However, the street before Natasha was entirely unlike her perception of Hell's Kitchen. She realized that there must be a flaw in her intelligence. Natasha had not anticipated that even before her mission commenced, she would encounter a series of unforeseen circumstances. This intrigued her, transforming her initial urgency to conclude this straightforward task into a curiosity about not just her target, but also the restaurant owner, Alvin. It was evident to any observant individual that the tranquility of this street was undoubtedly linked to the establishment known as Peace Hotel. Almost everyone who passed the restaurant slowed their pace. Even if they did not enter, they would exchange greetings with the two wolves at the entrance. Dul. Hi Dom. Conversely, those who appear to be gangsters hurriedly crossed the street, carefully avoiding the wolves' gaze. With renewed enthusiasm, Natasha approached the restaurant's entrance, mimicking the passers-by in greeting the wolves. Dul. Hi Dom. The two wolves sniffed the air, evidently displeased with Natasha's scent, rising to their feet and emitting deep, menacing growls, clearly hostile towards her. Though Natasha felt no fear under their scrutiny, she was undeniably tense. She had not brought any firearms for this mission, only a few minor self-defense tools. Whether those would suffice against these formidable wolves remained uncertain. She could not fathom why the wolves, who were amiable towards others, displayed such animosity towards her. If the two wolves were to attack, she doubted her ability to escape unscathed. Miss, I advise you to take a couple of steps back. Thor and Dom are not to be trifled with. A youthful voice called from behind Natasha. A cheerful, curly-haired young man stood alongside a blind youth wielding a white cane. It was the jovial young man who spoke as he enthusiastically approached the wolves, greeting them. Hi, Thor. Hi, Dom. He attempted to pet their heads, only to be rebuffed by the wolf's paw. Turning back to Natasha, the cheerful young man flashed a sincere grin and said, "It is quite rare to encounter a stranger in Hell's Kitchen at this hour, especially someone as lovely as you. I suspect you may be in a predicament. I am Foggy Nelson, an attorney from the Nelson Murdoch law firm, and I look forward to assisting you." With that, Foggy produced a business card and extended it towards Natasha. Chapter 3. Peace Hotel. Natasha adorned her face with a bashful smile as she gazed upon Fudge Lynn Nelson, gracefully extending her hand to accept his business card. With heartfelt gratitude, she remarked, "Thank you. I had no idea these two large dogs were so fierce. Why do they seem intent on attacking me?" Just as Fudge was about to respond, a nearby blind youth poked him in the back with his cane, urging, "We must hurry. Alvin prepares only 50 servings of his famed iron plate steak each day, and if we delay, we may miss out." Prompted by this reminder, Fudge nodded vigorously, saying, Yes, we must be swift. My apologies, miss, but we are late for our dinner." With that, he hastily pushed open the door and called to the blind youth, "Come on, Matt. I certainly don't wish to miss Alvin's iron plate steak." Feeling oddly disregarded by the two young men, Natasha found the day's events to be rather perplexing, as they deviated from her expectations. Yet, this only heightened her curiosity about the peculiar establishment. With two towering wolves blocking her path, a brazen confrontation was clearly ill-advised. However, as an agent, she possessed numerous strategies at her disposal. Natasha retrieved her phone and dialed, her voice laced with urgency. "Hello, 911? I am in Hell's Kitchen on 34th Street, where there are two enormous wolves that appear poised to attack me. Please expedite assistance." Approximately 15 minutes later, a police car arrived and two officers disembarked. A middle-aged officer approached Natasha and inquired, "Miss, did you make the call? Where are the wolves you mentioned?" Surprised, Natasha noted that the officer seemed oblivious to the wolves standing nearby. Had he not seen the young officer greeting them? Furrowing her brow, she replied, "Are those not the wolves? They nearly attacked me when I attempted to enter this restaurant." She gestured towards the impatiently barking canines. The middle-aged officer chuckled and responded, "Those are no wolves, they are the beloved pets of the owner of the Peace Hotel, and their presence is duly noted at our precinct. They have no history of unwarranted aggression. As for why they seem to be threatening you, perhaps you carry an unfamiliar scent." He regarded Natasha thoughtfully, having detected something unusual about her. "Oh," Natasha replied, "so if I were to enter, you gentlemen would not allow these, pets to attack me, correct?" She cast a meaningful glance at the middle-aged officer. With a wry smile, the officer, who had begun to speculate about her identity, assured her, "You are most welcome to enter. I guarantee that Thor and Dom will not harm you. However, I must caution you that the proprietor, Alvin, is a good man." Natasha smiled non-committally, disregarding the officer's warning, and slightly raised her chin to indicate her intent to proceed inside. Within the restaurant, there were only 6 tables and 2 booths against the wall, all of which were already filled to capacity. Fudge and Matt managed to find 2 seats at the bar. "Matt, why did you rush out earlier? It's not every day one encounters such a stunning beauty." "Oh, I forgot, you can't see," Fudge remarked. Just then, a petite and delicate girl behind the bar approached, balancing 2 glasses of lemonade, intending to place them before the two. However, upon hearing Fudge's comment, she handed one to a boy in a wheelchair who was engrossed in a book. The boy, revealing 2 missing front teeth, grinned and exclaimed, "Thank you, Jessica." The other glass was set before Matt, and the girl gently tapped the side of the glass, producing a soft chime. "Your lemonade is here, the iron plate steak will take a bit longer. Please bear with us." Casting a glare at Fudge, she swiftly departed to attend to a table preparing to leave. Fudge protested, "Hey Jess, you can't do that. Why not offer me a drink?" He then turned to the boy at the bar. "Hey kid, that lemonade should be mine. If you hand it over, Mr. Fudge Nelson will write you a commendation letter." The boy made a face at Fudge, mimicking those on television, sipping wine, swirling and sniffing the drink before savoring a small sip. Good-natured Fudge exaggeratedly made a menacing gesture, playfully intimidating the boy. The two engaged in a light-hearted exchange across the bar. Matt shook his head with a smile, feeling both amused and exasperated by Fudge's carefree demeanor. "Hey Alvin, we had an agreement, no talking about this," Nick exclaimed, waving his arms in protest. Feeling a bit guilty, Nick added, "When you stepped out, Jessica was alone and I intended to assist her." He then raised the book in his hand, shaking it. "Besides, I was just reading." He struck a pose of earnest effort. "Alvin, you can't do this. Nick is still a child. He simply lacks academic aptitude. Forcing him will only exacerbate the situation." Fudge protested to Alvin, earning a disparaging glance from Nick. "Fudge, are you really discussing child rearing with someone for China? Are you certain?" A hefty white man seated at the bar interjected, resting his chin on his hand, causing his cheeks to bulge. He glanced at Alvin's busy form with a hint of respect and continued, "You know, children of Chinese descent excel in school. My former teachers used to say they possess a kind of sorcery that makes them exceptionally bright." Fudge seemed unimpressed by the hefty man's remarks and retorted with sarcasm, "Sheriff, why is it that I only see you on this day of the month? What are you waiting for? What incentive could possibly draw the illustrious sheriff, the king of car dealerships, to sit here obediently? Is it for that steak?" "Hey, Fudge, you ought to show me some respect," Sheriff retorted, though he refrained from saying anything more offensive. Those familiar with the establishment knew that proprietor Alvin abhorred foul language, especially in the presence of children. Chapter 4. Peace Hotel 2. The words of Sharif caught the attention of an elderly African-American nearby, who erupted in indignation. "You greedy fool! You deceitful scoundrel! Not even God can save your wretched soul, and you still expect respect? Alvin must be out of his mind to trust a worthless wretch like you." The old man's words flowed rapidly, revealing his familiarity with the local vernacular. Where foul language might otherwise have been used, he cleverly substituted it with obscure African-American slang. One could not help but admire the lyrical talent inherent in his speech. Fuji, exhilarated by the exchange, dashed over to the old man and exchanged a high five, exclaiming, "Old Kent, well done." Sharif, seething with anger, glared at the two, shaking his fist in frustration, yet refrained from taking action. Alvin had made it abundantly clear that violence was not tolerated in this establishment. Those who dared to challenge that rule had faced dire consequences. At that moment, the wooden door of the restaurant swung open, and a stunning Eastern European woman sauntered in. She scanned the room with a discerning eye before making her way directly to the bar, tilting her chin slightly toward Sharif as if to signal him to step aside. To Sharif's surprise, his anger dissipated momentarily as he offered a sheepish smile and greeted her. "Hi, Daria." He then held his water cup and settled into a recently vacated seat. The enchanting woman sat gracefully on a bar stool, nodding at the few patrons nearby. With an air of sophistication, she produced a cigarette, lit it, and rested her chin on one hand while the other elegantly held the cigarette, her gaze fixated on Alvin, who was busily tending to the bar. Jessica placed a glass of lemonade forcefully in front of the stunning woman, stiffly stating, "Miss Daria, smoking is not permitted here." Daria appraised Jessica with a smile and replied, "Oh, fortunate girl. Would you allow me to finish this cigarette? I doubt the gentleman nearby would mind." Her sparkling eyes scanned the vicinity, and aside from that, several men nodded in agreement. Jessica shot a disapproving glare at the uncooperative men and, disregarding their protests, served a perfectly cooked steak first to the blind mat, thoughtfully handing him a knife and fork. With all 10 burners blazing, the steaks were prepared in no time and swiftly delivered to the patrons. Alvin wiped his hands with a towel and poured himself a glass of beer. "Daria, you must have a word with Sol and Dom. I just saw them blocking a beautiful woman outside the restaurant." "No wonder you only attract a bunch of foul men here," Daria giggled, ignoring the lewd gazes from the surrounding men. Alvin, however, chose to overlook her comment and called out to Nick, who was embroiled in a debate with old Stan over whether Batman or Captain America was superior. "Nick Castor, it's 8:30. I will check your homework at 10. You have an hour and a half left. You would want to know how I punish a lazy child." Nick, exasperated, clasped his hands over his head and groaned, hastily maneuvering his wheelchair to a small door by the kitchen, where he stood on one leg and hopped up to the second floor. Laughter erupted among the diners, with Fuji teasingly calling out, "Nick, you need to hurry up. I don't want to see you wheeling yourself down the street." As the small door closed behind him, Daria extinguished her cigarette and pulled out 10 bundles of $20 bills from her petite handbag, sliding them towards Alvin. Her gaze held a mixture of pleading, longing, and a hint of insecurity. Daria shook her head, saying, "This isn't right. If you only accept $100 from me, the other gangs will find out, and we'll all be in trouble. My friends and I are doing well. Just last week, 2 of the girls saved enough to move to Los Angeles." She pushed the money towards Alvin once more. "Please accept it, Alvin. You are a good man, and I know you don't want our body's earnings, but I implore you to take it. I cannot bear the thought of being controlled by the other gangs again." Daria's expression was one of desperation, evoking deep sympathy. "Just take it, Alvin. We all know you are a good man who will ensure their safety. But if you refuse her money, it disrupts the order of Hell's Kitchen, and the gangs nearby will go wild. We know you aren't afraid of them, but that would only put them in more danger." Old Kent chimed in. Alvin, a man of principle, realized Old Kent made a valid point. After a moment's hesitation, he called over the overweight Sharif. "Come here and take it. 15 days for 2 food trucks. If you cut corners, I'll send Sol to have a chat with you." Sharif, shoulders slumped, protested quietly. 20,000 is only enough for 1 food truck. "Alvin, you're a fair guy. You can't let me take a loss." Alvin poured another glass of beer and handed it to Sharif, saying, "This is your punishment for greed. There will not be a next time, understood?" His gentle demeanor struck fear into Sharif, who quickly replied, all right, I understand. I promise there won't be any more issues." Old Kent, who is struggling the most in the neighborhood, "Go ask if they want to run a food truck." Alvin ignored Sharif's assurances, confident that Sharif would not dare to be deceitful. He turned his attention to Old Kent. After a moment of contemplation, Old Kent replied, "Lilith is alone with 3 kids. She is having a tough time and could use a truck. The Archies, a family of 6, are all unemployed and could also benefit. Then let them know to check with Sharif at the garage. If they have any special requests, they can directly ask Sharif to make adjustments. With that, he waved away the persistent Sharif, clinging to the money bag. Alvin addressed JJ, a burly African-American devouring his meal at a nearby table. JJ, when you leave, escort Sharif. He isn't safe alone. JJ, a former Marine who had fled to Hell's Kitchen after stirring up trouble, now served as Alvin's security and driver. Sure thing, boss, JJ replied, swallowing the last bite of steak, downing a large glass of lemonade, and standing up to accompany Sharif out of the restaurant. As they opened the door, they were greeted by a woman even more breathtaking than Daria, flanked by 2 police officers entering the establishment. Recognizing the officers as acquaintances, JJ thought nothing of it and led Sharif to the vehicle. Chapter 5. What is SHILD? The stunning Natasha entered the restaurant, her breathtaking beauty and alluring figure raising the temperature in the establishment several degrees. Dahlia silently mouthed a question to Alvin. Is she coming for you? After glancing at the nearby men's expressions, she whispered, She's a big trouble. Alvin silently nodded, affirming Dahlia's words. Nearby, Jessica, who was pouring lemonade, pouted in annoyance, muttering some barely audible expletives starting with the letter B. Matt, who was savoring his steak, suddenly lifted his head, his gaze directed at Jessica, and offered a slight smile. Like a child caught misbehaving, Jessica awkwardly smiled back at Matt, only to realize he couldn't see her. Just when she felt a bit flustered, she noticed Matt smiling warmly at her, nodding encouragingly as if to say, Well done, keep it up. Teased by Matt, Jessica, instead of being angry, humorously filled his glass with lemonade and mischievously swapped the positions of the pepper and salt in front of him. At the same time, she shot a glare at Foggy, who was stifling laughter, signaling him to remain silent. Meanwhile, Natasha approached the bar, accompanied by 2 police officers. The officers greeted acquaintances around them and settled into available seats. Natasha surveyed the crowded bar area and approached a middle-aged Caucasian man who was watching her, whispering a few words. The man, slightly excited, attempted to display his gentlemanly demeanor, holding his steak and finding a familiar face to share a table. His cowardly behavior drew a chorus of boos. Jessica placed a glass of lemonade before Natasha and curtly remarked, Miss, we have run out of steak today, or perhaps you would prefer a sandwich. Natasha shot Jessica a glance and replied with a smile, Perhaps you misunderstood. I am not here to dine. I am here to apply for a position as a waitress. She then turned to Alvin, asking, Mr. Yi, do you need a cheerful waitress here? With that, she flashed a provocative smile at Jessica. Angered, Jessica stomped her foot, turned, and grabbed a cloth, vigorously wiping the already clean bar. I do not need a spy serving here, Alvin responded, turning to Foggy. Foggy, as a lawyer, have you heard of a government agency called SHIELD? This Miss Natasha, claiming to be a SHIELD agent, seems to want to frame me and drive me out of the restaurant. Could you provide some professional advice? As Alvin's words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the restaurant shifted dramatically, with all the men casting cold, disdainful glances at Natasha, as if ready to tear her apart. Foggy, momentarily taken aback by Alvin's statement, was soon interrupted by Matt, who spoke up. SHIELD operates under the World Security Council. Their primary responsibility is to address antisocial behavior and criminal organizations that threaten human safety. Their headquarters is located in the Triskelion in Washington. This is all public information. While the nature of their missions is classified, if you're not in the habit of eating humans, Alvin, I believe you need not worry about her threats. If she impacts your life, I am confident that Nelson Murdoch would be happy to sue SHIELD. Of course, we must first verify this lady's identity. Her demeanor does not seem befitting of a cultured agent. If necessary, I could call a friend at the FBI. They have taken a fall for SHIELD too many times and would likely relish the opportunity to trouble them. Matt's words rendered Natasha's expression somewhat grim. Upon Alvin revealing his identity, her mission had already unraveled. Although this was for the best, as she had no genuine desire to infiltrate here, She aimed to conclude the task swiftly and pursue the culprit who had nearly cost her life. However, Alvin had piqued her interest. Perhaps before Coulson arrived, she could continue to test him, which might prove entertaining. Natasha smiled at Matt and said, "I merely seek your cooperation. Mr. Alvin, this is a right held by S.H.I.E.L.D. If you refuse to cooperate, we may be compelled to commandeer your restaurant as our operational base. This is sanctioned by the Supreme Court of the United States." Matt chuckled confidently, responding, "Then you must first demonstrate the necessity of your actions, specifically where nearby there exists a criminal posing a threat to human safety. With all due respect, Miss Agent, your operation is so thoroughly exposed that there is no need for you to remain here, complicating Alvin's situation. Moreover, I can assure you that there are absolutely no criminals within 2 blocks of here fitting your operational criteria." Natasha dismissively replied, "This is my job, and you have jeopardized it. If any unexpected circumstances arise here, will you be held accountable, or will those cowardly officers? It should be our responsibility. We're the law enforcement here." The middle-aged officer stood up, expressionless, and gazed at Natasha, his right hand resting on his holster. The younger officer, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure and stood to watch Natasha, hand on his holster as well. Undeterred by the 2 officers' menacing stares, Natasha turned to Alvin and said, "Alvin, your actions have completely disrupted my operation. I can tell you that my target is a Croatian named Zebediah Kilgrave, also known as the Purple Man, residing in the building across from your restaurant. He is suspected of possessing mind control abilities, and we have intelligence confirming his involvement in several suicides in Washington, Miami, and other locations. I was dispatched to observe him undercover. Your interference has compromised my mission, and our field agents will soon move to apprehend him." "Then apprehend him. Since you are aware of his dangers, why not capture him directly instead of merely observing?" Alvin replied, feeling a sense of relief upon learning the target was Kilgrave, who he had previously fed to a carnivorous plant, thereby rescuing the entranced Jessica. S.H.I.E.L.D. observes individuals with special abilities, assessing their potential for destruction before taking action. "That is the purpose of my presence here, and you have ruined my mission," Natasha coldly asserted to Alvin. He scoffed, replying, "Observation and assessment? It feels more like a headhunting agency recruiting employees." Turning to the young officer, he asked, "Scott, how would the police handle knowledge of such a person?" The young Scott pondered for a moment before responding seriously. "Formulate a plan to quickly apprehend or neutralize the criminal. Our police know what to do while you are preoccupied with observation and assessment. Let me guess, when necessary, do you intend to recruit this individual to serve you? Furthermore, miss, do not claim that I have disrupted your mission. You appear to have no intention of executing any mission." Alvin derisively remarked, "This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s right. We have the authority to recruit criminals for rehabilitation, allowing them to realize their greater value." Before Natasha could finish her sentence, Jessica slammed her palm on the bar, leaving a deep imprint on the thick wooden surface. Jessica pointed to the door, gritting her teeth, and shouted in a voice laced with cold fury, "Get out. You are not welcome here." Both Matt and Foggy shook their heads in disapproval, clearly disagreeing with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s approach of leaving a criminal unapprehended, preferring to observe and evaluate before recruiting him for their own service. Entirely disregarding the safety of ordinary people and the repercussions of the lives he had taken. This is not the conduct one would expect from a responsible organization. Chapter 6. Welcome to Hell's Kitchen. Jessica's extraordinary strength astounded everyone, causing Foggy to recoil in terror. Reflecting on his penchant for teasing Jessica, the seemingly harmless girl, he felt a pang of discomfort in his neck. A mere flick of her wrist could easily seal his fate, laying him to rest in a coffin beneath the earth. Natasha, equally astonished, never anticipated such immense power from a young girl. The ability to leave an imprint on such a sturdy table was no ordinary feat. At the very least, she had never encountered anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. capable of such physical prowess. The intelligence she had received contained no mention of this remarkably strong girl. In fact, all the information regarding this restaurant was fundamentally flawed. At that moment, the restaurant door swung open once more, admitting a middle-aged man clad in a suit, slightly balding, with a warm smile and an affable demeanor. His genuine smile left a positive impression. He approached the bar, nodded to Alvin, and apologized, saying, "I sincerely regret the trouble caused. My name is Phil Coulson, S.H.E.L.D. agent." Turning to Natasha, he continued, "Agent Romanoff, I apologize for the misinformation. That intelligence is nearly a year old. The purple man has long since departed." Natasha, her expression icy, nodded silently and turned to leave. She had no desire to linger in a place where she had squandered so much time due to outdated intelligence. Someone would have to pay for this oversight. Alvin, with a hint of mockery, regarded the amiable man before him. The glue of the Avengers, Agent Phil Coulson. Why do you assume you can waltz in here and resolve matters so easily? Allow me to remind you, this is Hell's Kitchen, and in this establishment, no one escapes without facing the consequences of their actions. No sooner had Alvin spoken than Natasha, who was nearing the door, was abruptly knocked over, landing ungracefully on the floor with her legs splayed. The imposing black wolf, Thor, snarled at her menacingly. Coulson swiftly turned, drawing his weapon and aiming it at the fearsome wolf. Meanwhile, the other wolf, Dom, stealthily entered, circling along the wall to flank Coulson while baring his teeth and emitting a low growl. "Mr. Yi, you need to consider carefully whether you wish to attack AS. Ashi el Diajon. Have you contemplated the repercussions?" Coulson's smile vanished, though he remained composed, directing the gun's muzzle at the two wolves. He calmly questioned Alvin. Alvin, wearing a smile, refrained from engaging in his query. "I have surveillance footage and recordings that clearly document how Agent Romanoff has abused her authority to threaten a law-abiding citizen. And you, Agent Coulson, think you can simply apologize and put an end to this? You are sorely mistaken." Turning to Matt, he inquired, "Matt, what would the outcome be if I were to sue them over this incident?" Matt leisurely sipped his lemonade and remarked, "You could sue for abuse of power, intimidation of civilians, and, let's add another charge, armed coercion of a citizen's pet. The result would be the termination of these two agents, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would owe the public an explanation for why they disregarded the safety of ordinary citizens while executing their operations. When the public refuses to cooperate, such abuses of power become acceptable. Perhaps we could even secure some financial compensation." Matt's words elicited applause from Jessica, who was now filled with animosity towards any organization attempting to recruit the Purple Man. Coulson, on the other hand, began to sweat profusely. This seasoned agent was unafraid of dangerous criminals, yet found himself at a loss when confronted by a lawyer like Matt, particularly when the moral high ground and strength were not on his side. S.H.I.E.L.D. had never been welcomed in the eyes of the American law enforcement community. Recent events had only exacerbated tensions between S.H.I.E.L.D., the FBI, and the Department of Homeland Security. Despite being at a disadvantage, Coulson maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from arguing with Matt. Instead, he softly asked, "So, Mr. Yi, what would it take for you to forgive my colleague's impulsive behavior? She has also shed blood and endured injuries for this country, as I believe you are aware." Assuming the atmosphere had relaxed, Coulson holstered his weapon and sat at the bar, taking a sip of beer. "The ambulance and medical expenses total $2,000, Matt noted. "I want them to cover that as well." Alvin's statement nearly caused Coulson to spit out his beer. He had unwittingly invited an additional $2,000 of trouble upon himself by speaking out. "Oh, and Foggy, you mentioned knowing some people in the media. Call them. They should find S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations rather intriguing. Also, consider this a commission. Your law firm could take 20 of the compensation as a fee." Alvin smiled, nodding at the eager Foggy. 20 is too little. How about 50? We are facing some risk going up against S.H.I.L.D. Foggy cheekily negotiated. 40 is the highest I can go. Your efforts will determine the quality of the kindergarten facilities at the corner and the caliber of the teachers hired, Alvin decisively concluded. Foggy, excited, saluted in a manner reminiscent of Hawkeye, declaring, "Understood. I'll notify the media immediately. Alvin, you are a gem. I've decided to donate half of this commission to the kindergarten." With that, he produced his phone and dialed. Coulson, troubled, raked his fingers through his thinning hair. In the past, they had encountered situations where civilians' non-compliance during a mission was acceptable, but suing S.H.I.L.D. Was there no law to govern this? Quickly, he intercepted Foggy's call, astutely noting the number was indeed a tip line for Fox News. Mr. Yi, we can discuss this calmly. Please do not escalate the matter. This was merely a personal action of an agent and does not reflect S.H.I.E.L.D. is opérationnel et tout. We should sit down and negotiate. Perhaps you could propose a reasonable figure, and we can resolve this matter. Coulson spoke with a beseeching look towards Alvin. At that moment, Natasha, who had stumbled earlier, regained her footing and stood behind Coulson, curious about the unique restaurant owner. In her experience, no one faced the pressure of S.H.I.E.L.D. with such poise and ease. The erroneous intelligence had led her to make numerous misjudgments. While her objective of swiftly concluding this mission had been achieved, the embarrassment she had suffered would not soon be forgotten. Waiting for Coulson to resolve the situation, she planned to frequently visit this establishment once she located the true culprit behind her near-fatal encounter. As a top agent, she believed one should rise where they had fallen. Alvin felt a shiver under Natasha's gaze, not from fear, but from the realization that being scrutinized by such a seasoned agent could lead to significant complications in the future. Chapter 7. Compensation from S.H.I.L.D. Alvin pinched his chin and flashed a grin at Coulson, saying, "I believe $1 million is a reasonable figure." Coulson clutched his heart dramatically, as if struck by a heavy blow, and replied with difficulty, "You must be joking, Mr. Yi. Isaki would never part with $1 million for this matter. It is absolutely impossible. In fact, I am prepared to pay out of my own pocket. But $1 million is simply terrifying. It's 10 years of my salary." Alvin disregarded Coulson's plea for sympathy and coldly remarked, "Are you implying that S.H.I.L.D.'s reputation isn't worth $1 million? Perhaps you should make a phone call for clarification. I have no interest in your salary. Alternatively, we could resort to legal avenues to resolve this issue." Beside them, Foggy jumped up excitedly, exclaiming, "Alvin, sue them, sue them." It was no wonder he was so animated. This was the biggest case their law firm had encountered since its inception. Coulson shot Natasha a helpless glance before retreating to a corner to make a phone call, clearly receiving a scolding on the other end. Alvin glanced at Matt's trembling fingers, realizing Coulson was lying. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Agent Coulson, the figure you propose is far from my expectations." He looked at Foggy, who immediately understood and exclaimed, "Leave it to me, Alvin. This is a surefire case. I can negotiate the compensation to over $3 million. That S impossible, S.H.I.E.L.D. does not have such surplus funds. Such tactics will only prolong the lawsuit indefinitely." Coulson panically countered, "Mr. Yi, I can apologize once more. Please forgive me. The length of the lawsuit does not affect me." "Agent Coulson," Alvin replied nonchalantly. "However, I am open to negotiation. I could agree to a compensation of $500,000, but S.H.I.L.D. must meet a few conditions." Upon hearing the word conditions, Coulson felt uneasy, as if he were about to board a pirate ship. Yet, given the circumstances, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Please, go ahead. I may not be able to agree to everything." Alvin began counting on his fingers. First, the local police department is equipped with outdated gear and requires a new batch. Look, Michael is still using a gun from a decade ago. Their requests are modest. Could you possibly donate a selection of your obsolete vehicles, weapons, and equipment? Rest assured, they will write a letter of commendation to the mayor on your behalf. Michael and Scott were taken aback by Alvin's initial request, which was aimed at their benefit. This gesture moved both officers, as the city government had nearly forgotten their precinct, providing only annual funding and salaries with no upgrades to equipment or promotions. The dilapidated police station lacked even a decent front door. Alvin's first condition was for their sake. How could they not be touched? Coulson looked at Alvin with confusion. He had anticipated outrageous demands, yet this was unexpectedly reasonable. He nodded readily, acknowledging that S.H.I.E.L.D. annually discards a substantial amount of equipment. Accepting this condition was well within his authority as a level 7S HIELD agent. Seeing his swift agreement, Alvin smiled. It appears we can easily reach an accord. Second, the new kindergarten being built at the corner requires a set of security surveillance equipment. I trust this will not pose a problem for SHIELD. Coulson sighed in relief, glancing around to see the patrons in the restaurant gazing at Alvin with admiration. He straightened his collar and said earnestly, "You are a true gentleman. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Phil Coulson, level 7 agent of SHIELD. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Alvin. He extended his hand for a firm handshake, alleviating much of the extortion-like tension. Alvin smiled. So you agree? Yes, in comparison to other demands, this is hardly a condition. Coulson replied seriously. Thirdly, and most importantly, Alvin said, fixing a serious gaze on Coulson. Please proceed. Coulson assumed an attentive posture. Alvin looked at Coulson and gestured toward Natasha, stating, I hope you can keep your distance from me and my restaurant in the future. Is that agreeable? Coulson was momentarily taken aback, feeling awkward and unsure of how to react. Just when he thought he had developed some goodwill, Alvin dealt him a heavy blow. He had hoped for an amicable resolution, but it seemed fate had other plans. Sighing, Coulson reluctantly replied, I cannot guarantee anything. I can only promise we will not trouble you without cause. Alvin nodded, stating, That suffices. Foggy, please coordinate with Agent Coulson regarding the transfer of the $500,000. He beckoned to Foggy. Until we meet again, Agent Coulson, Agent Natasha. Alvin nodded at the two agents, signaling for their departure. Foggy and Coulson exchanged phone numbers and discussed the payment arrangements. Jessica cheerfully escorted the agents to the door, mimicking Alvin's earlier phrase, until we meet again. As the two SHIELD agents awkwardly exited the restaurant, the patrons burst into applause and cheers, reveling in the moment. They were residents of Hell's Kitchen, who had never received respect from government officials. Yet, Alvin's triumph felt like a victory for them all, igniting a shared sense of exhilaration. Alvin, smiling, instructed Jessica, 1 drink for each person. It's on me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the cheers grew louder. He placed the beer in front of Matt, flicked his finger against the glass, producing a ringing sound. Thank you, Matt. You've been a tremendous help today. Matt looked up, smiling, and raised his glass. You deserve it. Alvin, you've improved the surrounding neighborhoods. As a resident of Hell's Kitchen, I must support you. To victory. Alvin clinked his glass against Matt's, stating, to victory. He downed a large mug of beer, then glanced at Matt with concern, hesitating before saying, Perhaps you should take a break, Matt. You're not Iron Man. It's not normal to be jumping around Hell's Kitchen every night. Matt set down his empty mug, a faint, unhealthy flush on his pale face, and replied with a smile, Then you should let your pet expand its range a bit. That would reduce my workload. Chapter 8. The true daredevil Alvin was well aware of who Matt was, the renowned daredevil of Marvel. Each night, clad in his red and black attire, he traversed the streets and alleys of Hell's Kitchen, combating crime and safeguarding the safety of the ordinary. In the comics, he is depicted as a formidable, intelligent superhero, seemingly capable of anything. However, Alvin saw the truth. In reality, he was a battered and obsessive individual. As a native of Hell's Kitchen, Matt was fixated on altering the dire circumstances of his home. He believed that the multitude of gangs and the ceaseless crime were the very forces that had transformed Hell's Kitchen into a place of despair. He aimed to change the environment by fighting crime and gang activity, yet he remained ignorant of the futility of his efforts. Crime and gangs would never vanish. To Alvin, he was merely an ordinary man with commendable skills, perhaps endowed with a form of superhuman hearing. Yet, when faced with desperate gang members, he often found himself at a disadvantage, and injury was inevitable. Nonetheless, Alvin held a deep respect for Matt's character and spirit. A man who solely cared for the safety of others was indeed deserving of admiration. Feeling somewhat ashamed, Alvin apologized to Matt. I am sorry, Matt. You know I have made an agreement with Kingpin, and I cannot interfere in matters of other neighborhoods. Matt, hearing this, smiled wryly, exuding a sense of helplessness. He spoke with a hint of confusion. Alvin, we both desire a better Hell's Kitchen. Why have you transformed 3 neighborhoods while I have achieved nothing? People in other areas continue to suffer from robbery and murder, and I feel powerless. Sometimes I resent my abilities for allowing me to hear the cries for help from strangers every night. I have tried, but I cannot save everyone. I do not know what to do. Alvin poured him another glass of beer, adding a couple of shots of whiskey, and placed it before him, tapping the glass to signal him to drink. He continued, Matt, changing a place's environment is never the work of a single individual. Do you know why my first condition with SHIELD was to improve the police department's equipment? Matt silently raised his glass and took a generous gulp, saying, but there will always be those who are harmed, while I remain powerless. As he spoke, he removed his sunglasses, revealing his grayish-white eyes devoid of pupils. He forcefully rubbed his cheeks, displaying an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Alvin, angered yet resigned, replied, you are not God, and even God cannot save everyone. Matt, you must learn to relax. My friend, I will speak with Kingpin and ask him to keep his men in check, to cease troubling ordinary people. You should also avoid provoking him. It will only lead to your own injury. Having someone who can restrain the gangs is far better than the chaos of Hell's Kitchen. Matt downed the remainder of his beer in one gulp, his voice laced with anger. So we let Kingpin roam free? Alvin explained with resignation. Kingpin is not the menace. The current state of Hell's Kitchen is not solely his doing. It would be simple to eliminate him, but what then? Hundreds of gangs would run rampant. And what would Hell's Kitchen become? As long as Kingpin remains, there will at least be a semblance of order, even if it is underground. Leaning against the bar, Matt appeared defeated and confused, as if he were on the brink of collapse. He softly murmured, Alvin, I do not know if you are right, but at least your efforts yield better results than mine. However, that does not mean I will abandon my approach. I will persist until I can no longer do so. Alvin understood that when Matt spoke of being powerless, he meant until his death. He respected him and would not hinder his pursuit of a better community. He patted Matt's shoulder and said, I support you, but you must allow yourself to rest occasionally. Afterward, he signaled for another drink, this time opting for whiskey. Soon, Matt was thoroughly intoxicated. While Foggy was bragging and chatting with others, a slender red vine pierced into Matt's calf. A surge of red energy coursing through him. The power of the corpse flower, consuming corpses and converting them into vitality. Casually pouring himself another drink. He downed it in one gulp, gazing at the now rosy-faced Matt, who had fallen asleep. Alvin murmured to himself, to noble character, to relentless effort. Cheers! Turning, he noticed Jessica leaning against the corridor wall, observing him. Alvin touched his cheek and asked, what is wrong? Is there something on my face? Jessica gazed at Alvin's face, her eyes filled with a blend of shyness and admiration, which left him feeling slightly uncomfortable. A man of 35 in his past life, now feeling flustered under the gaze of a 19-year-old girl, was quite unexpected. Thus, he attempted to joke, Jessica, did you leave something here with me? Jessica shook her head in confusion. Her face began to redden visibly, to the point where Alvin worried she might spontaneously combust. Embarrassed and flustered, Jessica stomped her foot heavily, causing a loud crack as the wooden floor of the second floor gave way, her entire right leg sinking into the hole. Losing her balance, her upper body naturally leaned back, making her already modest chest appear even smaller. Both were momentarily stunned. Alvin swore he was shocked at the instability of his own home and had no intention of mocking Jessica's mishap. Jessica's complexion shifted from red to white, the color draining from her face almost instantaneously. Imagining her current predicament, one leg trapped in the floor and the other resting on it, Jessica felt utterly humiliated. Avoiding Alvin's gaze, she pushed herself off the ground, yanking her leg free. However, in her haste, she completely tore her pant leg, exposing her fair long leg, while also dislodging a piece of the floor. In utter despair, Jessica covered her face and let out a low, desperate scream before bolting into her room and slamming the door hard. The force was so great that the entire door frame flew off, crashing into the opposing wall. Alvin observed the damage to his house, inwardly lamenting his own foolishness for teasing Jessica, especially given her impressive strength and tendency to be shy. Tomorrow promised to be yet another busy day. Approaching the door, he peeked in to see Jessica sprawled on her bed, burying her head in her pillow, emitting frustrated cries. It was wise, based on the experience of a married man, to avoid provoking a woman in such a state. Chapter 9. Greetings from the principal. Alvin briefly refreshed himself before reclining on his bed. His conversation today with Matt, the daredevil, had struck a chord within him. In his past life, Alvin grew up in Huagua, married, and became a father. He was a proponent of order, believing that both white and black orders invariably triumphed over chaotic disorder. Alvin had safeguarded 3 communities in Hell's Kitchen through his own strength, which was the utmost tolerance of other gangs. Here, a set of established underground rules prevailed, and Alvin could not recklessly violate these rules, lest it incite war, a conflict that would ultimately harm the ordinary impoverished citizens. Once a person becomes accustomed to wielding a gun, the instinct to resolve issues with violence becomes second nature. Thankfully, Alvin had been a man of principles and values in his previous life. Despite acquiring formidable powers in this reincarnation, he always prioritized the rules over sheer strength when confronting challenges. This inclination was what drove him to assist the police in Hell's Kitchen. Unlike Matt, who willingly shackled himself with the weight of the community's safety, Alvin did not possess such burdensome inclinations. Of course, when confronted with individuals or situations that transcended the rules, he was not naive. He would strike when necessary. For instance, the purple-skinned individual sought by S.H.I.L.D. had become a meal for his pet, the carnivorous vine, while he also saved the current restaurant server, Jessica Jones. In his previous life, Alvin had not been particularly interested in American comics, only being somewhat familiar with the Avengers. He recognized Matt solely because the Daredevil had been adapted into a film, and his defining characteristic, a remarkably skilled blind man, was hard to forget. Jessica, a civilian superhero from the Defenders, had escaped his notice entirely. Thus, he felt justified in hiring her as his server. In truth, if Alvin had been aware of Jessica's future trajectory, he might have reconsidered her employment. This mature man held a simple belief that superheroes often brought about monumental troubles. However, at present, he remained blissfully ignorant, only mildly surprised by Jessica's extraordinary strength. After all, having traversed worlds himself, a little girl's greater physical prowess was hardly alarming. Alvin pondered for a moment and chose not to dwell on matters beyond his control. He communicated with his pets. The 3 ghost wolves were assigned to patrol 3 streets, while Thor and Dom remained to guard his establishment. The crows were scattered throughout the nooks and crannies of Hell's Kitchen, tasked with assisting Matt in his duties. Although he had an agreement with Kingpin limiting his territory to 3 nearby blocks, Alvin believed maintaining order would be understood by Kingpin, who remained unaware that the crows were summoned by Alvin. The ghost wolves could not be dispatched. The entirety of Hell's Kitchen's underworld was aware that these massive canines were Alvin's pets. After a restful night, Alvin awakened at 5, washed up, donned a tracksuit, and set out for a morning run. Outside, a Chinese couple was pushing a breakfast cart. Alvin waved and greeted, "Good morning, Uncle Chung, Aunt Chung." Noticing the small, timid boy cowering behind the cart, Alvin chuckled, "Jiawen, I heard you received AD in history on your last exam. You're in for it, kid, mister. Wilson will surely give you a piece of his mind." Aunt Cheng's expression darkened upon hearing this, and she delivered a hefty slap to Jiawen's shoulder, pulling him forth. Jiawen lowered his head, glancing quickly at Alvin before murmuring, "Good morning, Principal." Old Kent, not angered, merely smirked at Jiawen, saying, "You look like you're in for a rough day at school, kiddo." "Haha, I knew with Alvin as your principal, you lot would be in for some trouble." Alvin exchanged pleasantries with Old Kent before instructing, "Hire 2 workers from the kindergarten for 500 to repair the flooring and doors upstairs. Urge them to expedite the work. I recently received 500,000 and need to discuss with the teachers what additional equipment is necessary. Toys should be purchased swiftly. I do not wish to see toddlers running about on streets." Busy with his work, Uncle Chung remarked, "Just some carpentry? I can handle that for you. It's simple, and I won't charge a thing." In the restaurant, Jessica was already awake, engaged in some task. Upon seeing Alvin enter, her face flushed red as she vigorously wiped the table with a cloth. Alvin teased, "At this rate, the paint will come off." Ignoring him, Jessica dropped the cloth and picked up a small comb, vigorously grooming Thor's fur. The large Thor appeared utterly defeated, his tongue lolling out in resignation. Alvin shivered slightly, deciding it best not to provoke the girl further. After all, his belongings were worth a considerable sum. After finishing breakfast, Alvin ascended the stairs to awaken Nick. However, just as he approached the bar, he caught sight of Nick bounding down the stairs on one leg. Upon noticing Alvin, Nick made a series of exaggerated facial expressions, seemingly attempting to convey something. Settling into his wheelchair, Nick grinned mischievously and called out to Jessica, "Jess, I think I need a cup of coffee. There was an earthquake at home yesterday, and I barely slept." Alvin looked on with a smile as Nick dug his own grave, choosing to remain silent. For breakfast, Nick consumed a glass of milk laced with salt, and just as he was about to bite into a bun, it was inadvertently knocked away, causing his wheelchair to topple twice. Desperately seeking assistance from Alvin, Nick received none, as Alvin merely observed the chaos unfolding around him. The tumultuous breakfast came to a close as Nick conceded defeat, lowering his head. At precisely 7 o'clock, a large school bus came to a halt outside the restaurant. Honking its horn, Nick scrambled out of the restaurant in a panic, forgetting his backpack entirely. Alvin shook his head, picked up Nick's bag, and stepped outside. He too wished to visit the school. As he exited, he noticed Jowan helping Nick load his wheelchair onto the bus, while Nick, grasping the door handle, hopped on board on one leg. Alvin greeted JJ, who had placed a shotgun beneath the windshield before tossing Nick's bag to him. He then climbed into his pickup truck, calling Dom to join him in the passenger seat, leaving Thor to guard the household. Chapter 10. Principal's Good Fortune in Hell's Kitchen. There exists a community school with 36 classes for the 12th grade, accommodating over 1,000 students. Alvin is now the principal of this institution. To secure his position, he convened a meeting with the local gang, and through amicable discussions and a fair election, he was appointed as the principal of the community school. As for the principal appointed by the education department, who cares? Upon assuming office, Alvin's first task was to seek out Kim and negotiate. As a gang leader and the underground godfather of Hell's Kitchen, it is only fitting that he contributes to the educational welfare of his hometown. This contribution must not be a one-time affair, but rather a long-term endeavor. Thus, Kim proudly became a school board member with a substantial annual donation of $5 million. With funding secured, recruiting teachers became a manageable task. Even though this is Hell's Kitchen, working in a school is still a respectable occupation, is it not? Engaging a headhunting firm to identify outstanding unemployed teachers, Alvin extended sincere invitations promising excellent benefits, including food, accommodation, and insurance. Surely, Kim's reputation should grant him some leeway. As for the students, being a man who endured alongside his son until the 4th grade, Alvin was well aware of the schedule of a good school. Taking inspiration from the schedule of Menacing High School, the day commenced at 7:30 a.m. with morning study. Classes began at 8 o'clock a.m. A break was observed from 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m., and dismissal occurred at 5 o'clock p.m., with voluntary evening study starting at 7 o'clock p.m. Those unwilling to participate must seek permission from Principal Alvin, who would typically deny requests unless there was a family emergency or a house fire. However, Alvin was often busy and seldom present at the school. Standing at the entrance, Alvin observed the students scurrying into the school as if they were mice avoiding a cat. Listening to the current vice principal, the former principal Nelson Norris, praise his methods greatly pleased him. Why should his son endure a rigorous schedule of 6 to 9 while these unruly children frolic joyfully? All must attend classes. Henceforth, this will be the Mayatanchang branch of Hell's Kitchen. JJ, armed with a shotgun as a bodyguard, shed a tear of sympathy for the children of this school. What kind of institution is this? It resembles a concentration camp for children in Hell's Kitchen. Dom relished following Alvin to school, finding the work extremely engaging. Tackling a student to the ground, listening to their terrified screams while scavenging for interesting trinkets brought him immense delight. In a short time, Dom had amassed a pile of loot, including snacks and toys. Several children of varying sizes stood before Alvin, clutching the confiscated dangerous items, awaiting judgment. Alvin twirled a uniquely designed butterfly knife, questioning a white boy aged 13 to 14 about his class and name, and why he brought a knife to school. The boy, defiantly lifting his chin, replied, "My name is Philip class 1 of the ninth grade. The knife is for trimming my nails. JJ, witnessing the spectacle, burst into laughter. Do you need a half-foot-long knife to trim your nails? Alvin could not tolerate the boy's insolence and struck Philip on the neck, causing him to cry out in pain and crouch down, cradling his head. Though the boy had been struck, he remained defiant, glaring at Alvin. This was unacceptable. How dare he glare at the principal? Detention for 2 days. Nelson, give him a school motto to copy 100 times. Alvin commanded angrily. I will find a way to discipline you. If the school's methods fail, we shall resort to prison once. As Philip was dragged into the school by the imposing JJ, the other children trembled in fear, readily admitting their mistakes and accepting punishments that involved copying the school motto 1,050 times. However, a small, chubby black boy presented a challenge to Alvin. Gritting his teeth, he coldly inquired, "What is your name? Which class are you in? Who the hell told you to bring marijuana to school?" The boy, lowering his head, stammered, "My name is Raven, class 2 of the 6th grade. My dad told me to bring the marijuana." Alvin roared in indignation. "Who the hell is your father?" Raven, trembling with fear, replied, "My teacher, Mr. Nathan, always has headaches. He is very kind to me. My father knew, so he asked me to bring a bag of marijuana to help him feel better." Alvin, stifling his rage, kicked a metal trash can at the entrance. Conflicted emotions surged within him. The boy's father was likely a drug dealer, sending his son to deliver marijuana to a teacher as a remedy for headaches. What kind of situation is this? Unable to blame young Raven, Alvin gently patted his head and said, "Teachers with headaches should see a doctor. Do not bring marijuana to school again, or you will face detention like Philip. This bag of marijuana will be confiscated. Now hurry to class." Raven, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, hurried into the school. Observing Alvin's discontent, Nelson chuckled softly. Things have improved significantly. Just a few years ago, this place was practically a breeding ground for gang talent. Can you believe children openly sold drugs here? Alvin paused, taken aback, then coldly replied, "How is the land application to the city government coming along? I need to expedite the construction of student dormitories to keep these children contained within the school and prevent them from roaming the streets. I want them all to attend college." Nelson smiled. "It is nearly complete. There is ample space in Hell's Kitchen. The vacant lot behind the school is sufficient to build 2 teaching buildings and 2 student dormitories, along with a faculty dormitory." After a moment's hesitation, Nelson added, "But about the design of the student dormitories, won't 6 students per 30 square meter room be too cramped?" Alvin shot Nelson a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that he had not seen student dormitories in the remote areas of Huagua. He had not intended for the dormitories to resemble large barracks. These children should be grateful for the arrangements. 6 students, and he still thinks it cramped? Many universities in Huagua do not even meet that standard. 95% of families in Hell's Kitchen live in abject poverty, and I am not charging tuition. What more do you want? Perhaps sensing Alvin's disapproving gaze, Nelson quickly shifted the subject, but at least we're providing a safe learning environment for the children, allowing them to study without worry. Your contributions to this school will be remembered by history, the silver-haired gentleman remarked. These words lifted Alvin's spirits, and he happily patted Nelson on the shoulder. This old fellow had been the principal in Hell's Kitchen for 15 years. He possessed a certain level of expertise. Though his character was somewhat lacking, at least he spoke in a manner that endeared him to others, and he was skilled in dealings with the education department. Ultimately, the operation of this school would still rely on the support of the education department, as they provided equipment and funding, which required Alvin's efforts to secure. "You scoundrel! Look at what you've done!" An elderly voice called out from behind, berating him. Alvin rubbed his nose. The owner of that voice was not quite as endearing. Chapter 11. The old professor and the supercomputer retired from Columbia University's mathematics department. Professor Alvin welcomed his first faculty member, Nicolas Cage, a boorish and portly gentleman with the same name as a Hollywood star whom Alvin had known in a previous life. Initially reluctant and even vocally resistant, Cage's enthusiasm for teaching was rekindled after several invitations from Alvin to visit the school. In his own words, he expressed that while the institution might not produce another Einstein, it certainly would cultivate a plethora of mathematical talent. He had developed an affection for the school's educational system. which imposed strict penalties for students who neglected their assignments or disrespected their teachers. Students who made grave errors would find themselves regretting their choices in a repurposed storage room, reminiscent of a prison more than a place of learning. Yet the old man regarded this environment as the fairest for fostering students and shaping their futures. Here, there existed no class distinctions. Every student was treated equally, with merit measured solely by their grades. Children from humble backgrounds thrived in their studies, while those from affluent families faced immense academic pressures, often burdened with additional extracurricular pursuits. As they approached college admissions or entered society, the privileged youth would find themselves starting at a significantly higher and more comfortable position than their less fortunate peers. In this institution, all students were held to the same standards. Even members of the various sports teams were required to maintain passing grades to participate in practices. Alvin scoffed at the notion of inherent learning disabilities, asserting that if one could excel in sports and comprehend strategies, they could certainly pass their exams. In his previous life, Alvin's son had a classmate with an IQ of only 85, yet the teacher had managed to ensure that he passed every subject. Thus, in this setting, Alvin placed no faith in tears, only in results. Damn it, Alvin, you've dragged me here to teach students, and here I am. But what have you done? You spent money reinforcing the walls, and even added an electric fence. The old man demanded a multimedia teaching center, which Alvin agreed to, but he balked at the request for a supercomputer, deeming it excessive. While that equipment would be beneficial for all faculty, even a second-hand supercomputer would cost millions. Cage pondered for a moment. His late career aspirations lay within these walls, and leaving was not an option he could voice. After a lengthy pause, he declared, "I'll complain to the Department of Education." Alvin shook his head in disappointment, explaining, "Professor Cage, you must understand that our school is not affluent. What could you possibly report to the Education Department? Our students only reach the 12th grade. What use would we have for such equipment?" He gestured toward Principal Nelson, whose hair had turned white from worrying over the school's scant funding. "As a seasoned professor, surely you can empathize, right? Rest assured, we will acquire a supercomputer. We believe in enduring hardship before savoring sweetness. Once our school situation improves, we shall address this matter forthwith." In Chinese, there is a saying about a stone in a latrine, stinky and hard, aptly describing individuals like Professor Cage. Unmoved by Alvin's words, Cage looked down upon him with disdain, saying, "It is evident that you are an uneducated fool. Do you not realize how many brilliant minds in America, dedicated to mathematics and physics, are languishing in line for access to our school's supercomputer to validate their experimental results? Once you have it, those talented individuals will be clamoring at your doorstep." Alvin felt a pang in his heart. Although he had never attended college, he had certainly heard that talent was paramount. "Is it truly necessary to so openly scorn me?" he thought. Despite feeling tempted by Cage's argument, he shrugged and replied, "We simply lack the funds. What can we do?" The old man gestured grandly, "No money?" Then turned to the gangs in Hell's Kitchen. "Their children all need to attend this school. The school requires support, and shouldn't the parents contribute a little? From what I understand, there are over 20 gangs in Hell's Kitchen. If each contributed 100,000, that would suffice. I have an old friend at Columbia's procurement office. They are looking to offload a supercomputer, and I could secure it at a favorable price." With a wink, the old man projected an air of influence. Alvin gasped at Cage's proposition. Was this man a professor or a highwayman? How had this brigand survived for over 70 years in the perilous world of Marvel? However, purchasing a supercomputer for 200,000 was indeed an attractive deal. Yet the idea of soliciting funds from gangs was utterly absurd. It would be imperative that they voluntarily donate rather than being asked outright. This would depend on the school's academic performance and graduation rates. If they could demonstrate that their students had the potential to follow different paths, fundraising would become straightforward. But at present, that was simply not feasible. Alvin rubbed his nose, contemplating whether it was wise to beg for money in a more creative manner, but he recognized that if one were to shear a sheep too aggressively, it would become frantic. With a resigned expression, he addressed Professor Cage. "Seeking fund from gangs is the worst possible approach and must be avoided. You can continue discussions on that front, but if all else fails..." I will consider reallocating a portion of the budget from the back teaching building and see if Nelson can secure a loan. Nevertheless, this semester must yield results. They could not afford to be without a supercomputer, for no high school in all of America dared to undertake such an initiative. Cage was pleased with Alvin's humility and adjusted his tie, declaring with satisfaction, "This is my responsibility." Several students in the 12th grade show promise. I can write them recommendation letters for Columbia University. I have spoken with Professor Wilson, and this year's ATC exam could see half of these students surpass 22 points. Ah, fool, the only thing I truly admire about you is your established teaching system. You cannot train a horse without a whip. The old man's expression was fierce, as if compelling someone to sign a loan document. Alvin and Nelson nodded submissively, eager to comply. Seeing Alvin's agreement, Cage gleefully patted him on the shoulder, proclaiming, "You shall not regret this." Chapter 12. The principal's displeasure upon arriving at school. Alvin encountered Professor Cage, which soured his mood considerably. When Alvin was in a foul state, unfortunate events befell the students. "What were you holding hands for during school hours?" "Separate at once." "What? Freedom to fall in love?" "I've spent 12 years in school without a romantic relationship. So who do you think you are to indulge in such nonsense?" "Separate. Otherwise, you'll all be confined to the little black room." "How outrageous!" "In our school, from the 1st grade to the 12th, romantic relationships are strictly prohibited. You'd be better off spending that time on practice papers and exercises." Sensing the impending disaster, Nelson hastily concocted an excuse to make his escape, knowing that Alvin's bad mood could easily turn him into collateral damage. "Spitting on the floor? Who gave you the audacity? Go to the supply room, grab a mop, and clean this entire corridor." "What? You didn't make the mess in other areas?" "Fool! Then go clean 2 floors. This is your punishment. Don't you understand?" As chaos ensued throughout the school, Alvin's frustrations were somewhat alleviated. Spotting his office ahead, he decided to take a moment to rest. As the principal, his office was quite spacious, divided into an inner and outer section, with the outer area housing the secretary's desk. When Alvin entered, he found a plump African-American woman named Olivia, dressed in a white floral dress, applying makeup in front of a small mirror. Upon seeing Alvin, she rushed over, embraced him, and planted a flurry of kisses on his cheeks. Olivia, with a hearty laugh, exclaimed, "Alvin, you truly have a way with words. I wish you would come to work here every day. I heard that old Cage is causing you trouble again today." A shiver ran down Alvin's spine at the thought of Cage discovering the mischief he had orchestrated. He quickly halted Olivia's enthusiastic advances and inquired, "Is there something pressing today?" As he made his way to his office, settling into a luxurious executive chair, he crossed his legs, listening to Olivia's report. Several parents have called to complain about alleged mistreatment of their children and are demanding a change in the school schedule. Others have called, hurling a barrage of profanity. The education department has also phoned, stating they received a report and will be conducting an inspection. Alvin nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he replied, "Well done, Olivia. I knew you would be a valuable ally. Oh, Professor Wilson came looking for you. He asked me to inform you of your arrival. Would you like me to notify him?" Olivia said. Alvin nodded. Professor Wilson was a composed individual who would not seek him out without cause. He gestured for Olivia to inform Professor Wilson while he pondered how he might procure some funds. This school was indeed a money-draining machine. The government funding, along with the $5 million he managed to beg from Kingpin, was woefully insufficient. Loans were not a reliable solution. Having lived as an ordinary citizen in his past life, he had never developed a habit of borrowing money. Upon arriving in this world, Alvin had conducted some research and knew of only 2 wealthy individuals: the notorious playboy Tony Stark, who was still indulging in his escapades, and Norman Osborn of Oscorp. One was Iron Man, the other the Green Goblin. These were the only 2 wealthy figures Alvin was aware of. Yet how could he possibly extract funds from them? Both were super rich, while Alvin was merely the owner of a restaurant in Hell's Kitchen, making it nearly impossible to approach them. Feeling frustrated, he recalled the only superhero he had encountered in this world, Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, but he was a quintessential pauper, often coming to seek assistance from Alvin alongside Foggy. The prospect of making money from him was out of the question. As he was deep in thought, Olivia entered with Professor Wilson. Wilson, a handsome man nearing 70, had captured the hearts of many female teachers at the school. Each time Alvin saw him, he was reminded of the Hollywood star Sean Connery from his past life. The older Wilson got, the more distinguished he appeared. Alvin rose to offer Wilson a seat on the sofa and instructed Olivia to bring 2 cups of coffee before asking, "Professor, what brings you here? I hope it's not about money. I'm at my wits' end with Professor Cage." Professor Wilson smiled warmly at the frazzled Alvin and reassured him, "Do not worry. I am not here to ask for funds. I recently discovered a peculiar little girl outside the school. She may be an undocumented immigrant, and I would like to bring her to our school. I cannot bear to see a 4- or 5-year-old girl wandering in the dangerous Hell's Kitchen. It poses far too great a risk for her." Hearing that it was merely about admitting a little girl to the school, Alvin breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't a financial matter. He quickly interjected, "No problem, let her come. I'll have Nelson handle her enrollment. As for her identity issues, I can brainstorm with Michael." Wilson waved his hand dismissively. "I've already resolved her identity issues, and she has attended classes for 2 days. I sought you out for another reason." He paused, gazing at Alvin with a smile that hinted at unspoken thoughts. An uneasy feeling crept over Alvin. This little girl might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Hesitant to engage with Wilson's implications, he squinted at him, waiting to see what he would say next. Unlike the brash Professor Cage, Wilson was not one to indulge in frivolity. With a hint of embarrassment, he confessed, "My wife and I have completed the adoption paperwork for this little girl. However, we have found ourselves overwhelmed. There is simply too much work at the school. We realize we cannot care for her adequately. So I hope, Alvin, that you will take on the responsibility of looking after this child. She is remarkable, and I have given her the name Ginny Yi." Rising slightly, he bowed slightly and added solemnly, "I sincerely hope you will consider adopting her." Upon hearing the name Wilson had chosen for the child, Ginny Yi, sharing his surname, Alvin felt insulted by the apparent coincidence. Suppressing the urge to punch Wilson in the nose, he decided to hold his temper, considering the old man's dedication to the school alongside his wife. Chapter 13. The aroma of fear upon returning to the restaurant. The clock was nearly striking 11. Alvin parked the car by the roadside. Dom, displaying his cleverness, opened the car door and leapt out, using his front paw to close the door behind him. He shook his fur, which glistened in the sunlight like rippling water. After a refreshing yawn, Dom trotted to the entrance and exchanged a greeting with Saul. The 2 wolves gently bumping heads before Dom settled down on the other side of the door. A heap of construction debris lay at the entrance, indicating that Uncle Cheng's progress was commendable. Pushing open the door to the restaurant, Alvin found Jessica languidly polishing glasses behind the bar. Her mood seemed to have brightened, perhaps in tandem with the restoration of the building. Upon seeing Alvin, she greeted him with a radiant smile. The restaurant was not yet bustling with patrons. Only a young Latina woman and an African-American woman stood, quickly rising to acknowledge Alvin. The latter, her eyes brimming with tears, opened her arms wide and enveloped Alvin in a heartfelt embrace, resting her head on his shoulder as she exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you, Alvin. You are my savior. You are a good person. Thank you." Alvin was momentarily taken aback by her words, unsure of where to place his hands, casting a questioning glance towards Jessica. Amused by Alvin's bewilderment, Jessica mouthed the words "food truck" Archie to him. "Oh, now it made sense." Gently pushing the African-American woman aside, Alvin inquired, "Are you Archie?" He then glanced at the Latina woman. "And you must be Lilith?" The Latina woman, embodying the warm traditions of South American hospitality, embraced Alvin enthusiastically, leaving a vibrant kiss on each of his cheeks. "Yes, I am Lilith, thank you. Alvin, may God bless you." Lilith, possessing a striking beauty and likely under 30, had a curvaceous figure, though the pressures of life rendered her somewhat wan. Alvin's food truck had rekindled her hopes for a better life. "If possible, I would like to invite you to my home for dinner tonight as a token of my gratitude," she said, her eyes sparkling with unspoken words. This invitation, evidently laced with ulterior motives, elicited a heavy scoff from Jessica behind the bar. The glass in her hand creaked under the strain, teetering on the brink of disaster. Alvin shivered slightly, patting Lilith on the shoulder and gently pushing her away from his chest. With a smile, Alvin replied, "I graciously accept your thanks. My only hope is that you both manage the food truck diligently and strive to live well. This world is far too cruel for us, but we must not relinquish hope. Alvin's words deeply touched the two women, who began wiping away tears while repeatedly expressing their gratitude. The two young African-American men seated at their table stood up, thumping their chests with their fists and gesturing towards Alvin, essentially conveying, "Brother, I will remember your kindness. If you need anything, count on me. I will go to great lengths for you." As the principal of a community school, Alvin was acutely aware of the dynamics in the room. He beckoned to the two young men. "Come here, boys." They eagerly approached, but as they began to greet him, Alvin raised his hand to halt them, saying, "Boys, skipping class is a serious offense in my school." Only then did the two young men realize that Alvin was not just a good-hearted benefactor, but also the formidable principal of the local school. Their expressions turned pale, like they had been dusted with white powder, as they lowered their heads in anticipation of his judgment. They were clearly seasoned in the consequences of their actions, knowing that any defense would only exacerbate their situation. Noticing their sincere remorse, Alvin smiled benevolently. "Since you have the energy to skip class, you can help clean the sidewalk in front of my restaurant." Watching the two young men who looked as though they wished to flee, he continued, "Not just today, but for the entire week. I typically rise at 5 in the morning, and when I do, I want to see the sidewalk spotless enough for someone to sleep on comfortably. It's 11 now. You can still make it to school in time for lunch." Exchanging glances filled with despair, the two young men reluctantly bid their mother farewell and headed off to school. Archie, the African-American woman, witnessing her sons being reprimanded, did not express anger, but instead embraced Alvin once more. "Thank you so much, Alvin. You are the only one who can keep these troublesome boys in line. Sometimes, I fear they might end up like their father, in prison," she lamented, tears beginning to flow anew. With a smile, Alvin addressed the two women. "Time is of the essence. I must commence my business. Please take a seat, and I will treat you to a steak for lunch." With that, he dismissed their protests and ushered them to their seats. Entering the bar area, he donned an apron and ignited all 10 burners on the stove, placing 10 small iron plates and brushing them with olive oil. The steaks had been marinated in advance, ready to sizzle once the oil heated. Jessica glared at Alvin with frustration as she cradled her head, then dashed upstairs to summon Uncle Chung. As the aroma of sizzling steak wafted through the restaurant, patrons began to trickle in, as if they had timed their arrival meticulously. Each serving consisted of a half-inch thick steak, a portion of pasta, and a fried egg. The first plate was presented to Uncle Chung, who sat shyly in the corner of the bar. "Try my cooking. Don't be so reserved, Uncle Chung. Relax. You're a guest here." There was no menu service, as the sole offering was the iron plate steak priced at $20 per serving. Beverages were only available in the evening. Jessica busily served each guest a glass of lemonade, then proceeded to deliver the prepared steaks to the tables in an orderly fashion. Many of the patrons were drawn by word of mouth. Local residents were typically preoccupied with their daily struggles and did not frequent the restaurant during lunchtime. Only in the evening did they come to enjoy a beer and unwind when Alvin's business was less hectic. Alvin stood at the stove, amused as he listened to a group of sharply dressed young men, clearly the epitome of elite sophistication, recounting tales of a golden-haired youth who boldly ventured into Hell's Kitchen. Discovering this very restaurant, he boasted about the unique flavor of the steak, describing the aroma as a blend of savory delight and the fear that permeated the kitchen, promising an extraordinary experience. Alvin recognized this fellow. His escapades in Hell's Kitchen could easily fill a collection of humorous anecdotes. Given his earnest endeavor to promote the restaurant, Alvin chose not to expose the exaggerations of his tale. Chapter 14. I'm also a father by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Alvin had busily sold all 50 steaks. With no further tasks at hand, he approached the bar and retrieved a jar of goji berries, preparing himself a cup of goji tea. In his previous life, his wife would always brew a cup for him in a thermos every morning before he left for work. He would joke with her, teasingly, often earning a few playful swats, but feeling invigorated as he set off for the day. Now he found himself steeping a cup alone, reminiscent of those fond memories. Lost in thought, he was brought back to reality by the sound of knocking on the bar. Refocusing his gaze, he saw Jessica. "What is the matter? Did you miscount the money again? I keep telling you to study more, but you refuse," Alvin said, somewhat dazed, oblivious to the displeasure on Jessica's face. After receiving a playful punch, Alvin fully awoke, realizing, how could a lady strike her boss? I'll have to dock your pay. Unfazed, Jessica glared at him, muttering under her breath, it'd be better if you docked it all. Then you could support me for life. Alvin tapped her forehead with his finger, teasing, what on earth do you think about all day? Support you for life? If a man ever says that to you, just give him a punch. I guarantee you won't regret it. Foolishness. Jessica pouted, her doe-like eyes fixed on Alvin, feigning a look of impending tears. Alvin crossed his arms, trying to suppress the goosebumps rising on his skin. Get back to work, you silly girl. It's best you focus on your job. If someone pursues you in the future, bring him to me. I'll ensure you aren't deceived. Jessica huffed. You don't need to worry about me. I know exactly what I'm looking for. Alvin retorted, well, just make sure it's not someone like me. You'd be hard-pressed to find that. I won't settle for less. My woman must be at least a 36D. He cast a glance at Jessica's modest chest. Boss, that girl is quite a catch. You're not being very gentlemanly. A blonde elite youth chimed in, playfully bumping fists with Alvin and mimicking some gestures of street culture, hoping for his cooperation. Alvin merely observed him with amusement as the blonde youth chuckled awkwardly. The steak here is fantastic. He then turned to join his companions waiting at the door, boasting, see, I know the owner. He is the godfather of this street. Not long after the young man left, an old Ford sedan pulled up in front of the restaurant. The driver's door swung open, and JJ emerged, heading to the passenger side to assist a 16 or 17-year-old African-American boy, whose arm was bandaged and stained with blood, indicating a serious injury. Following them, Professor Wilson exited the back seat, accompanied by a 5 or 6-year-old brown-haired girl. Noticing the professor's somber expression, Alvin felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Jessica promptly welcomed Professor Wilson and the little girl, offering them water. JJ firmly struck the back of the boy's head, causing him to bend over, then restrained him as he attempted to retaliate, sternly stating, this kid hurt Mrs. Wilson. Seeing Alvin about to erupt, Professor Wilson quickly stood, waving his hands. It wasn't an injury. He just pushed her, and she fell. The doctor said she would be fine after a couple of days. Stopping Alvin in his tracks, Professor Wilson added apologetically, in fact, it was Ginny who scratched Jason's arm, which is why I can't find you, Alvin. I'm so sorry for the trouble. Hearing that Mrs. Wilson was all right eased Alvin's worries. The Wilsons were pillars of the school. He initially ignored the struggling boy in JJ's grip and instead focused on the little girl clinging to the professor's coat. He recognized her as the girl Professor Wilson had mentioned earlier, the one he wished to adopt. In his previous life, he had longed for a daughter, but due to modest means, he and his wife hesitated to have another child, fearing the financial strain. Now, before even being married, a daughter appeared at his doorstep. Though he had been slightly displeased with Professor Wilson's unilateral decision earlier, seeing the delicate girl gazing at him with the wide eyes of a frightened creature melted his heart. Alvin knelt down, offering the little girl a gentle smile. You must be Ginny, right? My name is Alvin. He extended his hand toward her. At that moment, Alvin resembled a kind father, his face radiating warmth and anticipation as he looked at his daughter. Such an expression on a typical 25-year-old might seem peculiar, but on Alvin, it appeared remarkably harmonious, as if he were born for this role. With his hand open and still, he awaited her response, his eyes filled with encouragement. Ginny glanced between Alvin and Professor Wilson, noticing the professor nodding encouragingly. Gradually, she released her grip on the professor's coat, tentatively reaching out to touch Alvin's palm like a small creature seeking sustenance. Alvin patiently awaited her, his smile growing brighter. He recognized the extreme sensitivity and insecurity of this little girl and felt compelled to shower her with the affection he had wished to bestow upon his own daughter in his past life. Finally, her tiny hand rested in his larger one, and Ginny felt the warmth emanating from Alvin's palm, a sensation she cherished. It was a feeling she had only ever experienced from him, one of comfort and safety. Having wandered through many places, it was in a chaotic, dilapidated neighborhood at a restaurant called Peace Hotel that she felt an unprecedented sense of belonging. The Wilsons had shown her kindness, but Alvin offered her warmth and protection. The little girl savored the warmth of Alvin's palm, reluctant to let go. Shyly, she pointed to herself with her left hand and whispered, Ginny. Overjoyed, Alvin gently tightened his grip, enveloping Ginny's small hand within his own. He mirrored her gesture with his left hand, indicating himself, Alvin. Ginny finally lowered her guard, a smile gracing her little face as she pointed at Alvin, declaring, Alvin, you. Daddy. Clearly, Professor Wilson had prepared Ginny psychologically before their arrival. But who cared? Alvin felt his heart swell with joy, almost ready to burst. Smiling brightly, he nodded and pointed to himself, Alvin, Daddy. Ginny's smile widened as she grasped Alvin's hand, burying her small face against him like a returning puppy, her eyes squinting in bliss as she greedily inhaled his scent. Cradling her face with one hand and stroking her brown hair with the other, Alvin felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. At last, he was a father. Chapter 15. A call to dear father. Through simple exchanges and tentative interactions, Ginny gradually found solace. The little girl, still grappling with her speech, struggled somewhat to communicate, yet Alvin was unfazed. She was his daughter, and he could teach her at a leisurely pace. Gently cradling Ginny in his arms, the small child initially tensed but soon relaxed completely, burying her head in her father's neck, greedily absorbing the warmth of kinship. In a barely audible whisper, she called out, Daddy. Alvin felt his heart skip a beat. No wonder it is said that daughters are the lovers of their fathers in a past life. He had never felt this kind of nervousness even while courting his wife. Their relationship had blossomed naturally over time, culminating in a harmonious union. But his daughter was different. He would gladly pluck the stars from the heavens for her, forever acting as her guardian. As he held Ginny close, Alvin extended his right hand for a firm handshake with Professor Wilson, saying, Thank you, Professor Wilson, for bringing me an angel. Professor Wilson returned the handshake with a wry smile, replying, I hope you always feel that way, Alvin. I knew I wouldn't be mistaken. You are the most remarkable young man I have ever encountered. Alvin, dismissing the underlying implications in Professor Wilson's words, confidently declared, of course. Ginny will be a little angel. My little angel. Professor Wilson nodded, visibly relieved, and remarked, She is exceptionally special, Alvin. My wife and I sincerely wish to adopt her. However, after spending a few days with her, we realize that we lack the means to protect her. She is simply too extraordinary. Alvin, promise me that you will safeguard her and cherish her as your treasure, so that this old man does not regret his decision. Alvin solemnly nodded, assuring, I promise. She will be my treasure. No one shall harm her, not even God. Alvin pondered the stark contrast between professors, reflecting on Professor Cage's raucous demeanor compared to Professor Wilson's gentlemanly bearing highlighted the vast disparity. Reluctant to part with his daughter, Alvin turned to face a youth who exuded the unmistakable air of a gang member, sighing inwardly at the need to expedite the school uniform order. Contemplating the outlandish attire these children donned, flamboyant t-shirts, overly baggy jeans, and cheap jewelry, the brazen youth wore a defiant expression and fixed an unwavering stare at Alvin. Recognizing his position as principal and aware of the presence of others in the cafeteria, Alvin suppressed the urge to strike the boy and inquired, Tell me, why did you harm Mrs. Wilson? Those familiar with Alvin knew this boy was in for trouble. If Alvin resorted to both reprimanding and assaulting him, that would be the end of it. However, should the boy respond poorly to Alvin's serious inquiry, his fate would be sealed. Yet, this youth seemed unafraid, defiantly snarling. That old hag thinks I should apologize? I should stab her as a lesson. Alvin felt a chill run through him. What kind of environment breeds such delinquents? The worst students he had encountered in his past life merely exchanged words with their teachers, yet this little rascal contemplated stabbing a beloved, respected elder. Ginny, who had been nestled in Alvin's embrace, reacted fiercely upon hearing the boy's insult towards Mrs. Wilson. She abruptly twisted her body, scrunching her nose and baring her teeth, emitting an enraged howl. Her right hand balled into a fist, revealing two gleaming blades that glinted as they were aimed at the boy. With swift reflexes, Alvin encircled Ginny's hands within his embrace, disregarding the sharp edges that grazed his chest. His actions were so prompt that, aside from JJ, no one else seemed to notice the incident. Alvin lifted Ginny slightly, using her petite form to shield the blood seeping from his wound, ensuring that others remained oblivious to the anomaly. He gazed tenderly at Ginny, resting his forehead against hers, and softly said, "Sweetheart, these matters are for Daddy to handle. All right?" Ginny's expression softened, and she murmured in agreement, burying her head in Alvin's neck, dismissing the insolent boy. The boy, clearly accustomed to being dominant, was momentarily startled by Ginny's fierce response. He shouted in a panic, "Keep her away from me. She's a monster," struggling fiercely. He soon found his efforts futile against the robust JJ, who held him firmly. Despite his initial bravado, the boy's defiance waned as JJ applied gentle pressure, causing him to calm down yet glare menacingly at Alvin, seemingly indifferent to his authority. The term monster made Ginny stiffen momentarily, and Alvin sensed her discomfort. He gently patted her back, offering comfort. In a softer tone, he addressed the boy. "I know your name is Jason. Who are your parents? Where do you live? I believe I need to speak with them." Jason scoffed. "They're dead. Go find them in hell." Alvin nodded, replying, "If your parents are deceased and you've managed to survive, you must have joined a gang. Which one? I'd like to have a word with your leader." With an air of bravado, Jason declared, "My boss is James Lancer from 58th Street. Let me go and apologize, or our ZL gang one T spare you. We'll take you all down." Alvin paid no heed to Jason's threats, instead turning to JJ. "Are there many kids like this in the school?" JJ contemplated for a moment before responding. "There were a few at first, but after we addressed their issues with meals, there aren't too many left now." Alvin considered this, saying, "So there's still some, then?" He turned to the elderly Kent, who had been silently observing. "Kent, are you familiar with this ZL gang?" "I've never heard of them." Kent, prompted by the inquiry, made a phone call to verify the information, then replied, "Yes, there is a ZL gang, a group of reckless youths responsible for distributing goods for Black Bear in the 58th District. Would you like me to summon their leader?" Alvin nodded. Black Bear was a rival of the notorious Bloody Jason, and Jason himself belonged to the lowest echelon of the Hell's Kitchen gang, merely performing tasks for the higher-ups in exchange for meager compensation. Bloody Jason was known as New York's largest drug wholesaler and had a long-standing feud with Black Bear. Given his reputation, it was unlikely he would last much longer. "Let us bring in his boss, as well as that Black Bear, the one involved in drug dealings in Hell's Kitchen, shall we?" Upon Kent's affirmative nod, Alvin instructed, "Let us summon them together." Jason, realizing Alvin was dismissive of his gang leader, felt a surge of panic. He might have stirred a significant problem. Alvin glanced at Jason, instructing JJ, "Find him a seat and keep a close watch on him." Chapter 16. We are different after settling matters. I realized it was nearly 3 o'clock. Embracing Ginny, I entered the bar and poured her a glass of lemonade before ascending the staircase together. In Alvin's room, Ginny stood on the floor, her fingers intertwined, uncertain of where to place them. The expression on her small face revealed a blend of shyness and anxiety. Alvin removed his torn checkered shirt, rolled it into a ball, and wiped it across his chest. Crouching down to meet Ginny's gaze, he pointed to his own chest and reassured her, "Look, I'm fine. Daddy is strong." In surprise, Ginny leapt towards Alvin, her tiny hands exploring his chest, searching for the wounds she had caused. In the end, she found only 4 faint scars, barely noticeable unless examined closely. Alvin lovingly tidied her somewhat disheveled hair, kissed her forehead, and comforted her. "Ginny, you're very clever. We can take our time." After another kiss, he pulled Ginny's hands over and gently brushed her fingers, noticing some dried blood still present. With a hint of concern, he asked, "Does it hurt?" Ginny tilted her head, realizing Alvin was expressing his care for her. With a happy smile, she replied, "I'm used to it. It doesn't hurt." As she spoke, she tenderly wiped away the furrowed brow of Alvin, saying, "It's okay, Daddy. I'm not afraid." Alvin felt his heart melt. His daughter was showing concern for him. He thought to himself, even if he bore 2 knives and 2 handguns, he would still cherish her. He hugged Ginny tightly and walked to the window, beckoning her to join him. Curious, Ginny approached, but Alvin noticed her small stature prevented her from seeing outside. Amused, he watched as she clambered onto the windowsill, straining to catch a glimpse. He lifted her into his arms and pointed outside, saying, "Ginny, we are different, and so is Daddy." Outside, the alley was deserted, and a thick, dark green vine emerged from a gutter, stretching towards Alvin's window. He pinched the delicate tip of the vine, which shivered in delight, as if acknowledging him. Then, he directed the vine to greet Ginny, who stood wide-eyed in astonishment. Alvin playfully nudged Ginny's forehead with his own, declaring, "See, Daddy is also different," which is why Ginny is Alvin's daughter. We're not like others. Ginny's laughter was pure, relishing Alvin's affection, nodding vigorously as she echoed, "Ginny, Daddy, we are different from others." Alvin affectionately touched noses with Ginny and waved away the vine. He set her down and ruffled her hair, saying, "Daddy will change his clothes. And then we can go buy you some outfits, shall we?" Ginny looked at Alvin and replied, "I want Daddy, not clothes." Compared to the chubby son from his past life, who desired everything he saw, Ginny was on an entirely different plane. Alvin donned a new checkered shirt, layered a gray jacket over it, and paired it with dark blue jeans, presenting himself as a humble yet sturdy northern farmer. He placed a baseball cap atop Ginny's head and smiled, saying, "Let's set off, my princess." Taking her tiny hand, they dashed downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found the restaurant nearly empty, save for a disheveled middle-aged man with a beard, sitting in a corner, nursing a cup of coffee, lost in thought. This was of no concern to Alvin. It was merely a restaurant, and one could choose to sit as they pleased. In a cheerful mood, he instructed Jessica to serve the man a beer, believing it more fitting than coffee. Turning to Jessica, he smiled and said, "Come with me. The boss is treating you to clothes." Jessica, just as she delivered the beer to the middle-aged man, exclaimed in excitement, "Are we going to 7th Avenue?" Alvin pondered for a moment before deciding, "No, let's go to the Shirley clothing store on 27th Street. Jessica let out a disappointed sigh, but quickly brightened up. Recognizing that gifts were indeed on the horizon, she hurriedly removed her apron, clasped her hands behind her back, and skipped out the door with Alvin. Alvin instructed old Kent at the entrance, "Kent, summon 2 of the crew to clean my attic and move Mr. Nickcaster's belongings up there. He has long wished to reside in the attic, and this time we shall fulfill his desire, as our little princess requires his room. Also, please ask Old Juan to prepare a pink set of furniture for our princess to be ready by tonight." Old Kent happily assented, jokingly bowing with an imaginary hat, exclaiming, "At your service, your highness." He then called several young men and headed upstairs to the restaurant. Unbeknownst to anyone, when Alvin mentioned Nick, the disheveled middle-aged man displayed a strange mixture of guilt, longing, and fear across his face. Upon hearing Alvin plan to move Nick to the attic, his expression shifted to anger. Yet when he learned the attic was Nick's wish, joy glimmered in his eyes. It was as if Nick's emotions were intertwined with his own. Listening to Alvin proudly showcase his daughter, he could not help but feel envious. After instructing JJ to keep an eye on the young man Jason, Alvin hopped into the car, bringing Ginny and Jessica along for a spin, driving to the Shirley clothing store, just a block away, which specialized in women's attire, including children's clothing. The owner, Shirley, a beautiful woman in her 40s, though not extravagantly dressed, always appeared refined, her carefully chosen, inexpensive accessories radiating a certain brilliance. Alvin could tell she had a story to tell. However, that was of little concern to him. Upon entering the shop, he waved grandly to Jessica, signaling her to buy. The owner, amused, intercepted Alvin's boorish enthusiasm, first pulling Jessica aside to select a few outfits for Ginny to try on. A princess dress, lovely. One in every color. A sports outfit, gorgeous. One in pink, yellow, and green. A t-shirt with denim overalls, topped off with a denim jacket. Absolutely stunning. A baseball cap too, perfect. Alvin and Ginny exchanged playful fist bumps, laughing as they stood before the large mirror. They appeared undeniably like a father and daughter, their differing skin tones not detracting from their bond. Seeing Ginny's delight, Alvin, even more thrilled, declared, "Let's get 10 sets." With Jessica's assistance, they gathered an assortment of shoes, socks, underwear, and pajamas. However, Jessica's own clothing selection was met with much less enthusiasm. Denim shorts with a crop top. "Boss, do you think this looks good?" "It's not hot enough for that. Why show off your belly?" "A floral mini skirt. What about this one? Why such a short skirt? Aren't your legs cold?" "A pair of jeans with a t-shirt. How about this?" "Quite nice. Let's get 2. Frustrated, Jessica stormed over to Alvin, complaining, "Boss, this is too much. This is what I came in wearing." Alvin was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed quite appealing. Let's get a few more to switch things up. In a huff, Jessica stomped her foot on Alvin's, then turned to Shirley, saying, "Wrap up everything except this one. I'll take two in different colors. Put everything on the boss's tab." "Are you really going to add this to your list?" Alvin recalled the hard lessons learned from his past life. Never offend an angry woman. Given her assistance in selecting outfits for his daughter, he decided to tolerate her antics. Amidst Jessica's muffled laughter, he pinched his nose and paid the bill. Relieved it was only $900, he resolved to take Ginny shopping on Fifth Avenue in the future when finances permitted. Chapter 17. Fractured realities. Upon returning to the restaurant, the clock had already struck 6 in the evening. Young Jason sat obediently on a chair to the right of the entrance, scarcely daring to move. His terrified gaze fixed on Saul, languidly sprawled on the floor, suggested that the lad had endured considerable hardship. Hadn't TJJ ceased to watch over him? "My daughter was hungry. I must first attend to her needs before engaging with these rascals." Cradling Ginny in one arm, Alvin entered the restaurant, followed closely by Jessica. All the lights in the restaurant were aglow, and familiar faces from the nearby neighborhood had gathered, creating a festive atmosphere akin to a celebration. As Alvin stepped inside with Ginny, a series of resounding bangs erupted, and countless streamers cascaded from above. Led by Old Kent, everyone erupted in unison. "Welcome our princess." The princess of Hell's Kitchen. Ginny, somewhat shy, buried her head into Alvin's neck, hesitant to meet the gaze of so many. Alvin laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Thank you all for coming today to celebrate the arrival of my daughter. All the beer is free." He turned to Jessica and shouted, "No stakes today, dear. Put on some music and let us lift everyone's spirits." Jessica, brimming with excitement, dashed to an antique jukebox, a cherished possession of Alvin's that he typically kept under lock and key. The record covers had faded with time, yet she randomly selected one and set it to play. The music of Julio Iglesias filled the air with a magnetic charm. "Hey, it's wonderful to see you once again. To see your smile and hear you call my name. There's so much to say." Though the song did not quite match the lively ambience, it was undeniably delightful. Alvin carried Ginny to the bar, seating her atop the counter and pouring her a glass of lemonade. Mischievous little Nick hopped over, his mouth wide in a grin, missing 2 front teeth. "Alvin, the attic is mine starting today, right?" he exclaimed, with a chuckle. Alvin tousled his curly black hair and replied, "Indeed, Mr. Cast, the entire attic now belongs to you. Allow me to introduce our newest member, my daughter, Ginny Yee." Turning to Ginny, he continued, "Ginny, meet my good friend, Nick Cast. He is a real tough guy, so you can call him brother or Nick." The two children sized each other up for a moment, with Ginny particularly curious about why Nick had only one leg. The exuberant Nick exclaimed, "You're my sister? Wow, I have a sister now. Ginny, you're so beautiful, even more than the girls in our class." Ginny, a bit bashful, covered her face with her hands, peeking through her fingers at Nick, who was balancing on one leg, clowning around to make her laugh. Curiously, Ginny asked, "Nick, why is your leg different?" This innocent girl believed that anyone who was different was akin to herself. Nick, beaming with pride, responded. Alvin said, "There was a great hero in China who cut off his own arm to master an unparalleled sword technique, and he became the greatest in the world. Nicknamed Heaven's Remnant. I am missing a leg, but when I grow up and master my skills, I'll strive to be the second best. And my nickname will be Earth's Deficiency. Haha, then I'll show all the bullies what I'm made of." Ginny gazed at this future champion with admiration. "Nick, that is amazing." Nick had never received such straightforward praise before and felt a bit shy as he replied, "I'm not great yet, but I will be." Alvin, pleased with their interaction, couldn't he help but ask, "So our aspiring second best, Mr. Cast, have you completed your homework?" The question of homework is eternally pertinent to mischievous children. Nick clasped his head in despair, exclaiming, "Alvin, why don't you fire our math teacher? The assignments she gives are far too many and too difficult. I might not finish them by tomorrow." Alvin glanced at his watch and remarked, "It's 6 o'clock. Go enjoy some pizza. You'll need to start your homework by 7:30. If you can finish by 9, I reckon you'll still have time to come down for some fun." With excitement, Nick punched the air. "Wow. Are you going to teach those idiots outside a lesson? Will you give them a good thrashing? Wow. I need to hurry and finish my homework. He called out to Jessica, who was engrossed in conversation with several women. Jess, I'm going to do my homework now. Can you bring me up some pizza? I'm in a rush. Jessica waved her hand impatiently, acknowledging his request. Nick bounced upstairs, reminding Alvin, wait for me to finish my homework before you teach them a lesson. Ginny watched Nick leave, a hint of disappointment shadowing her face as she turned to Alvin. He affectionately pinched her little nose and asked, what does my little princess desire to eat? How about I whip up my signature spaghetti with my special meat sauce? With eager anticipation, Ginny nodded, resting her chin on her hands, bashfully declaring, Ginny wants to eat a lot. Alvin gently nudged his forehead against Ginny's, playfully touching noses as he smiled. Alvin will make plenty. Ginny can eat lots. As Ginny devoured 3 portions of meat sauce spaghetti, Alvin was astonished and gently poked her slightly protruding belly. Ginny giggled, playfully swatting at his hand. You're amazing, Ginny, able to eat so much. Daddy can't keep up with you. But don't overdo it. Your tummy might not feel well, he cautioned. Ginny proudly clasped her belly, grinning. Ginny can eat. Not hungry for 3 days. Ginny is strong. Daddy, it's delicious. Alvin felt as if a hammer had struck his heart, overwhelming sorrow filling his eyes with tears. To think that one meal could sustain her for 3 days. He recalled his own son from a past life, who required 6 meals a day and was quite picky. Ginny, you want to go hungry. Daddy has plenty of delicious food. But be careful not to overeat, or your little belly will burst. Tomorrow, I'll prepare sweet and sour ribs and beef stew with tomatoes for you. Save some room for even better food. Ginny's eyes widened in anticipation as she looked up at Alvin, arms outstretched. Daddy hug. Ginny likes Daddy. Chapter 18. Frank Castle amidst the jubilant atmosphere. A disheveled middle-aged man remained conspicuously at odds with the lively ambience of the restaurant. As Alvin cradled Ginny in his arms, playfully coaxing her laughter, the man leaned over, resting his elbows on the bar, casting a melancholic gaze toward the bustling crowd. Pour me a glass of whiskey, he requested, his eyes resonating with a familiarity that Alvin recognized. It was the same vacant stare JJ had upon his arrival, neither menacing nor threatening, but rather a profound numbness that rendered every face he beheld akin to a lifeless corpse, akin to a machine devoid of humanity. The scent of antiseptic and blood clung heavily to him. Alvin glanced at him, choosing not to dampen the festive spirit by mentioning that only beer was complimentary that evening. He poured a glass of whiskey and slid it across the bar. I hope you enjoy your night, he smiled. The man offered a bitter smile, shaking his head slightly. Can we talk? About what? Alvin inquired, curiosity piqued. The man sighed, hesitating before finally saying, about that child, gesturing towards the ceiling. Alvin, taken aback and cautious, replied coldly, Who? Neek? And who are you? The man downed his whiskey in one swift motion, covering his face in anguish. Who am I? I am a terrible husband, an irresponsible father, a fool who has lost sight of what truly matters in life. Alvin regarded this man thoughtfully and called for Jessica to look after Ginny. Ginny, why don't you play with Aunt Jessica for a little while? Daddy has a few things to attend to. Jessica approached, her cheeks flushed with excitement. But upon noticing the somber atmosphere, she remarked, It's you? You're back. Turning to Alvin, she added, He has been here for several days. I wanted to tell you this afternoon. He seems troubled. Alvin nodded, acknowledging her observation, and entrusted Ginny to Jessica. Take my princess upstairs to play for a bit. I have a matter to discuss. After planting a gentle kiss on Ginny's cheek, he watched as Jessica led her upstairs. Let me guess, you're Nick's father. The one who only exists in phone calls? Alvin inquired, pointedly ignoring the man's distress. Unfazed by Alvin's tone, the man replied somberly, Yes, I am that negligent father. He pushed his empty glass toward Alvin, requesting another. Alvin filled the glass once more, observing as the man downed it without a word. He sensed the torrent of emotions the man wished to express, and he resolved to be a patient listener. I was once the finest special forces commander in this country. I risked my life for this nation, even forsaking my family. I didn't even witness Nick's birth. The man pushed his glass toward Alvin again. Alvin could feel the man's bitterness, both directed at himself and the nation. He required a drink and a compassionate ear. He slid an entire bottle of whiskey toward the man, signaling his willingness to listen. The man took a hefty swig from the bottle. I fought for this country, yet my wife and son suffered a bombing attack. My wife perished, and my son lost his left leg. Those damned politicians concealed the grim news from me, sending me on a year-long mission. They treated me as a machine, disregarding the value of our lives and families. Those murderers, those wretched members of the Italian mafia, were free until I found them and fed them into a meat grinder. Alvin swallowed hard, aware of the incident. The Cesare family of the Italian mafia in the Harbor District had been obliterated, their entire clan, over 40 individuals, reduced to meat paste, hastily buried in 2 coffins. And now someone comes to tell me it was I who did it. This is far too exhilarating. The Cesare family was infamous, and yet they exterminated everything, including pets. It was like a living hell. The man continued, ignoring Alvin's changing expression, taking another deep drink. What pains me most is that my best comrade attempted to conceal the truth and obstruct my quest for vengeance. He merely told me that Nick was alive and provided me with this address. Alvin thought to himself, with a temperament like yours, I wouldn't dare inform you either. The Cesare family's direct lineage, 46 individuals, including bodyguards and guests, had been slaughtered. Such a small-scale conflict could not have accounted for so many casualties. I have been here for a few days. Thank you. Thank you for saving Nick's life. He is doing well. I never imagined Nick would turn out this way. The man's eyes shimmered with emotion. Despite missing a leg, Nick was cheerful, radiant, devoid of any self-doubt. I don't know how you achieved this, but thank you. Alvin waved his hand dismissively, pouring himself another glass of whiskey. Have your troubles been resolved? I mean, aside from those concerning the Cesare family. You know, I consider Nick family, while you are merely the father he fantasizes about. If you carry any troubles, I will prevent you from approaching Nick. You must have investigated me. You should know I possess that ability. The man regarded Alvin, unfazed by his threatening tone, and saluted him earnestly. I want to express gratitude on Nick's behalf. I can see you, and he share a familial bond. I thank you for sparing me from the depths of despair, for allowing my life to retain its final glimmer of hope. He raised his bottle to clink with Alvin's before taking another hefty gulp. No more troubles. Remember that comrade I mentioned? I struck a deal with him. I will refrain from pursuing those wretched politicians, and he will resolve all my current issues. Alvin exhaled, feeling a sense of relief despite his inner conflict. Even if this man was laden with troubles, how could he stop him from seeing Nick? He understood how desperately Nick yearned for his father's presence, viewing him as a heroic figure. Though Alvin had largely filled the paternal role, he was not Nick's true father. If this man remained absent, perhaps in time Nick would forget, but it had only been a year since the events transpired. Reluctantly acknowledging the man's remarkable nature, Alvin realized that in his homeland, he would be regarded as a paragon of military virtue, akin to the nation's labor heroes. Though Alvin could not entirely endorse such a sacrifice of family for country, he had to commend the man before him, acknowledging his sacrifices. May I be so bold as to inquire who your comrade is, the one with such formidable influence? To have caused so many deaths must be quite significant. The man lifted his bottle, clinking it against Alvin's. Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.L.D. Instantly, Alvin envisioned a grotesque one-eyed figure. He took a sip of his drink and asked, "Then what is your name?" The man looked directly at Alvin. "Frank," he said, extending his hand. "I am Frank Castle." Chapter 19. It is never too late to be a father. Greetings, Frank. I am Alvin Yee. In Nick's eyes, you are a hero, and I believe he will be overjoyed to see you. I will call him down immediately. As Alvin shook hands with Frank, he noticed that Frank appeared to have indulged in some drink, which seemed to have exacerbated his injuries. His calloused hand felt less robust than expected. Frank halted Alvin's enthusiasm, saying, "I have been here for several days, merely sitting in that corner." He gestured toward a seat in the corner, a hint of guilt and uncertainty in his voice. "You embody fatherhood more than I do. Perhaps I am not yet ready." Alvin regarded him with a hint of confusion. "Then why seek me out now? You could have come when you felt prepared." Frank gave a wry smile, looking at Alvin. "Because you have a daughter, and seeing the bond you share with her fills me with envy. Nick and I should have that too. I once believed that missions were more significant than family. But in loss, I have come to realize that family surpasses everything. What are you waiting for? Alvin inquired. Frank's expression grew peculiar as he replied. I am awaiting my letter of employment. I have secured a position. This way, I could be a stable presence for Nick. Alvin, intrigued, asked what job. Frank's expression became even more bewildered. I will be the dean of discipline at a community school. Alvin's face lit up with incredulity. What school would have such a position? Only the community school in Hell's Kitchen could. With his stern demeanor, would the troublemakers in that school stand chance? Just placing them in a room with Frank would terrify them into submission without a single blow. Alvin straightened his collar and formally shook Frank's hand, jesting. Then I extend an early welcome to you. We shall be colleagues henceforth. To expedite Nick's recognition of his father, perhaps I should draft your employment letter at once. Frank waved his hand dismissively. No need. It will only take a few days. In truth, I'm not prepared. I am uncertain about what to say to my child. I need to prepare. Prepare for what? Do you need a manual on 100 ways to bond with your son? That is unnecessary. All Nick needs is his father by his side. Even if you merely accompany him and listen to him speak. If you can go upstairs and help him with his homework now, winning his affection will be effortless. Alvin chuckled. Frank still hesitated, adding, You seem to have some troubles. Perhaps I should resolve your issues before considering my own. Alvin waved his hand dismissively. Those are trifles. Nothing is more important than Nick finding his father. You are a father now, no longer the killing machine from your past. As he spoke, Alvin snagged a pizza from a passing patron and handed it to Frank, encouraging, Take this. There is no need to wait. When you truly face the situation, you will find that you instinctively know what to do. The once ruthless warrior took the pizza, now resembling a tentative student, asking uncertainly, Really? Alvin chuckled, teasing, That depends on whether you can assist him with his homework. If so, there will be no issue at all. You will be that boy's savior. With a playful inquiry, he added, You are up for it, right? Nick is only in second grade. Feeling somewhat insulted, Frank replied emphatically, Of course, I can handle it. I graduated from L.A. With that, he carried the plate upstairs. Alvin watched as this hardened man, akin to a clumsy server, carefully ascended the stairs with a plate of pizza, feeling a touch of emotion. Such is the power of familial bonds. It can transform a merciless enforcer into a cautious father. Hey, buddy, I think it would be wise to grab a drink. Alvin called mischievously. He was unafraid of this man, who would soon be working under him, and felt no need to provoke this anxious soul on the verge of a breakdown. Since Nick's father had arrived, it was indeed a day of double joy. Alvin resolved to swiftly handle the outside matters. Those ruffians were likely impatient. He tapped his glass, producing a clear and resonant chime. The restaurant patrons fell silent. With a smile, Alvin announced, Today, 2 wonderful things have transpired. 1, I have a daughter, as you all know. The other, I shall reveal once I have addressed the matters outside. Folks, do not leave. The drinks are on the house, but my server has a mission. I need 2 volunteers to serve the crowd. 2 young men quickly stepped forward, gazing at Alvin with admiration, awaiting his command. Alvin pointed toward the beer barrels behind the bar. Gentlemen, that is now yours. He exchanged high-fives with the 2 youths. He dismissed old Ken's suggestion to bring a few of his men along, stating, As a principal, I cannot approach the guardians of students as if negotiating with a mob. Only JJ, with an M500 tucked in his waistband, accompanied him. Across the street, several flashy muscle cars were parked. A hulking, bear-like black man was surrounded by 10 or so thugs. Alvin signaled to JJ, who whistled at the group, drawing their attention and beckoning them over for a discussion. The muscular man crossed the street, flanked by his entourage, assessing Alvin and his crew. The man appeared relatively young, likely not over 30, dressed in jeans, a plaid shirt, and a gray jacket, resembling a northern redneck farmer. At that moment, he was lighting a cigar with the assistance of a bodyguard-like black giant. However, the entire Hell's Kitchen knew that this farmer-like individual had driven out all the gangs from the surrounding 3 blocks. Even the underground overlord, Gene Bing, had to engage in polite negotiations with him, with the outcome being that Gene Bing's forces withdrew from those 3 blocks without protest. The bear-like man was unaware of Alvin's true nature. Why would Gene Bing fear him? Nevertheless, to have reached his current position without being eliminated, he must possess a modicum of cunning. Although his boss and Gene Bing were of similar strength, He himself was not of that caliber, was he? Since Jean Bing approached the negotiations with courtesy, it would be reasonable for him to do the same. Chapter 20. I'm a just man. The figure known as Black Bear stood nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a black suit. A hefty gold chain weighing approximately 3 pounds adorning his neck. Stooping slightly, he greeted Alvin with a predatory smile. Greetings, Alvin. I am Black Bear. My boss is the notorious Bloody Jensen of Big Apple City. Alvin dismissed the infamous drug dealer with a wave of his hand, akin to shooing away a fly. A drug dealer addressing me, a principal? If I acknowledge you, it would reflect poorly on my stature. Black Bear, undeterred, retreated slightly, his eyes glinting with malice as he cleared the way for those behind him. Taking a puff of his cigar, Alvin let the smoke swirl in his mouth before exhaling. A habit from his previous life as a heavy smoker, which he never quite kicked, even after fatherhood. Although his craving for cigarettes had faded, he had developed a fondness for the rich flavor of cigars, reserving them for moments like this, where negotiations warranted a touch of sophistication. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Alvin surveyed the oddly dressed gang members before him and inquired, "May I ask, which one of you is James Lancer from 58th Street? Which gang do you represent?" Glancing at JJ beside him, Alvin received a swift, hushed response. ZL Gang. Oh, the leader of the ZL Gang. Has he arrived? A visibly strung-out young white man, sporting a green hairstyle reminiscent of a punk rocker, timidly stepped forward. "Hello, Alvin. I'm James Lancer. You could just call me James." Alvin handed a cigar to JJ and, suppressing his disgust, warmly shook James's hand. "Greetings, I am Alvin Yi, the principal of the community school. Your subordinate sustained minor injuries at our school caused by my daughter. We have provided preliminary treatment, and it is not serious. However, out of guilt as a father, I have decided to offer some compensation. I believe 2,000 is a reasonable sum. What do you think?" James felt as though he might faint from fear. The drug wholesalers from Hell's Kitchen treated Alvin with utmost respect, and yet, here was Alvin addressing him with such cordiality. Instinctively, he sensed that this encounter could lead to dire consequences. "And no, Alvin, my subordinate made a small mistake. You may punish him as you see fit. The injury is minor. Even if you were to sever an arm, I wouldn't object. No need for compensation, really." At that moment, Jason, seated at the entrance, stared incredulously at his boss, aghast that he would so casually sell him out, momentarily forgetting Soul's threats. He called out, "James." James pretended not to hear Jason's plea, his mind still clear as he refrained from drug use, silently pleading with Alvin for mercy. Alvin, pulling a wet wipe from his pocket, wiped his hand where he had shaken James's hand and discarded it in the trash. Accepting the cigar from JJ, he took a puff. The smoke lingered between Alvin and James as he calmly reassured, "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. My daughter harmed your subordinate, and I am taking responsibility for the compensation. This is only fair. I'm a just man." Alvin accepted the 2,000 in hundreds from JJ, folded it, and tucked it into James's pocket. He meticulously adjusted James's disheveled collar, patting the pocket where the money resided. "I believe that resolves our matter. Wouldn't you agree?" Completely taken aback, James mechanically nodded. "Yes, sir, the matter is settled." Alvin smiled amiably. "You see, I knew we could easily reach an understanding. You are a reasonable individual. I apologize for my daughter's misstep and have compensated you, correct?" Indeed, it's over. The matter is concluded," James stammered in a flurry. Alvin nodded. "Good. Then let us address Mr. Jason's situation." He gestured toward Jason, who sat slumped as if his very bones had been removed. "Mr. Jason has pushed down a highly respected 65-year-old teacher, Mrs. Wilson, at the school. While the issue is minor, Mrs. Wilson even pleaded with me for leniency on Jason's behalf. He spoke disrespectfully to me and verbally insulted Mrs. Wilson. I personally feel that Mr. Jason's capabilities and demeanor do not align with your ZL Gang. What do you think?" James, now gripped by terror, quickly nodded. Indeed, from this moment on, Jason is no longer affiliated with the ZL Gang. He is no longer our concern. You may deal with him as you see fit. I have no objections. Please spare me." Alvin glanced at the despondent Jason and then at the crumbling James, took another puff of his cigar, and declared, "Well then, farewell." James, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, disregarded Black Bear and hastily fled in his vehicle. Alvin rubbed his face and asked JJ, "Am I truly that fearsome?" JJ's eyes twitched as he replied, "One of the individuals who fled was a kid who had previously infiltrated the restaurant. I overheard him muttering something about grinding meat and Cesare as he left." After a moment's contemplation, JJ suggested, "Boss, if there's anything to be handled in the future, you can assign it to me. There's no need for such cruelty. It really doesn't suit your stature." Alvin nearly choked on his blood, realizing he had inadvertently frightened James into submission, perhaps even earning a reputation for cruelty he never intended. The notion was mortifying. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he beckoned Black Bear. Black Bear approached, maintaining an air of politeness, and asked, "Alvin, since the matter is settled, do you have any further instructions?" Alvin smiled. "Please refrain from calling me boss. I am addressing you in my capacity as a school principal." Black Bear appeared amused, questioning the credibility of someone who claimed to be the ruler of 3 blocks while insisting on being referred to as a principal. He playfully asked, "What instructions does principal have?" Alvin was pleased with Black Bear's demeanor and replied, "As a principal, I must ensure the well-being of my students. Our school has a strict policy prohibiting student involvement in drug trade. Therefore, I have summoned you today to notify you to thoroughly investigate your gang members for any students or minors from our school." Black Bear's eyes narrowed, and his expression hardened as he retorted, "I was unaware of any such policy at the community school." "Well, now you are informed. Remember, I am the principal." Alvin chuckled lightly. Black Bear sneered, "You are overstepping, Alvin Yi. My boss, Bloody Jensen, and I will not entertain your frivolous proposal. If you wish to provoke a conflict, our Viper Gang is no match for the feeble gold. Many lives would be lost in Hell's Kitchen." Chapter 21. Is this really second grade? The window of the restaurant loft was ajar, and Nick, with his curly hair and gap-toothed smile, exclaimed in a raspy voice to Frank, who stood beside him, "Look, Dad, this big guy is in for trouble. Alvin is going to teach him a lesson." Indeed, Alvin was not mistaken. Whenever Frank appeared before him, Nick would greet him with enthusiasm. Occasionally, Nick felt a pang of disappointment for never having met his father. But his mother reassured him that his father had been serving the nation, a job both perilous and noble, thus rendering Frank, as a phone father, a hero in his eyes. He had been eagerly awaiting his father's return. Frank placed a hand on Nick's shoulder while instinctively gesturing at his waist. He observed the unfolding events as Alvin managed the situation. Frank watched with keen interest, speculating on how Alvin would handle the predicament. Outnumbered 2-14, all armed. He even counted the bullets in his own handgun, deciding to intervene should Alvin find himself in dire straits. Just as Frank's thoughts raced, the scene shifted. Nick excitedly whispered, "Look, they're all here. Rome, Athens, Sparta, they've all come. These bad guys are finished." Frank scrutinized the scene across the street and noticed 3 massive wolves, similar in size to the 2 giant wolves at the restaurant entrance. When Alvin's cigar struck the Black Bear's face, all the wolves lunged simultaneously. Their razor-sharp claws sliced through the heels of the gangsters, showering blood in their wake. The wolves moved with such speed that Frank could scarcely track their movements. None of the gangsters had time to react. As they drew their weapons, each received a painful swipe from a wolf's claw. One unfortunate soul had a portion of his hand severed, flung far away. The entire encounter lasted no more than 10 seconds, seemingly concluding as a dozen gangsters writhed on the ground, clutching their legs in agony. The most unfortunate was the Black Bear, as Saul and Dom tugged at his legs, yanking them apart while he lay on the ground, screaming in despair at the sight of his limbs being pulled asunder. Frank wiped the cold sweat from his brow, tightening his legs in sympathy for the Black Bear. To have such a nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular man subjected to such brutality felt excessively cruel. He believed a bullet would be a more merciful end. Nick excitedly shook his fist and exclaimed, "I knew it. Alvin is incredible. The bad guys will be punished." Frank retorted, "That's just his big dog-esque prowess. Alvin himself isn't all that impressive." He was somewhat irked that his son idolized someone other than himself. Nick let out a laugh, glanced at Frank, but refrained from countering his words, as if he knew something but chose to remain silent. Frank grunted, lacking conviction, and said, "Once I'm off duty, I'll take you hunting, and then you'll see what I'm capable of." Raising animals pales in comparison to marksmanship. Nick chuckled again, dismissing Frank's self-aggrandizement, saying, "That was over too quickly. I should go do my homework. Otherwise, Alvin will be mad at me." He patted Frank's waist like a miniature adult and continued, "Buddy, I won't blame you if you can't help me with my problems. They're genuinely tough. Don't worry, even if you're a bit late to learn, I'll manage. Just need some time." Frank felt his blood pressure nearing a boiling point. Despite being injured and losing blood, the veins in his forehead threatened to burst. The thought of boasting to Alvin downstairs only fueled his anger. With a huff, he turned to help Nick with his homework. ABCD, 9 DCBA? Is this really a second-grade question? Frank struggled to suppress the impulse to eliminate Nick's math teacher. Gripping his hair tightly, he observed his son laboriously arrive at the correct answer, confirming that Alvin was not merely tormenting him. Meanwhile, at the restaurant entrance, Alvin grew impatient. The wails of the scoundrels prompted him to exchange glances with JJ. JJ grinned wickedly and, under the terrified gaze of Jason, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, retrieved a metal rod from beside the door. One by one, he rendered the sobbing gangsters unconscious. The world grew significantly quieter, leaving only the black bear, who continued to scream in desperation, clutching at his groin, nearly torn apart by the two wolves. Alvin glanced at the black bear, regretting the loss of his cigar that had exploded on the bear's face, shaking his head in disappointment. He lit another cigar, and despite Saul and Dom's departure, the bear's legs remained spread apart, his hands shielding his groin. The intensity of his screams diminished, turning into hoarse, dry gasps as he transformed from the belligerent figure demanding war just moments ago into a pitiful creature. Alvin approached the black bear, flipping him over with a foot to lay him on his back. The bear's legs dangled limply, resembling two strands of overcooked noodles. Squatting before him, Alvin exhaled a puff of smoke. "Buddy, we could have easily reached an agreement. It's truly regrettable." Despite being a notorious drug dealer, the black bear retained some semblance of pride and did not plead for mercy. Instead, he endured the pain, fixing Alvin with what he believed to be a menacing glare. Although his appearance rendered his expression almost comical, Alvin remained undeterred. "What's the matter? Do you still have doubts about my previous proposal?" With gritted teeth and a hoarse voice, the black bear vowed, "You will regret this. I assure you, you will be killed, and your entire family will be eradicated. The Viper Gang will ensure it." Alvin regarded the bear with an incredulous expression. "Even gold couldn't accomplish that. Why should I believe a mere drug dealer can? You base your power on malice and cruelty in New York City. In terms of combat prowess, you are even inferior to the Russian mob from Hell's Kitchen." After taking another drag from his cigar, he reminisced about the nostalgic feeling of squatting while smoking. "Buddy, truly consider my proposal. Or perhaps you could call your boss, Bloody Jason, and solicit his opinion." The black bear tilted his head, spitting a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, sneering, "My boss will storm in here with a gun, eliminating every last one of you." Alvin wrinkled his nose, mentally connecting with his pet raven, and felt a jolt of irritation as he glared at the black bear. "Hurry and make that call. Tell your boss to get off his fat backside from his Long Island villa, and inform him of my proposition. My patience is waning." Chapter 22. I would never slay your entire family. Truly, upon hearing Alvin's ominous threat, Black Bear exhibited a flicker of uncertainty. He was well aware that his boss intended to retreat to the villa in Long Island today, a fact he knew all too well. However, the realization that Alvin was also privy to this information was unsettling. Trembling, he fished out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed his boss's number. Alvin, ever considerate, promptly took the call, placing it on speakerphone while directing it toward his own face. "This is Jansen." A greasy, slick voice resonated through the line. "Boss, it's Black Bear," he rasped. "Oh, what has happened to your voice? Did the nightclub girls drain your energy?" "Haha, boss, are you taking a bath at the villa in Long Island?" Black Bear cautiously inquired. "Do I need to inform you when I take a bath? Are you out of your mind, Black Bear?" "No, boss. I'm here to negotiate with Alvin from Hell's Kitchen. You remember I mentioned it to you?" He explained hurriedly. "Everything you need to know is what he said Black Bear added anxiously. After a brief silence on the other end, it seemed his boss was conversing with someone nearby. It's Alvin. He wants to negotiate and demands we expel all his students and minors associated with us. Huh, who does he think he is? Even the mayor of Big Apple wouldn't dare say such things to me. Black Bear, are you an idiot? Eliminate him. Otherwise, who would ever fear us again? Black Bear fell silent for a moment before murmuring, Boss, my men are all done for. I'm calling you because Alvin knows your whereabouts and what you are doing. I am quite concerned, he continued. Before Black Bear could finish, gunfire erupted from the other end of the line, initially faint but gradually growing clearer. A barrage of gunshots echoing through the phone. In terror, Black Bear turned to Alvin, despairing, You haven't even spoken to my boss yet. This is against the rules. We can still negotiate. He glanced at JJ, who gazed back at him with a look of reproach, lamenting, Boss, you could have let me handle this. There was no need to seek others. It felt as if Alvin had clandestinely sought a mistress behind his back, like a fat maggot on the ground. Black Bear dragged his noodle-like legs, writhing in desperation. Alvin, boss, you cannot do this. We haven't finished negotiating. We agree to your demands. Please stop. Just stop. Alvin disregarded Black Bear as pleas and communicated once more with Crow. Then he witnessed a deranged maniac with a target drawn on his forehead, rampaging through the blood-soaked villa of Jansen, brandishing a machine gun. It became clear that this was all orchestrated by that fat fool, Gene Bing. It was likely that no one would emerge alive from that place. With that, Black Bear had become irrelevant, signaling JJ to incapacitate him, sparing him further agony. Alvin then dialed the community officer, Michael. Hello, Michael, this is Alvin. Yes, I need to report an incident. A group of thugs attempted to assault my pet and ended up getting injured. You must send over a few ambulances. Of course, at this hour, no ambulance would dare come to Hell's Kitchen. I can only call you. No trouble at all. I've already settled matters with them, and I believe these fellows want to return for more trouble. I suggest you hurry. The ambulances in Big Apple City might be quite busy today. As Alvin stood by the roadside awaiting the arrival of the ambulances, a large-nosed school bus appeared from the distance. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 9 o'clock. The senior students had just finished their evening study session. The vehicle halted at the restaurant's entrance. The doors swung open, and Gavin cautiously descended, surveying the muscular men sprawled on the ground. He offered a respectful bow from a distance, calling out, Good day, Principal, before swiftly darting into the apartment across the street. The driver resembled a Mexican killer, grinning like a lunatic about to devour his prey. Through the open door, he called to Alvin, Need a hand? Alvin observed a group of children of varying sizes, their faces pressed against the bus windows, gazing in awe and terror at the horrific scene. Amidst the piercing screams echoing from the children inside the bus, he shook his head. Who would believe that the fearsome-looking driver wouldn't dare harm even a chicken? The Remington resting on the dashboard was devoid of ammunition. This driver had been hired by Alvin based on his own criteria. While other school bus drivers were amiable middle-aged men, the sole criterion for hiring the driver at Hell's Kitchen Community School was that he must resemble a thug, lest he be unable to manage the unruly students and local delinquents. This individual was an exception, though not particularly brave. He possessed a visage that evoked the image of a psychopathic killer. Alvin had made an exception for him, and his route traversed the most perilous path in Hell's Kitchen. His name was Domingo Swag, a Mexican immigrant. After waiting a while longer, ambulances arrived, escorted by a police car. Michael and Scott were the first to disembark and assess the scene, discovering that, aside from Black Bear's unfortunate state, the others fared relatively well. At least no one had lost their life. Given the nature of their injuries, in Hell's Kitchen, such instances were hardly regarded as grave matters. Letting out a sigh of relief, Michael signaled for the paramedics to disembark and commence their duties. A voluptuous black nurse, clad in scrubs, flirted with JJ while effortlessly directing the burly paramedics as they hoisted the injured thugs onto the ambulance as if they were livestock. Hey, Temple, why don't you just go book a room with JJ? I can reimburse you for the expenses. Next time, refrain from cavorting in my storage room. I have a daughter, and you little harlots should be more mindful. The attractive nurse, Temple, flashed Alvin a middle finger and blew a kiss to JJ before making a phone gesture and following the ambulance as it sped away. Michael and Scott nodded at Alvin as a form of greeting before driving off to escort the ambulances to the hospital. JJ stood beside Alvin. An expression of hesitation etched across his face, which left Alvin feeling quite uncomfortable. Facing JJ's peculiar demeanor, Alvin impatiently inquired, "What is it?" JJ hesitated, contemplating before stating, "Boss, do you have someone else on the outside?" "What kind of talk is that?" "What do you mean someone else?" "You, a hulking figure, are asking me, a robust and handsome young man, if there is anyone else outside?" Alvin kicked JJ on the thigh, then gestured with his middle finger, cursing, "Speak properly, or I'll make you suffer a bit." Unperturbed by the kick, JJ dusted off his trousers and carefully remarked, "Boss, you can assign such matters to me. Truly, there is no need to look elsewhere. Those individuals may not be reliable." Alvin shook his head in resignation, replying, "The matters over there are not my doing. It's Jean Bing's doing." JJ remained silent, merely regarding Alvin with a skeptical expression that seemed to suggest, "Don't think you can fool me." Confronted with this unfounded injustice, Alvin helplessly asserted, "I would never commit such an atrocity as wiping out an entire family. Truly." Chapter 23. The baby sleeps. Although the matter had been resolved, Alvin's mood remained rather somber. The loss of numerous lives weighed heavily on him. While these individuals may have deserved their fates, one could not be certain that innocent bystanders, such as cooks or nannies, had not perished alongside them. Naturally, Alvin had no intention of confronting Jean Bing over this, as it was merely a gang-related vendetta. It had been previously advised to steer clear of Jean Bing, who ominously bore the moniker Bloody Jansen, a name that pretended a short lifespan. However, judging by JJ's expression, it seemed that Alvin might have to bear the brunt of the blame. This was unacceptable, Alvin mused, for should he accept this scapegoat, could it not lead to an increase of $5 million in Jean Bing's annual donations as a board member? After all, was he not the sole drug lord left in the Big Apple? JJ placed a call to Jean Bing, relaying the conversation Alvin had with Black Bear earlier that day, informing him that the school's donations would double each year, and he should understand why. Alvin, slightly irritated, insisted on this. Upon entering the dining hall, Alvin felt the fatigue from the day's events settle in. He took a seat at the bar, sharing a drink with both familiar and unfamiliar faces. Just as he was about to announce the second piece of good news for the day, Nick burst in, exclaiming, "Alvin, come quickly. Frank has fainted while doing math." Alvin, taken by surprise, accidentally sprayed his drink all over JJ, who looked at him with an innocent expression. That was intentional, Alvin thought with a smirk. The attic was quite spacious, nearly 60 square meters, with Nick's bed positioned near the window. Frank lay on the bed, his face pale and breathing labored. When Alvin entered, he was already awake, but turned his gaze toward the wall, embarrassed at being caught in such a state. A wave of relief washed over Alvin. The fact that Frank could move indicated he was not gravely harmed. Otherwise, the transition from a joyous occasion to a tragedy would have been unbearable. Frank had merely sustained injuries and was feeling weak, compounded by the considerable amount of alcohol he had consumed earlier. Otherwise, in his usual indomitable fashion, he would not have shyly turned away, but would have leapt out of the window, determined to master mathematics before returning to claim his son. Alvin ruffled Nick's hair and said, "Go play with your sister Jessie for a while. Ginny is there too. Bring me the culprit behind Frank's fainting spell. After all, he graduated from LA University. It could be that his injuries caused him to faint. Off you go. I will attend to him." Frank, still lying on the bed, coughed awkwardly. Alvin, with a benevolent demeanor, ushered Nick out while casting a bemused glance at Frank. "My dear boy, this is just the beginning. When I struggled with my son's homework and was called out during a parent-teacher meeting, I persevered. How could a hardened killing machine like you be bested by a second-grade math problem and faint?" Frank made an effort to sit up, looking at Alvin with a mix of embarrassment and hesitation, which proved rather irritating. Alvin waved his hand, signaling him to be silent, and reassured him, "Our school is somewhat different from others. The education your child receives is not the same. So if parents feel overwhelmed by their child's assignments, there is no need for concern. Just because you graduated from LA University does not mean you should feel inferior. I have seen teachers from Harvard who struggle with these problems." Frank, growing anxious, insisted he did not feel inferior. but Alvin paid him no mind. He directed the poisonous vine creeping in through the window to spray a green mist over Frank, rendering him unconscious once more. Then, a red vine sprouted numerous slender tendrils that penetrated Frank's body, infusing him with a crimson energy that mended his injuries. Not wishing to overexert, he ceased the energy transfer upon seeing Frank's complexion improve. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the corpse-eating vine, then grabbed Frank's feet, removing his boots and tossing them to the floor. Clearly, his son was a messy creature. Jessica, covering her head, appeared to be on the verge of madness due to the ruckus caused by the children, wearing an expression of utter despair. Nick shouted loudly, "Look at my deformed foot," as he sprang up, one leg kicking in the air before landing in Alvin's bed. On the mattress, Ginny was catapulted high into the air, letting out a delightful peal of laughter. Upon seeing Alvin enter, Ginny excitedly bounded across the bed, taking a running leap into his arms, giggling, "Nick, that's amazing. Deformed foot. So cool." Alvin held Ginny with one arm, shooting a disapproving glare at Nick. This mischievous child seemed to be a contagious nuisance. "Just look at my little Ginny, who, after only a short while, had already caught the bug. How dare he bounce toward me from a meter away? It was all Nick's fault for leading my precious daughter astray. What would happen if she fell?" Cradling the giggling Ginny, Alvin gently pressed his forehead against hers. "My darling, you must behave like a lady and not emulate these rascals. What you just did was far too perilous." Ginny cupped Alvin's face with her tiny hands and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Daddy, you're amazing. Ginny loves you, Daddy." At that moment, all was well. With a daughter so understanding, a bit of mischief was permissible. Alvin joyfully lifted Ginny into the air, crashing onto the bed. The soft mattress sent Nick flying off, landing squarely on the floor. Nick, being the rambunctious child he was, bounced back up, shouting as he leaped onto the bed, intent on retaliation. Alvin, still holding the laughing Ginny, deftly dodged left and right, engaging in playful antics with the two children. After some time, Nick seemed to grow weary, and the three of them settled on the bed. Jessica had slipped away the moment Alvin entered. In a rare moment of tranquility, Nick lay back on the bed, his hands cradling his head, and said, "Alvin, my dad has come for me. Does that mean I have to leave?" His tone conveyed hesitation and a sense of loss. Ginny, hearing this, nestled against Alvin's chest and said, somewhat sadly, "Nick, don't go. Ginny likes you. Please stay." Alvin planted a kiss atop Ginny's head, offering her comfort. Nick, however, did not receive such tender treatment. Alvin ruffled his hair vigorously, causing him to scrunch his face in annoyance. "Where would you even go? Your father, a mere struggling worker, could take you nowhere. Tomorrow, I will rent the house next door for Frank to stay in, and I'll send JJ over too. That rascal has made my storage room inaccessible." Upon hearing he wouldn't have to leave and that his father could remain nearby, Nick's spirits lifted. He turned to Alvin, his bright eyes shining, and said, "Thank you. Alvin, thank you." Alvin, typically stern with the mischievous child, gave his head a good rub and replied, "Stop looking at me with those pitiful eyes. Now go take care of your dad. He is injured, and I've nearly done all I can for him. But it would be best if someone kept an eye on him." As Alvin pretended to rise to give Nick a playful swat, Nick erupted into laughter and bounded up to the attic. Ginny shook her head, her eyes wide as she watched Nick, saying, "Ginny, look, Daddy. Ginny, not sleeping. If I sleep, I'll have nightmares. Daddy, don't let me sleep." Alvin felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow wash over him. He tightened his hold on Ginny, kissing her fiercely, and said, "Ginny, it's time for bed. Daddy is strong enough to chase away nightmares." Wrapped in the warmth of her father's embrace, Ginny felt a profound sense of security. As Alvin hummed a soft, unknown tune, she gradually drifted into slumber. The dark sky loomed overhead, the warm stars twinkling in response. Insects buzzed. Insects buzzed. Who are you longing for? Chapter 24. Where did you have your hands customized? The night in Hell's Kitchen was particularly tranquil today. Alvin cradled the small child, soothing her nightmares as she furrowed her brow. He tended to the little princess who had awakened him, rousing Nick and Frank with a bit of a rough wake-up call. Upon waking, Frank was embarrassed to find his disabled son had kept vigil at his bedside throughout the night, and he chastised himself for it. On their first day of recognition, The fact that his 8-year-old son was taking care of him left Frank feeling quite dissatisfied with himself. Although his son's care had significantly aided in his recovery, Frank realized he had previously neglected his family. It was astonishing how quickly such a serious injury could heal with the support of loved ones. Frank could not have been more content with his son, save for Alvin's attitude towards him, which left much to be desired. Today in Hell's Kitchen was peculiar. Alvin was doing his routine duty of standing guard at the school entrance in his old Ford pickup. Meanwhile, Frank remained at the shop to sort out some rental issues. Alvin felt the roads were particularly smooth today. Every vehicle he encountered seemed to graciously yield to his aged truck. What typically took 30 minutes had only taken 15, filling Alvin with a sense of pride. Finally, the people here acknowledge my contributions. I must now be considered a notable figure in Hell's Kitchen. However, as he stepped out of the vehicle, Alvin sensed something was amiss. A situation he was unaware of had evidently unfolded. The gazes of those around him were filled with reverence. The rebellious youths who typically donned eccentric attire were nowhere to be seen. Instead, everyone appeared demure and compliant, transforming the community school into something reminiscent of an Ivy League institution. Even Vice Principal Nelson, who usually stood at the school gate, regarded Alvin with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Impatiently, Alvin called out to Nelson, "What the hell is going on? Is there an alien invasion?" Nelson bowed respectfully, almost obsequiously, and replied, "Good morning, Mr. Principal. Your heroic deeds from last night have surely spread throughout all of Hell's Kitchen." Alvin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the bloody misdeeds of Bloody Jansen had inadvertently fallen upon him. He considered offering an explanation, but decided against it. It was futile to reason with someone like Nelson. This sudden notoriety made Alvin's work today remarkably easy. Observing the behavior of the mischievous children, it was evident that they had been thoroughly warned by their parents this morning. From afar, he spotted Professor Cage, who bellowed in a voice reminiscent of a rusty bell. "Alvin, just how many people did you kill yesterday?" He retrieved 50 kilograms of beef from the cold storage in the basement, placing it on several large trays to thaw naturally in the first floor hall. Mixing black pepper and salt into several large bowls, he noticed little Ginny enthusiastically assisting Jessica, trailing behind her with a small cloth, mimicking her every move. Alvin thought the restaurant was undoubtedly twice as clean as usual today. He praised Ginny and planted a kiss on her cheek, which only heightened her enthusiasm for work. Although she had spilled a few jars of seasoning, her industrious nature deserved commendation. The bustling morning soon passed, and the Peace Hotel officially opened its doors. As usual, many patrons arrived punctually at the restaurant. The only difference was that the locals from Hell's Kitchen approached Alvin with utmost respect, while the newcomers behaved as they always had. Preparing 50 steaks posed no challenge for Alvin. Rather, the sweet and sour ribs and tomato braised beef he had promised Ginny took considerably longer. When these dishes were finally ready, many diners complained about not being alerted to such delicious offerings. Of course, those voicing grievances were primarily the curious newcomers. Alvin, holding Ginny, sat on a high stool at the bar, while Jessica, in a display of unprofessionalism, joined him. They both enjoyed their rice heartily. After consuming most of her meal, Jessica, in the spirit of a young lady, refrained from requesting a third bowl, leaving Alvin and Ginny to continue their jovial eating. When Alvin noticed Ginny had nearly finished, he declined her request for a third helping and planted a kiss on her sulky face. A gentle poke to her rounded belly elicited a smile, enabling him to begin tidying up the dishes. Around 1 o'clock, when typically no more diners would arrive, 3 uniformed police officers and a well-dressed middle-aged man entered. 2 of the officers, Michael and Scott, were familiar to Alvin, and they were the first to greet him. The enthusiastic Scott even offered Alvin a fist bump, prompting a frown from the female officer beside him. The dignified middle-aged man, however, took a seat at the bar with ease, smiling at Alvin as he spoke. "Hello, Mr. Alvin. I have long heard that your steaks are exceptional, and I have always wanted to try them. I wonder if I might have the pleasure today." Noticing Alvin's furrowed brow, the man continued, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am George Stacy, the chief of police for New Apple City." He extended his hand for a handshake. Alvin reciprocated the gesture, apologizing, "You might have to wait until evening. The lunch quota has already been sold out." "George, possessing a good-natured temperament, did not take offense and replied, "What a pity. Please do bring me a glass of water." Of course. Alvin signaled to Jessica to serve the chief and his companions some lemonade. The female officer leaned against the bar, propping her left elbow up and tapping her fingers on the counter, signaling for Alvin to come closer. "Could we make an exception?" she inquired, ignoring her unreasonable request. Alvin turned his attention back to Michael and Scott. Michael offered an awkward smile and explained, "This is Officer Misty Knight, our new precinct chief in Hell's Kitchen." He stepped aside, clearly not fond of his new superior. Alvin chuckled playfully. "I must congratulate our police department on acquiring a new chief." Turning to Misty, he added, "I see your precinct has also received a new door." The previous chiefs faced quite a bit of hardship. Misty, evidently quick-tempered, slammed her right hand down on the bar, producing a loud thud. The solid wood counter bore a noticeable dent from her steel arm. The restaurant remained still, as the curious patrons had mostly departed, leaving behind only those in the know from Hell's Kitchen. Everyone appeared excited to see how Alvin would handle the situation. Intrigued, Alvin observed Misty's finely crafted mechanical arm and remarked, "Officer Knight, if you could provide me with the contact information of the manufacturer who customized your arm, I might consider forgiving the damage done to my bar." Fuming, Misty shot a glare at Alvin and declared, "Alvin, we suspect you are connected to the massacre on Long Island yesterday. You are now a suspect and must cooperate with our investigation." Alvin glanced at Michael and Scott, who were both silent and downcast behind Misty, realizing these two had thrown her under the bus. But who really cared? One cannot ignore their own foolishness simply because others have set them up. Chapter 25. A nightly venture into Hell's Kitchen. The doors of the restaurant swung open once more, and Fudge and Matt stepped inside. As they walked, Fudge grumbled, "Matt, I told you we needed to arrive earlier. You wasted too much time on that girl. By now, Alvin's steaks are long gone." Matt, with a smile, chose to ignore Fudge's complaints. He appeared to be in good spirits, evidently having enjoyed restful days recently. His cane twirled elegantly in his hand, gently tapping Fudge at the waist. Startled, Fudge jumped, flailing his arms in protest, exclaiming, Okay. Our esteemed lawyer Matt is a dedicated attorney. It surely isn't just because that girl is stunning. Oh, and her voice is equally hot." Fudge dodged Matt's playful jabs, and, with a comical swagger reminiscent of a plump tiger imitating Michael Jackson, made his way to the bar. He greeted Mike and Scott with laughter, then called out to Alvin. "Alvin, you must save me. My stomach insists that it requires your immediate attention. Whatever it takes, I need to fill it up now." Jenny sat perched on a bar stool, undeterred by Misty's intimidation. Instead, she found herself captivated by Fudge's antics, resting her chin on her hands, intrigued. Noticing Jenny's attention, Fudge dramatically covered his face with his hands and began to run in place, emitting soft squeals like an ardent fan. "Wow, is this our little princess of Hell's Kitchen? My heavens, you are stunning, like a true princess." Jenny burst into peals of laughter, clutching her belly, and slid off her stool. Alvin, quick as a flash, caught her, grinning at the nearly toppled Jenny, and shot a disapproving glance at Fudge. Ignoring the playful troublemaker, he greeted Matt, saying, "Hey Matt, you look well." With his deep red sunglasses, likely a result of his recent rest, Matt approached, smiling. "The last couple of days have been delightful. A flock of charming little birds has been flitting about Hell's Kitchen. Alvin, did you know?" Alvin chuckled. "Perhaps it's the breadcrumbs I've been scattering on the rooftop that are attracting them. Who knows? But it's certainly a good thing. Isn't it?" Matt chuckled lightly. "Is indeed a good thing. At least I've managed to get 2 nights of good sleep." He then removed his sunglasses, revealing his gray eyes, and made a silly face at Jenny, who was fascinated by this new and different person. She felt a connection with these individuals she had recently encountered. Meanwhile, Misty, left to the side, was growing increasingly irate, her face turning a shade of green. The only thing keeping her temper in check was the scant remnants of her police instincts. She sensed that something was amiss. With a stern expression, she coldly addressed them. "Yesterday, you negotiated with Bloody Jansen's henchman, Black Bear. Following the failed negotiations, Black Bear and his men were severely injured and hospitalized, and concurrently, Jansen's Long Island villa was attacked, resulting in 36 fatalities. You expect me to believe this has nothing to do with you? I care not for your criminal antics. But among those 36 were innocent servants and gardeners. Do not make me find evidence. You will pay for this. Alvin, speechless, glanced at the police chief of New York City, who, clutching a lemonade cup, seemed to be intently focused, as though he had not heard Misty and Alvin's conversation. Ignoring the impulsive officer, Alvin smiled at Chief George, saying, "You must harbor quite a disdain for her to assign her to Hell's Kitchen." George, unable to remain indifferent to such an accusation, replied earnestly, "Officer Misty Knight is an exceptional police officer. We believe her arrival will bring about a transformation in the security of Hell's Kitchen, which is why she has been appointed here." His serious demeanor resembled that of a president often seen on television, delivering disingenuous remarks. The insincerity in George's words was palpable, even to Misty herself, who began to realize she may have erred. Casting a glance at Mike and Scott, she found them silent, their expressions grave as they regarded Chief George. Under the scrutiny of his subordinates, George, despite his thick skin, felt the pressure and forced a smile, saying, "I know you, Alvin. I've reviewed all your records. You are an extraordinary individual. The changes you have brought to Hell's Kitchen in a year surpass what we as law enforcement have achieved in the past decade. However, maintaining order ultimately rests with us, the police. The position of chief in Hell's Kitchen has been vacant for over a year, and I believe Misty is the most suitable candidate. Hence, I am here today to introduce her to you." Glancing at Misty and her associates Michael and Scott, he shook his head with a wry smile. "I now find myself questioning whether she is truly fit for the role." George's words were sincere. Alvin had no doubt he was seeking trouble. Looking at Michael, he said, "Michael, for heaven's sake, tell your new chief where I was yesterday." Michael awkwardly rubbed his nose, replying, "Mr. Alvin was in the restaurant yesterday, during which he engaged in negotiations with Black Bear. The negotiations aimed to keep him away from the children in schools and minors in the community. Moreover, Black Bear is currently unharmed, which gives me reason to believe Mr. Alvin is not involved with the events on Long Island, as there is no necessity for it." Misty regarded Michael skeptically, her expression still grim. She felt foolish, acutely aware of the disdain and distrust from her colleagues within the precinct. She had impulsively chosen the wrong target to assert her authority, revealing her most foolish side before her superior on her very first day. Alvin turned to Misty, saying, "Officer Misty, I welcome your presence as the chief of police in Hell's Kitchen. However, you must first demonstrate that you are a competent officer for everyone to heed your command. This is the rule of Hell's Kitchen. It applies equally to the streets and the precinct." Misty met Alvin's gaze and coldly replied, "So, how do I prove that I am the right person for the job?" Alvin laughed heartily. "It's quite simple. Venture into Hell's Kitchen at night." Misty, incredulous, responded, "Is it truly that simple?" Alvin chuckled. "A week from now, as long as you are neither dead nor have fled, I shall be the first to proclaim, 'Welcome to Hell's Kitchen.'" Chapter 26. Frank's house. Misty began to suspect she had misjudged the inhabitants of Hell's Kitchen and the state of law enforcement. Observing her colleagues, Michael and Scott, as well as the demeanor of Chief George Stacy of the New York City Police Department, it became evident that Alvin was not a truly malevolent individual, at least not an enemy of the police. Misty stiffly nodded and coldly remarked, "You will see," before turning to exit. "Hey, officer, you haven't told me where you had that hand customized." Alvin called from the bar. "I really need to know." The rigid Misty, unable to maintain her composure, muttered awkwardly, "Stark Industries Lab," as she hurriedly departed. Michael glanced apologetically at Alvin and said, "I'm sorry, Alvin. I didn't expect her to be so impulsive." Alvin waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's nothing. Jessica still owes you a favor. Just hope your next few days aren't too difficult." Looking at Michael earnestly, he added, "To be honest, Michael, you are a good person. However, I feel you all ought to reconsider your approach. I have a foreboding sense that your new chief is quite formidable." Michael chuckled wryly, saying, "Let us hope so. Working here is quite a tough gig." He then exited with Scott, chasing after Misty. Unexpectedly, Chief George did not leave, but continued to sit at the bar, lost in thought. Ignoring him, Alvin called out to Fudgy and Matt, saying, "Gentlemen, you are in for a treat. I made sweet and sour ribs and beef stew with tomatoes today. If you don't mind, I can heat some up for you." "Of course, Alvin, my good mate. I knew you wouldn't let me go hungry," Fudgy exclaimed happily. Alvin reheated the leftover food, serving it as a rice bowl to Fudgy and Matt, who relished their meal. He smiled and remarked, "Boys, you are lawyers. It's rare to see you struggling like this. Why not venture to other districts and find some clients? You can't sustain yourselves here." Fudgy nonchalantly chewed on his rice, responding, "You don't understand, Alvin. What we do now is the same work the old mob used to handle, collecting wages for construction workers, filing sexual harassment lawsuits for female employees, suing insurance companies for those not receiving their pensions." Alvin admired Fudgy's rambling ability, laughing. "I meant you could take on some lucrative cases." Fudgy waved his hand, saying, "We truly don't have the time. Our cases are already booked 2 months in advance, although none of them are profitable." After saying this, Fudgy cast a forlorn glance at Matt, lamenting that the most lucrative case, the compensation from SHOV 2 days prior, was one they were unwilling to pursue. Matt turned to Fudgy, stating, "What we're doing now is helping the residents of Hell's Kitchen start believing in the law, rather than resorting to the mob and firearms to resolve their issues, so they can find lawful employment elsewhere." "Yes, the great saint, Mr. Matt Murdoch. We are a month behind on rent, and you just offered a consultation for free to a fiery lady." Fudgy quipped, "If it weren't for Alvin, we'd have gone bankrupt last month. As a lawyer, that would be a tremendous disgrace in my career." Alvin felt a pang of sympathy for Fudgy. Having a colleague like Matt indeed made it difficult to earn a living. Alvin was aware of Matt's principled nature. He was a genuinely good person. Yet, the world often treats the virtuous poorly, while the wicked thrive in excess. Reflecting on this, the thought of Fisk became particularly loathsome. How could the mighty daredevil live like a welfare recipient while Fisk, a mob boss, indulged in opulence every night? The irony was that Matt's welfare was funded by Alvin, which made it all the more outrageous. He ought to confront Fisk and demand some restitution. The kindergarten was about to open, and they still needed a few school buses. Walking briskly to the bar, Frank addressed Jessica, saying, "Hey Jess, do me a solid and get me a beer." He cast a cold glance at George, who sat silently at the bar, disliking the man's demeanor. Jessica disdainfully poured a beer and, extending her arm, handed it to Frank as if he were contagious. Fudgy and Matt silently moved to a distant table to continue their meal, and though Fudgy considered making a quip, he wisely chose to remain silent after assessing Frank's imposing presence. Alvin rapped the bar, expressing his disdain. "Buddy, did you fall into a cesspool? If you linger here for much longer, my restaurant will have no patrons left." Frank took a hearty gulp of his beer and bragged, "I secured the house next door, painted it myself, and even fixed that damn plumbing. For such a run-down place, that portly landlord still wanted $5,000 a year from me." Alvin regarded Frank as if he were a fool, questioning, "Did you actually pay? If not, I could have old Kent talk to him. I'm sure we can negotiate a better deal." Frank proudly declared, "I paid $20,000. Ha, what a bargain." He looked down at Alvin with disdain, asserting, "I'm no fool. $20,000 for the house next door is a steal." Alvin could hardly believe it. Frank didn't strike him as a negotiator. No matter how poor the house, it wouldn't sell for less than $80,000. This was still New York City, despite its troubles. Cautiously, Alvin inquired, "Is the landlord still alive?" Frank glanced at George, the only one remaining at the bar, and replied, "I ran him off, causing chaos in his supermarket, which sold for a good price. He gave me a huge discount on the house." "Huh." Now more concerned, Alvin asked, "What about the mob? I've heard that once you embrace them, they don't just walk away." Frank triumphantly finished his remaining beer, stating, "I told them to scram. If they have a problem, they can come find Alvin at the Peace Hotel." Chapter 27. Strategies for Elite Schools. As the scent emanating from Frank dissipated, Alvin poured a glass of beer for Director George, remarking, "Director, if there is anything else on your mind, feel free to share. Honestly, I harbor no disdain for the police." George glanced up at Alvin, pondering for a moment before replying, "I am uncertain whether I should disclose this to you. I have reviewed your writings and videos. You possess some rather unique abilities and formidable companions. I wish to consult with you, as it may prove beneficial." Alvin inwardly scoffed at the manner in which these individuals communicated. Whenever they hesitated over whether to speak, they invariably chose to do so. Why waste words? I remained silent, relishing your discomfort. The seasoned director, undeterred by any awkwardness, continued, "Recently, a high-ranking executive from Stark Industries was attacked, and her bodyguard lost his life in the attempt to save her. Upon investigation, we discovered that the assailants were vampires." Suppressing the urge to mock, Alvin listened as Director George elaborated. "Indeed, they are vampires, creatures with fangs who operate under the cover of night and feed on human blood. A thorough inquiry revealed that they form a considerable group. Numerous missing persons over the past decades have been linked to them." Alvin regarded the director with a sardonic expression, exclaiming, "Wow, it took you decades to uncover this? Only when a Stark executive was attacked did you become aware." He wiped his eyes, disdainfully adding, "To be honest, Director, you've completely diminished my already low opinion of the New York City Police." George forced a wry smile and replied, "I do not shirk my responsibilities. Upon learning of this situation, I ordered an investigation. However, I lost over 10 officers in the process, good men who did not deserve such fates. I cannot bear to watch them perish. Thus, I sought you out, believing you might have some insights." Rubbing his throbbing temples, George earnestly continued, "If you know anything, please share it. I wish to send those wretches to hell." Alvin considered George's expression. It did not seem feigned. He was genuinely concerned for public safety and grieved for the fallen officers. Moreover, the notions of night, fangs, and blood seemed oddly familiar. While there may not be films about vampires in this world, Alvin had certainly watched his fair share in a previous life. This piqued his curiosity, though he feared it might invite trouble. Nearby, Jessica's attention was captivated by George's narrative as she leaned on the bar, resting her chin on one hand, as if listening to a story. Ginny playfully climbed onto a high stool, mimicking Jessica's pose. Although she could not comprehend the adult conversation, she was content merely to watch her father. Alvin chuckled at Ginny's antics, playfully ruffling her hair until she erupted into giggles. After planting a kiss on his daughter's cheek, he turned to Director George, saying, "Perhaps I possess some knowledge, though I cannot be certain. Could we arrange for the involved party to confirm the details? I would like to hear about what they saw, heard, and even smelled." He paused before adding, "However, isn't this the sort of matter that should be handled by, what is it called, this H.O.D.? They would be the appropriate authorities." Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D., George's expression darkened with indignation. It was evident he had not received favorable news from them. Much like the FBI's disdain for the CIA, the director clearly felt overlooked by S.H.I.L.D. "I received only a single statement from them. The matter is under review. They will inform me once it is resolved. Those wretches have no regard for the lives of civilians or police officers." He continued with a bitter tone. "One city council member raised this issue several times, only to have his entire family go missing. These scoundrels are utterly lawless." After venting his frustrations towards S.H.I.E.L.D., George appeared somewhat relieved and proposed, "I can arrange a meeting with the Stark Industries executive. Would you be able to attend?" Alvin stretched lazily, smiling as he replied, "As the owner and chef of the restaurant, I am here during meal times. After all, I have a large family to feed, do I not?" He then affectionately pinched Ginny's small nose, casting a disdainful glance at Jessica, ignoring her protests. Turning back to Director George, he said, "I cannot predict the outcome. However, I sense you are a good officer. If the situation is genuine, I assure you I will do my utmost, especially now that I have a child and I am also a principal." George evidently recognized Alvin's claim of being a principal and acknowledged the promise made. He then jested, "Indeed, Your Excellency, the principal, your school is the most unique I have encountered. My daughter is about to enter the 11th grade, and perhaps I will consider transferring her to your institution. You know, rebellious teenage girls can be quite a headache. I often feel compelled to follow her around with a gun to ward off any undesirable boys." Nodding vigorously, Alvin responded, "In my school, early romances are strictly prohibited. You might consider transferring your child to us next year. While I cannot guarantee everything, I assure you our college admission rates are exceptional. Our graduating class is taught by venerable old professors." Alvin quietly dismissed Professor Cage from the ranks of esteemed educators, but there was no need to share this with George. Was there? He suddenly realized George's daughter could be an excellent candidate. If managed well, her enrollment could serve as an exemplary case. enticing other students to seek admission to the community school, which could demand a hefty price. Reflecting on the elite school's admissions process in his previous life, he recalled how wealthy families would shower cash upon prestigious institutions, only to be scrutinized during interviews by discerning teachers. Community schools, however, welcomed students who could afford the tuition without such rigorous vetting. Yet the priority was to convince George to send his daughter over. Alvin remarqued, consultation. What is that? Do not underestimate me, George. I can assure you your daughter will not have a boyfriend at my school. Furthermore, she will be entering in the 11th grade, and she will be taught by two retired professors from Columbia University, Professor Wilson and Professor Cage. Wilson is a nominee for the highest literary award in America, and Professor Cage is even more impressive, a nominee for the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. Just imagine what your daughter could achieve under their guidance. Both professors would easily recommend your daughter to the most prestigious universities in the country. What are you waiting for, George? Consider the unsavory boys who circle around her at school. Your daughter's future is in your hands. George was clearly swayed, stroking his chin as he pondered. I shall consider it. Chapter 28. We are family. Upon observing George's captivated expression, Alvin relentlessly employed his silver tongue to sway him. He understood precisely what a father desires to hear regarding his daughter: safety, focus, and quality education, all of which the community school could provide. As Matt finished his meal, he approached and asserted, I can assure you, Alvin speaks the truth. I doubt any student from that school would fail to gain admission to college. After speaking, Matt's lips twitched. The school, akin to a concentration camp, churned out mere machines for learning and examination. Reflecting on his own experiences, Matt mused that had he attended that school, he would not have ended up in Columbia Law School, but rather at Harvard Law School. Grateful for Matt's unexpected defense, Alvin decided to indulge him with a few months of welfare. After concluding his business, Director George downed another beer before taking his leave. Noticing he had no driver, Alvin speculated that in the bustling city of New York, the police chief could likely afford a brief lapse in judgment without consequence. As George departed, Matt exhibited a hesitant demeanor. Alvin produced 2 cigars, handed one to Matt, and led him outside the restaurant. After igniting the cigar and sharing a moment with Saul and Dom, Alvin smiled and encouraged Matt to speak freely. Contemplating his words, Matt finally confessed, if what Director George said is true, then there are indeed vampires lurking in Hell's Kitchen. I may have encountered such a creature. Alvin was taken aback. Vampires in Hell's Kitchen? Why had he never heard of this? He inquired earnestly. Where? When? I cannot tolerate the presence of such perilous beings near my school. They exist beyond the realm of rules. About 6 months ago, I heard disturbances on several occasions and rushed to the scene. The victims were already deceased, and I was at a loss as to how they had died, as there was little blood at the scene. The last time I arrived, the creature had not yet fled, and the victim still lived. I managed to drive it away. The victim uttered one word before passing, vampire. Alvin stroked his chin, questioning, what is the creature's combat capability? Is it manageable? Matt pondered before responding, it is formidable. That creature is nearly indestructible, exhibiting remarkable speed and strength. He refrained from mentioning any recent encounters, suggesting either the creature had departed Hell's Kitchen or was simply feeding in a concealed location. Inside the restaurant, Ginny was in fits of laughter, entertained by Fergie. Alvin approached, scooped up his precious daughter, and kissed her. He turned to Fergie and said, if you have no plans for the evening, stay. I'll host a celebration. Nick has found his father, and we must toast to that with ample drinks. Fergie cheered, fantastic. Alvin, my friend, this is indeed a reason to celebrate. I must indulge. Lately, I've had no funds to get myself drunk. That evening, the Peace Hotel closed early, with the formal dinner commencing at 8. 2 long tables were combined to form a grand dining table, where Jessica, Ginny, Nick, JJ, Frank, Matt, and Fergie gathered. Alvin rose first, raising his glass as he spoke. Tonight's meal is in honor of Nick finally finding his father, Frank. I am delighted to welcome another member to our family. He tilted his head toward Frank, asserting, I care not whether you acknowledge yourself as part of our family. You are Nick's father, and I shall consider you my kin. My sole family creed is this: do not betray your family. Cheers! Jessica was exhilarated by her newfound familial status and downed a large mug of beer. With a rosy face and a silly smile directed at Alvin, she exclaimed, "So, does that make you my brother?" Alvin chuckled, ruffling Jessica's hair. "Silly girl, I am your boss brother, and you are my waitress sister. That cannot change." Jessica, slightly confused, asked, "What does that mean?" Nick, ever the loudmouth, chimed in with his sharp tongue. "It means Alvin remains the boss, and you are still the waitress, Jessica. You're quite foolish. You'll find it hard to land a boyfriend. No one likes a fool." Ignoring Nick's reckless remarks, an irate Jessica tugged at his ear, causing him to yelp in pain. Alvin raised his glass toward Matt and Fergie, declaring, "Gentlemen, you are my best friends in Hell's Kitchen. May our friendship endure." To friendship, the trio clinked glasses and drank heartily. "Boss, thank you." JJ feigned wiping away a tear as he clinked glasses with Alvin. The latter noticed the genuine tears and decided to let it slide. Spotting his beloved daughter Jenny, who held a glass of apple juice, Alvin exclaimed, "Ah, and of course, my darling." He clinked his large beer mug against her small cup, sharing a jovial toast. Jenny beamed at Alvin, saying, "Daddy, happy." Jenny happy. This girl was remarkably perceptive, far surpassing Nick, who was oblivious to his predicament as he endured Jessica's relentless teasing. After dealing with Nick's foul behavior, Jessica sat beside Alvin, pouting and refusing to speak. When women exhibit such behavior, men must humbly acknowledge their faults and soothe their feelings, lest the consequences be dire. This wisdom was gleaned from the trials of a married man. Gently tousling Jessica's hair, Alvin smiled and said, "Regardless of your thoughts, I have always regarded you as my sister. You have remained by my side during my most challenging times. The world has been cruel to us, robbing us of our biological kin, yet it has also been fair, leading us to discover one another." His heartfelt words brought tears to Jessica's eyes. She lowered her gaze and murmured, "I don't want to be a sister." Feigning ignorance, Alvin patted Jessica's shoulder and turned to seek JJ for another drink, only to be unexpectedly embraced by Jessica, who planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Alvin chuckled silently. A kiss from a lovely girl wouldn't cost him anything. Just as Nick prepared to unleash his acerbic wit again, Frank swiftly covered his mouth, sensing that his son was mischief-making and fearing for his own safety. Chapter 29. Stark's admirer since Ginny's arrival. Alvin has taken on an additional daily task, teaching the child to read and count. Poor Ginny has joyfully tumbled into the gentle trap woven by Alvin. "Look, Ginny, this word means father. Look, Ginny, this word means daughter. And these are the numbers. 1, 2, 9. Thank goodness, Ginny is a bright and eager learner. Alvin's chubby son from his previous life struggled with simple addition and subtraction within 10, often relying on his fingers, and sometimes even his father's. For 3 consecutive days, Alvin felt in high spirits, even postponing his quest for gold and the purchase of a school bus. On this day, the Peace Hotel was operating as usual during lunchtime. Frank's appointment had come through. Today, he was assuming the role of director of discipline at the community school. JJ had rushed off to become the school bus driver and security guard. Only Alvin, Jessica, and the little princess Ginny remained in the restaurant. Alvin was busy grilling steaks, while Jessica served and handled the payments, with Ginny overseeing the operation. By 12:30, all 50 steaks had been sold. Alvin held Ginny, who was dressed in a little server's uniform, while sharing some mischievous gossip about Jessica. "I bet Jessica will still make a mistake with the change today. That's the price of not grasping math. My little Ginny must take her math studies seriously," he whispered gently in her ear. Ginny giggled, nodding enthusiastically. "Ginny is clever and won't make mistakes. Jessica is the silly one, just as Nick says. What an adorable little girl. But do keep your voice down. Did you not notice Jessica's glare?" Alvin glanced towards the entrance, where Director George and a flamboyantly dressed, curly-haired middle-aged man entered. Following them was a blonde beauty in her 30s, exuding an air of competence, though she appeared somewhat worn and troubled, as if burdened by something. Accompanying her was a tall, stout Caucasian, presumably a bodyguard. The flamboyant man, donning brown-tinted sunglasses, brazenly surveyed the restaurant before finally settling down at the bar beside Director George. Jessica leapt over the flamboyant man to serve a glass of lemonade to George and the blonde beauty seated at the bar. The burly bodyguard, wearing dark shades, stood with arms crossed in front of him, indicating he required no service. The flamboyant man, seemingly unperturbed by Jessica's lack of attentiveness, stroked his small mustache and mused. Could it be that I have been lacking exposure lately? This girl treats me like this. Director George was evidently vexed by the flamboyant man and addressed Alvin, saying, "Buddy, this is Miss Pepper Potts, a first-hand witness to the vampire incident. She is the assistant to Mr. Tony Stark, who was quite concerned about her and insisted on accompanying her here." Alvin, of course, was familiar with Tony Stark, the iconic Iron Man from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He found himself questioning what role this character played in a world where vampires existed, and whether this was the same universe he had seen in movies in his previous life. Alvin smiled and remarked, "It appears Mr. Stark is very attentive to his beautiful assistant." Truth be told, he had admired Stark's character in his past life. But now that the character stood before him in the flesh, Alvin felt an urge to punch him in the nose and unleash his dog upon him. For at that moment, Stark's gaze was fixated on Jessica as he uttered, "The Stark Group invites you to work in the chairman's office as an assistant to the assistant, with an annual salary of $500,000. Not only was he casting lewd glances at his server, but he also sought to poach from Alvin's team. This was intolerable. With a frosty demeanor, Alvin looked at Pepper and playfully remarked, "Hello, beautiful. I am Alvin. Does your boss have a penchant for wooing women with the titles of assistant and a generous salary? Or does he prefer to pursue assistants with a $500,000 salary?" Stark clearly caught the edge of Alvin's sarcasm, smirking and retorting in an insufferable tone. "Pepper, consider this a moment of relaxation. There is no such thing as vampires in this world. You are merely exhausted." Stark then turned to Alvin, suggesting, "You should share your imagined concepts with our, exorcist friend here. Perhaps we can witness an entertaining magic show, just for relaxation." Director George, in despair, buried his face in his hands, regretting the decision to bring Stark along, sensing that matters would soon spiral out of control. Alvin found amusement in the situation, glancing at the awkwardly distressed Director George, and quipped, "How has this guy survived with such a foul mouth?" "Because I am a billionaire, a genius inventor, and the chairman of Stark Industries," Stark replied, checking his watch and looking at Jessica. "Our time is limited. Have you made a decision yet?" Jessica was reluctant to engage with Stark, harboring little fondness for someone who seemed eager to flaunt his wealth. However, noticing Alvin's displeased expression inexplicably lifted her spirits. He still cared about her. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Jessica smiled shyly and said, "Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Stark," extending her hand for a shake. Stark, pleased, glanced at Alvin before taking her hand. Just as he was about to exchange a witty remark, he realized that this young woman's grip felt like a vice, tightening around his right hand. Sensing something amiss, Stark struggled to maintain his smile while desperately attempting to free himself from Jessica's grasp. If one were to disregard Stark's expression, he appeared akin to a lecherous man unwilling to release the girl's hand. This was evidently the perception held by both his bodyguard and Miss Potts, while Director George had no desire to witness the spectacle. Amused, Alvin observed Stark's desperate struggle, who was grimacing in pain while frantically shaking his right hand to escape Jessica's hold. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Stark shouted, "Happy!" At that moment, his bodyguard realized his boss was sweating profusely from the discomfort and instinctively reached for Jessica's shoulder, only to find his pant leg yanked upward, leaving him suspended in midair, colliding face first with the restaurant floor. The sickening crack echoed, suggesting that Happy's fall had been quite disastrous. The instigators, Thor and Dom, sat on the ground with a wolfish grin, clutching Happy's pant leg. No matter how much he struggled, his feet could not find purchase, rendering him akin to a writhing maggot. Stark watched in disbelief as his bodyguard was subdued by two dogs. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he raised his left hand and, wincing, declared, Okay, I surrender. I apologize for my rudeness." Alvin gestured for Jessica to release Stark, smiling as he said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stark. I was once your admirer." Chapter 30. Bring to, and take a look. Stark displayed a modicum of courage, refraining from a loud scream. Instead, he cradled his painful right hand in his left, resting on the bar while gasping for breath. Alvin, ever considerate, presented him with an ice pack to soothe his injury, while also taking note of his bodyguard, Happy, whose comically swollen face bore the marks of a broken nose. One could only speculate the disdain his parents must harbor for him, to have bestowed upon him such a name. As Stark applied the ice pack to his hand, he cast a sidelong glance at Alvin and remarked, "Kid, you're in trouble. Your restaurant is in serious jeopardy." Alvin, with a mischievous grin, looked at Stark and retorted, "Are you planning to sue me for your misconduct toward a waitress who, mind you, is merely 19, almost making you wet your pants? Mr. Stark, are you quite certain?" "I am indifferent. My restaurant is equipped with surveillance and audio recordings. If you pursue legal action, my establishment will undoubtedly thrive." "Are you certain?" Alvin continued to smile. Stark glared defiantly at him, asserting, "I am indeed certain. I shall have you, the charlatan, searching for your teeth." Director George hesitated momentarily, wiping his forehead as he observed Stark, a stubborn genius exhibiting childlike behavior in certain respects. He shook his head, ultimately choosing silence. "If you seek discomfort, that is your affair," Alvin said, nodding with a smile. "The Peace Hotel welcomes your presence at any time." Pepper, beside them, rapped the bar lightly. Like a concerned matron, she glanced at Stark, who was glaring at Alvin with childlike indignation, and addressed Alvin, "I am here to discuss matters. Can we commence?" Alvin shrugged, producing a piece of paper and a pen, sitting across the bar from Pepper. "Let us delve into the details of the vampire you encountered and see if it aligns with what I know." He raised an eyebrow playfully at Pepper, the astute blonde beauty, who blushed and averted her gaze from Alvin, casting a reproachful look at Stark. "You do not even believe in such things, Tony. What am I supposed to tell you? When vampires are mentioned, you mock me, claiming I am delusional." Stark, agitated, tossed his sunglasses onto the bar and called out to Jessica, "Miss Waitress, considering my injury, please bring me a beer. Let us hear what your deceitful boss has to say." Alvin set aside his paper and pen, smiling at Pepper. "I believe I have a grasp on what that entity is. Thank you for your account. May I inquire, Miss Potts, do you contemplate a change in employment? My community school is expanding and seeks many outstanding women leaders like you. This position would offer far more fulfillment than tending to a petulant man-child." Pepper chuckled softly, responding, "Thank you. I shall consider your proposition." After a pause, she added, "If you intend to pursue those creatures, please exercise caution." Alvin smiled and shook Pepper's hand, raising an eyebrow in a show of defiance towards Stark, holding her hand for an additional 5 seconds. Just as Stark seemed on the verge of exploding, Alvin released her hand and remarked, "Please give serious thought to my offer. Perhaps you could visit my school when you have the time. My doors are always open to you." Pepper, amused, observed the two men exchanging subtle barbs, shaking her head in silence. Ginny, still resting her chin on her hands at the bar, watched the adults converse with curiosity, glancing at Stark's ice-pack-wrapped hand and commenting, "Cold, uncomfortable." In an unexpected display of good humor, Stark responded to Ginny, making a funny face. "Your waitress is far too barbaric." He feigned blowing on his injured hand, indicating his pain dramatically. Ginny giggled at Stark's antics, saying, "You nick, fool. Same, Jessica angry hit you." Stark, seemingly perplexed by Ginny's manner of speaking, paused and replied, "Hey, little lady, I am no fool. I am a genius inventor." Ginny nodded emphatically, asserting, "You nick, fool, same." Stark, exasperated, turned to Alvin and inquired, "Who is this fool named Nick?" Alvin, delighted by Stark's discomfort, shrugged and replied, "Nick is a second-grade troublemaker, but you mustn't call him a fool. His father has quite the temper." Stark waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "This is undoubtedly the worst day of my year." With that, he spun on his heel and exited the restaurant, while Pepper nodded a farewell to Alvin and hurried after him, ignoring any further discussion about vampires. At the door, Alvin overheard Stark grumbling about Happy. "You couldn't even handle 2 big dogs? Give me a judo or combat instructor, whatever it takes. I want to take that guy down. Just seeing his face makes me want to flatten him." Director George, observing Stark and his entourage leave, sighed in relief, having feared a confrontation between Stark and Alvin. The outcome, it seemed, was relatively favorable. George turned to Alvin with a questioning gaze, asking, "Do you have any recollection of that entity?" After a moment of contemplation, Alvin replied, "I believe I have an inkling of what it is. I need to verify it. If my suspicions are correct, then, Your Excellency, you may be facing considerable trouble." George, feeling a surge of irritation, queried, "How do you intend to verify that?" With a mysterious smile, Alvin opened his palm and confidently declared, "Bring two and we shall see." Chapter 31. No Nobel Prize for Mathematics. Director George looked at Alvin in perplexity and asked, "Do you know where to find such a thing?" Alvin smiled enigmatically and replied, "I have an informant in Hell's Kitchen who knows some details. I will soon be able to unearth that item from its lair." Director George, feeling uneasy, responded, "If you decide to act, please inform me. I will arrange for police support. I am aware that you have capable subordinates, especially that Frank Castle, but such matters are perilous, and I wish to avoid any mishaps." When George mentioned Frank, his expression soured, indicating that he was well informed about the situation. Alvin, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, said, "No need to worry. When it comes to handling that entity, having more people may actually hinder us. If my suspicions are correct, with the right approach, even our little Ginny could manage it." As he spoke, Alvin playfully pinched Ginny's small nose and continued, "Once we capture it, I will notify you for a visit. However, prepare yourself, as I suspect it is indeed a rather troublesome entity for you." Director George, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Why is it troublesome for me? What about you?" Alvin scooped up Ginny and twirled her in the air, imparting meaning with his words, "Because no matter how many come, I can handle it. And just a heads up, this thing may have existed for many years and could have a substantial population. Why do you know nothing about it?" George inhaled sharply, struck by the revelation. He slammed his fist on the table and muttered, "Those bastards at S.H.L.D. must know something but are too cowardly to share it." He then looked at Alvin with a hint of despair, adding, "What you speculate may not necessarily be accurate, right?" Alvin shrugged and affirmed, "Indeed, which is why I must verify it personally. If such a thing exists, Hell's Kitchen will become its grave." Director George, a man of resolute will, seemed reassured by Alvin's calmness and his assertion that finding a solution would not be overly difficult. Although there may be significant trouble in the future, he chose to indulge in a beer at the moment. Alvin handed George a beer and, somewhat apprehensively, asked, "George, my friend, have you considered the matter regarding your daughter that we discussed yesterday?" Alvin scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that his lack of schooling had its drawbacks. Boasting could easily lead to embarrassment. However, upon observing Jessica's bewildered expression upon hearing Nobel, Alvin felt a slight sense of balance restore within him. "Excuse my slip of the tongue. This matter has concluded. I invite you and your wife to visit our school for an inspection." "What? Your daughter should come too?" "There's no need. It's best for children to focus on their studies, and the choice of school should be left to the parents," Alvin encouraged Director George. George appeared intrigued. The conditions Alvin had previously mentioned were indeed appealing to a father with a lovely daughter. After all, he could not watch over her every day, and these days there were far too many unsavory characters around. After some contemplation, George said, "Let us wait until this matter is resolved. I will arrange a time to visit." "I hope what you say is true," Alvin confidently assured him. "Trust me, no parent can refuse my school after a visit. It will be the cradle of Ivy League excellence." "Let's hope so," George exclaimed, downing the remainder of his beer before departing the dining hall. In the late hours of the night, in the lobby of the Peace Hotel, Alvin and JJ were organizing their equipment. Alvin held a modified shotgun designed to shoot nets and asked, "Is this thing sturdy?" An excited JJ, stuffing rifle magazines into his gear, replied with a grin, "Don't worry, boss, as long as it ensnares them. Even an elephant couldn't break free." Noting JJ's enthusiasm, Alvin contemplated the formidable entities he was likely to encounter. He stripped JJ of his weapons, handing him an old Remington shotgun and a vintage Springfield 1911 pistol. "If we fail to capture it, we'll use these instead," he instructed, fastening a Glock 17 to his own waist. All the firearms had undergone Alvin's modifications, inscribed with runes that would inflict significant damage on the undead, thus targeting the right ailment. What? Silver bullets? That is for the wealthy, Alvin thought, knowing he lacked the funds, but he had his own advantages, didn't he? However, he permitted JJ to bring along a silver-plated knife, much to JJ's dismay. He complied, remembering that it was a gift from old Kent, who once specialized in disposing of stolen goods. After retiring from that life, Kent had gifted Alvin with some fine cutlery. With all preparations complete, Alvin ascended to check on his sleeping daughter, planting a kiss on her forehead and tucking her in. He then peeked in on Nick, who, even with one leg, managed to kick off his covers. The boy was destined for greatness. Seeing Jessica's door firmly shut, Alvin shook his head with amusement and joined JJ downstairs to depart. By the old pickup truck, Frank leaned against the passenger door, fully armed, and impatiently remarked, "I've been waiting for you guys for ages. Why are you so slow?" Alvin internally scoffed. Did I summon you? Yet found comfort in the camaraderie. This was the essence of family. It didn't matter what the task was. He was ready to back him up. Alvin surveyed Frank's arsenal. 2 FN SCAR rifles, 2 compact submachine guns, 2 handguns, and a tactical vest laden with magazines. With an envious glance at JJ, Alvin addressed Frank, "Brother, this isn't Iraq. We're not heading in a battle. We're merely going after a small creature. Do we really need all this?" Frank glanced at Alvin and JJ's gear, then back at his own, acknowledging that it might be excessive. He chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Bring it along. If we don't need it, we can leave it in the truck." JJ vigorously nodded, drooling over Frank's equipment. He looked down at his own, an old Remington and a clearly secondhand 1911. Then he glanced back at Frank. Frank fiddled with the shotgun he had acquired, not questioning Alvin's judgment, and nodded in understanding. JJ drove, while Alvin sat in the passenger seat directing, and Frank settled in the back, removing all but a Colt 1911 from his arsenal as he meticulously loaded shells into the Remington's chamber. Chapter 32. I'm not terrifying, am I? On the edge of Hell's Kitchen, near the docks, JJ parked the car by the roadside. Not far off, several massive wolves, like phantoms, evaded the flickering streetlights as they encircled a warehouse. Alvin noticed a figure clad in a red and black bodysuit atop an adjacent warehouse, waving in his direction. He couldn't help but scoff at the individual's fashion sense. Was it truly appropriate for a young bachelor to don such a tight outfit? Ignoring the unnecessary enthusiasm of this backup, Alvin contacted Crow, his brow furrowed. Inside was a gathering point for smugglers, with a considerable number of individuals lingering, being selected by several target creatures as if they were livestock, eagerly following them upstairs. Why were they still here, having already managed to smuggle themselves into the Big Apple? The target was located in the office on the 2nd floor, and, without a thorough count, there were likely about 10. After relaying the situation to JJ and Frank, he inquired about their course of action. Frank, grinning wickedly, asked, "Do you want to capture them all alive, or is one sufficient?" His expression resembled that of a seasoned butcher, inquiring whether one preferred tenderloin or ribs. After contemplating, Alvin replied, "Let us capture 2, just to be safe." Frank nodded, stating, "Then JJ and I will head upstairs and bring couple down. You should lock the warehouse door to prevent anyone inside from escaping in the chaos." His nonchalant demeanor made it seem as though they were merely going to catch chickens. Alvin shook his head, insisting, "I'll accompany you upstairs. Let Thor and the others stay outside. I initially thought it was just a couple of small fry, but it seems we are facing a convention of shrimp. I am quite eager to engage with these creatures." He brandished his cleaver like a gang member eager for confrontation. Uncertain of Alvin's combat prowess, Frank glanced at JJ, who, like a starstruck fan, looked at Alvin with admiration, his eyes glistening at the sight of the cleaver. It appeared there would be no issues. Frank retrieved a U-lock from the car and stealthily approached the warehouse entrance, locking the large door from the outside. The 3 ascended the iron staircase outside the warehouse to the 2nd floor. Alvin closed his eyes to communicate with Crow, discovering a punk rocker type behind the door, leaning against the wall and smoking marijuana. With bloodshot eyes and sharp fangs protruding from his lips, Alvin thought if this wasn't a vampire, there would be no reason to keep his eyes. He stopped JJ, who was about to kick the door down, jesting that if the door was damaged, how could they close it to confront the vampire? He gestured for the 2 to take cover beside the door while he adjusted his collar. Gently knocking, he called out, "Hello, your pizza has arrived." The iron door was pulled ajar from the inside, revealing the punk, who peered out with pursed lips and blood-red eyes. Alvin noted the absence of a security chain, his smile widening. JJ, quick to respond, dashed to the door, shouldering it with force, causing the iron door to crash open. The immense power sent the unfortunate vampire crashing against the wall. The punk, whose head was left protruding from between the wall and the door, was trapped, blood oozing from his orifices, unable to utter a sound. Frank gained a newfound appreciation for JJ's strength, likening him to a human pile driver. The trio entered and shut the door. Alvin grasped the downed punk's hair, signaling for the others to watch. With a gentle swipe of the cleaver across the punk's throat, an orange glow erupted from the wound, and within moments, the punk was reduced to ashes, reminiscent of paper figures burned during the Qingming festival, leaving an environmentally disastrous mess. JJ and Frank were taken aback. JJ eyed Alvin's cleaver and compared it with his own small knife, his gaze towards Alvin growing increasingly envious. Frank inspected the ground, discovering only a trace of black ash, quietly asking, "Do they all perish like this? They are truly fragile." Alvin glanced toward the corridor's corner, speaking earnestly. "Do not let them bite you. Ordinary weapons cannot kill them. Use the weapons I provided." Frank and JJ, trusting Alvin not to lead them astray, tightened their grips on their Remingtons. They stealthily approached a room illuminated with red light. Through the corridor's window, Alvin witnessed a sight that ignited his fury. Under the dim red glow, about 10 vampires were engaged in a debauched gathering, each holding a woman, presumably a smuggler. In a corner, 2 vampires, having already fed, were indulging. The drained women wore eerie smiles as they slowly succumbed to their fates. Alvin signaled to JJ at the door, while Frank, armed with Alvin's Glock 17, secured the window. As JJ attempted to kick the door, Alvin, enraged, delivered a powerful kick, sending the iron door crashing into the room and slamming into a vampire who had just feasted. The unfortunate vampire's distended belly burst under the immense pressure, spraying blood across the walls in a grotesque display. Remarkably, the creature was still alive, struggling beneath the door. The women in the room screamed in terror and huddled in the corner. With these women present, using a shotgun was ill-advised. JJ wielded his Remington as a club in one hand and a 1911 in the other, unleashing chaos. Frank smashed through a window, using the Glock 17 for precise shooting. The rune-imbued firearm wrought devastating destruction upon the vampires. A simple shot would reduce them to ash without requiring meticulous aim. A few quick-reacting vampires, unable to face the wrath of JJ, charged at Alvin, who brandished his cleaver, invoking a thorn spirit to empower himself as he met their charge head-on. There were no intricate moves or strategies. He simply struck down at the first vampire in his path. With 20 points in strength and agility, he was a force to be reckoned with. Of the 5 vampires that lunged at him, 3 disintegrated into ash, while the remaining 2, realizing their attacks were futile, were inexplicably wounded. They screamed in terror, attempting to rally their comrades to confront this fearsome adversary. Alvin paid no heed to their futile resistance, pursuing them with his blade. Seizing one vampire attempting to hide among the women by the hair, he viciously thrust the cleaver into its side, eliciting a scream and a fiery display of sparks. One vampire, taking advantage of Alvin's distraction, clawed at his neck with all its might, only to find a strange wave of energy enveloping it, leaving a massive gash across its body. Alvin, grinning menacingly, swiftly cleaved the vampire in half, reducing it to ash. Seeing the remaining vampires dwindling in number, Alvin unfastened the net gun from his back and ensnared one vampire. Approaching the struggling creature, he kicked it squarely in the face, sending its red eyes bouncing across the floor. JJ, finally venting his frustrations, crushed one of the eyeballs underfoot. The vampires finally recognized that Alvin, unarmed, was the most formidable among them. The last 3 vampires, in despair, clustered together and made a desperate dash for the door. At the door stood JJ, grinning menacingly as he shot one vampire dead. The remaining 2 immediately turned towards the window. Frank, who had always played the supportive role, was consumed with rage. What is happening? Am I not frightening? Chapter 33. Influential figures. 2 unfortunate vampires lunged towards the most ruthless among the trio. A shot rang out, exploding a desperate vampire mid-flight, while the other, having just leaped through the window, met Frank's high kick squarely on the jaw. The vampire let out a horrifying scream, spewing out dozens of teeth as its head snapped back violently. Frank seized its hair, forcing its face down as he slammed it heavily onto the ground. With a menacing grin, Frank drew a 1-foot-long harpoon from his chest sheath and viciously hacked off half of the vampire's shoulder. Observing the resilient creature still struggling, he plunged the harpoon into its back, pinning it to the ground. The skirmish concluded swiftly, and as Frank rose, he noticed Alvin and JJ regarding him with peculiar expressions. JJ whispered to Alvin, bemused at his age, "How can he kick so high?" gesturing towards his own chin for emphasis. Alvin nodded in agreement. "Perhaps he enjoys yoga." Frank scowled and responded to JJ with a middle finger, addressing Alvin. "Let us split up and check for any stragglers." Alvin nodded, saying, "Be quick about it. I'll call the police. I didn't expect so many stowaways here. It's best to leave this to the authorities." Frank acknowledged him and summoned JJ to inspect the rooms on the second floor. They found nothing amiss, indicating that the vampires had merely been hosting a party, leaving behind a punk singer as a lookout, who was promptly dealt with by Alvin. Thankfully, otherwise, if these vampires had armed themselves, casualties among the locals would have been inevitable. Dismissing the unfortunate women, he waved them downstairs, leaving their concerns to the New York police. After a brief tidy-up, Alvin noted that battling vampires was surprisingly eco-friendly, as there were no corpses left behind. This incident could be deemed an overachievement, having left 3 alive. "George, I think you need to send someone to the Hell's Kitchen docks," he communicated. "It's fine. I've caught the creature. However, there are dozens of stowaways here I cannot manage." "All right, I can wait for you at home to interrogate them together. But you must be quick. I don't want to pull an all-nighter." JJ fortuitously uncovered 3 travel-woven bags, reminiscent of the Chinese migrant style, the red and white stripes bringing a nostalgic warmth to Alvin. Alvin roughly stuffed one vampire headfirst into a bag, realizing it was too short. He instructed JJ to hold the vampire's feet while he delivered a fierce punch to its spine, rendering the creature compliant for easier folding into the bag. The vampire pinned to the ground by Frank underwent the same treatment. The last one, crushed against the wall by the iron gate, was deemed unnecessary, as it bore no intact bones. During this, one vampire had pleaded for mercy, but Alvin ignored it. How laughable, to regard us as food and then beg for mercy when overpowered. Where was the dignity of a vampire? Outside the warehouse, the trio, carrying the woven bags, resembled bank robbers returning from a heist, as they approached the pickup truck and tossed the bags into the bed. JJ took the driver's seat, and together they sped home. On their way, they encountered a convoy of police cars rushing towards the docks, sirens blaring. Such was the vibrant life of Hell's Kitchen at night. In the morning at the restaurant, Nick had gone to school, and little Ginny was anxiously battling a bowl of noodles with 2 bamboo chopsticks. Alvin, JJ, and Frank sat at the bar, sipping coffee. Police Chief George entered, his expression far from cheerful. Approaching the bar, he wearily addressed Jessica. "Dear, could I have a cup of coffee? No sugar?" JJ glanced at Jessica, who appeared pale. She had already vomited 5 times since last night. Shaking his head, he stood up, took the coffee pot, and poured a cup for George. George eyed Jessica quizzically and asked JJ, "What's wrong with her today?" JJ shrugged. "Jessica peeked at our prey yesterday. It might have been a bit bloody." George's urgency surged as he inquired, "Did you eliminate the creature?" JJ bit his lip, tilting his head as if recalling something amusing, and replied, "No, it's precisely because they're still alive that Jessica is in her current state." Fuming, Jessica hurled a condiment bottle at JJ, exclaiming, "You're all disgusting. Why would you bring such vile things home? You let their insides spill everywhere." She then rushed to the restroom, covering her mouth. George, perplexed, asked, "What did you bring?" "Spill everywhere?" His demeanor became grave as he remarked, "You mentioned it's still alive?" Noticing the chief's troubled expression, JJ affirmed, "Indeed, it's very much alive, hopping about. You can see for yourself shortly." George sighed in relief, turning to Alvin, "Buddy, the situation is dire. The FBI has forcibly taken over the case in the dock area. Just now, 2 congressmen called me, insisting I cease the vampire investigation and hand it over to S.H.I.E.L.D. We might be in trouble." Alvin, smiling, refilled George's coffee cup. "The trouble lies with you. Remember what I said? This is a species that has thrived on Earth for millennia, viewing humans as mere sustenance. Why is it that the average person remains oblivious to their existence? Alvin fixed his gaze on George, stating, because they have infiltrated our midst. George pounded the bar in frustration, cursing, those damned bastards. I will root them all out. Afterward, George despondently rubbed his face, but I'm scheduled to depart for D.C. the day after tomorrow for a crucial meeting. The chief slammed his fist on the bar in irritation. Observing George's despondent demeanor, Alvin suggested, the best course of action for you is to inform the public, to make them aware of the dreadful existence lurking in the shadows. George, bewildered, inquired, how should I proceed? Alvin, brimming with confidence, replied, it's quite simple. Invite a highly influential figure to witness the situation. I believe a certain billionaire and genius inventor would be ideal. George regarded Alvin, inspired by his notion. Why was he currently under such immense pressure? Because the public remained uninformed. Once the existence of vampires was exposed to the public eye, no one could impede his investigation. When people realize a terrifying species lurks among them, feeding on humanity, the resulting turmoil and pressure will be insurmountable for any government agency. As for whether this would put Stark in a bind, that was beyond the chief's concern, and besides, he wasn't particularly fond of that fellow. Without delay, the resolute George picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, Miss Pepper. This is George from the New York Police Department. Yes, I'm calling regarding yesterday's events. We have apprehended several suspected vampires and would like to request your presence for identification. In the heart of Hell's Kitchen, within the Peace Hotel, I await your arrival. And it would be prudent to invite Mr. Stark as well. I sense a misunderstanding between Mr. Stark and Alvin, and this presents a perfect opportunity for clarification. Very well. I shall remain here. Do hurry. Director George concluded the call, only to find Alvin regarding him with a look of disdain. Touching his face, George inquired, what is the matter? Is there something on my face? Alvin, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, nothing at all. I'm merely curious as to why the chief of the New York Police lacks Mr. Tony Stark's contact information. You have to reach out to his secretary for any matter. Touching his chin, George, I'm beginning to have doubts about your capabilities. George, feeling slightly awkward, chuckled and said, I have dealt with Stark before, and to be honest, I'm not particularly fond of the man. Alvin, not wishing to press him further, recognized George as an upright individual. With a smile, he remarked, you missed out yesterday. We conducted a brief inquiry with those 3 vampires. They were quite cooperative. Would you like to hear what they had to say? George sipped his coffee, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Alvin organized his thoughts and elaborated. They referred to themselves as the Blood Clan, having proliferated for over a millennium, categorized into purebloods and hybrids. The trio we apprehended last night are hybrids, possessing average combat abilities, merely faster and stronger than the average human. They serve the pureblood vampires, who transform them for their own purposes. The warehouse we raided yesterday was a food stash under the watch of the purebloods. Alvin pressed his lips together and continued. Legend has it that pureblood vampires are ancient beings, some living for centuries or even millennia. They have organized themselves into 12 clans, forming a vampire council that governs all vampires. Their power is formidable and their influence vast, with a cadre of lesser beings aiding them. They pose a significant threat, especially to you. George clenched his jaw and struck the bar with his fist, stating, I need to see what these mongrels truly are. Alvin rubbed his nose, advising, I suggest you wait a while until Stark arrives. It will be best to confront them together. During yesterday's questioning, JJ was a bit heavy-handed, and the scene might not have been particularly pleasant. Seeing the concern for poor Jessica cross George's mind, he readily agreed. Alvin, appreciating George's amenability, felt his fondness for him increase, hoping he might send his daughter to Alvin's school. With a smile, Alvin inquired, what became of the stowaways from the warehouse? Were they repatriated? This question seemed to irritate George, who responded, the FBI detained them and excluded the immigration department from involvement. Alvin, I genuinely worry. The influence of these creatures exceeds my imagination. Alvin offered a light-hearted reassurance. You need not fret. They are merely a nuisance. Humanity has dominated this world for millennia for a reason. These beings possess numerous fatal weaknesses, even if they hold a position among the human elite. It is akin to a sandcastle, one wave, and poof. George felt somewhat reassured and said, Alvin, enlighten me about the fatal weaknesses of vampires. I must understand my adversaries. Alvin pursed his lips, pondering how vampires have survived to this day. Sunlight, silver weapons, garlic. Beyond that, I'm not well versed. Perhaps you could send an email to the Vatican for more insights. This is also why I wish to involve Stark. Without a wealthy benefactor, combating vampires is quite costly. George nodded, remaining silent. Everything would hinge on Stark's arrival and the encounter with the real vampires before a final judgment could be made. It was not a matter of disbelief in Alvin, but rather a trait essential for a successful leader. Today, a sign declaring closed for business hung at the entrance of the Peace Hotel, while Alvin and the others awaited Stark's arrival in the restaurant. As time dragged on, Alvin even found a moment to read a storybook to Ginny, summoning Thor and Dom to let Ginny ride Thor, engaging in a light-hearted mock battle game. The energetic Thor and Dom enjoyed Ginny's company, preferring this over merely lounging at the entrance like mascots. Little Ginny stood nearly at Thor's height, her arms wrapped around his neck, giggling as she buried her face in his thick fur, ignoring her mischievous father's tickling. As noon approached, Alvin noted the time and resolved to prepare some meals to ensure everyone was nourished while they continued to wait. Just as the first steak was nearing completion, Stark's flamboyant voice resonated at the restaurant entrance. Wow, what a delightful aroma. It seems we have arrived at the perfect moment. The flamboyant Stark, adorned in a dark red suit, sauntered in, followed by Pepper and his bandaged bodyguard, Happy. Jessica, resting at a table, lifted her head at the sound of the door, only to see Stark in his dark red suit, his face adorned with a greasy smile. Stunned for a moment, she covered her mouth and dashed into the restroom once more. Alvin felt a pang of sympathy for her. The poor girl had already emptied her stomach. And what more could she possibly expel? Stark, shaking his head, approached the bar, stroking his mustache and wondering, what else with her? Could it be that my handsomeness has overwhelmed her, causing an early pregnancy? Stark nonchalantly took a seat at the bar, beckoning Pepper to sit beside him. Placing his bandaged right hand on the bar, he spoke in a tone dripping with condescension. So, Mr. Alvin, did you summon me to apologize? Or are you seeking my endorsement for your restaurant in high society? As he surveyed the restaurant with exaggerated disdain, Stark scoffed, to be honest, this place isn't too much. Frank looked at Stark with admiration, finding his reckless demeanor reminiscent of his own troublesome son. Alvin, indifferent to Stark's deliberate mispronunciation of his name, maintained a level of respect for a potential weapons sponsor and scapegoat. With a smile, Alvin addressed Stark. Today, my primary intention is to resolve the misunderstanding from yesterday. If you haven't dined yet, perhaps you might enjoy a taste of my steak. You may find it to your liking. Stark, with a knowing expression, pointed at Alvin with his left hand as if he were a loan shark's enforcer. Kid, it's too late for apologies now. I just spent 500,000 hiring a Japanese judo master. I'll be coming for you soon. I intend to teach you a lesson, not for the injury inflicted by your waiter, but to ensure you understand that when encountering Tony Stark, respect is paramount. Frank anxiously contemplated Stark's words, wondering how many people he would have to eliminate to keep Nick safe should he turn out like Stark. Alvin, maintaining his polite smile, replied, "That is your prerogative. However, you did sustain an injury today, did you not? Perhaps you should sample my steak first." Alvin proceeded to serve the prepared steaks to Director George, JJ, and Frank, noting that George's portion was only half of its usual size. Little Ginny had eaten quite a bit earlier and was not hungry at the moment, while Jessica would likely wait until evening to eat. Stark mockingly scoffed at Director George, suggesting that a man could only consume so little without tarnishing his image as a police officer. Ignoring Stark's caustic remarks, Alvin smiled and gestured to Pepper, inquiring if she would like a portion of steak as well. Pepper politely declined, citing her diet. Behold, the beauty of a young lady is indeed favored by the heavens. She chose the largest steak, where the olive oil on the iron plate was replaced by animal fat, swiftly seared to lock in the succulent juices. Cooked to a perfect medium rare, the pasta was generously smothered in rich tomato sauce, topped with a perfectly fried runny egg. Exquisite. When this magnificent iron plate steak was served at the bar, even Stark, with his discerning palate, inhaled deeply, remarking on the profound aroma. Buddy, this steak is cooked to perfection. If you aren't a fraud, I might even grant you an additional 50 points. Satisfied with Alvin's performance, Stark eagerly grabbed his knife and fork, devouring the steak with gusto. Silence enveloped the room, save for the skeptical gaze Pepper cast upon Alvin. With a gentlemanly smile and a slight tilt of his head, Alvin inquired silently if something was amiss. Pepper shook her head in confusion, signaling that all was well. However, she harbored doubts about Alvin's amiability and sensed that Stark might be in for a misfortune. As Stark sliced off his first piece of steak and savored it, he let out a genuine sigh of delight, giving Alvin a thumbs up. A colossal steak disappeared into Stark's belly. Thoughtfully, Alvin poured him a glass of lemonade to aid his digestion, then went to converse with his daughter, instructing Ginny to stay and play with Jessica, while Thor and Dom would remain to keep her company. Alvin waved to everyone, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us venture to examine the discoveries we made yesterday," allowing Miss Pepper and Mr. Stark to identify them. Perhaps Mr. Stark's impression of me will undergo a transformation. Stark, stroking his neatly trimmed mustache, chuckled. "Let us see. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Could it be some curious creature or a masterpiece crafted by Hollywood's special effects artists?" In the basement of Frank's house next door, the newly renovated space appeared relatively tidy. However, the dim lighting revealed suspicious red stains on the floor and walls, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. This setting easily evoked thoughts of a murder scene. Pepper, somewhat repulsed, covered her nose but remained silent. The loquacious Stark waved his hand in front of his nose, turning to Alvin with a jest. "Is this place a converted cesspool? It reeks. I can hardly believe you reside in such a place. When this is over, you can write to me, and I'll send you a check to help renovate your home." Alvin looked at Stark earnestly, stating, "Mr. Stark, I must caution you. What lies within may be rather disturbing, and the average person might not be able to handle it. Prepare yourself. Come on, don't try to scare me with theatrics." "Buddy, let me see what you claim as a vampire," Stark retorted impatiently. Alvin shrugged amiably and gestured for Frank to open the door, and the group filed into the basement. In the dimly lit basement, 3 black plastic sheets concealed 3 distinctly human-shaped entities that were evidently still alive. The silence created a somewhat chilling atmosphere, prompting Pepper to hide behind Stark, peering over his shoulder at the figures. "Stark, emboldened, playfully putted Peppers weist, sarcastically remarking. The ambience is quite fitting for a horror film." The impatient JJ and Frank stepped forward, yanking the plastic sheets away, revealing 3 wretched vampires, each bearing the scars of last night's brutal interrogation. The most unfortunate among them, having met the iron door, had a burst abdomen with intestines and organs strewn about, precisely where Jessica had stepped last night. Another vampire, deprived of its eyes by Alvin's kick, bore the marks of torture, its shredded muscle meticulously arranged beside its head. The final vampire, missing an arm thanks to Frank, still retained a semblance of spirit. Upon the removal of the plastic sheet, it thrashed violently, attempting to escape the large nails anchoring it to the ground, baring its sharp fangs and emitting a ghastly scream at Alvin and the others. The horrifying scene struck the minds of the 3 newcomers with a jolt. Director George, with his police experience, maintained his composure. However, Miss Pepper, upon witnessing the 3 writhing corpses, let out a shriek and fainted in utter distress. Alvin, ever considerate, turned to the trembling Stark and cautioned, "Mr. Stark, I must remind you not to vomit here. The homeowner has a rather foul temper." Chapter 34. Always welcome. The gaze directed at Alvin had undergone a complete transformation. At this moment, Alvin appeared enigmatic in the observer's eyes, no longer the charlatan who intimidated guests with a pack of large dogs under the guise of an exorcist. The fortunate Miss Pepper had fainted and had yet to regain consciousness, now resting in Jessica's room. The unfortunate bodyguard, Happy, had been so frightened in the basement that he fell face first to the ground. Observing Happy's pitiful nose, Alvin kindly called for an ambulance. Glancing at Stark as he signed a check and handed it to the grim-faced Frank, Alvin fiddled with the digital camera in his hands, admiring the remarkably clear photos it contained. He tapped the bar in front of Stark and said warmly, "Mr. Stark, I believe our misunderstanding has been resolved, has it not?" Stark, his expression ashen, stared at the digital camera in Alvin's hands, which contained images that represented a significant blemish on his life. While he had numerous scandalous stories, none were as ghastly as the visuals captured in that camera. Suppressing the impulse to throw a punch at Alvin's infuriating expression, Stark managed to utter dryly, "Yes, my friend. You have shown me some remarkable things. I suppose I owe you an apology for my previous remarks." Stealing a glance at the camera, Stark continued, "You may set a price for those photos. I want to negotiate." Alvin shook the camera playfully, placing it on the bar counter with a smile. "Mr. Stark, you are a billionaire, a brilliant inventor, and a philanthropist. Surely, you possess a profound sense of social responsibility, do you not?" Stark sensed the underlying implications of the statement, but could not deny it. That was not his character. He replied, "You are correct. That person must indeed be me." With a smile reminiscent of a seasoned negotiator, Alvin gently coaxed, "Then I trust that such a socially responsible individual as yourself would be willing to showcase to the media everything you witnessed today, reminding the public of the lurking danger posed by terrifying vampires." He gestured toward the camera, adding, "After all, if I were to present this to the media, it could easily devolve into sensational tabloid fodder." Stark glared at the grinning Alvin, regretting his decision to visit the cursed Peace Hotel. "But you must give me that damned digital camera. To convince those reporters, I need some evidence." Exchanging a knowing look with Stark, Alvin nodded and smoothly retrieved the camera from the bar, handing it to Stark. Stark took the camera, momentarily dazed. He flipped it open to find a collection of images depicting his earlier ordeal in the basement. Too gruesome to bear, he quickly lost interest after just a couple of glances. Raising the camera in his left hand, he shook it at Alvin and asked why. Alvin smiled, "Because I believe you should possess at least a modicum of social responsibility. This time, I am being sincere. In the face of such threats, we ought to stand on the same side, though our methods may differ." Observing Stark's camera, Alvin added, "Truthfully, it was merely a jest." Stark, unexpectedly caught off guard by Alvin's flattery, was no longer his usual arrogant self. He said, "You are right. We should be allies in this matter. In confronting these vampires, I can not only rally the media, but also make a donation to the New York Police Department to combat the vampire menace." Alvin chuckled heartily. The man was beginning to see reason. He had been pondering how to enlist Stark in the fight against vampires. Shaking his head, he remarked, "In truth, when dealing with vampires, money is the least effective tool. If Mr. Stark is willing, it would be best to develop some targeted weaponry. I could provide you with some references." He then requested a silver dining knife from JJ for self-defense and handed it to Stark. Stark examined the knife closely, finding nothing particularly special about it. Observing Alvin's encouraging demeanor, Stark scowled and scrutinized it again. Tentatively, he asked, "Silver?" Alvin gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Mr. Stark, you truly are a genius. Indeed, it is silver." Upon realizing it was merely a matter of material, Stark lost interest and tossed the knife onto the bar, saying, "If it is merely a matter of materials, you could easily make it yourselves without wasting my time. How complicated could it be?" His words were somewhat abrasive, and Alvin smiled, responding, "It is not complicated, but it can be quite costly. Look around. Does anyone here seem like they have bank savings exceeding $10,000? The best weapon against vampires is sunlight. If you could invent something like a sun lamp to illuminate all the dark corners of the world, the vampires would soon become extinct." Stark disdainfully glanced at the few impoverished souls in the restaurant, rediscovering a sense of superiority. With a hint of pride, he stroked his little mustache and waved dismissively. "In that case, no problem. I can allocate an entire production line to manufacture silver-plated weapons and ammunition, provided free of charge to the New York Police Department." Curious, JJ interjected, "Why silver-plated weapons and ammunition?" Stark raised the dining knife, stating, "Isn't this silver-plated?" Dumbfounded, JJ muttered to himself as he retreated, realizing he should have known better than to expect pure silver tableware from Old Kent. Unperturbed by JJ's embarrassment, Alvin stood formally and shook Stark's hand, saying, "Thank you very much for your generosity." After a serious appraisal of the future Iron Man, who stood half a head shorter, Alvin remarked, "I truly believe you are a decent fellow. I hope we can become friends." Confronted with Alvin's praise, Stark felt a twinge of embarrassment, a rare moment of sincerity escaping him as he said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Alvin. You are quite exceptional. As Stark examined Alvin's not-so-brawny arms, he added, Once I'm Master Judo, I will come back to witness your other remarkable qualities. Though Stark had reached an understanding with Alvin, the urge to physically confront him had not entirely dissipated. Perhaps superheroes are destined to rise from where they fall. Alvin smiled at the defiant Stark, cheerfully saying, You're always welcome. Chapter 35. Perhaps I am quite wicked, but my resolve is unyielding. That evening, 3 vampires were dispatched to Stark Group's clandestine laboratory. After expelling the remnants of his earlier meal, Stark's mind was remarkably clear, brimming with several promising concepts for weaponry designed specifically to combat vampires. He required some test subjects to validate the efficacy of his inventions. In the following days, Alvin remained industrious. He was no savior, incapable of single-handedly storming the vampire's lair to eliminate them all. However, Alvin was a man of action. While he could not eradicate the vampire menace throughout New York, he could ensure that Hell's Kitchen remained untainted. He sought to protect his family, children, and the students of his school from the threat of vampires. With tangible references in hand, the ghost wolf could easily detect the scent of vampires. During daylight hours, accompanied by the ghost wolf, he scoured the streets, effortlessly drawing out those vampires lurking in the shadows to bask in the sunlight. As Alvin, accompanied by his 3-headed ghost wolf, embarked onto the first street beyond his neighborhood, Hell's Kitchen erupted as if boiling water had been poured into a pot of oil. The various gangs of Hell's Kitchen began to spread word, growing increasingly alert. The denizens of Hell's Kitchen understood that, although Alvin was the boss of 3 blocks, he harbored a disdain for gangs. If he were to expand his territory, it could result in significant bloodshed among the gangs, reminiscent of the former 25th Street, where the whereabouts of its original members remain a mystery to this day. Standing at the corner of 27th Street, Alvin observed a cluster of vehicles obstructing the road ahead, with approximately 20 individuals who appeared more like laborers than gangsters, brandishing firearms and peering cautiously from behind their cars. A phone call arrived, and Alvin chuckled at the sight of these timid gangsters, a rarity indeed. Alvin speaking. Who is this? He answered. Yes, I am currently at the corner of 27th Street. Do you have a problem? Jean Bing. Oh yes, we have an agreement. But what of it? Just because we have an agreement, should I stand here waiting for you? You wretched creature? Had I known you were calling in your capacity as a school board member, I would not have been so rude. I shall await your arrival. You had best summon all the influential figures from Hell's Kitchen, for I have a trick up my sleeve. Okay, I am not a gangster. Nor do I have any interest in your so-called territory. Mr. Board Member, today's matter has nothing to do with territory, I assure you. After hanging up a short, stout Irishman with a bulbous nose hurried over. Alvin recognized him as Clark Gable, the boss of this street, who was responsible for 1/3 of New York's counterfeit shoes. Despite his unfortunate appearance, he was a decent fellow. Alvin had never heard of him committing any particularly heinous acts. Clark jogged up to Alvin, wiping the sweat from his brow, and cautiously invited him into an Irish pub. The establishment was yet to open, and Clark sent away the equally panicked owner, who personally served Alvin a cup of coffee. Alvin smiled at Clark, who stood to the side like a waiter, and remarked, There is no need to be anxious, Mr. Gable. I am not here to cause trouble. Please, have a seat. We have time to converse, and perhaps we can strike a business deal. Clark paused, momentarily taken aback. He was, after all, a businessman. However, operating a counterfeit goods enterprise was illegal in America, which is why he had established himself on 27th Street with a group of individuals more akin to factory security than gangsters. In truth, Clark did not harbor animosity towards Alvin. At times, he wished for a giant wolf to roam his streets, as it would save him a substantial sum on hiring muscle. Driven by his business instincts, Clark inquired, I wonder what fine business Alvin has in mind that might warrant my attention. Alvin rubbed his nose, slightly embarrassed, and said, Clark, you are aware of the community school, correct? Seeing Clark nod, he continued, Our children are in dire need of appropriate uniforms, which is detrimental to the image of our school. Given your involvement in clothing and footwear, you should understand that this represents a lucrative opportunity. What is unclear about that? This is an excellent deal. A school with nearly 2,000 children requires uniforms every winter and summer, each consisting of 2 pieces, replaced annually. It is well known that Alvin is a fair man. This is not merely a business discussion. It is akin to handing out money. Clark, excited, wiped the sweat from his brow, not even inquiring about Alvin's pricing, deciding that even a small loss was worth securing the deal. However, the uniforms must bear the Gable label. He could also produce suits if needed. Moreover, it was said that Alvin never allowed anyone to suffer losses in business. Those who delivered supplies to his restaurant always received cash in hand. Tomorrow, Mr. Alvin, I shall bring samples to your store. I have every style available on the market. My second son is in 7th grade at that school, serving as a defensive end for the football team. I sponsor the uniforms and shoes for the school S team. Rest assured, I will provide you with the finest materials. Alvin nodded with a smile, harboring some mature thoughts about the appearance of the uniforms, which he suspected the students might not find appealing. In silence, Alvin awaited Jean Bing's arrival, knowing that he must dispatch 2 vampires in their presence to assuage the concerns of these timid gangsters, allowing him to roam their territory with his great dog unimpeded. Soon, the door of the pub swung open, and a boisterous crowd entered. Leading the pack was a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall, over 150-kilogram African-American man. The last time such a gathering of gang leaders occurred was during the recent election for the community school principal. Jean Bing, clad in a golden suit with a green shirt beneath, shimmered as if freshly waxed, reflecting the sunlight streaming through the door. Surprisingly, this underground overlord of New York bore a remarkably affable appearance, with large eyes, a broad nose, and thick lips, dressed differently. He could easily be mistaken for a humble farmer rather than a gangster. Wielding a cane topped with a large gemstone, Jean Bing commanded attention as he waved for those behind him to disperse and take their seats. With heavy steps, he made his way to a chair, causing the floor to creak under his weight. Ignoring the chair's protests, he sat down, silently observing Alvin, eager to see what he might say. He harbored a fear of Alvin, aware of the peculiar abilities he possessed that could easily spell his demise. Yet retreat was not an option. As the underground lord of the city, any sign of weakness would attract ambitious gangs like sharks drawn to blood, ready to devour him whole. In truth, Alvin held a degree of admiration for Jean Bing, the man who had clawed his way to the position of New York's underground overlord through the corpses and blood of his adversaries. He understood precisely what actions he needed to take, regardless of the consequences. Just as now, even knowing that offending Alvin would yield unfavorable results, he sat before him, prepared to negotiate. For losing his stature was far more terrifying to him than losing his life. Perhaps this is the hallmark of a successful individual hailing from Hell's Kitchen. I may be quite wicked, but my resolve is unyielding. Chapter 36. Do you like it? The atmosphere in the bar was oppressive, with everyone silent, awaiting the exchange between Alvin and Jean Bing, curious as to who would speak first. Alvin had no intention of stirring trouble with the gangsters. His gaze wandered to a stunning blonde, sensually leaning against the wall, skillfully manipulating a finely crafted iron ruler. She was the object of blind Matt's affections, now working for Jean Bing. To ease the tension, Alvin retrieved 2 cigars from his coat pocket, offering one to Jean Bing. The host, Clark, perceptively presented a beautifully designed lighter. Alvin lit his cigar, savoring the rich aroma as he exhaled, letting the smoke linger between them. With a smile, he reassured, "No need to be anxious, Jean Bing. As I mentioned over the phone, today matters are unrelated to territory." Jean Bing sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't about encroaching on territory, everything else seemed trivial. "Alvin, you just arrived in the dock area 2 nights ago, having taken out a smuggling warehouse belonging to Lanchev. Now you've brought your big dog to 27th Street. It's hard not to draw misunderstandings." Alvin regarded Jean Bing with amusement. It was rare for someone to be so concerned about him, observing the dismayed expressions of others, who mistakenly believed it was the police's doing. Only one elderly Eastern European man glared at Alvin with anger and hostility. Ignoring the old man's glare, Alvin turned to Jean Bing and said, "I mentioned performing a magic trick. Are you interested? It's quite thrilling." Jean Bing frowned, demanding, "What do you mean? Be direct." "Alvin." The alluring woman laughed at Alvin's description of the target, finding the madman amusing at times. Alvin, hearing her laughter, exchanged a wink with her. She was indeed his type, curvaceous and forthright. However, out of loyalty to the impoverished blind Matt, he refrained from pursuing her. The others, wary of mocking the madman, kept their distance. Jean disregarded the furious expression of the madman and instructed him to follow Alvin's lead. The irate madman shot a glare at Alvin before leaving to fetch a few henchmen. They rummaged through a dumpster in the alley, accompanied by the eager hellhounds, setting their sights on a nearby target. As the atmosphere lightened, the gang leaders dragged the bar owner out and ordered stiff drinks, engaging in conversation that was oddly incongruous with their identities. "My kid scored an A yesterday. Can you believe it? The teacher called me, asking for advice on college choices. No one in my family has been to university, yet my son managed to get in on his own. My kid S on the soccer team. Did you see last week's game? He scored 3 out of 6 touchdowns. Yesterday, a coach from Texas Agricultural University called, wanted me to bring my son for a visit, offering a full scholarship. I told him to take a hike. What kind of school is that? Am I sending my son to drive a tractor? Do I look like someone who needs tuition money?" Glancing at the dumpster in the bar's lobby, Alvin signaled to the owner to turn on the lights, secure the doors and windows, and draw the curtains. Jean's henchman held the dumpster lid down while the madman, armed with a few darts, menacingly stared at the dumpster, clearly intimidated. Alvin surveyed the room, retrieving a Viking-style axe from the wall, swinging it with a casual flourish. Average craftsmanship, but the weight is decent. He raised an eyebrow at Jean, motioning for his henchman to step aside. The vampire trapped inside the dumpster, injured by the hellhounds, sprang out as soon as the lid was released, lunging at Alvin, who appeared to be the only threat. Though not particularly skilled in combat, Alvin held disdain for the vampire's tactics. The vampire's leap was impressive, but ultimately predictable. Clumsily wielding the axe, Alvin swung it fiercely at the vampire's face. The unfortunate creature's face exploded, one eye flying out, leaving its shredded flesh grotesquely exposed. The vampire tumbled, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the gang leaders in the bar to flinch in shock. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Alvin stepped onto the thrashing vampire's back, grinning at the furious madman, and raised the axe to strike down at the vampire's waist. Shaking his head in dissatisfaction, Alvin noted the axe's craftsmanship was lacking. It hadn't severed the vampire completely, only slicing through its kidney and spine. Everyone present shuddered, their perception of Alvin's danger level shifting dramatically. The crippled vampire lay on the ground, dragging its mangled innards, writhing in agony. Alvin kept his foot on its back to prevent it from fleeing. With his left hand, he removed the cigar from his mouth and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Surveying the panicked expressions of the gang leaders, he smiled and said, "See, this is the magic trick I mentioned. Do you all like it?" All eyes shifted to the creature beneath Alvin's foot, its face half destroyed, its waist severed yet still struggling, clearly not of this world. A chill ran through them. What on earth was this? Yet Jean, with his steely composure, approached for a closer look. "Are there many of these things in Hell's kitchen?" He then stomped on the vampire's flailing right hand, crushing it completely. Observing the creature's agonized screams and attempts to communicate through its gaping maw, he smirked and swung the axe, striking the vampire on its remaining jaw. Even if it survived, it would spend its next life reliant on a feeding tube. Alvin admired Jean. He was a standout villain, calm, resolute, and merciless. This creature is a vampire, lurking only at night and surviving by feeding on human blood. There are many of them. While I can't manage others, we must eradicate these from Hell's kitchen. They have a critical weakness: silver weapons and sunlight. He gestured to the bar owner to draw back the curtains. As sunlight fell upon the vampire, everyone watched in horror as it ignited like dry tissue, reduced to mere ash. Alvin found it quite enjoyable and environmentally friendly. Chapter 37. My reinforcements in the bar. The silence was palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on the wretched vampire, its visage reduced to a mere quarter, disintegrating into ashes under the harsh rays of sunlight. The vampire that Alvin spoke of actually lived among them. The revelation was exhilarating. Alvin nodded gravely to Jean, cautioning, "Do not underestimate them. In the absence of sunlight, they are formidable foes. Only silver weapons can pierce their defenses. Moreover, their speed and strength are considerable. If you doubt me, just ask that fool, Target Eye." Ignoring the dagger-like glare from Target Eye, Alvin smirked, knowing the latter must have had a taste of defeat earlier. Jean, without needing to inquire further, gleaned from Target Eye's expression that Alvin's words rang true. "So what do you propose?" Jean asked succinctly. "If these creatures feed on blood, they are our natural enemies and must be exterminated without question." The gang leader's decisiveness resonated with the others, who eagerly nodded in agreement. After all, the prospect of a vampire lurking nearby posed a dire threat, not only to themselves but to their families. At times, Alvin relished dealings with these gangsters. Their execution capabilities often surpassed those of many Fortune 500 companies, provided one could persuade them. A moment of uncertainty swept through the group as they contemplated where to procure silver weapons. Suddenly, a tall, bald Russian with a bushy beard, quick on the uptake, retrieved a silver candlestick from behind the bar, brandishing it as a potential weapon. He signaled to Alvin. Alvin raised his thumb in appreciation. He recognized this fellow. A Russian mobster named Alexei, from whom he had purchased his first P226 pistol. To his surprise, Alexei was quite astute. After a moment's thought, Alvin addressed him. "Buddy, I recall you have a set of bullet reloading tools at home. Melt down some silverware to create bullets. You could fetch a handsome price in the coming days. Everyone here has the means." Alexei, with a hearty laugh, embraced Alvin and expressed his gratitude for the suggestion. He promptly called his men to gather all the silverware from his home to be melted and fashioned into bullet heads for reloading. A lucrative opportunity had arisen. With the immediate issue resolved, the atmosphere lightened, and they began to strategize on where to commence their search, given that there were only 3 vampire wolves. Each one was keen to eliminate the vampire residing within their territory first. Alvin stepped back, confident that Jean, the formidable leader, would handle the arrangements. Though he no longer resided in Hell's Kitchen, he understood the necessity of contributing both financially and physically to this endeavor. Suddenly, the bar's door burst open with a loud bang. All eyes turned to see who dared disturb the peace at such an hour. The bodyguards accompanying the gang leaders instinctively reached for their weapons, prepared for trouble. What entered was a massive black wolf, atop which sat a charming little girl of 5 or 6, clad in a server's uniform, her hair tousled. She boldly strode into the bar. Facing the gaze of the gang leaders, the girl sat atop the giant wolf, unflinching, scrunching her nose and baring her teeth in a childish growl, her tiny fists clenched, resembling a young wolf ready to defend her territory. Alvin exclaimed in surprise, quickly walking over to scoop the girl into his arms. "Jenny, what brings you here? Where's Jessica?" In Alvin's embrace, Jenny continued to glare defiantly at the gang leaders, waving her hands as if to intimidate them. Overcome with pride, Alvin recognized his daughter's spirit. She was already eager to assist her father in battle, bringing along Thor as her ally. She was destined for greatness. Planting a kiss on Jenny's cheek, he said, "Jenny, you're Daddy's good girl. How'd you know I was here?" Jenny, with a fierce demeanor, proclaimed, "Old Kent said, Daddy's negotiating, Jenny will help Daddy fight." Alvin felt immense satisfaction. Even before mastering her speech, she understood the importance of aiding her father. After reassuring little Jenny, he held her close and proudly surveyed the gang leaders. "Behold, this is my daughter, my final reinforcements." The room momentarily paused before erupting in laughter. Although a misunderstanding, the scene was undeniably amusing. Alexei, who had just benefited from Alvin's insights, removed a silver cross adorned with rubies from around his neck and presented it to Jenny, encouraging her to accept it. Jenny hesitated, confused as to why she was being offered a gift when she was prepared for battle. In his jovial state, Alvin nodded at Alexei, urging Jenny to accept the token. With a bemused smile, she took the silver cross and hung it around her neck, realizing it might hinder her in a skirmish. Alexei playfully bowed, proclaiming, "Welcome, my princess." Alvin extended his hand to shake Alexei's, affirming, "Trust me, Jenny deserves to be called a princess." His gaze turned icy as he addressed everyone present, insisting, "I stand by my word." The gang leaders, recognizing the gravity of Alvin's statement, found no reason to contest the title. They politely applauded Jenny. This little girl exuded a certain bravery. Had it been their own children, they would have been terrified. Jean, the towering figure, could barely contain his envy. He approached Alvin slowly, gazing at Jenny with the warm expression of a kindly elder. With a broad smile, he said, It is a pleasure to meet you, little princess of Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 38. Do you have a relative named Washington? The efficiency of the mob bosses was remarkable. When Alvin departed from the bar, the first batch of silver-coated rounds had already been delivered. Although the quantity was modest, it sufficed, for the vampires of Hell's Kitchen were not numerous. Moreover, Alexei was still hard at work. The arrival of Ginny rendered Alvin somewhat euphoric, and as he embraced her while exiting, he recalled to turn and inform Kin. Lanchev's docks conceal vampires. He is assisting them in gathering illegal immigrants to serve as their sustenance. With a glance at the visibly trembling Lanchev, he added, "Eradicate them. They are traitors to humanity." Kin shot Alvin an impatient glare, seemingly disapproving of the violent discourse in front of Ginny. Offering Ginny a hearty smile, he gestured for Alvin to take his leave, his gaze towards Lanchev turning icy. The ensuing scene was unsuitable for young Ginny, so Alvin carried her out of the bar. The sun outside shone pleasantly, prompting Alvin to decide to take a stroll with Ginny. She had been with him for 5 or 6 days, yet he had not truly taken her out for a walk. Ginny grasped one of Alvin's fingers, merrily accompanying her father. The loyal henchman, Saul, trailed behind, his large head resting gently on Ginny's shoulder, his fluffy fur occasionally tickling her and eliciting delightful giggles. Alvin felt a profound sense of happiness that emerged after the desolation of a previous life. He now had family and friends who would unhesitatingly stand by him in times of need. He paid no heed to Officer Misty, who appeared across the street beside a police car, evidently having heard the news and come to investigate, nor to Jessica, who rushed over, concerned for Ginny. Alvin's only desire was to relish the moments of fatherhood with his daughter. He wondered why Jessica was holding a shotgun, but he dismissed the thought. No one would trouble her, as she was well known in the vicinity. Time passed without Alvin noticing, and they were briefly interrupted by the charming Dahlia, whose flirtations only served to enhance his already buoyant spirits. Upon spotting a convenience store ahead, he cheerfully asked Ginny, "Would you like to have some chocolate? Daddy will buy it for you." Ginny tilted her head, puzzled. "Chocolate? I don't know, Daddy wants it." Alvin felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had not yet provided Ginny with such simple joys, but reassured himself that there would be ample time ahead. He resolved to purchase a variety of snacks, determined to discover what his daughter enjoyed. It was unacceptable for a person of his stature in Hell's Kitchen to have a daughter who had yet to taste chocolate. The store owner, a man in his 50s, always exhibited a warm smile that revealed a perfect set of 8 teeth, instilling an immediate sense of kinship in Alvin. He found the man strikingly familiar. In the shopping cart, Ginny laughed joyously, overwhelmed by the abundance of snacks. Only when she began to tire of eating did Alvin realize he had amassed enough goods to fill 3 carts, aided by a store attendant who pushed the other 2. The young man, Kenny, was a familiar face from the neighborhood, the nephew of Old Kent. His father had been tragically shot on the street, and his mother had succumbed to drugs while pregnant, resulting in Kenny being somewhat slow-witted. Old Kent had raised him, and Alvin was uncertain how Kenny had ended up as a store attendant. Kenny recognized Alvin and greeted him with a silly grin. "Hi, Alvin." Alvin playfully punched Kenny on the chest, joking, "What brings you here?" "I had a word with Old Kent about you working as a doorman at the kindergarten." Kenny scratched his head, grinning. "The boss needed someone, so I gave it a shot. He likes me, haha." Alvin surmised that the boss Kenny referred to was the familiar-faced owner he had seen earlier, and generally, those who hired Kenny were not of ill character. Uncertain of their location, Alvin wandered aimlessly, but he was not concerned. He would soon find his bearings. A simple greeting to the locals would suffice to ensure they did not cause trouble in this area, as they would likely grant him that courtesy. At checkout, the owner approached to assist and gifted Ginny a large lollipop, which delighted her. Unable to resist, Alvin inquired, "Have you ever worked as a bodyguard? Have you ever uttered the phrase, 'Forgive you is God's business'? I am responsible for taking you to meet him." The owner's pupils constricted sharply, and he tilted his head slightly, responding, "Regrettably, I have never worked as a bodyguard, nor have I ever uttered such a cool line." Disappointed, Alvin nodded and asked, "Do you happen to have a relative named Washington?" The owner, revealing his 8 teeth in a smile, replied, "No, my name is Robert McCall. Is there anything else you need?" Alvin's seemingly irrelevant question had caused a misunderstanding, and Robert appeared reluctant to engage further. Alvin sensed that Robert was undoubtedly a man with a story to tell, yet he seemed guarded and difficult to approach. Nevertheless, Alvin's curiosity was piqued, for Robert bore an uncanny resemblance to a Hollywood star whom he had admired in a past life. However, sensing Robert's disinterest in further conversation, Alvin, embodying the spirit of hospitality, introduced himself. "I am Alvin, the proprietor of the Peace Hotel on 25th Street. If you ever feel inclined, do visit. You bear an uncanny resemblance to someone I know, who happens to be my idol." Upon hearing this, Robert's defenses lowered slightly as he glanced at Ginny, who was blissfully lost in her snacks, perhaps realizing he had been overly cautious. It was clear they were a loving father and daughter. Indeed, when Alvin and Ginny were together, their racial differences seemed to fade, and they were recognized as a genuine father-daughter duo. With a smile, Robert replied, "That sounds wonderful. I'm searching for a place to dine this evening. I might just stop by. Perhaps it could become my new dining spot." After a brief pause, he added, "I am certain I am not the person you think I am, but that line you mentioned was quite cool. Forgive you is God's business. I'm responsible for taking you to meet him. Wow, I need to write that down." With a sense of camaraderie, Alvin shook Robert's hand, feeling an immediate connection, and said, "You feel the same? Then I believe we may become friends, for we likely share similar philosophies." Robert nodded thoughtfully, stating, "Sometimes we must make erroneous choices to arrive at the correct destination. I hope this is that place." Chapter 39. Vengeful spirit beer and blood whiskey time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. The vampires of Hell's Kitchen were ruthlessly annihilated by the frenzied gangsters. Ultimately, the act of hunting vampires evolved into an exhilarating pastime for the gangsters. Resilient, elusive, and fiercely resistant, the vampires captivated the enforcers under the gang leaders, who found the pursuit to be thrilling. The Athenian, Roman, and Spartan three-headed wolf gang aided them, unearthing every vampire hideout in Hell's Kitchen. With the exception of a few original locations, the gangsters brandished silver weapons scavenged from various places, dragging the vampires from their lairs, be it houses or basements, and watching as they were incinerated by the sun's rays. In the aftermath, they discovered the exhilarating aspects of vampire hunting. The remaining 10 or so marked locations were preserved, awaiting the day when everyone was prepared for an exhilarating hunting competition. A casino owner even set odds for the participants. Such is the distinctive character of the Hell's Kitchen gang. They lived audaciously and without fear. Rumor has it that many perished, with the champion being a sultry beauty under Kingpin's command, the object of Blind Matt's affections, Erica. The hapless fool, target I caught 2 bullets. These mindless gangsters always assumed that the vampires fought with claws and fangs, unaware that vampires possessed intelligence and were also adept with firearms. Alvin leaned against the bar, watching the television hanging from the ceiling. The screen displayed Stark's press conference revealing the existence of vampires. This event was packaged as a farcical spectacle, a ploy for publicity by the debauched Tony Stark. A crisis concerning vampires was thus effortlessly diffused by an unseen hand. There was no trace of conflict, only Stark's fury. However, it was not entirely fruitless. It seemed an irate Stark posted some videos of vampires online. Subsequently, the denizens of Hell's Kitchen eagerly shared their photographs and videos of vampire hunts on their social media platforms. Yes, even gangsters had their own social networks. Although the posts were swiftly deleted, they inadvertently led some to start believing in the veracity of the vampires depicted in the videos. The existence of vampires was accepted by a faction willing to believe, leading to the formation of a discussion group and the organization of forums to exchange strategies for confronting vampires. At this juncture, the residents of Hell's Kitchen finally found their moment to shine, hailed as heroes and leaders as they divulged the vampires' weaknesses online. Regrettably, this was Hell's Kitchen, a place of exclusion. The people and events here seemed to be separated from the real world by an invisible wall. There was an inherent distrust towards the people and occurrences of Hell's Kitchen. Had the vampire hunting activities taken place in Manhattan, the outcome might have been drastically different. Having just finished dinner, the mood among the group was rather somber, with the adults inwardly cursing the damn television station. Our young friend Nick began his complaints as soon as dinner commenced, exclaiming, "Honestly, Alvin, I detest the smell of garlic. It leaves a foul taste in my mouth every day, and I haven't spoken to any girls in 3 days. Please modify the menu. Ginny, however, was quite delighted. Finding joy in assisting her father with peeling garlic, an engaging activity, and she genuinely enjoyed her father's garlic seafood dish. Alvin disregarded Nick's complaints, retorting, "Nick, without garlic, you still wouldn't dare to speak to girls. Your teacher can attest to that." Clearing his throat, he mimicked the teacher's voice. "Principal, I believe Nick may have psychological issues. He becomes anxious when speaking to girls. Sometimes, I even worry he might faint." Alvin laughed heartily, shielding himself from Nick's furious retort. Suddenly, the phone rang. "This is Alvin. Who am I speaking to?" "Oh, Mr. Stark, I watched your talk show performance on television. It was quite amusing. You could become a promising talk show host. Hey, you ought to be courteous to your fans. I'm not joking. You truly are quite funny." All right, I apologize, but you really botched this one. You made a mess of everything. No need to come and discuss it with me. This morning, the last vampire in Hell's Kitchen was eliminated. I am one of them, and I only care about this place. Let others worry about the rest. Honestly, buddy, I'm not blaming you. You did what you could. Leave the rest to those responsible. Remember, if there's a problem, give me a call. I still think Afghanistan isn't a wise choice. With that, Alvin hung up the phone as a bald, one-eyed brute known as Black Tar boldly ignored the threats from Thor and Dom, pushing the door open and striding in, followed by an awkwardly colored S. H.E. El de agent, Phil Coulson. Alvin smiled playfully at Coulson and remarked, "I thought we had reached an agreement, Agent Coulson. You should know that agreements are meant to be upheld." The grotesquely featured, one-eyed Black Tar halted Coulson's attempt to speak. After greeting Frank, he said, "Hey, buddy, I heard you've been doing quite well lately." Black Tar, undeterred by Frank's demeanor, boldly seated himself at the bar, wrapping his right hand against the countertop. "I merely stopped by for a drink. What's this? Not welcome?" He completely disregarded the awkwardly positioned Coulson, who was being held at bay by JJ. Alvin approached the bar, fully aware of the identity of the man before him. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.O., a top military expert, and an extraordinary leader. He had an inkling of Fury's intentions. With a grin, Alvin placed 2 empty glasses before Fury and said, "Today, we offer only 2 types of beverages, Vengeful Spirit beer and blood whiskey. Which would you prefer? Perhaps you might wish to sample both." Chapter 40. Is Dracula a duck? Upon hearing Alvin's slightly provocative words, Director Fury flashed a grin that seemed disproportionate, bearing his pearly whites. He replied with a chuckle, "A blend of vengeful souls and fresh blood should make for a splendid choice." Alvin pursed his lips and tilted his head, acquiescing to pour him a beer and a glass of whiskey, stating, "Then drink up swiftly and depart from here. To be candid, my friend, it is quite challenging for me to harbor any fondness towards you." Fury laughed heartily, inquiring, "Why is that? Is it because I lack a voluptuous posterior?" Finding his own jest amusing, he erupted into laughter. Alvin regarded Director Fury with a hint of indifference, his smile losing warmth as he replied, "I am a hospitable individual. Yet you certainly do not feature on my client list." Intrigued, Fury asked, "Why not? Is it due to Stark's comical antics on television these past few days? Or do you harbor racial prejudices?" He exaggeratedly widened his single eye, resembling an inquisitive child gazing curiously at Alvin. Pouring himself a glass of chilled whiskey, Alvin cast a cold stare at Fury and remarked, "Frank informed me about his close comrade, an influential figure, the director of S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury. He resolved Frank's troubles after avenging his family, with the price being to refrain from creating further issues for government officials." As he downed the whiskey in one gulp, he scrutinized Fury's perplexed expression. Frank placed his trust in this man, even naming his son after him. But when Frank's wife was killed in an explosion and his son lost a leg, where was this influential scoundrel? Alvin slammed his fist against the bar, demanding, "Where was this scoundrel when Frank was deceived and sent on a mission?" His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Fury's singular eye as he continued, "When Nick lay incapacitated in a hospital bed, where was this scoundrel?" The playful grin vanished from Fury's face, replaced by a steely glare as he retorted, "Allow me to enlighten you on where that scoundrel was. At the time of the explosion, he was in Europe chasing a band of terrorists. While Nick lay in the hospital, he was in the Middle East dealing with a chemical weapons crisis. When Frank sought vengeance, this scoundrel was cleaning up his mess. Fury's anger intensified as he glared at Alvin, stating that to protect Nick, the scoundrel altered the records of his adoptive parents, allowing his best agents to create a debacle here, which remains a source of ridicule to this day. Fury slammed his fist on the table, shouting at Alvin, "Tell me, where's this scoundrel?" Alvin, with a mocking gaze at Fury, coldly replied, "Is this scoundrel so high and mighty that he cannot even make a phone call? Aware that his comrade's wife has passed and his son is injured, he cannot even spare a moment to check in? Knowing how cruel it is to send Frank on a mission during such times, this high-ranking scoundrel cannot utter a word for him?" Fury, undeterred, retorted angrily, "We are all public servants. Serving our country is his duty. I am too. All my time is dedicated to protecting the entire planet." Alvin shrugged, scoffing, "Behold, this is the essence of our disparity. Hence, you're not my friend. Please do not intrude upon my family gatherings in the future." With a glance at Fury and the fluster Coulson, he pointed towards the door, commanding, "Get out." Realizing the stark difference in perspectives between him and Alvin, Fury adopted a businesslike demeanor, stating, "I do not wish to persuade you, Alvin. I merely came to remind you that vampires are a significant nuisance. While you still can, it is best to withdraw." Alvin regarded Fury with a bemused expression, saying, "I find it difficult to comprehend why the director of S.H.L.D. would come to me with such words. I assumed, at the very least concerning the vampire issue, we would be on the same side. Isn't it S.H.I.E.L.D.'s duty to combat such entities?" Alvin, unversed in the intricacies of politics, did not wish to ponder its complexities. He held a simple conviction: wolves and sheep can never be friends. They are eternal adversaries. The relationship between humans and vampires is similarly fraught. Alvin struggled to understand why. In his past life, many cherished vampires and found them alluring, or why, in this life, there exists such a plethora of vampire enthusiasts. Yet, Alvin's strength was ultimately limited. Stark had fled to Afghanistan to test his new missile under external pressure. Reflecting for a moment, Alvin declared, "Dealing with them is your responsibility. I only ensure that when they appear in my vicinity, I obliterate them." With that, he reached behind the bar and fired a shot from a Remington towards the entrance. Exclaiming, "This is my territory," a striking figure was propelled forth from the air. With deep brown, curly hair, a chiseled face, and 2 alluring mustaches, he sported a slender yet sturdy physique clad in a bespoke suit evidently crafted by a master tailor. Alvin's shot did not harm him. A ripple of darkness flickered before him, effortlessly deflecting the bullet. The mustached gentleman appeared unfazed by his abrupt arrival, twirling his cane with elegance, presenting himself as a refined British gentleman, nodding in acknowledgement to all present. Approaching the bar, he first nodded to Fury, then turned to Alvin, smiling as he said, "Perhaps you could first serve me a glass of blood whiskey." He bore an air of complete confidence. Confronted by this unexpected individual, Alvin maintained his composure. Such a dramatic entrance did not intimidate him. Had he donned a blue spandex suit with red underpants worn outside, perhaps Alvin would have been frightened. With a smile, Alvin poured a glass of whiskey for him and inquired, "I am Alvin, the proprietor of the Peace Hotel. May I know your name?" The dapper man took the whiskey, sipped it, and chuckled, "You may not have heard of me, but I am Vlad Dracula, a Hungarian count." Alvin, astonished, covered his mouth and exclaimed, "I always thought Dracula was a duck." Chapter 41. A poor review for the genius Count Dracula maintained a charming smile on his handsome visage as he remarked, "Well, that duck must be quite remarkable." Elegantly attired and exuding an air of sophistication, Count Dracula easily endeared himself to those around him. Upon hearing the gunfire, Jessica emerged from the room with her 2 children and found herself captivated by the striking figure of the charming vampire, who radiated potent male charisma. In comparing him to Alvin, it was evident that Dracula outshone him in both appearance and sartorial elegance. However, in terms of demeanor, Alvin undeniably possessed a more human quality. Exuding warmth, Count Dracula, it seemed, was too perfect, resembling a fragile work of art. Beautiful to behold, yet best admired from a distance. Yes, Alvin certainly had the edge. Alvin cast a profound glance at Fury, who appeared visibly astonished, and raised his glass to toast with Count Dracula, saying, "So, Count Dracula, might you share your purpose here?" Dracula stroked his small mustache, the same gesture making him appear far more dashing than Stark. He replied, "I'm currently residing in New York and have recently heard that the denizens of Hell's Kitchen are rather unfriendly towards the Bloodkin. Thus, I sought to investigate. Perhaps I am mistaken. It is not out of the realm of possibility." "Bloodkin?" Alvin tilted his head, scrutinizing Count Dracula. "What is that?" "We have recently dispatched many vampires. Are they what you refer to as Bloodkin?" Dracula downed his whiskey in one swift motion, shaking his head with a smile. "The creatures you have slain hardly qualify as Bloodkin. They are merely descendants of the Bloodkin, bred to serve their masters. The servants of Bloodkin cannot be deemed Bloodkin themselves." Alvin responded with an amused doe, eyeing the ostentatious vampire before him, and jested, "And what brings you here? To seek retribution for your livestock? Or perhaps you wish to negotiate their worth. I could offer compensation." Count Dracula's expression grew increasingly frosty as he fixed his gaze upon Alvin, stating, "I merely wish to see what manner of individual could so completely disregard the Bloodkin, devoid of even a shred of reverence." His gaze flickered momentarily to Director Fury, clearly including him in his remarks. With a radiant smile directed at Fury, Count Dracula nonchalantly responded, "And what of it?" He then swiftly reached for Alvin's neck with his left hand in an attempt to subdue him. Alvin smirked, delivering a swift kick to the switch beneath the bar. With a resounding crack, the entire establishment illuminated with brilliant light. Count Dracula shrieked in pain, retreating as he sought to escape the restaurant. Alvin ruthlessly raised his modified shotgun, firing a shot that struck Count Dracula's handsome face. The shotgun, imbued with the power of runes, unleashed a barrage of pellets, transforming his visage into a ghastly lunar landscape. Though the formidable Count Dracula did not perish, the impact was still significant. The enchanted weapon was somewhat taxing against this ancient being. "Tomorrow, I shall equip JJ and Frank with 3 rune-powered weapons." Impatient JJ, seizing a metal rod from an unknown source, swung it like a golfer, the tremendous force bending the rod as he struck Count Dracula between the legs at the opportune moment. The already tormented Dracula, illuminated by the sunlight, let out a strangled cry, collapsing to the floor while clutching his groin, disregarding the smoke emanating from his body as he emitted a piercing scream. Fury and Agent Coulson, witnessing the scene, felt an involuntary chill and tightened their legs. JJ's cruelty was astonishing, something they had previously overlooked. Frank, upon the activation of the sunlight, rushed in front of Jessica, shielding her and the children. Alvin donned a pair of sunglasses, adjusted them, and vaulted over the bar. With the Remington shotgun, he discharged the remaining 5 rounds directly at Count Dracula's head. One must commend Count Dracula. Despite being exposed to sunlight, suffering from the gunshot wound, and experiencing relentless assaults, he still exhibited remarkable resilience, rolling on the ground and howling in agony. The sunlight lamps were a gift from Stark, who, despite becoming a laughingstock on television, had managed to devise an entire scheme to combat vampires within 2 days, dispatching a set to what he deemed friends. Count Dracula's extraordinary abilities waned under the sun, leaving him reliant on his thick skin, accrued over centuries, to withstand Alvin's onslaught. It was indeed a jest that this ancient vampire could endure such torment. Alvin took the iron rod from JJ, signaling him to fetch some rope. He began to wield the rod like a merciless loan shark, delivering a punishing 5-minute beating to Count Dracula, who had defaulted on several loans. Throughout, the rod twisted and contorted, but Alvin straightened it time and again to continue his relentless assault. Director Fury and Agent Coulson, spectating from the sidelines, were gripped with terror. Count Dracula was a registered superhuman with S.H.L.D. Yet here he was, subdued and beaten like a common thug. Was this not surreal? Thor and Dom, who had previously been idle, now charged forth, each seizing a leg and pulling with all their might. Frank, witnessing Count Dracula's misfortune reminiscent of last week's encounter with the Bear King, felt a pang of compassion. He emerged from behind the bar with a Remington, firing several rounds at the Count's head. "If you refuse to die, then I am at a loss." JJ procured a length of paracord, deftly binding Count Dracula into a tight bundle. With his head resembling a bloodied gourd, the Count could only submit to JJ's whims. Alvin surveyed the fallen Count, illuminated by the intense sunlight, his body merely smoking with slight cracking of the skin. A heaviness settled in his heart. Even the so-called geniuses of Marvel could be unreliable. He dialed Stark, leaving a poor review for his vampire prevention system. Stark, jolted awake, erupted in furious expletives, declaring it impossible. "Wait right there. I shall come to witness this vampire that cannot perish in sunlight." He proceeded to turn off several lamps in the establishment, leaving only those aimed at Count Dracula. After all, excessive exposure could lead to skin cancer, and such lamps consumed considerable power. Let the Count enjoy his time under their glow. Chapter 42. My name is Gene Bing. Mr. Stark is a proud man. Upon hearing that there were issues with his vampire deterrent system, he immediately drove over. He exuded the demeanor of a modern, exemplary entrepreneur. Director Fury and Agent Coulson remained in the dining room, feeling somewhat restless. They had never anticipated that Alvin would so easily incapacitate a prominent member of the Blood Clan. At this moment, he was thrusting a silver dining knife into Count Dracula's abdomen alongside JJ. Observing the Count's grotesque visage, resembling the surface of the moon, one would surmise that if released, he would not dare to face the world without undergoing extensive reconstructive surgery. The energetic young Nick hopped about on one leg, casting glances at Count Dracula, occasionally yearning to borrow a Remington from his father, contemplating the thrill of taking a shot at the Count. A vampire. If only he could fire a bullet at him. He could boast about it for the rest of the semester. Frank watched his son with concern, akin to seeing a future Tony Stark. Without a billion-dollar inheritance to pass on, he pondered how his son would fare in a world where many would wish to harm him. Jessica and Ginny were faring better. After Count Dracula's disfigurement, Jessica had not cast him a single glance, preoccupied with tidying up the remnants of their earlier destruction, preparing to discard them in the trash the following day. Little Ginny had no other thoughts, perched on a high stool at the bar. She rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Alvin with adoration, occasionally shaking her tiny fists in encouragement. Alvin tossed the small knife to JJ and, looking at Count Dracula, smiled as he asked, "May I inquire what your intentions are?" Count Dracula, with his tattered and hideous face, smoke wafting from his body, glared defiantly at Alvin, baring his fangs as he declared, "You will pay dearly for what you have done today. The price will haunt you for a lifetime." Alvin's pupils constricted momentarily before he replied with a smile, "You must survive for me to regret anything. Do you not think? Do you believe you can endure the night?" Count Dracula sneered, "You dare not kill me. To do so would mean humanity declares war on the Blood Clan, resulting in a torrent of bloodshed. Damn you. Tell me your name. I shall carve a tombstone for you, inscribed with your final confessions before I tear you to shreds." It appeared that the proud Count Dracula had entirely forgotten Alvin's earlier introduction. With a radiant smile, Alvin met the Count's gaze and earnestly stated, "I am a master of Hell's Kitchen. My name is Gene Bing. I hope you will remember it." Director Fury and Agent Coulson felt a chill run down their spines. They resolved to keep their distance from Alvin, for proximity could lead to a short life. Count Dracula, still grinning maliciously, replied, "I will remember you, Gene Bing." He then fell silent. The effects of the sunlight were no longer eliciting any sound from him. The injury to his pride was 100 times more severe than the physical pain he endured. As the atmosphere grew tense, Director Fury slowly approached, his expression grave as he said, "I fear you truly cannot kill him. He is a significant figure within the Blood Clan. We cannot risk war simply to eliminate this one individual." Alvin shot a sidelong glance at Director Fury, retorting, "He seeks to cause me trouble, yet you prevent me from eliminating him? Should I merely await his recovery to face retribution?" He tapped Fury's chest, adding, "You have sown seeds of doubt regarding your human stance." Fury looked at Alvin sternly, stating, "The Blood Clan has existed for nearly a millennium. Do you understand what has prevented their extinction?" Alvin tilted his head in thought before responding. "Perhaps it is the foolishness of people like you that has allowed this parasitic race to persist. Or are you simply afraid of them?" Fury took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger. He had endured more insults in the past 10 years than he had today alone. I cannot explain this to you, Alvin. Schid. Fears no one or nothing. Our concern lies with the consequences. As long as I am here, he cannot die. Perhaps I can assure you he will not trouble you again. Alvin regarded the increasingly anxious Fury with a cold laugh, saying, You assure me? Your assurances hold no value in my eyes. You might as well leave my restaurant. Out of respect for Frank, I could wait until you exit before I deal with him. Deal with whom? An urgent voice interrupted as a disheveled Stark burst in, immediately noticing the disfigured Count Dracula, causing him to take a startled step back. Stark looked at Alvin and quipped, Wow, buddy, can you not be so cruel? Why is it that every time I come over, I am greeted by such horrifying scenes? Fury glanced at Stark before turning back to Alvin, saying, I know you, Alvin. You are not an irresponsible man. Consider this. If war breaks out, how many innocent civilians will perish due to your impulsiveness? You have sheltered 3 communities, allowing their inhabitants to live with dignity. Yet if war ensues, they will be the first to face the flames. This is a war of races, Alvin. Have you truly thought this through? Growing weary of Fury's rhetoric, Alvin impatiently replied, What do you propose I do? Let him go and await his vengeance? If I must confront retaliation, what difference does it make from waging war? This matter has never concerned me. It is your so-called vampire management department that has allowed these wretched beings to wreak havoc in New York. Fury, now sweating and agitated, exclaimed, I have said it. I guarantee he will not trouble you again. I can persuade the Blood Clan Council to put Count Dracula into a slumber for 100 years. I have that capability. Alvin smiled with a hint of amusement, stating, I do not trust you, Nick Fury. I feel you are treating me as a fool. I cannot believe humanity has no means to deal with these creatures that are so evidently vulnerable. Do not attempt to sway me with talk of war. It is unnecessary. My patience has worn thin. Fury wiped all expression from his face, casting a cold glance around the room as he said in a low voice, Then I shall reveal the truth to you, but it can only be known to you alone. Let's step outside to discuss. The two exited the dining room and conversed at the entrance for approximately 20 minutes before re-entering. Alvin, his face darkened, shooed the 2 children and Jessica upstairs. Turning back, he fixed his icy gaze on Nick Fury and said in a voice chilled to the bone, Warn them not to enter Hell's Kitchen, not to linger near me. And do not attempt to deceive me, Nick Fury. Chapter 43. 500 miles away from home, beholding the cruelly dismembered, yet still breathing Count Dracula, Mr. Tony Stark found himself honorably retching once more. Alvin's ruthless treatment of the vampire sent an unsettling chill down Stark's spine, though he found himself in tacit agreement. For he believed that if one day cattle and sheep became more intelligent than humans, capable of wielding firearms, humanity would undoubtedly find itself in dire straits. The relationship between humans and vampires was, in essence, not dissimilar. Stark poured himself a generous glass of whiskey, glancing at Alvin, who appeared lost in thought, and jestingly remarked, I never imagined it would conclude this way. I am aware that SHIELD and Stark Industries maintain some collaborative research efforts with them. I simply did not anticipate their formidable power. He then extended the glass toward Alvin, signaling for another drink. With a smile, Alvin replied, I too did not foresee this. However, I absolutely wish to avoid any dealings with them. I believe I am far better suited to being a restaurant chef or a school principal. Stark burst into laughter, exclaiming, Your students must be in for a rough time. I can only imagine. When Stark was not being insufferable, he proved to be a rather good friend. At the very least, when he developed the solar lamp, he promptly delivered it to Alvin. Just minutes prior, they had stood united. Alvin nodded with a smile, stating, You are quite right. If an obituary were posted at the school tomorrow, announcing the demise of Principal Alvin, those rascals would undoubtedly throw a party in celebration. Stark shivered at the thought and replied, Buddy, I had no idea you were so unpopular. Alvin merely nodded in acknowledgement. Once they grow up, they will reflect on the folly of their youth. You are a genius. You will never comprehend the hardships of education. The children of Hell's Kitchen, without someone to propel them forward, can scarcely envision a future beyond prison. Stark pondered this thoughtfully and said, You make a compelling point. Perhaps I could offer you some assistance. Alvin's spirits lifted, and his gaze towards Stark grew warmer as he joyfully responded. The community school could benefit from someone like you, a passionate individual. I can reserve a position on the board for you. Intrigued by Alvin's sudden change in demeanor, Stark inquired, is there indeed a board position at the community school? Who are the other board members? What do I need to donate? Stark, always an intriguing character, mused for a moment. Alvin, my friend, you cannot expect me, a member of the American upper class, to be compared with someone like him. Is your school still in need of a principal? Grant me an honorary principal position, prepare an office for me, and I can commit to donating $20 million annually to the school. Why not? $20 million per year? Forget about the honorary position. If you wish to be the principal, I shall immediately vacate the office for you, along with my secretary, Olivia. Alvin extended his hand, shaking Stark's firmly, and sincerely declared, Welcome up at Principal Stark. You may now contemplate the style of your office. Stark pressed his lips together, tilting his head in contemplation. Wow. I never imagined I would one day become the principal of a school. Perhaps I should have Pepper set aside 2 days each month for me to visit the school. Alvin raised his glass to clink with Stark's, saying, It is our honor. The students who emerge from this school will take pride in you. Truly, I am not jesting. Stark rarely enjoyed a conversation so thoroughly, despite Alvin's penchant for placing him in awkward situations. Yet, a person often yearns for a friend with whom they can converse freely and share light-hearted banter. He believed Alvin might very well be that friend. As the clock struck 7 in the morning, Pepper arrived to escort the hungover Stark, who had to make his way to Afghanistan to test his invention, the Jericho missile. In truth, Stark need not attend personally, but the recent media frenzy and the pressure from unknown sources compelled him to seek refuge there. After all, he remained the chairman of Stark Industries, and it was his duty to contribute to the company. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Before departing, Alvin cautioned Pepper, Afghanistan is hardly a pleasant locale, and Stark's preparations are insufficient. Should anything arise, do remember to call me. I am, after all, a vampire hunter, do not forget. Pepper was nearly driven to madness by Stark's caprice and paid little heed to Alvin's words. She merely nodded, allowing Alvin to assist Stark into the vehicle. Finally finding a moment of respite, Alvin enjoyed breakfast with Ginny before taking her along in his old pickup truck, prepared to fulfill his duties as a principal. Thor, ever the sycophant, managed to sneak onto the vehicle with Ginny, eager to frolic at the school and find amusement in the sight of a bunch of mischievous youngsters shivering in fear. As the old pickup rolled along the road, the weather was splendid. Alvin, with the window down and country music playing, rested his left arm on the sill, teaching Ginny to sing. 500 miles away from home, if you miss the train I'm on, you will know that I am gone. You can hear the whistle blow. 100 miles, 100 miles. 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles. Ginny adored it, for her father cherished it. In the midst of the song, Alvin received a phone call, which brightened his spirits further, and he devoted even more attention to teaching Ginny to sing. Little Ginny was surely his lucky star. Every ounce of kindness bestowed upon her seemed to enhance his fortune. The call had come from Director George, who was beleaguered by the recent vampire incident. He informed Alvin that his daughter, Gwen Stacy, would be enrolling directly in the community school next week, although there remained a month until the final exams, and he ought to wait until the school holiday to bring her in for the new term. The director could hardly contain himself. He could not bear the thought of his daughter attending school in a place that might harbor vampires. Presently, Alvin's community school stood as a sanctuary against such creatures. In a jubilant mood, Alvin found everything pleasing, even the newly arrived elderly electrician at the school gate, whom he greeted warmly. Hello there. I don't believe we've met before. The old man, amiable and smiling, replied, Good morning, Principal Alvin. I am a new electrical engineer. My name is Ben Parker. Chapter 44. What exactly did Frank do? In high spirits, Alvin greeted Ben Parker with a smile, saying, Old friend, being the electrical engineer at the community school is no easy task. You'll have your hands full. Those mischievous kids can be quite the troublemakers. Ben Parker, slightly taken aback by the amiable demeanor of the notoriously strict principal, chuckled and replied, It's quite pleasant here, Mr. Principal. I've been here for 3 days, and I've never seen a group of children so well behaved. You know, I have a nephew who will be entering the 11th grade next year. and I'm contemplating whether to have him attend school here. Alvin was intrigued to hear someone express a desire to send their child to the community school. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "My old friend, I am delighted to hear that. Could you share your reasons? This might assist us in our future enrollment efforts." "Regardless, I must say you have a keen eye." Old Parker beamed with pride as he responded, "In my 3 days here, the academic atmosphere is unparalleled. I've never encountered anything like it elsewhere. My goodness, had I attended school here, I might not have become an electrical engineer. Perhaps I would have gone to Harvard and found a desk job on Wall Street." Alvin happily shook Old Parker's hand and said with a grin, "See, there will always be those who can recognize the merits of our school. By the way, where are you residing now? I haven't seen you around Hell's Kitchen." Old Parker smiled shyly and replied, "I currently live in Queens, which isn't too far. It's quite convenient to drive over." Alvin nodded, saying, "That's not a short distance, my friend. You might consider moving to Hell's Kitchen. The safety in the 2426 block has greatly improved. At your age, commuting an hour and a half daily is no small feat," Alvin chuckled, adding, "Indeed, my friend, one must be prepared. What is your nephew's name?" Old Parker, a touch proud, replied, Peter Parker. "He's a fine young man with excellent grades. However, my salary isn't sufficient to hire him a good tutor, or he would excel even further." Alvin instinctively nodded, then suddenly paused, scrutinizing Old Parker closely as he asked, "Pardon me, but could you repeat your name? I didn't quite catch it." Old Parker looked kindly at Alvin and said, "Ben Parker, sir. You may call me Old Parker." Alvin smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this man, one whose immense abilities had cultivated some of Marvel's most remarkable and beloved superheroes. This individual deserved more respect than many so-called heroes. He was a genuinely good person. With utmost formality, Alvin shook Old Parker's hand again, saying earnestly, "My friend, would you mind taking on a bit more work? Of course, there would be additional compensation." Old Parker looked at Alvin with confusion and a hint of panic, responding, "I wouldn't mind at all, but there's no need for extra pay. I enjoy being here, and my income is sufficient. I am willing to contribute more to the school." Old Parker had always been an ordinary man, and for the first time, someone had told him he was important and needed here. This filled him with a sense of accomplishment and gratitude. "If what you say is true, then I would certainly be willing, Mr. Principal. I no longer believe you are the person the rumors suggest," Old Parker stated earnestly. Alvin laughed heartily, embracing Old Parker and declaring, "Then welcome aboard. You will leave your mark in the history of this school, I assure you." Alvin was not overly concerned about Peter Parker, the future web-slinger of New York. Instead, he cherished the wise presence of Old Parker, not wisdom born from knowledge, but rather from the lessons life had imparted. He hoped Old Parker would inspire others, rather than simply create a superhero. Turning to lift his lucky star, little Ginny, he bid farewell to Old Parker, feeling increasingly buoyant. The rambunctious children who hurried past him appeared less bothersome now. With a light step, he made his way toward the school's academic building, convinced today was destined to be his lucky day. At the entrance of the academic building, students lined up orderly as they entered, devoid of the usual chaos of chasing and shoving. Although the atmosphere remained lively, it was remarkably orderly. Alvin's arrival quieted the front of the building. Principal Nelson approached him with a sweet smile, enthusiastically praising Frank. "Mr. Alvin, we have an outstanding disciplinary director in our school. I was initially skeptical about establishing this department, but it seems you were correct." It was evident that Nelson had previously been overwhelmed by the antics of these troublesome children. Finally, someone had emerged capable of managing these mischief makers, providing him some respite. After all, while Principal Alvin was intimidating, he was not often present at the school. Alvin, observing Nelson's sly demeanor, smiled and said, "It seems you are quite pleased with Frank's performance, indicating he is well suited for the role. However, I encountered an electrical engineer at the entrance named Ben Parker. Do you know him?" Nelson cautiously regarded Alvin and replied, "I hired him. The school indeed required an electrical engineer, and his salary expectations are quite reasonable." Alvin waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Don't be anxious, Nelson. Old Parker is a good fellow. I merely hope he can take on a role in the disciplinary department." Nelson exhaled, somewhat puzzled. "That is certainly acceptable, but why? Old Parker may not be able to handle these naughty kids." Chapter 45. One-on-one. the rules of Hell's Kitchen at the entrance of the academic building. Frank stood as straight as a javelin. In recent days, he had entirely assumed Alvin's responsibilities, tasked with intimidating the unruly children. Observing the fearful gazes of these children towards Frank, as if he were a primordial beast, Alvin felt that his own past experiences at school paled in comparison. Perhaps in the future, the school could be renamed Hell's Kitchen Academy. Nick, sitting in a wheelchair, pushed by his neighbor Gavin, listened to those around him complain about Frank, labeling him a demon. No, even the worst villain of Hell's Kitchen would be outshone by him. Nick feigned ignorance of Frank's identity, nodding in agreement and joining in the ridicule of the one who had significantly diminished their joy of attending school. Nick's reckless behavior, treating his father with disdain, widened Gavin's eyes, who was pushing the wheelchair and well aware of Nick's relationship with Frank. With a smile, Alvin approached the entrance of the building, playfully punching Frank on the chest, saying, "Well done, my friend. I knew the disciplinary office would be a place where you could truly showcase your abilities. However, we need to discuss something later. I have found you a helper." Frank, lifting his chin, did not even glance at Alvin, his cold gaze fixated on each student approaching, signaling Alvin to leave him alone as he was extremely busy. The kids had been particularly restless lately, even betting on who could smuggle contraband into the school, which placed considerable pressure on him. After all, he wasn't like Thor, who could sniff out forbidden items with ease. Alvin, unsure of what was happening, refrained from interrupting Frank's work. After all, it would be inappropriate for a boss to disrupt an employee who was working so diligently. This supercomputer, though secondhand, occupied several classrooms within the academic building once installed. Alvin was uncertain of its efficacy, as he lacked knowledge in computing, but the sight of the densely packed machines in the server room, shimmering with lights, was impressive. Truly, it was high-tech and sizable, justifying the expenditure of $2 million. However, during the initial testing, the whirring electric meter caused him some concern, prompting him to instruct Cage to limit usage to a third of the machines in the future. Professor Cage, overwhelmed with his verbal barrage, made a hasty retreat. With limited manpower at the school, Professor Cage had enlisted a few old friends and some of his graduate students to assist with the equipment setup. In the principal's office, Alvin stood with his arms crossed, coldly observing several gang leaders who held significant sway in Hell's Kitchen. He had not absorbed a single word they uttered, merely regarding them with disdain. How dare these parents of troublemakers come to my office to create a ruckus? If I were to entertain them, what would that say about my authority? Noticing Alvin's displeasure, the group exchanged nervous glances and decided to let the Russian, Alexei, represent them in negotiations. The bear-like arms dealer stood somewhat awkwardly before Alvin, saying, "Alvin, my friend, you must lend a hand. My son, Anton." He gestured towards a bearded, bald boy standing outside, who appeared older than Alvin and had been plagued by nightmares lately. "You need to rein in your disciplinary officer. If this continues, my son will lose his mind." Curious, Alvin asked, "What has Frank done? I ought to reward him for keeping Anton in line. I had no idea he could be so subdued." Alexei, fuming, retorted, "That wretched Frank put my son in detention." Alvin regarded Alexei with incredulity, replying, "Your son is afraid of detention? He has spent more time in the detention room than in class this semester. You have been fooled by your son." Alexei glanced at his unfortunate offspring, his frustration boiling over. "But Frank, that bastard, used a harpoon to shave my son's hair clean off, except for his beard." Alvin could imagine how terrifying it must have been for a boy to have his hair removed by a figure reminiscent of an executioner wielding a foot-long blade. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. No wonder this former school bully was now acting like a frightened chicken. However, using a harpoon for shave was rather excessive. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Alvin looked at Alexei and said, "My friend, Frank may have gone a bit too far, but I believe Anton must have been up to no good. I heard he has been performing well on the soccer team lately." With a hint of pride, Alexei responded, "Indeed, Anton has been excelling. His grades have improved, and he is now a key forward on the soccer team." His expression then darkened, but he has been reluctant to come to school recently, fearing ridicule. Listening to Alexei discuss his son's achievements in school, Alvin found it particularly awkward. "You, a gun dealer, discussing your son's academic prowess? This doesn't suit your persona. Shouldn't you be brandishing a weapon and confronting Frank to settle the score?" It's hard for me to scold you under these circumstances. Alvin, feeling somewhat helpless, pressed, so what exactly did Anton do to provoke Frank to act this way? After a moment of hesitation, Alexei replied, I heard he shaved a teammate's head. But that was merely a childish prank. Alvin gazed at Alexei with a sardonic smile, clearly unconvinced by his claims. A prank? You consider this a joke? My friend, while we can be fierce and ruthless, we must adhere to some principles. Right now, I see Anton as deserving of his fate. Or perhaps you could view this incident as Frank's idea of a joke. What do you think of the nickname Cold-Hearted Jester Frank? Upon suggesting this, Alvin felt a hint of discomfort. The community school was meant to be about correction and rehabilitation, not instilling fear that kept children from attending. After all, it was a school, not a prison. Alvin reflected on his wise decision to assign old Parker to assist Frank earlier that morning. He considered the situation further and declared, is this a school where one can simply choose not to attend? Did the boy Anton, shaved bald, not come to school? Make sure Anton gets a class. Graduation is just a few months away, and if he can score well on the ATC, he could secure a place at a decent university. If you wish to confront Frank, that is perfectly fine. I pride myself on fairness. Meet me at the gym this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Just the 5 of you, seeking revenge on Frank for your children. Bring it on, one-on-one, following the rules of Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 46. A downward gaze. The community school's gymnasium, constructed 2 decades prior, was typically a tranquil place. Due to its dilapidated equipment, even a decent basketball hoop was absent, and the school's basketball team struggled to recruit enough players. However, today, the gymnasium had been entirely commandeered by a throng of exuberant students. The occasion was a series of one-on-one confrontations between several former school bullies' fathers and the school's disciplinary director. It felt akin to the infamous Hell's Kitchen. Since Principal Alvin's tenure began, no one had dared to trouble the school staff. This excitement was palpable among the pent-up, hormone-driven children. Someone was finally going to teach that formidable disciplinary director a lesson. Rumor had it that several gang leaders from Hell's Kitchen would personally participate. The White Shark Gang, the KK Gang, and the Mad Dog Gang. How thrilling. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the teachers realized they were losing control of the situation. They decided to let the students enjoy the gymnasium, believing a little leisure was warranted. Most of the teachers had been hired after Alvin's arrival, and they too were curious about the rules of Hell's Kitchen. Was it truly a matter of seeing whose fist was stronger? If so, would they eventually have to seek out the imposing disciplinary director for a lesson in self-defense? After all, if parents of students ever decided to confront them, they would need to be prepared. Professor Cage, a staunch proponent of the school's regulations, had heard that someone was causing trouble for the institution's finest staff. The old cowboy picked up an aged Winchester rifle that matched his years and reluctantly led JJ to support Frank. JJ felt it unnecessary to escalate matters. After all, how much could a few gang leaders accomplish? Frank could easily handle them with one hand behind his back. Nevertheless, in this school, it was wise not to offend Professor Cage. Everyone knew to steer clear of him, even more so than Principal Alvin. On the way, Professor Cage noticed Principal Nelson already stationed at the gym's entrance, accompanied by all the bus drivers and security personnel. Given Alvin's peculiar taste in bus drivers, Nelson now resembled a gang leader rather than a shrewd, mercenary vice principal. Although straightforward and somewhat crude, this was the community school style. If he could blend in without being detected, no one would intervene. However, if caught, the school rules outlined severe penalties. Inside the gym, which held a maximum of 500, every seat was occupied. Students and teachers whispered among themselves, the atmosphere thick with buzzing anticipation. An amiable elderly lady, reminiscent of a traditional Chinese grandmother, was doting on her granddaughter, offering her sips of a beverage. Alvin was troubled. The cafeteria was closed again, and he lamented that his bank account had yet to reach 6 figures, despite all the commotion he encountered during his visit to the school. The 3 gang leaders seeking trouble had already been marked by Alvin, and he intended for Frank to deliver them a thorough beating, reminding them that the disciplinary office was not solely focused on students. Before 3 o'clock struck, the trio of gang leaders made their entrance: Alexei of the White Shark Gang, Gerald of the KK Gang, and Doug of the Mad Dog Gang. To Alvin, They resembled walking pig heads, soon to be rendered even more so. Dressed in boxing shorts and raising their fists like impending fighters, they awaited their fate. At precisely 3 o'clock, Frank made his entrance. A seasoned soldier clad in khaki military pants and combat boots, his bare torso revealing a rugged countenance marked by countless stories etched into his furrowed brow. His imposing figure was further accentuated by numerous ghastly scars, elevating his intimidation factor to unprecedented heights. JJ, ever the prankster, played Led Zeppelin's Immigrant Song over the loudspeaker, providing a dramatic soundtrack to Frank's entrance, as if he were the superhero of a cinematic universe, arriving just in time to vanquish all villains in a spectacular showdown. The atmosphere ignited with JJ's antics, as spirited students cheered passionately for Frank, even though they had initially come to witness his downfall. But who cared? Frank was one of their own. Having such a cool disciplinary director was a point of pride. In stark contrast, the 3 gang leaders appeared rather ordinary. Among them, Gerald, the most presentable, seemed a mere blob of black meat compared to Frank's formidable presence. He never considered that his usual attire, unchanging denim jeans, a checkered shirt, and a gray jacket, was hardly befitting for a showdown. Did he expect Alvin to engage in battle while listening to country music? Frank approached the trio, exuding an air of superiority as if casually discussing dinner plans with a girlfriend. The combined might of the 3 gang leaders lasted no more than 5 minutes. Amidst the cheers, they were promptly dispatched to an ambulance. Frank then walked over to the terrified trio, gently reminding them to attend school the following day, or he would personally visit their homes to escort them, with a victorious gesture towards the teachers and students of the sidelines. Frank's demeanor resembled that of a rock star at a concert. Several female teachers clutched their hearts, letting out piercing shrieks of admiration. Alvin, preoccupied with the electrifying atmosphere, found his gaze drawn to a slender figure. A young woman, clad in a white blouse and khaki pencil skirt, with long brown hair, was bent over, collecting litter from the floor. She seemed entirely out of place amidst the excitement, overwhelmed by the raucous environment. Yet, upon sensing Alvin's gaze, she turned and offered him a shy smile. Though she was not conventionally beautiful, her warmth reminded him of a gentle April breeze, enticing him to linger in its embrace. Had Alvin's attention not been so fixated on her chest, this encounter might have blossomed into something quite romantic. Chapter 47. A message for Stark. Perhaps it was due to Alvin's gaze that the young woman exhibited a hint of panic, clutching the collar of her shirt with her right hand and hurriedly fleeing the scene. Alvin made no attempt to pursue her. As a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, he felt it unnecessary to chase after a woman like a youthful fool upon first sight. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she seemed to be a staff member or a teacher at the school. This realization eased Alvin's urgency. After all, she was part of the institution, and as its principal, there was no need for him to be anxious. His earlier irritation over the disruption of his midday affairs faded as his spirits lifted once more. For Alvin, it was a perfect day, barring the 3 unfortunate gang leaders who had already paid their price, hadn't they? In the days that followed, Alvin made it a routine to stroll through the school, yet he never encountered the young woman again. Perhaps she had seen him but chose to avoid him. He refrained from seeking information about her. Although it would have been simple, he deemed it unnecessary. As long as she remained at the school, their paths would eventually cross. He was not in a frantic rush to find a girlfriend. This state of anticipation was quite enjoyable for Alvin. Not the sensation of romantic love, but a unique expectation. Life was fraught with challenges, and one must create their own surprises. Mustn't they? Alvin's situation persisted until Pepper called him to inform him that Stark had been kidnapped. In Afghanistan, at AU's military base, a black major named Rod welcomed Alvin. Within Rod's office, Alvin articulated his demands. Provide me with a vehicle fully fueled, along with some spare gasoline and food. I intend to leave at once, he stated bluntly. Despite having warned Stark, the man had still managed to get himself into trouble. As the honorary principal of a community school, how could Stark be so irresponsible? The troops around were equally inept. How could so many allow Stark to be taken? Rod, unfamiliar with Alvin, nonetheless, as a responsible officer and Stark's friend, sought to review Alvin's records, only to find them sealed and inaccessible to him. This peculiar occurrence somewhat bolstered Rod's confidence, especially with Pepper vouching for Alvin. "No problem. The supplies you need will be ready today. You can rest for a day and depart tomorrow morning. I have detailed satellite images that may assist you." Major Rod considered before inquiring, "Do you require any weapons? This is not a safe environment." Alvin smiled, replying, "No need. I have my own weapons. Just provide me with the items I mentioned. I will set off tonight to clean up the mess for you soldiers." Rod, irritated, waved his hand dismissively toward a junior soldier in the office. "Take this gentleman to find a vehicle and prepare the requested supplies." With that, he ushered Alvin out. Alvin was unfazed. He had no desire to befriend Major Rod. He was a true soldier, deserving of respect, yet not a suitable candidate for friendship. When the interests of friendship and country collide, he would not hesitate to take action against a friend. As the saying goes, greater good over kin. In Alvin's mind, though he disapproved of Rod's actions and held contempt for his character, he would not cast blame, for Rod was acting in accordance with the law. This matter was not about justice, but merely a difference in perspective. This was why Alvin wished to avoid dealings with S.H.A.L.D. They would employ endless moral arguments to coerce compliance. In his previous life, while watching films in the Marvel Universe, the person Alvin admired most was Steve Rogers, a truly noble figure. He held steadfastly to his pure convictions, placing freedom and equality above all, and was a reliable friend. It was this very integrity that caused the Avengers to part ways, as Stark, the one who should have resisted control, was the first to advocate for what Alvin considered a ludicrous contract. There is no clear right or wrong. The need to distinguish between the two is a child's perspective. The adult world is not solely about interests. It revolves around differing stances. People are often constrained by their surroundings, compelled to make choices that align with the majority's benefit, which is not inherently wrong. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, Alvin sought to avoid being manipulated by his environment. Thus, he established a comfort zone, adhering to his inner desires. After bidding farewell to Major Rod, Alvin gazed upon a brand new Hummer, embarking on his quest to locate Stark. The Afghan desert and mountainous terrain were vast, making it impossible for one individual to search such an expansive area. Yet, it did not take long for him to find a well-concealed camp within a valley. Although it could elude satellites, it could not deceive crows. Alvin parked the vehicle at a distance, donning desert camouflage, and cautiously approached the perimeter of the camp to observe. The camp was bustling with over 150 personnel, all equipped with advanced gear. Alvin struggled to recall who these individuals were and who commanded them, as nearly 12 years had passed since the film's release and his own crossing into this reality. Furthermore, events did not necessarily unfold as depicted in the films. This was, after all, the real world. Alvin only remembered that a bald man from Stark Industries was the ultimate antagonist. It was unwise to base his actions on vague recollections. After a thorough observation from afar, Alvin felt troubled. Eliminating the camp's personnel would be straightforward. He could simply unleash the venomous plant, ensuring no survivors. Yet, how could he guarantee that Stark would remain unharmed before the camp's forces were eradicated? Stark was crucial. He had promised a yearly donation of $20 million to the school, and that commitment must not be jeopardized. At this moment, Stark was busy with a car battery, a magnet wedged against his chest, while an unkempt, middle-aged man assisted him nearby. Chapter 48. Stark's dignity illuminated by the flickering flames. Stark's visage bore the marks of exhaustion. Despair enveloped him. Though he had survived, was he now destined to live clinging to a car battery? Ethan, standing nearby, offered words of comfort. "Mr. Stark, I sincerely apologize. As a mere physicist, I am unable to extract the shrapnel. This is the only method available." With his hands clasped in pain atop his head, Stark expressed a blend of resentment and gratitude. "Buddy, I must thank you for saving my life." His eyes, filled with disdain, were fixed on the car battery nestled between his legs. "Your method is truly physicist-like." As Stark gazed into the flames of the hearth, he muttered to himself, "Before arriving in this wretched place, I had just met an intriguing friend. This fellow is a rogue with a foul mouth, and I distinctly remember his warning that Afghanistan is a perilous locale." With his hands shielding his face, revealing only his eyes, Stark lamented, Should he learn that I am now reliant on a car battery for my existence, I cannot fathom how he would react. He then mimicked Alvin's tone. Oh, Mr. Stark, is this the latest fashion among genius inventors? Do you rely on a car battery to sustain your heartbeat? Ethan chuckled at the absurdity, finding amusement in Stark's description of this remarkable individual who somehow managed to befriend Stark. It seemed Stark harbored a hint of fear towards him. Ethan Stark. Perhaps your friend is en route to rescue you. Stark cast a sorrowful glance at Ethan, replying, that is precisely what troubles me. Between the choice of death and enduring a lifetime of ridicule from that rogue, I would prefer to perish in this desolate place. Ethan, taken aback, exclaimed, You must be jesting. Stark's hands remained pressed against his face as he despondently replied, Nay, if you knew him, you would understand. He is a character with a sharp tongue and an audacious demeanor. Alas, I once admired his way with words. With a heavy sigh, Stark observed Ethan's unwavering gaze and remarked, Buddy, please refrain from looking at me that way. I must appear quite ghastly. Ethan, intrigued, queried, What is that peculiar bird upon your shoulder? What does it hold in its beak? Startled, Stark turned to discover a raven perched upon him, clutching a rolled parchment. As he scrutinized the bird, he discerned a familiar greeting from Alvin in its crimson eyes, for he had seen the same raven on numerous occasions during his visits to the restaurant. Stark retrieved the note from the raven's beak, unfolding it with growing anticipation. His expression shifted from elation to terror as he dashed to the prison door, clutching the car battery, and banged fervently on the bars, bellowing, Summon your leader. Tell him I have consented. I will assist him in constructing the Jericho missile. Ethan, observing Stark's frantic behavior, curiously picked up the fallen note, illuminated by the firelight. It read, Dear Mr. Stark, my esteemed honorary principal, I have come to rescue you. I hope your current state is not too dire. For safety's sake, while I effect your rescue, you must find a secure hiding place. If you are prepared, write to me. Oh, and I have brought a camera. We can capture this adventure in photographs. Ethan was captivated, pondering the nature of Stark's intriguing friend. It became evident that Stark was exuberantly enthusiastic. Alvin could envision Stark, a man of pride, determined to shield his present condition from him. Through the raven, Alvin observed Stark's plight and situation, never anticipating that his encouragement would ignite Stark's resolve, propelling him towards becoming the future Iron Man. A man who clings to his dignity can, at times, wield immeasurable strength. In the month that followed, Alvin settled approximately 10 kilometers away from the terrorist stronghold, utilizing his ample supplies to camp leisurely amidst the desolate Afghan wilderness, awaiting Stark's signal. During this period, Alvin continuously monitored Stark's progress through the Raven. True to form, Stark, a man cursed with knowledge, fashioned a fusion energy reactor for himself within a week. Utilizing palladium extracted from missiles and rudimentary electronic coils, liberating himself from the constraints of the car battery. Alvin was left in awe of Stark's remarkable ingenuity. He knew he could never replicate such feats. Even the simple task of changing oil in his old Ford often required Jessica's assistance, leading to lighthearted ridicule. Perhaps Alvin's arrival had stimulated Stark's latent potential, allowing the prideful Stark to unleash tremendous energy, akin to the explosive breakthroughs often depicted in novels. Being entirely unversed in cutting-edge technology and mechanics, Alvin observed as Stark, with Ethan's assistance, constructed an exceedingly rudimentary suit of armor using basic tools. Alvin could swear this was not the imposing figure he had seen in films in a past life. The current creation was a grotesque exoskeleton, reminiscent of the Soviet Union's design, adorned with a chaotic array of wires, powered by Stark's fusion reactor embedded in his chest. Alvin adored this style. It resonated deeply with him, surpassing even the future Iron Man suit in appeal. It required no aesthetic finesse. It merely needed to embody mechanical brutality to its fullest extent. If only it could be paired with a massive axe, perfection. This encapsulated Alvin's definition of mechanical armor, robust and violent. This was the product of Stark's labor over the past month. One could only wonder how Stark had sweet-talked the terrorists into providing sufficient materials for his escape. Did they truly believe he required so many motors for a missile? In a world of ignorance, Alvin remained perplexed. He resolved that Ginny must be sent to university. lest she encounter someone like Stark and find herself at a disadvantage. Standing atop a sand dune, Alvin held Stark's letter. Stark's pride radiated through his words, detailing the accomplishments of the past days and scheduling the escape, promising Alvin a surprise that would showcase the miraculous creation of a genius scientist trapped in an Afghan prison. Chapter 49. The Druid Assault at 8 in the morning. Stark had chosen a most opportune moment for his plan, as all the terrorists were gathered for breakfast. They congregated, sharing a meager meal to celebrate yet another day of survival. The weather today was unremarkable, and two terrorists, one older and one younger, sat together, clutching a rough bread and a bowl of suspiciously colored oil tea, engaging in idle chatter. The younger one tightened his somewhat loose gun strap and glanced at his breakfast, voicing his complaint. "Old Ollie, how much longer must we linger in this godforsaken place? I've lost weight over these past 2 months." With disdain, he eyed Rad, remarking, "Look at you now like a lustful ram. I have 4 wives waiting for me at home. Am I in a hurry?" Rad waved his hands anxiously, unwilling to let others perceive his thoughts of women, fearing mockery. He replied, "I just feel that remaining here is unbearably dull. I would rather go out and fight the Americans. At least there would be some valuable spoils. Here, we are merely waiting for that American in the cave to create something. We hardly need this many people." Old Ollie, struggling to tear off a piece of bread, dipped it into the oil tea and fixed his gaze on Radchild. "Do not always think of war. Your survival until today is merely a stroke of luck. I wish to live quietly, earn money, and raise my children. Do not listen to those in white robes who spout nonsense about fighting the Americans to the bitter end. Their own children have long gone to other countries, relying on foolish boys like you to fight." Rad persisted, tearing at his bread. "I can't shake the feeling that our leader has been deceived by that American. He may not be creating any missiles at all, but merely stalling us." Old Ollie chuckled. "That is of no consequence. Outsiders cannot find this place." Upon noticing the terror on Rad's face, he followed his gaze and witnessed an unforgettable sight. A man, riding a vibrant red giant wolf, charged down from a hill, wielding an old-fashioned Winchester lever-action rifle. 5 shadowy giant wolves surged ahead of him, rushing into a concealed checkpoint where 4 sentries had yet to raise their weapons before being torn to shreds by the hellish beasts. The quick-thinking black leader shouted to his men to retaliate, and he, along with several subordinates, sprinted towards the cave, intent on silencing the hostages inside. The terrorists, abandoning their meals, grabbed their AK-47s and aimed at the charging wolves. Suddenly, 3 thick vines erupted from the ground. One green vine slithered through the crowd, striking anyone it touched. Each victim clutched their throats, turning pale and collapsing from the poison. This toxic flower vine moved like a biochemical weapon, bringing death wherever it went. The red vine was far more grotesque, its head resembling a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth. It swung its massive body, over 50 centimeters in diameter, sweeping through the camp's mess hall, sending terrorists flying, before pursuing them, opening its terrifying jaws to swallow the unfortunate souls whole. The golden vine was more refined, narrowing to the width of a finger, and shot through groups of terrorists like a deadly arrow, causing those pierced to visibly wither as if their moisture was being evaporated. The courage of the terrorists evaporated under such horrific attacks. They screamed, abandoning all possessions, and began to flee. The 5 ghostly wolves seized the opportunity, their bodies flickering and suddenly appearing among the crowd. With claws extending nearly half a foot, they left dismembered limbs scattered in their wake. None of the terrorists remained whole. Typically perceived as harmless, the ghostly wolves now revealed their terrifying lethality. Capable of moving between the void and reality, they appeared as if teleporting, hauntingly materializing behind the terrorists and tearing them apart. Only Alvin had yet to make any significant contribution. An average marksman, Alvin rode a towering wolf nearly 8 meters tall, charging into the terrorist camp like a valiant warrior. Yet, despite firing twice, he failed to hit a single target. His ability to shoot while mounted had not yet developed, leaving him disappointed with his combat coordination. Why couldn't his style of fighting evolve? He felt trapped in the role of a gangster, resorting to hacking and shooting, far from what he envisioned. Dismounting from the wolf, he allowed it to engage in battle while he stood at the camp's edge, holding his Winchester and searching for a target. However, ensuring he wouldn't hit his summoned creature. He found no viable targets. Such was the drawback of poor marksmanship. In chaotic scenes, one could easily injure their allies. This also underscored the ferocity of the vines and the ghostly wolves. The massacre continued unabated until a series of intense gunshots erupted from the cave. A towering shadow emerged, brandishing a massive shield, bursting forth from the cave. Terrorists in its path were sent flying like small animals struck by a speeding vehicle. Rad was among them, having just witnessed old Ollie being seized by a ghostly wolf, flung into the air, while another expertly tore him to shreds mid-flight. Having grown up in conflict, Rad felt his eyes redden with rage as he charged towards an old machine gun, pulling the bolt and firing frantically at the demons before him. There was no need to concern himself with comrades. They were either dead or soon to be. The 12, 7mm bullets created a barrage that swept across the camp. The towering ghostly wolf was rendered useless at that moment, its body blocking Alvin's path. The bullets capable of shredding ordinary armored vehicles merely dented the wolf's hide before bouncing off. The newly birthed Iron Man, witnessing the situation, operated his rudimentary exoskeleton armor, wielding the immense shield and charging valiantly at Rad. Realizing Stark's intention, Rad redirected his gun and unleashed the last of his ammunition upon Stark, only to be crushed into fragments by Stark's armored charge, along with a machine gun position. Chapter 50. Will you look down on me? The scene quickly devolved into a one-sided massacre. Alvin paid no mind, crashing through the machine gun nest, failing to halt his vehicle in time, and subsequently tumbling down like a dog. Stark, with a digital camera in hand, he rushed into the cave, eager to commemorate the birthplace of Iron Man. Upon reaching the prison door, he spotted the African leader featured in the film, now rendered an abstract painting by Stark's shield, hanging on the cave's rocky wall. After snapping a few photos inside the prison, Alvin leisurely exited the cave to check on his school as principal benefactor, Mr. Stark. From a distance, he noticed that the previously fallen Stark had yet to rise. Sensing something amiss, Alvin hurried over. The sight was grim. Stark was positioned in a manner utterly improbable, having knocked his own head with his right leg. His right hand, which held the shield, was grotesquely contorted. Smoke billowed from various joints of his exoskeleton, clearly indicating a malfunction. The unfortunate physicist, Dr. Ethan, was cradled in Stark's left arm, brandishing a shield as he charged forth. He was now nearly asphyxiated, likely due to the bullets from the machine gun piercing through the robust shield, striking Ethan in the waist. The powerful bullet pierced through Ethan and lodged itself in Stark's abdomen. Alvin quickly separated the two unfortunate souls, grateful he and T lingered in the cave. Otherwise, he would be organizing a memorial for them. Ethan was relatively unharmed, merely rendered unconscious, and upon inspecting his abdomen, Alvin was relieved to find it was a through-and-through wound, sparing his intestines. Stark, on the other hand, faced dire circumstances, a significant abdominal wound with a portion of his intestines severed, a far more troubling predicament. The corpse flower promptly extended a tendril, embedding it in Stark's rear to preserve his life momentarily. Before long, Dr. Ethan regained consciousness. He carefully examined himself, and, upon realizing he was alive, noted that the gunshot wound on his abdomen had begun to heal. He then spotted a young man from China squatting before Stark, staring blankly at his mangled belly. Ethan struggled to rise and approached Alvin, glancing at Stark's injury, muttering, "This will be quite troublesome." Seeing that Ethan was recovering, Alvin shook his hand and remarked, "Indeed, quite troublesome. Our unfortunate friend has a severed intestine. You see, I'm no professional and cannot perform surgery under such unsanitary conditions." When Ethan arrived with a medical kit, Alvin curiously inquired, "I've heard you are a physicist. Why are you performing surgery?" Ethan chuckled shyly, replying, "I prefer to be called doctor, as I hold a PhD in high-energy physics from MIT, though my medical qualifications are merely a bachelor's degree from Harvard." Alvin felt a pang in his heart, comparing himself to Ethan, realizing the stark contrast in their educational journeys. While Ethan was modest about his Harvard degree, Alvin had celebrated merely completing a vocational school. The embarrassment was palpable. In the midst of this flurry, Stark regained consciousness during the procedure. Seeing Alvin's bemused expression and his own ghastly abdomen, he regretted his decision to remain conscious. His meticulously organized rescue operation had ultimately faltered, and he had hoped to present himself to Alvin as the indomitable hero, proving he could manage without him, only to misstep dramatically. Alvin, with a grin, remarked to Stark, "Buddy, your appearance is quite dismal. This was not how things were meant to conclude. Wouldn't you agree?" Stark strained to adjust his expression, attempting to retain a semblance of dignity as he replied, "This was an accident. Did you see the combat exoskeleton I crafted?" Alvin, unusually in agreement, nodded. "I must say, we share a consistent taste in the aesthetics of your creation. It is formidable and robust." Stark, a hint of pride in his demeanor, stated, "Indeed. I'm the only one capable of crafting such a machine, though, of course, Dr. Ethan contributed as well." Ethan, modestly smiling, advised, "Mr. Stark, I suggest you lose consciousness. The anesthetics here are insufficient and will wear off quickly." Stark defiantly raised his chin, smirking provocatively at Alvin. "I am a tough guy. This minor pain will not defeat me." Alvin, witnessing Stark's bravado despite his grievous injury, refrained from further provoking him. Understanding Stark was a significant benefactor of the school. Relieved to see Alvin yielding, Stark glanced at his mangled abdomen and sighed. "Gentlemen, how much must I pay for you to never mention this incident again?" Suppressing a laugh, Alvin could not resist teasing, "What incident?" "Your new nickname, Big Shit, haha." With his uninjured left hand, Stark struck the ground forcefully, only to freeze. Feeling something was amiss, his position prevented him from turning to see the state of his rear. Nervously, he asked, "Buddy, can you check what's wrong with my backside? I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable." Alvin glanced at the tendril embedded in Stark's rear and, with a solemn expression, replied, "Stark, my friend, you definitely do not want to know. I believe it would be wise for you to pass out." Despairing, Stark gazed at Alvin, fearfully exclaiming, "Please don't tell me it's as I fear." Alvin, fully aware of the notorious playboy's concerns, offered a sincere expression, replying, "Buddy, you are overthinking it. It's not that dire." His earnest demeanor resembled that of a funeral farewell, both sincere and sacred. Stark, taken aback, paused and, with utmost caution, murmured, "Buddy, will you look down on me after this?" His expression mirrored that of a small dog, anxious about being abandoned. Chapter 51. Insider information. The most arduous task had been accomplished by Dr. Ethan. Thus, hastening Stark's recovery was not a formidable challenge. As they drove to their makeshift camp, Alvin ignited a campfire, procured a large pot, and prepared a hearty meal of noodles. All the provisions had been carried by Alvin himself. After all, a practitioner of the dark arts must possess a spacious backpack. Alvin and Dr. Ethan relished the noodles paired with luncheon meat, savoring every bite. Stark, however, fared poorly. Though his body seemed intact and the necrotic vines had sealed his wounds, Alvin, still apprehensive, offered him merely a bowl of noodles that resembled mushy remnants. After all, one could hardly expect culinary delight when one's intestines had suffered. Stark poked at the already disintegrated noodles with his fork, casting a glance at Alvin and Dr. Ethan enjoying their meal. With a weary sigh, he lamented the humiliation he faced that day. Alvin caught sight of Stark's expression and, with a chuckle, remarked, "Cheer up, my friend. How many can say they survived a situation like yours?" Stark shot Alvin an irritated glance and retorted, "What would you do if you were in my shoes?" Contemplating for a moment, Alvin replied earnestly, "If I were in your position, I would first express gratitude to my savior, then, under the most enticing terms, implore my benefactor not to disclose my new nickname." Huh. Dr. Ethan found amusement in the banter between Alvin and Stark as he enjoyed his noodles. Stark was not known for his amiable demeanor. Dr. Ethan had encountered him in various contexts and had never witnessed him so subdued and compliant in conversation. Stark, still irked, ceased his verbal sparring and instead focused intensely on devouring the noodles, his hunger evident. After finishing the last noodle in his bowl, Alvin turned to Dr. Ethan with a smile and inquired, "Dr. Ethan, now that this ordeal is behind us, what do you plan to do next?" Noticing Dr. Ethan's somber expression, Alvin gently patted his shoulder and asked, "What troubles you, Dr. Ethan?" Excitedly, he continued, "What about a job? Why not join us at the community school?" Tentatively, Alvin suggested, Perhaps you could become the science teacher at my community school, and if you're amenable, also take on the role of school doctor. I could arrange for you to receive dual salaries." With a mischievous glint in his eye, Alvin directed his gaze towards Stark and remarked, "Perhaps we should discuss the bulb embedded in Mr. Stark's chest. I'm most curious, Dr. Ethan. How did he survive without it?" "Doctor." Ethan finally understood why Stark had hesitated to allow Alvin to rescue him so soon. While the risk was greater, the outcome could hardly be worse than the current predicament. A good-natured man, Dr. Ethan merely smiled, choosing to remain silent as he observed the exchange between Stark and Alvin. Stark, anxiously vetching Dr. Ethan, was relieved to see no signs of betrayal. He exhaled deeply and glared at Alvin, saying, "You wouldn't understand. How could someone who has never been to college comprehend anything?" Alvin grinned, enjoying Stark's obstinacy, and replied, "True, I have never attended university, my friend, but I would never rely on a car battery for my livelihood. That thing is far too heavy. Compared to that, your current bulb is a far superior option." Stark paused, glancing at the equally astonished Dr. Ethan, and exclaimed, "You scoundrel. You've been spying on me. I'm going to beat you up, Alvin. Just you wait until I recover. I'll challenge you one-on-one, using the rules of your hellish kitchen. If you lose, you must vow never to disclose my secrets." Alvin regarded Stark as if he were a fool and said, "What are you thinking, my friend? Do you find life insufficiently thrilling?" Observing Stark's exasperation, Alvin realized he should not provoke him further. If things escalated, Stark might withdraw his support, which would be disastrous. Thus, he suggested, "If a benevolent individual were to construct a teaching building for our community school, should the principal not keep a small secret for this generous soul?" Stark held no significant resentment toward this mild extortion. In truth, he rather enjoyed their verbal sparring. Moments of triumph brought him joy, especially knowing that all the funds Alvin sought were intended for the school. Quickly extending his hand, Stark shook Alvin's firmly and declared, "Deal. Time is short this year, but you'll see a state-of-the-art teaching building at our school next year." Once the topic was broached, Stark fell silent, contemplating deeply without uttering another word. His gaze fixed upon the flickering flames. "I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons design and manufacturing division," Stark declared gravely. Dr. Ethan, who had been observing, was taken aback by Stark's sudden resolution and questioned, "Why? The weapons division is the cornerstone of Stark Industries. Your board will be in an uproar over this decision." Stark cradled his head in his hands, stating, "I always believed that the weapons I designed were employed by the American military to combat terrorism. Yet in reality, terrorists are also utilizing the weapons produced by Stark Industries. What purpose does my design serve? Villains are wielding my creations to inflict harm on others. Do you know how that makes me feel? At times, I see myself as an executioner, responsible for countless deaths." Alvin chose not to coddle Stark in his moment of despair. This was a personal transformation he needed to undergo, and Stark had never been known for his resolute character. Instead, Alvin provoked him further, saying, "You're placing too much importance on yourself, my friend. You cannot attribute the sins to the weapons. Without you, evildoers would still acquire weapons to commit their misdeeds." Alvin reflected on this, adding, "In truth, villains will always find it easier to obtain weapons than the virtuous. This is not a matter you can resolve by merely closing a few factories." After some contemplation, Stark conceded, "Perhaps you are correct. But I have decided that regardless of how villains procure weapons to do evil, it cannot be through my hand." Alvin looked at Stark earnestly and asked, "Is this your final decision?" "Indeed," Stark affirmed decisively. Nodding in acknowledgement, Alvin retrieved his phone and called Fergie Nelson. "Fergie, my friend, it's Alvin. Are you interested in making a fortune?" "Of course, it's all above board, provided you have a reliable stockbroker." "Yes, I possess absolutely trustworthy insider information." Chapter 52. Homecoming. As Alvin descended from the plane at a private airport in New York, he spotted a little girl in overalls and jeans sprinting towards him from afar. Just over a meter away, she leaped towards him. Alvin quickly stepped forward to catch this delightful little bomb, allowing her to rub her discontent across his face. "Bad daddy, you went out without taking me," little Ginny exclaimed. It seemed her speech had improved, undoubtedly thanks to Nick's influence. Alvin chuckled heartily, resembling a benevolent father, and planted a kiss on Ginny's cheek. Satisfied with her father's apology, the little girl cupped Alvin's face and planted a kiss on his nose, declaring, "That's enough. My daughter only kisses her daddy." As JJ and Jessica approached, Alvin warmly embraced them. Noticing Jessica's somewhat melancholic gaze, he gave her a hearty hug and teased, "Oh, our lovely Jessica, why have you gained some weight?" Receiving a playful punch from Jessica, Alvin affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Thank you." The moment before she was angry, Jessica now beamed, clinging to Alvin's arm as she complained about Nick's mischief, while Ginny nodded earnestly in agreement. Praising Ginny for her understanding, the little girl shyly covered her face. Now, the two girls stood united, as the troublesome Nick had been causing quite the ruckus at home lately. With both hands occupied, Alvin nodded at JJ and inquired, "How has everything been at home?" Upon hearing JJ's response, Alvin chuckled. He could only imagine what it was like for a little girl who had never faced hardship to suddenly find herself in community school. However, he reassured himself that it would be a matter of adjustment. After all, it was for her own good. "How's the street? No incident from Athens, Rome, or Sparta, I hope?" Alvin playfully nibbled on Ginny's hand, savoring the moment. Ginny giggled, retaliating by playfully tugging on Alvin's ear. After a moment's thought, JJ replied, "Nothing much, really. That kid in the red and black spandex has been quite active lately. Rumor has it he had a spat with his girlfriend, and anyone who crossed him ended up in the hospital. Oh, and Officer Misty has been doing well. The gang leaders have been quite subdued recently. Then again, it could be because exams are around the corner. Old Coach Kitch has warned that anyone causing trouble during this time will face severe consequences." Hearing about Matt and Erica's quarrel, Alvin found it amusing. "As a restaurant owner and school principal, I haven't yet found a girlfriend. Why should a blind and impoverished fellow like you be able to date someone so alluring?" While Alvin was engrossed in conversation, Stark was experiencing his own drama. Pepper, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, clung to Stark and wouldn't let go. A stout, bald white man stood nearby, observing Stark as if he were watching his own child, a gaze that made Alvin somewhat uneasy. Is it really appropriate for a villain to portray such grotesque affection? Ignoring Stark, he dragged the solitary figure of Dr. Ethan into JJ's old pickup truck and headed home, where many awaited him. That evening, a grand celebration was held at the Peace Hotel to honor Alvin's safe return. To Alvin's surprise, Robert McCall, the supermarket owner who bore a striking resemblance to Denzel Washington, was present, appearing to have acclimated well to life in Hell's Kitchen. He engaged in lively conversation with old Kent. However, the clearly underage girl accompanying him raised questions. In the midst of the gathering, Nick slipped out of a room, lamenting to Alvin about his recent tragic life. Jessica had become increasingly violent, using her strength to single-handedly haul Nick, who merely wanted to have fun, upstairs to complete his assignments. Old Kitch and Professor Wilson managed to find a moment to toast with Alvin, celebrating his safe return and updating him on the school situation. Professor Wilson took a sip of whiskey and remarked, "This year's 12th grade has 63 students. Old Kitch and I estimate that nearly 40 of them will achieve an ATC score above 20. A few may gain university admission through their football talents, but the rest will struggle due to their inadequate foundation. 1 year, simply isn't enough." Alvin gazed enviously at the dapper older gentleman, noting how his charisma and grace attracted the attention of nearby middle-aged women. Old Kitch shot him a jealous glance. With a smile, Alvin suggested, for the rest, we could send them to learn a trade. Ideally, they'd be willing to study for another year and try again next year. The school dormitory will be completed by then, and they could stay for a few months. Professor Wilson smiled appreciatively and said, "I knew you would be a competent principal. If this school continues developing like this for another decade, you will become a legend in America." Alvin waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Professor, you know I'm not interested in such accolades. I didn't embark on this journey to have my portrait hang on walls." Professor Wilson laughed heartily, clinking glasses with Alvin. "I consider myself fortunate to have met you in my later years and to be part of this school. I feel fulfilled every day. Alvin, thank you for rekindling my youthful passion." Old Kitch interjected with a playful jab at Professor Wilson. "Come on, buddy, just look at the women around us. You certainly don't lack for passion." After dismissing the charming professor, who made him want to punch something, He turned to Alvin and said, "Kid, I need to head out this summer. An old friend of mine, Professor Eric Shavig, who helped calibrate the supercomputer last time, has invited me to participate in an observational experiment. I'd like Domingo to accompany me. New Mexico isn't exactly a tourist hotspot." Alvin chuckled, raising his glass to Professor Kitsch. "No problem. Let us have Domingo don a biker jacket and ride a Harley. Trust me, whether in New Mexico or Tijuana, no one will dare to cross you." Chapter 53. Ethan and Domingo, some individuals, can never find solace in leading an ordinary life. Tony Stark is one such person. His experiences in Afghanistan have resolutely compelled him to shutter Stark Industries' weapons division. This decision will inevitably send Stark Industries stock plummeting. At the bar in the restaurant, Alvin gazed up at the television, where a live broadcast of Stark's press conference was unfolding. Foggy, increasingly anxious, clutched Matt's shirt, burying his head in Matt's shoulder, unable to bear the sight of Stark addressing the audience. When Stark proclaimed the permanent closure of the weapons production department, Foggy suddenly sprang up from behind Matt, exclaiming, "Yes, we're going to strike it rich." Alvin, equally elated, lifted little Ginny into his arms and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek, joyfully exclaiming, "Daddy S struck gold. I'll buy you so many toys, won't I?" Ginny, still somewhat oblivious to the concept of wealth, beamed at her father's happiness and joined in the excitement, clapping her small hands and running in circles around the restaurant alongside the jubilant Foggy. Matt, who had been feeling rather glum for the past few days, interjected, "Foggy, calm down. Tell us, how much are we going to make?" The brilliant Columbia graduate, Mr. Foggy Nelson, paused momentarily, mentally calculating for about 15 seconds before responding, somewhat dejectedly, "This is a significant event. I enlisted the help of an alumnus to manage it with a 5-fold leverage. I estimate we could earn about 5 times our invested capital." He sighed deeply after finishing his statement. Meanwhile, Dr. Ethan, nursing a swollen head with an ice pack, grimaced in pain and curiously inquired, "Buddy, if you're about to get rich, why do you look so glum?" Foggy shot an irritated glance at Matt and replied, "Because I'm not the one getting rich. I maxed out my credit card and mortgaged my car, managing to scrape together only $8,000. Then some jerk took $6,000 to help a little girl with cancer. Can you believe it? I lost $30,000, maybe even more. My God," Foggy exclaimed, grabbing Matt by the neck. "If we weren't friends, I'd be tempted to take you out. We've just lost 3 years' worth of rent." Matt felt a bit awkward, realizing he had inadvertently caused Foggy such a significant loss. Apologetically, he said, "Foggy, my friend, I'm truly sorry, but Nagia really needed that money, as you know. I apologize. Perhaps we can consider taking on some profitable business. At least our old pal Alvin has struck it rich, hasn't he?" "Cheer up." Foggy, still somewhat distracted, nodded reluctantly. "Yes, Alvin invested 100,000, JJ 6,000, Frank 4,000, and even Jessica put in 10,000. You guys are about to get rich. Meanwhile, Foggy Nelson, can only pay off my loan and maybe treat you all to a burger." Alvin chuckled as he patted Foggy on the shoulder. "Buddy, your calculations are off. Think of it this way. You didn't spend a dime, but you saved Nagia's life, and you can still treat us to a burger. Well done, my friend. A single life is priceless," he added, wrapping his arm around Foggy's neck. "Perhaps I should give you a VIP pass to the restaurant so you can dine here for free for 6 months. Foggy, a generally magnanimous fellow, quickly recovered from his sorrow and turned his attention to Dr. Ethan, whose head was now swollen, and curiously asked, "Buddy, what happened to you?" "I remember today is your first day on the job." Dr. Ethan, feeling quite embarrassed, managed a wry smile and replied, "Perhaps I truly underestimated the traditions of Hell's Kitchen. This morning, I wanted to catch the school bus, but the driver looked like a kidnapper, and there was a rifle in the driver's seat. So our valiant Dr. Ethan charged in, hoping to seize the gun, only to be met by the even more valiant Domingo, who gave me a whack on the head. Though blind." Matt recounted the morning's events with precision, turning towards Dr. Ethan and saying earnestly, "Though it was foolish, Dr. Ethan, I must commend you. Few have witnessed such bravery from Domingo." Upon hearing the full story, Foggy burst into laughter, giving Dr. Ethan a friendly nudge on the shoulder. "Doctor, you must speak with our principal Alvin." He summoned Domingo. "That guy looks like a tough character. To charge at him like that, I must say, you're quite brave. But really, it was quite foolish. Huh. Alvin, dismissing the gloating Foggy, turned to Dr. Ethan and said, "Sorry, my friend, that guy is Domingo Swag. If you had spent time with him, you would know he is actually a decent fellow. It was merely a misunderstanding between you two. You could take a few days off from school. After all, exams are approaching, and there may not be much for you to do." Dr. Ethan smiled wryly. "I've already grasped that, Principal Alvin. Your school's bus driver is indeed quite unique." Alvin laughed heartily. "That's our school for you. Don't you find it reassuring that the bus drivers have such a style?" Dr. Ethan pondered for a moment before shaking his head and chuckling. "I've been here only a few days, and everything in Hell's Kitchen feels refreshingly new, albeit a bit too exhilarating." Alvin's position as principal was secured by his audacity, having been elected while enforcing the will of the mob boss. The school board was comprised of New York's underground elite, and the disciplinary officer dared to confine the police chief's daughter. The security room boasted more weaponry than a police precinct. Across the street, Old Kent, a kindly-looking elderly African-American man, had once specialized in disposing of stolen goods for the mob. The beautiful women who often frequented Alvin's restaurant were, in fact, madams from the nearby streets. Even the seemingly diligent chef, Old Chung, was once a top enforcer for the Chinese mafia in New York. Dr. Ethan felt immense pressure in his dual role as the school doctor. This environment felt like one where violence could erupt at any moment. Alvin, smiling, patted Dr. Ethan on the shoulder. "You'll come to appreciate this place. At the very least, the people here are beginning to take a liking to you. Just for daring to stand up to Domingo, everyone in Hell's Kitchen will regard you as a tough guy. Here, toughness earns respect." Alvin turned and slapped the bar, calling out to Jessica, who was still entranced by the prospect of her newfound wealth. "Jessica, stop counting your pennies and serve everyone a drink. We must celebrate." Once everyone had raised a glass and engaged in conversation, Alvin's phone rang. It was Stark calling. He answered, "This is Alvin. What can I do for you?" "A gift? Oh, my friend, that's unnecessary. We are currently celebrating Stark Industries' plummeting stock. You're making me feel guilty." All right. Where are you?" Chapter 54. Stark's gift. An antiquated Ford pickup truck rolled into the affluent neighborhood of Long Island, New York. The road was relatively quiet, yet every vehicle that passed by Alvin honked in acknowledgement, leaving him somewhat perplexed. In the front passenger seat, Ginny softly hummed along with the car's audio system, her melodious voice delightful, albeit struggling to recall the lyrics. Nonetheless, as long as she could match the tune, that sufficed. Alvin fondly ruffled Ginny's tousled hair, her fluffy locks appearing slightly disheveled. The little girl, however, seemed unfazed, brushing her hair aside with tiny hands and bestowing Alvin with an exceptionally warm smile. The vehicle traversed a deserted tree-lined lane and halted before a grand estate. Before Alvin could contact Stark, the iron gate swung open automatically. Following the path through the estate for another 5 minutes, he arrived at an elegantly antiquated structure. Stark and Pepper were already waiting at the foot of the steps. Alvin parked the truck, rounded the front, and opened the door for Ginny. The young girl, clad in overalls, jumped out of the passenger seat, grasping Alvin's right hand and tugging insistently. With a firm grip, Alvin lifted Ginny into the air, swinging her playfully as she erupted into a chorus of laughter, calling out for her father to lift her higher. Responding to her pleas, Alvin released her with a swift motion, sending Ginny squealing joyfully into the air, where he caught her effortlessly. The little girl gleefully waved her hands, playfully rubbing her father's face and giggling. Stark approached, leading a large dog, with Pepper gazing at Alvin with an envious sparkle in her eyes. From a distance, Stark kicked the dog lightly, issuing commands in an attempt to make it appear more formidable, intending to assert dominance over Alvin. However, the once fierce Caucasian shepherd displayed none of its notorious bravado, lowering its head and wagging its tail, eager to approach Alvin instead. After several failed attempts to command the dog, Stark cast a disappointed glance at Happy, who stood at a distance, nursing a bitten backside and deciding it best not to approach, having learned from past encounters with Alvin. Alvin reached out to pat the large dog, jesting, "Mr. Stark's method of welcoming guests is truly unique. Perhaps next time, I shall have Thor and Dom greet you with a bit more enthusiasm." Stark chuckled dismissively, reverting to his familiar, arrogant demeanor. The kind that made one want to punch him, and declared, "Buddy, welcome to my home, Stark Manor." With a glance at Alvin's old pickup, he scoffed. "How on earth did you manage to drive this relic onto the streets? Its rightful place should be in a museum. It may even be older than you." Alvin shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "I thought it was quite popular. Many people were quite enthusiastic upon seeing it." He then set Ginny down, who, without hesitation, scrambled to play with the large dog. Stark grimaced, saying, "They probably think you're some eccentric billionaire with a penchant for collecting junk. Oh, look at this heap of metal. It has no business being in my estate. It would only lower my Manoress reputation." He gestured for Alvin to follow, adding, "Perhaps when you leave, you could select a proper vehicle from my garage. Consider it a gift from me." Suppressing the urge to deliver a punch to Stark's nose, Alvin replied, "So, you summoned me today merely to present Ginny with a large dog as a gift?" He observed Ginny, who was now wrestling with the dog. Understanding and perceptive, Pepper signaled that she would take care of Ginny, allowing Alvin and Stark to attend to their matters. Stark, irritation evident in his gaze directed at the uncooperative dog, remarked, "I called you over to present you with a gift and to seek your counsel on a certain matter." With a triumphant grin, he led Alvin into the basement of the manor. At the basement door, Stark, with a hint of pride, stated, though it may be somewhat impolite, "I believe you would wish to see the gift first." With that, Stark placed his hand on the door, which, appearing to have some history, lit up with a sci-fi blue hue, scanning Stark's palm. A pleasant male electronic voice greeted, "Hello, Mr. Stark." The door slid open automatically. Upon entering, Alvin perceived the space as a futuristic mechanical workshop filled with incomprehensible machines and impressive robotic arms. A large white cloth draped over a significant object caught his eye. He surmised this must be the item Stark wished to reveal. Indeed, Stark rushed to unveil the object, pulling back the cloth with a flourish, exclaiming, "Buddy, come and witness the greatest invention of the century, your gift." As the cloth fell away, Alvin beheld a humanoid suit of armor before him. Marveling internally at the distinct brilliance of Stark, who had managed to upgrade the mech he had constructed in the black site of Afghanistan into something even more extraordinary in just a matter of days. The cold gray exterior, finely sanded, featured sharp edges, while Stark had artistically applied ink-like colors, making the armor resemble a warrior returning from a battlefield, stained with the remnants of combat. In admiration, Alvin regarded this masterpiece of modern science, with its skull-like helmet and robust physique, alongside a massive axe placed at its feet. Unmistakably branded as a machine designed solely for battle, it should not grace any other place apart from the battlefield. Alvin, astounded, scrutinized the lethal creation, turning to Stark, "Buddy, don't tell me this is the gift you mentioned?" Stark's smug expression only grew, relishing Alvin's astonishment, which rekindled his confidence in front of him. With a hearty laugh, Stark declared, "Indeed, this is the gift prepared for you by the genius that is Mr. Stark. I trust you will be quite fond of it." In an unexpected moment of fright, Stark leaped back a step. Chapter 55. "I had no idea you were so poor," with a barrage of expletives beginning with the letter F. Stark elucidated his sexual orientation to Alvin. Alvin, noncommittally nodding, replied, "Buddy, I was merely jesting. Thank you for such impressive gifts." Stark, zolmavat ilkit, retorted, "Impressive? My goodness. Take a good look at it, man. Really examine it. This is the product of genius and intellect, the culmination of inspiration and technology, the greatest mechanical masterpiece of the 21st century. Come on, is impressive all you can muster?" Alvin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is indeed impressive. But what use is it to me? Just a decorative piece in the store?" Stark, unconvinced, shot back, A decorative piece? Have you seen its performance in Afghanistan? It's a war machine, a butcher of flesh. Surely, there is a misunderstanding between us." Alvin scrutinized the mech. He did find it appealing, yet shook his head, saying, "Tony, I must thank you for your generosity. You are a magnanimous fellow, but this contraption is utterly useless to me." With a meaningful glance at Stark, he continued, "You can't expect me to wander around with a radioactive object strapped to my chest, and neither should you, buddy. Dr. Ethan has warned me about the radioactivity of palladium. It could lead to your demise. I thought he had called you." Stark, dejected, lowered his head and replied, I know all this. I've added a layer of isolation to the energy source of this suit. It won't affect you. Alvin paused, taken aback, and asked, and what about you? Just a light bulb in your chest waiting to die? Stark, distressed, ran his fingers through his hair, saying, I consulted the best surgeons in America. They can't remove that damned shrapnel from my chest. The only one who might have been able to is now paralyzed from a car accident. I have no choice. I can't live without this thing. Furrowing his brow, Alvin regarded Stark and said, there will always be a way. Use your brain. You can surely find a non-hazardous substitute material. You're a genius, aren't you? Besides, you were fine before you had this thing. Stark paced irritably, replying, you want me to live like a toy, relying on batteries to survive every day? That's impossible. I'd rather jump into the sea tomorrow. Amused, Alvin observed the childish Stark. He knew Stark would eventually find a way out. S-H-I-L-D wouldn't let him perish. They held old Stark's research notes, which they couldn't decipher, ultimately relying on Stark for assistance, thus earning a significant favor. Alvin refrained from mentioning S-H-I-E-L-D, as it was unnecessary. He stated directly, dig deep into your knowledge. Think of every project and paper that could involve new energy sources. You will certainly discover something, buddy. You're a genius. I can't help you in this regard. You must think for yourself. Stark pondered for a moment, somewhat bashfully admitting, buddy, I've thought of all that, but it requires time. Stark Industries is a mess right now. Stan is trying to push me out of the board to restart the weapons project. It makes it hard for me to focus. By the way, that device you used in Afghanistan, could you send me another one if my condition worsens? Alvin regarded Stark with amusement, realizing that he had long since devised a plan, but was merely worried about time constraints. No problem then. As long as you're feeling unwell, you can come to me. I'll gladly accept your gift. Buddy, hurry up and find a substitute element. I'm eager to take this thing for a spin. Stark extended his hand for a fist bump, grinning. I knew coming to you was the right choice. Come along and see the toy I built for myself. You can offer some suggestions. I plan to take it to Afghanistan to stir up some trouble with the terrorists. Alvin chuckled and followed Stark to tour his armory, closely witnessing the process of donning the Iron Man suit. He was at a loss for words regarding Stark's genius. This man, cursed by knowledge, resurrected the scenes Alvin had seen in the movie from his previous life. He admired the Mark II's industrial aesthetic, although the later Iron Man suit was highly futuristic. Alvin found it lacking in robustness. Stark, clad in the new, unpainted Iron Man suit, was still somewhat unskilled, flying around in front of Alvin with a prideful demeanor that made Alvin almost wish to shoot him down. As Stark landed before Alvin, he pulled back his faceplate and declared triumphantly, "This is the greatest invention of the century." Tapping on his chest reactor, he continued, "This thing could solve the Earth's energy crisis. Although it's not friendly to me, I could devise a solution. Sometimes in my dreams, I envision scenarios that greatly assist me in resolving this issue." After a moment of thought, he added, "If you're still interested in making a fortune, this is another opportunity." Alvin had his suspicions about the dream Stark mentioned, but what did it matter? Ultimately, Stark would resolve his own issues. However, Alvin was certainly intrigued by the prospect of wealth, but it would require Stark's cooperation, such as notifying him of the new energy release date and so forth. "You need to make a visit to my community school first. The supercomputer there is about to blow the electric meter. That's all money. As the honorary principal, you must contribute what you can." Alvin smiled at Stark. "If your new energy hits the market, do remember to inform me. An honorary principal should be a wealthy individual, while the actual principal is a pauper. Such a disparity shouldn't exist in a community school." Stark, relieved from one concern and in high spirits, replied, "Perhaps you should buy more shares when Stark Industries stock is low. You might find yourself on the board in the future." Alvin shot Stark a look of disbelief, saying, "Do you really think I can buy my way onto the Stark board with $50,000? Stark gazed at Alvin in astonishment, apologetically remarking, "I had no idea you were so poor. $50,000 wouldn't even cover the cost of one of my cars." Chapter 56. Misty's confusion. It is conceivable that the sample is no longer available. That bald-headed man is unlikely to produce the Iron Tyrant scene in the films. Without a trump card, the old fellow might only be able to contend with Stark at a board meeting. If that is indeed the case, Alvin harbors little faith in him. Hell's Kitchen has been unusually quiet lately. The drug addicts who once roamed the streets have been pushed to the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen. Near Brooklyn, the drug dealers, in a rather courteous manner, announced that for the next week, all drug supplies in Hell's Kitchen would cease, instructing those wishing to purchase to gather at designated locations, while sincerely apologizing for any inconvenience caused to their customers, offering slight discounts on their goods. Similarly, the pimps have also taken a break, allowing the prostitutes some much-needed rest or the opportunity to learn new skills. The underground enterprises in Hell's Kitchen have nearly entered a state of dormancy. Officer Misty, recently appointed as the police chief, has keenly sensed these changes on the streets. Yet, she is perplexed, unable to comprehend how this, potentially one of the most crime-ridden areas in America, has transformed. Misty has not only been patrolling alone each night, but has also been poring over numerous files regarding Hell's Kitchen, seeking to understand its history and current dynamics. However, the recent state of the streets is beyond her imagination. Who possesses the power to effect such a transformation? On the roadside, a loan shark's enforcer is beating a hapless debtor, muffling his cries. The enforcer has lost his previous bravado, and after delivering the blows, he quietly warns the victim of the consequences of failing to repay. The battered individual promises, in hushed tones, that he will repay soon. Misty feels as though she is losing her mind. The current state of Hell's Kitchen is utterly beyond her comprehension. Although she has secured her position in the police department through her capabilities, her personality has hindered her from forming friendships. Of course, a chief does not necessarily need friends, as long as tasks are delegated effectively. However, Misty's situation is different. Chief George brought her here precisely because of her investigative prowess, hoping she would utilize her efforts to improve the state of the Hell's Kitchen precinct. Yet, it appears she has faltered. As the police chief, she cannot even discern the reasons behind the disturbances in her jurisdiction. Driving slowly along the road, Misty notices that the usual reckless youths no longer honk and overtake her, nor do they offer her a middle finger. Today, all drivers seem to embody the virtues of law-abiding citizens, exhibiting humility and courtesy. The entire atmosphere of Hell's Kitchen conveys a sense of tranquility, friendliness, and civility among its residents. What has transpired? Have the gangsters of Hell's Kitchen taken a vacation? Misty feels she is on the brink of madness, unable to uncover the answers. The only place in Hell's Kitchen that she believes may hold the key to her inquiries is the Peace Hotel located on 25th Street. Initially, Misty had a rather unpleasant relationship with Alvin, the hotel's owner. However, after reviewing all available information regarding him, she discovered that Alvin is an exceedingly peculiar individual. He oversees 3 blocks of Hell's Kitchen, yet has never profited a single cent from them. All the money received as protection fees has been used to purchase food trucks for struggling families or invested in neighborhood renovations. The kindergarten located just around the corner was built by him. From the documents, one might even conclude that Alvin is doing a better job than the mayor of New York, gradually transforming the community. Nevertheless, Misty is aware that Alvin is a dangerously enigmatic character, as evidenced by the fate of those who oppose him. Either they disappear or flee. It is clear he cannot be entirely innocent. The information and her indirect knowledge of Alvin often leave Misty in awe. He has achieved what the NYPD has never managed to do. Misty is convinced that the recent anomalies in Hell's Kitchen are undoubtedly linked to him. As she drives past a newly opened supermarket, she notices a large sign promoting free breakfast for students. The owner, Robert McCall, is engaged in a heated discussion with a teenage girl about school exams. Upon reaching the corner of 25th Street, Old Kent is adjusting the scoreboard for a competition, setting it to the number 2. He waves at Misty as she passes by in her patrol car. The entire street is as serene as an upscale neighborhood on the Upper East Side of New York. Misty parks her car in front of the Peace Hotel. Although it is not mealtime yet, she has heard that Alvin has hired a Chinese chef to take his place, ensuring coffee and snacks are always available. Unlike before when only 100 steaks and lemonade were served daily. Entering the restaurant, Misty sees 7 or 8 teenagers, both boys and girls, hunched over their tables, grappling with what seems like an endless stream of assignments. Professors Cage and Wilson sit nearby, sipping coffee and ready to assist with any questions the students cannot resolve. 2 Columbia University graduates, Fudge and Matt, have also been roped in to help, though Misty wonders what assistance Matt, who is visually impaired, can provide. Mrs. Wilson and Mrs. Cage are gathered around a lovely young girl, showering her with compliments, causing her to shyly cover her face, though her wide-open fingers reveal her delight in their praise. Jessica busily prepares her signature pastries, ready to offer them to anyone in need, frequently casting sweet smiles at Alvin to elevate his spirits. Leaning against the bar, Alvin's demeanor is stern, resembling a stoic gentleman, completely indifferent to Jessica's flirtatious glances. Yesterday, he inadvertently glimpsed something he shouldn't have, and Jessica seized the opportunity to hold it over him. But it was his own fault for leaving the bathroom door open. Upon noticing Misty entering, Alvin greets her with a smile, saying, "Officer Misty, welcome to Hell's Kitchen's college prep class." Chapter 57. The festival in Hell's Kitchen. Misty gazed quizzically at Alvin and inquired, "What? A final push for the college entrance examination?" Professor Cage's brusque tone irked Misty, and just as she was about to rebuke him loudly, she was interrupted by Officer Michael, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Michael offered a sheepish smile to Alvin, as if to say, "Forgive my child for her lack of decorum." He then hastened to the bar, seized a cup of coffee, and handed it to Misty, guiding her out of the restaurant. Outside the eatery, Misty regarded Michael with a bemused expression and remarked, "Officer Michael, if memory serves me right, you should be patrolling the streets. What brings you to this so-called final push class for the entrance exams?" Michael was not particularly fond of Misty, perceiving her demeanor as overly impulsive. While such behavior might be deemed ambitious elsewhere, it was ill-suited for Hell's Kitchen, where no one feared the police. If the New York Police Department were to nominate the most incorruptible precinct, it would undoubtedly be that of Hell's Kitchen. For corrupt officers could scarcely survive a month in this vicinity. In the past year, the conditions for police officers in Hell's Kitchen had improved significantly. The gangs no longer sought trouble with the police. When officers conducted investigations, these thugs would flee or retaliate, but the days of targeting officers' families were long gone. Michael relished the current working environment, yet he disapproved of Misty's investigative style. "You possess considerable capability," he stated, "but you cannot bypass proper procedures to create trouble for others. Follow protocol, gather evidence, file a case, and pursue a court trial. This way, the most vicious of gangs will refrain from causing disturbances. At worst, they may seek a hapless underling to serve as a scapegoat when their lawyers prove ineffective." Michael looked at Misty and said, "Director Knight, while Professor Cage's words may have been unpalatable, they're indeed factual. Over the next few days, the streets will likely be quiet, allowing us some respite. Moreover, my son is in the 12th grade and is just inside preparing for the ATC exam in 2 days." Misty regarded him sternly and replied, "Why? Tell me, why can an old man assert that the police are ineffective these days? Are the scoundrels of Hell's Kitchen expected to yield for some ridiculous college entrance exam?" Michael shrugged and earnestly replied, "Indeed. Alvin has designated these few days in June as the final push week for the college entrance exam, and he has requested that all gangs maintain silence during this period." Misty looked at Michael as if he were a fool and retorted, "Can you genuinely believe such a bizarre assertion? When did the gangs become so amenable?" Michael sighed softly and explained, "Director Knight, you have been here for nearly 2 months. Yet you have yet to grasp the most pivotal aspect that influences Hell's Kitchen." Noting Misty's continued confusion, he added with some exasperation, "The schools, the community schools, are the most unique facet of Hell's Kitchen. They offer a glimpse of hope for an alternative life." Misty struggled to comprehend, pondering why community schools were different here. After all, they existed everywhere. Yet she sensed that something was amiss, though the clarity eluded her. Having only arrived here a mere 2 months ago, she lacked insight into the history of Hell's Kitchen and could not fully appreciate the thoughts of its residents. Michael, aware that he had not fully elucidated the matter, patiently continued, "Are you familiar with the Jamaican drug dealer on 37th Street, Bruto?" Misty nodded, listening intently, feeling as though she might have stumbled upon the key to assimilating into Hell's Kitchen. Michael elaborated his son is in the 12th grade and is performing quite well. Professor Cage has written him a recommendation letter, and if he does well on the ATC exam, he could gain admission to Columbia University. To secure a better learning environment for his son, Bruto has made significant sacrifices, negotiating with other dealers to relocate all drug transactions elsewhere, albeit only for these few days. Misty looked at Michael in astonishment and asked, "Why? Does the ATC exam possess some sort of magic?" Michael shook his head, stating, "The residents here have seldom glimpsed hope for escaping their current lives, but the community schools have opened their eyes to possibilities. Their children can attend college and pursue different paths, not solely Bruto's perspective." Misty gestured for him to continue, eager to listen. "Then there's Alexei, the arms dealer. His son, thanks to his soccer prowess, has received numerous offers from universities. If he achieves a commendable score on the ATC, he could even secure a full scholarship to USC. Alexei has gone to great lengths, deploying all his underlings to maintain order on the streets, even proclaiming that if others can remain quiet for a few days, they could purchase weapons from him at a 10% discount." Looking at Misty earnestly, Michael said, "In the years to come, these days will undoubtedly become the most significant in Hell's Kitchen. Anyone who dares to disrupt this peace will face dire consequences. This is no jest." Finally, Misty began to grasp the unusual circumstances on the streets. Looking at Michael, she pointed toward the restaurant and asked, "What is the situation inside? Why are there only a handful of children? Shouldn't there be more 12th graders at the school?" Michael observed the restaurant and smiled. "Those few children are in unique situations. They come from homes plagued by addiction or domestic violence. Alvin has gathered them in the restaurant, providing them with food and shelter, allowing them to focus on preparing for the exam in 2 days. I too have sent my son here, for there are 2 esteemed professors who can offer him assistance." With a hint of pride, Michael added, "My son scored 31 on the practice ATC exam, and Professor Wilson is willing to write him a recommendation letter, presenting him with an opportunity to enter an Ivy League institution." Chapter 58. A resounding title. Hell's Kitchen spent a week enveloped in tranquility. At last, Director Misty pinpointed the crucial elements and dispatched all her officers to ensure the safety of the upcoming ATC examination. For the first time, her orders were executed without a hitch. Police lined the streets while gang members occupied the alleys. All troublemakers and those with malintent received a thorough beating and were subsequently incarcerated. As police cars cleared the way for 2 school buses traversing the road, pedestrians and vehicles alike willingly yielded the right of way. Some even applauded in encouragement. The entire community awaited the performance of these children, whose results would largely determine the future prospects for their families. The prevailing sentiment was that one's lineage did not dictate one's destiny. One need not inherit a life of crime or poverty simply because of parental circumstances. Alvin sat leisurely in his office, sipping coffee while observing the hustle and bustle of the faculty, their activities a mystery to him. With only 63 students taking the exam, it was remarkable that over 70 staff members were present to support them. Old Parker had brewed coffee especially for these children, accompanied by a shy teenager of about 16 or 17, delivering the warm beverages to the exam takers and assisting staff. It was evident that Parker was well-liked. Each recipient of his coffee expressed heartfelt gratitude, often complimenting his bashful nephew, Peter Parker. Old Parker intended to introduce Peter to this remarkable community school, having decided to enroll him there after the summer break. He had even begun searching for housing in Alvin's neighborhood on 25th Street. His colleague, Mr. Frank, had volunteered to help him contact the property owners. Reports suggested that negotiations were progressing well, and Old Parker stood a good chance of relocating to Hell's Kitchen by August. At the school entrance, Frank and JJ surveyed the throngs of people gathering outside. Dedicated officers, led by Officer Michael and Officer Scott, formed a human barrier to contain the slightly restless crowd. Several notorious gang leaders mingled among the masses, having left their subordinates behind, believing that their presence might cast a shadow over the children taking the exams. At that moment, they resembled anxious fathers, eagerly watching the school, undeterred by the occasional jostle. JJ nudged Frank's arm and remarked, "With only 63 children taking the exam, why does it feel like every parent in Hell's Kitchen is here?" Frank, adopting a philosophical demeanor, gazed vacantly ahead and murmured, "Perhaps they are in search of hope." JJ, slightly bewildered by Frank's cryptic musings, sought to fill the silence. "Do you think the children inside are nervous?" It seems overwhelming with so many people here. Their pressure must be immense. Frank flashed a menacing smile at JJ and replied, I have a way to help them calm down. They will undoubtedly strive diligently for their exams. I've already addressed that with the children. Startled by Frank's sinister grin, JJ cautiously inquired, What did you do? Frank, suppressing his grin, replied with a hint of pride, I told them that if they don't perform well, it's not the end. They can always return next year, and there are several vacant rooms in my house, welcoming them to stay. JJ gasped. The thought of sharing a year with the school's disciplinary director was a terror beyond measure for those children. Professor Cage burst into the principal's office, exuberantly reclining on Alvin's sofa with his feet propped on the coffee table. He proclaimed, Quickly, fetch a cup of coffee for the esteemed Professor Cage, so he may relax. Alvin regarded Cage with a look of incredulity, replying, Who are you speaking to? Olivia is not here. Cage, with hands clasped behind his back, resting his head on them, surprisingly refrained from his usual ire, chuckling, In just a week, you must prepare for a grand graduation ceremony. This year's ATC exam questions are unexpectedly simple. I estimate that apart from that rascal Zach, all the other children will meet the college admission threshold. And Zach has already received an athletic scholarship offer from Texas A&M University. My friend, our school is destined for fame. Alvin slapped his thigh, promptly pouring Cage a cup of coffee, incredulously asking, Is that certain? Even in my wildest dreams, I could not envision the scenario you describe. It seems too fantastical for Hell's Kitchen. Professor Cage laughed heartily. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, ask Professor Wilson. He will be here shortly. You must erect a statue of me at the school. I intend to have my ashes interred there. I am immensely proud of myself. This has been my most fulfilling year in education. At that moment, the old cowboy no longer appeared so detestable in Alvin's eyes. This rugged Western figure had etched his legacy into the annals of the community school as history. Following closely behind, Professor Wilson entered, glancing at the already seated Professor Cage. He remarked, I knew you would come here first, you old rascal. Alvin cautiously addressed Professor Wilson. Professor, Cage just shared an astonishing revelation with me, and I find it hard to believe. Can you provide me with a definitive answer? Professor Wilson, in his 70s, playfully made a face and chuckled. It is highly improbable that every student will gain admission to a prestigious university, but it is certainly feasible that all will have the opportunity to attend college. Upon hearing this, Alvin sank heavily into his large office chair, curling up in disbelief. Over a year of relentless effort had borne fruit for the community school. The sensation was surreal, akin to dreaming, yet this dream filled Alvin with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He had never envisioned achieving anything monumental in his lifetime. Yet, the news brought forth by the two professors suddenly made him feel as though he had accomplished something extraordinary. The feeling of fulfillment was nearly overwhelming. This was exhilarating. In a sense, he had altered the fates of 63 families. While he could not guarantee their circumstances would improve, he was certain they would not deteriorate. The two professors exchanged knowing smiles as they observed Alvin, who had fallen into a contemplative silence. Together, they exited the principal's office, leaving him to savor the sweet taste of success. One day, when the people of Hell's Kitchen spoke of him, he would possess a resounding title, forever immortalized in the chronicles of Hell's Kitchen history. Chapter 59. Peter's anticipation today marks a momentous occasion for the Hell's Kitchen Community School, as all 63 12th graders have successfully passed the ATC examination. Even Zach, the towering giant often perceived as brawn over brains, achieved a commendable score. The doorsteps of Professors Wilson and Cage have become nearly trampled by the exuberant parents. Over the past 2 days, Professor Wilson has had to call the police 4 times due to parents presenting him with gifts that were simply unacceptable. While it's perfectly acceptable to express gratitude with sweet treats or a modest bottle of wine, gifting him an ostentatious gold watch, evidently of dubious origin, is quite alarming. And what on earth possessed someone to present him with 2 pounds of marijuana? Does he look like someone who would smoke it, considering he doesn't even indulge in cigarettes? In contrast, Professor Cage has been much more magnanimous, readily accepting 2 antique shotguns gifted by Alexei without hesitation. He has, however, declined other offerings, Although his recent camaraderie with several gang leaders suggests that he may be more akin to a mob boss than Alvin himself. In a luxurious apartment on the Upper East Side of New York, a beautiful blonde girl is meticulously preparing herself. Sitting in front of her vanity, she gazes into the mirror at her striking visage, satisfied with her appearance. Yet, upon turning to the bed where a so-called school uniform lies, she finds herself in a state of distress. This wretched school operates with the rigidity of a prison, and the head of its disciplinary office is a veritable pervert. Her classmates resemble more of a gang than students. Thankfully, her reputation as a diligent and exemplary student has left a favorable impression on the faculty. And even the dashing Professor Wilson has intervened with the disciplinary officer on her behalf. All is well, except for the revolting ensemble rumored to be designed by Principal Alvin himself, a product of his painstaking efforts. Clark Gable, the notorious purveyor of counterfeit goods, was so embarrassed by the final result that he could not even bear to place his label on it. The hideous olive green tracksuit, adorned with white stripes along the arms and legs, features a V-shaped division on the front and back, with the upper section in white and the lower in green. Even the collar is green. This outfit is so atrocious that even the most fashion-forward individuals would shy away from donning it in public. For such garments render their wearers utterly unappealing. The mere thought of traversing the long corridors, descending the elevator, and stepping into her father's waiting car, the vehicle of the chief of police, fills the young beauty with despair. In a moment of desperation, she contemplates feigning illness to avoid attending the graduation ceremony. Yet the ominous warning inscribed on the invitation, voiced in the tone of a mob boss by Principal Alvin, dissuades her from such thoughts. Resigned, she retrieves an oversized sun hat from her wardrobe, hoping it will shield her face from recognition along the way. Peter Parker is elated. Today, his uncle has gifted him a new school uniform. Although the appearance leaves much to be desired, it is a far cry from the second-hand rags previously acquired. In recent months, his uncle has secured a promising job, significantly improving their living conditions. Peter has visited his uncle's new workplace, where the staff are remarkably friendly, and his uncle intends to transfer him to that school come September. While the prospect of leaving his dear friend Harry is somewhat disheartening, the school possesses an intriguing allure that he eagerly anticipates. The school bus driver, Domingo, bears a striking resemblance to a deranged slasher from the movies. Despite his unappealing looks, he is kind-hearted and even treated Peter to delicious Mexican burritos made by his wife. Peter wonders why Domingo's wife is not afraid that he might consume her in his sleep, as he certainly appears capable of such a feat. His uncle's colleague, the head of the disciplinary office at the school, is rumored to be quite fearsome as well. However, he and Peter's uncle share a close friendship, and it is said that the new house was sourced with his assistance. How thrilling it is to have such connections. Surely no one would dare to bully him at school now, though he has never been particularly fearful of them. Clenching his newly empowered fists, Peter reflects on the abilities he acquired after being bitten by that peculiar spider, and excitement courses through him. Aunt May is perpetually anxious about their safety since moving to Hell's Kitchen, but Peter often feels an overwhelming urge to assure her of his capacity to protect them. In the principal's office, Alvin stands before a large mirror, making a concerted effort to ignore Jessica, who is adjusting the collar of the elegant black suit he has recently purchased. Jessica, a touch bashful, inches closer to Alvin to scrutinize how he looks in the suit she selected for him. Pleased with her choice, she suddenly notices Alvin's gaze lingering on her neckline. With a playful huff, she covers her chest with one hand and playfully punches Alvin with the other, causing him to nearly leap in surprise. Alvin suppresses the urge to complain, finding life increasingly challenging since his accidental encounter with Jessica in the shower. However, he can't help but wonder if her strength is a tad excessive. Does she really need to show off so much? Will she ever find a boyfriend? Meanwhile, Ginny is seated on the sofa in a lovely princess dress, her hair disheveled, enjoying snacks gifted by the African-American store owner at Robert's Supermarket. Typically, her father would style her hair into a beautiful ponytail, but today is different. He is preoccupied with Jessica's insistence that he don the suit she purchased for him. After considerable effort, they are still struggling, and though her hair is unkempt, it matters little as the discomfort of her hair brushing against her skin becomes bothersome. In truth, She prefers her father in jeans and a shirt, while Jessica's shimmering silver dress is blindingly gaudy, barely concealing anything, though the warm weather provides some relief. As time draws near, Alvin hastens to dispatch Jessica, who is still fussing over his tie. He instructs Ginny to remain in the office with Jessica until the ceremony commences, at which point they will all gather on the school playground. While the community school lacks a proper auditorium, he is confident that neither the students nor the parents will mind where the graduation ceremony is held. As Alvin approaches the school entrance, he prepares to welcome today's esteemed guests, not the school children, but influential figures such as Honorary Principal Tony Stark. Chapter 60. We Watch You from Hell Today. Principal Alvin presented a strikingly different persona. The traditional combination of denim and plaid shirts was replaced with an undeniably elegant black suit that suggested a significant expense. Yet, despite its fashionable cut, the tailored suit bore the unmistakable essence of middle age on Alvin. His youthful visage belied the perception of youthfulness among those who knew him. As Alvin stood at the school's entrance, he was greeted by a group of children clad in uniforms of his own design, giggling and comparing their new outfits to determine which one was the least appealing. Alvin felt a sense of satisfaction with his design, as it evoked fond memories of his own school days, a testament to his nostalgic nature. It was certainly not his intention to render these children less attractive. Rather, he aimed to minimize distractions related to romantic entanglements. Today's gathering included students from grades 10 to 12 along with their parents. The younger students were already on holiday, but judging by the eager demeanor of the lower grade teachers, inspired by this year's ATC exam, it seemed unlikely that their summer would be particularly enjoyable. Alvin smiled at the children, yet his expression soured upon seeing the parents. It was graduation day, and while one could excuse a parent for not dressing formally, the sight of a man resembling a hip-hop artist, adorned with ostentatious tattoos, gold chains, and even a mouthful of gold teeth, was less than pleasing. Such attire diminished the dignity of the graduation ceremony. Casting a glance at Frank, the ruthless head of discipline, he gestured towards the man who resembled a Jamaican drug dealer, Bruto, and signaled for him to be taken into the security room. A group of bus drivers, grinning menacingly, stripped him of his clothing and dressed him in a security uniform. Bruto's associates, witnessing Domingo standing outside the security room, lacked the courage to intervene. It was Alexei, a man who had learned hard lessons at school, who arrived unaccompanied in a modest car, bringing his wife along. Upon spotting Alvin at the entrance, Alexei jogged over and embraced him warmly. Alvin gently pushed him away to avoid wrinkling his suit, commenting on Alexei's formal attire. "My friend, today you hardly resemble a mob boss, but suits you well." Alexei nodded sheepishly. "Today is Anton's big day. I want to make a good impression. In 2 months, he will be heading to Los Angeles, and I hope to bring Anna along. I will remain here to support Boris through his senior year. This way, they won't have to rely on a life of crime." Alvin understood Alexei's unspoken reason for not mentioning his own situation. Once entangled in this life, escape was rarely an option unless one met an untimely demise. Nevertheless, it was a day for celebration, and somber thoughts were best left unspoken, especially considering Alexei's morally ambiguous past. Gesturing for him to enter, Alvin prepared to welcome the next guest. New York's underground tycoon, Gene Bing, made a notably understated appearance. A golden Rolls-Royce Phantom deposited him at the school's entrance, flanked by several SUVs, presumably his security detail. As Gene descended from the vehicle, Alvin could almost hear the car exhale in relief under his substantial frame. Gene wielded a cane as he approached the entrance. Another car, brazenly close to his, came to a halt. Director George emerged, allowing his daughter, a stunning girl hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat, to enter the school first. While he cast a steely gaze at the underground magnate, Gene, adopting the demeanor of a gentleman, offered a polite nod to his adversary, George, before bypassing any further pleasantries with Alvin and proceeding to his office within the school. George, visibly displeased with the presence of a criminal like Gene on the school's board, turned to Alvin with complaints. "How can you allow this man into the school's governing body? He is a thorough scoundrel." Alvin smiled and nodded. "I understand your concerns. But if someone donates $10 million to my school each year, even if he were the devil himself, I would welcome him to the board. In an effort to placate George, Alvin added, "Today is not the day for such discussions. If you possess the means, feel free to apprehend him. I will not assist him in any way." George, recognizing the inappropriateness of the moment, merely waved goodbye to Alvin before entering the school to engage with Professor Wilson, the old gentleman whose influence would shape his daughter's future. Stark, the flamboyant character, arrived at the last moment, driving a dazzling golden supercar unknown to Alvin. He alighted, accompanied by the elegantly dressed Pepper, and handed a car key to JJ, standing behind Alvin, along with a $100 tip, adopting a rather irritating tone. "Take care, buddy. This car isn't even on the market yet. It's quite valuable." Resisting the urge to have JJ retaliate, Alvin remarked, "Mr. Stark, tardiness is hardly a commendable habit. Stark schwoget nonchalantly. That depends on the occasion. Are you really expecting a billionaire to drop everything for a graduation ceremony involving only 63 graduates? That seems a tad dull." Acknowledging Stark's status as a significant benefactor to the school, Alvin refrained from engaging further, gesturing for him to step inside as his speech was about to commence. Alvin stood at the makeshift podium, microphone in hand, surveying the audience of students and parents. "I am Alvin, the principal of this school. I trust you are all familiar with me. I also own a restaurant," he quipped, prompting laughter from the audience. "It brings me great joy to witness 63 children successfully transition into higher education rather than being funneled into prison." A hush fell over the crowd. "I am delighted that these 63 children will possess the right to choose their future paths, rather than being forced into lives of crime and drug trafficking." A gentle laughter rippled through the audience as they acknowledged the significant shift in these children's destinies. Life in Hell's Kitchen can be exceedingly harsh, yet we must not relinquish hope. These children represent our future. Bruto, now clad in a security uniform, boasted loudly to those nearby, "That's my son," displaying an alarming level of bravado and dismissing the nearby Director George's piercing glare. Just 2 days prior, a New York Times reporter had labeled their community school a concentration camp, claiming it only produced exam machines rather than capable candidates for higher education. The reporter sought to have the admission status of these 63 children reevaluated. As he observed the anger radiating from the parents and students below, Alvin remarked, "I pen a letter to him, stating our children are born in hell and are indifferent to such a concentration camp existence. Should he continue to speak nonsense in his newspaper, I will ensure he is silenced forever. Idonotist." The letter was accompanied by a firearm. Alvin chuckled, turning to Alexei. "This is all thanks to Mr. Alexei's generous sponsorship." Light-hearted laughter erupted from the audience. "I share this not to claim credit. Anyone from Hell's Kitchen could accomplish the same. My intent is to convey a message to these children." Alvin pointed at the 63 exuberant children seated below, proclaiming, "You were born in the depths of despair. Professors Cage and Wilson, along with all your instructors, have formed a human ladder with their very beings, enabling you to ascend from this inferno. We watch over you from the abyss. You are the progeny of hell, while we stand as your unwavering support." He continued softly, "Do not fall back into the abyss. Do not betray the hopes of all who believe in you. From this moment onward, you possess the right to choose the kind of individuals you wish to become. You are the seeds cast from hell towards the heavens. Strive to grow taller and stronger, allowing us in the depths to behold your ascent more clearly." Chapter 61. The impressive principal, 63 children clad in the community school uniform, traversed a corridor formed by the 78 dedicated faculty members of the school, their faces alight with excitement. The applause resonated, celebrating these children who had triumphed over adversity. It was at this moment that one could discern the nature of an individual's rapport within the school. Old Parker, who had only been at the school for 2 months, had swiftly become the most beloved figure among the students. Undoubtedly, a significant portion of his popularity was due to Frank's influence. Zach, a graduate with the formidable appearance of a fierce brown bear, was the sole student this year to fail to meet the ATC standards. Nevertheless, he earned admission to Texas A&M University through his prowess in football. This enormous boy, with a somewhat intimidating visage, embraced the diminutive Old Parker, weeping like a child. Old Parker, resembling a monkey ensnared by a black bear, gently patted Zach's head, exclaiming, "Big Zach, now that you're off to college, take it easy. I'm counting on you to send me tickets to the NFL games." Zach, in a blend of laughter and tears reminiscent of a simpleton, bore a tumultuous past. His father was a convicted murderer, and his mother battled addiction. Raised on the streets of Hell's Kitchen, the only reason he managed to remain in school until the 11th grade was the promise of a free lunch. It was only when Alvin took the helm of the community school that Zach began to turn his life around. Otherwise, he would have likely followed in his father's footsteps, resorting to violence and imprisonment. Subsequently, Zach joined the school football team, earning the nickname the Bulldozer with an average of 1 concussion every 75 games, making him a coveted recruit for numerous colleges. Ultimately, it was his revered old Parker who guided him towards Texas A&M University. Zach held a deep trust in old Parker, as he was the one who introduced him to McDonald's for the first time, gifted him his first pair of football cleats, and enveloped him in a fatherly embrace, affirming his worth. During Zach's confinement by Frank, old Parker would clandestinely visit to chat with him, illustrating what a brighter future could resemble. In a moment of overwhelming gratitude, Zach lifted old Parker and spun him around, nodding earnestly as though making a solemn vow. Frank, feeling a sense of loss, noticed that the children were apprehensive of him, none willing to bid him farewell, despite his facade of indifference. Unexpectedly, as the 63 children exited the corridor formed by the faculty, awaiting their diplomas from the principal's phone, Anton, whose beard had been shorn by Frank's harpoon, suddenly called out, "Salute." The children raised their right hands in a haphazard military salute, simultaneously chanting Castor, 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 reminiscent of the SS paying homage to their leader. Castor, the old-fashioned soldier, fought to suppress tears as he glared at these rascally youths, shaking his fist in mock threat, urging them to disperse. Yet, the children paid no heed to Frank's intimidation, exchanging playful banter as they queued for their final farewell with the school's principal. First in line was Michael's son, Jamie. Alvin solemnly presented him with a neatly bundled diploma, saying, "Well done, young man. SUNY is a fine institution, and your father is an admirable police officer. Don't bring him shame. Go for it." Jamie eagerly accepted the diploma, refraining from hugging Alvin and instead bowing respectfully, declaring, "I promise. The school will take pride in me." Next came Julie, the lone student admitted to Harvard this year, a slender girl with glasses. Alvin recalled her troubled background. Her father was an alcoholic and her mother a sex worker. It was Alvin who, alongside JJ, had rescued her from that hellish home, even breaking the leg of her abusive father to liberate her. Julie was the most determined and resilient child he had ever known. Alas, born into such a family, her life could have taken a vastly different course. However, she had forged a path of success through her own efforts. Upon receiving her diploma, she embraced Alvin tightly, weeping as though she were an orphan. Though perhaps this new life was indeed better for her. Alvin comfortingly patted Julie's shoulder, smiling as he accepted an envelope from JJ and handed it to her, saying, "This is a sponsorship from our honorary principal, Mr. Tony Stark. You should be familiar with him. He will support you and other deserving children in completing college." With a jest, Alvin added, "That damned Harvard tuition bill nearly gave me a headache, but thankfully our honorary principal is a billionaire." The community school's graduation ceremony concluded amidst laughter and tears, followed by a grand party. A lavish buffet, sponsored by the notorious Kingpin, was swiftly set up on the playground, accompanied by a band that began to play lively music. The atmosphere was jubilant, the only drawback being the unappealing nature of the students' uniforms. Peter, akin to a gluttonous hamster, clutched a large plate brimming with unfamiliar delicacies as he hurried to an empty seat in the corner. He was thoroughly satisfied to partake in such a splendid graduation ceremony. Principal Alvin was undeniably cool. "If you don't shut your mouth, I'll make sure you never speak again." No joke, he had declared, exuding an air of unapproachable coolness. The food was exceptional, with many delightful items he had never tasted. However, the girl across from him appeared rather unhappy. Shy by nature, Peter savored a couple of bites of the sweet mousse cake and noticed the girl opposite him, her collar turned up, attempting to shield her face with a wide-brimmed hat. Curiously, he inquired, "Hello, I'm Peter Parker, a junior this year. What's wrong? Gwen, a girl who had always been regarded as a princess, looked at the awkward boy, who seemed to make a mess even while eating cake, and impatiently replied, I'm fine. It's just that this uniform is dreadful. Peter, puzzled, glanced between her and his own uniform, finding no issue. The naive boy responded, What's wrong? It looks fine. Did your clothes tear? I could lend you mine, but you must remember to return it. Gwen felt there must be some misunderstanding between her and this oblivious boy, as their thoughts were worlds apart. With a hint of curiosity, she asked, Don't you think the uniform is ugly? And you say you're a junior. Why have I never seen you before? Stuffing a large piece of cake into his mouth, Peter shrugged and replied, I think it's quite all right. It's better than wearing second-hand clothes. I think you look nice in the uniform, too. Oh, I just transferred here, and I want to officially join the community school until September. By the way, Principal Alvin is really cool. Gwen responded with a sympathetic oh, feeling a twinge of pity for this cheerful, naive boy. Wait until you encounter Frank in the disciplinary office. Then you can decide whether to remain so cheerful. Chapter 62. The world of the nouveau riche Alvin felt quite pleased, though his mood would have been even better if it weren't for that Stark fellow. Stark, on the other hand, was in high spirits, having recently gained favorable traction within the board of directors. A mysterious major shareholder had been supporting him, granting Stark a significant advantage in the boardroom. He had successfully ousted 2 dissenting minor shareholders who opposed his weapons division, acquiring their stocks at a bargain price due to the current low valuation of Stark Industries. Stark's primary focus now was Obadiah Stane, a founding member of Stark Industries who had significantly contributed to its growth and held considerable influence within the American military. Stark was reluctant to forcibly remove this man, who had watched him grow up. Instead, he aimed to persuade him to leave his position gracefully. Otherwise, records of his dealings with terrorists would find their way to the FBI's office. Alvin, impatiently observing Stark's incessant chatter, remarked, Buddy, I have no interest in your company's affairs. Perhaps you should check with Pepper to see if she needs anything. He gestured toward Pepper, who was engaging in lively conversation with several young male teachers, her vibrant attire attracting attention. Stark glanced dismissively in Pepper's direction and waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, Those guys stand no chance. Their annual salaries wouldn't even cover the cost of a single pair of Pepper's shoes. Alvin looked at Stark as if he were observing something absurd, exclaiming, Are you really suggesting that you'd wear $10,000 on your feet? Stark shrugged indifferently, casting a slightly sympathetic glance at Alvin. You really need to get out more. My friend, your understanding of the world is rather superficial. Do you know that Starlet named? Noticing Alvin's puzzled expression, Stark lewdly continued. She has spent over $10 million on her assets since entering the industry. Alvin struggled to comprehend the value these people placed on money. Throughout his life, he had often heard about who had immense wealth, what they had purchased, and how much they had spent. Yet, he found no significance in such expenditures. Driving a Rolls-Royce doesn't spare you from traffic at 8 in the morning. And carrying a Hermes bag is merely a means to hold your belongings. Might as well stash some toilet paper in there. The wealthy, through their extravagant possessions, artificially stratified society, inflating the value of these items. What was the point? After 2 lifetimes, Alvin still could not grasp the world of the nouveau riche. He regarded Stark indifferently and said, Buddy, I didn't realize you had an interest in female celebrities' physical attributes. Have you conducted any research? Stark winked proudly and replied, Of course. Many times, seeing the discontent on Alvin's face, Stark chuckled, You need to get used to such topics. You'll encounter similar situations frequently. Perhaps I could host a party and invite some models and stars. Maybe you'll even catch the eye of one. Alvin waved his hand dismissively and pointed at the bulb on Stark's chest, saying, Buddy, your priority should be changing that bulb, not discussing these trivial matters with me. Nearby, JJ, who had been eavesdropping, appeared dissatisfied with Alvin's abrupt end to the gossip. Such juicy tidbits. Stark playfully tapped JJ on the chest, signaling him to elaborate later. Then turned to Alvin. There has been some progress. A major shareholder from Stark Industries delivered my father's research notes, which have been quite enlightening. I have a feeling I will soon uncover the key to solving this issue. Alvin suspected that the major shareholder was likely from S.H.I.E.L.D. But what did that have to do with him? They were busy safeguarding the planet, and as long as they didn't trouble him, he might even applaud their efforts. That's good to hear. I hope you resolve it soon. You still owe me a building for the school. Stark shrugged dismissively. Stop bringing up that building. I've already asked Pepper to contact your schools, Nathan. Ignoring Alvin's correction that the individual was named Nelson, he continued, in a few days. Stain will resign from his CEO position. Are you interested in joining me in Afghanistan to confront those terrorists? My Mark II has undergone hundreds of test flights and is ready for action. Alvin shook his head with a smile. You truly are a troublesome character. I can hardly fathom how the American military would allow a madman to soar around in a mech suit. And let me be serious for a moment. When someone falls from a great height, they can become quite unhinged. You ought to be cautious without that suit. You're just a weakling. Any boy from the 9th grade onward could easily take you down. Stark nodded, proudly declaring, I'll be careful. Happy hired a team of bodyguards for me, led by a stunning woman. You'll see when you meet her. I'm not joking. Alvin regarded Starks insofable demiano, puzzled as to how Pepper could be attracted to such a man. If it were Alvin, he would have long since drowned him in liquor. Disregarding Stark, he surveyed the surroundings. His daughter was happily being entertained by Mrs. Wilson, indulging in food, and when she spotted her father, she cheerfully waved, beckoning him to join her. Alvin approached, kissing Ginny's cheek, and the little girl eagerly stuffed a large piece of salmon into his mouth, exclaiming, Eat! It's delicious, Daddy! Eat more! What a dutiful daughter! Alvin felt a swell of pride, while Mrs. Wilson, feeling a tinge of jealousy, playfully nudged him. He ruffled Ginny's hair and made his way toward Jessica, who was engaged in conversation with a well-dressed, handsome young man with slicked-back hair. However, observing Jessica's impatient demeanor, Alvin knew that if he didn't intervene, that charming lad would soon be in trouble. As he approached, he greeted them with a smile. Hey! Upon seeing Alvin, Jessica joyfully bounded to his side, wrapping her arms around one of his and flashing a defiant grin at the young man, saying, Mr. Ward Mitchum, I have no interest in your Rand Corporation. And besides, your last name ISNT Rand. Chapter 63. This is my territory. The young and handsome Ward Mitchum clearly recognized Alvin. With commendable politeness, he apologized to Jessica before extending his hand to shake Alvin's. He introduced himself, saying, Hello, Principal Alvin, my name is Ward Mitchum, and I am the current CEO of the Rand Group. It is a pleasure to meet you. Alvin regarded this individual, Ward, with an inexplicable discomfort, sensing that he was not of good character. Coldly, Alvin responded, It is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire as to your purpose here at the community school? Today is the graduation ceremony, and all attendees are by invitation only. I wonder how you managed to gain entry. Ward wore a composed smile as he replied, The Rand Group has invested in a piece of land in Hell's Kitchen, just behind the community school. As he spoke, he gestured towards the location of the school dormitories, which Alvin had already planned. I thought it prudent to introduce myself, considering we will be neighbors. At that moment, Alvin's expression turned icy as he responded in a tone that could freeze the air. That land has already been registered with the city government for the construction of student dormitories for the community school. Why are you now claiming it belongs to the Rand Group? He pointed to his ear, adding, Is it my hearing that is impaired, or is it your reasoning? Ward, undeterred by Alvin's tone, smugly replied, Registration is merely a formality. A city council member believes that constructing dormitories for the community school is a waste of resources. It should be used to generate greater value, such as building a factory. The condescending expression on Ward's face was one Alvin had only previously witnessed on the leader of a demolition office in his past life. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Alvin ceased any further dialogue with Ward. You've taken the school's land and now flaunt it to the principal? What more is there to discuss? He beckoned JJ, who was engaged in conversation with Stark, and pointed at Ward, reprimanding him. Today is a significant occasion, the school's graduation ceremony. Why did you allow an unrelated person to enter? Are you blind? At that moment, Frank and Principal Nelson, noticing the commotion, approached just in time to hear Alvin's cold admonition to JJ. You allowed someone to steal our dormitory land into our graduation ceremony. What were you thinking? JJ hesitated, scrutinizing Ward closely. He seems to have entered as a parent of a student, perhaps of Marvin, from the 11th grade. Turning to search for Marvin, JJ witnessed a horrifying scene. A child in a school uniform approached Star from short distance and drew a handgun from his pocket, aiming at Stark. With a deafening bang, the bullet struck Sol, the ghost wolf, who had inexplicably appeared before Stark. Frank, quick to react, lunged forward and tackled the child, seizing the gun from his hand. The children and parents present remained unfazed. They were accustomed to such chaos on the tumultuous streets of Hell's Kitchen. In contrast, the teachers, all brought in from outside, were thrown into disarray. Several responsible teachers were organizing the evacuation of the children, though the expressions on the children's faces did not betray fear. A few older students even comforted the screaming female teachers, assuring them that such incidents were commonplace in Hell's Kitchen and that everything was now safe. In the instant the gunfire erupted, old Parker instinctively turned and embraced Zack, desperately pressing his large head downward, resembling a monkey attempting to shield a bear from gunfire. Zack relished old Parker's embrace, though their appearance was far from dignified. He wriggled free and reassured old Parker, "It's all right, old Parker, that guy's been subdued. Everything is fine now." Sol, the ghost wolf, sniffed the air and lunged into the crowd, tackling another child in uniform. The child's school attire was torn as a handgun fell from his clothing. JJ's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare this child act in such a way? This was the most important day for the community school. If anger could ignite a fire, Alvin felt his fury could scorch New York to the ground. After all the effort he had poured into establishing the school, he was then informed that his land had been usurped. Now, one of his students had drawn a gun with the intent to harm the esteemed principal of his school. What on earth was happening? Without a moment to spare for the man named Ward, Alvin rushed to the scene, where Frank was gripping both children by their necks. Heartbroken, Alvin lamented, "The people of Hell's Kitchen are hardly virtuous, yet how dare you betray your own school?" He grabbed one child's collar, lifting him off the ground, his eyes glowing with fierce rage as he demanded, "Tell me why. Do you not understand the fate of a traitor in Hell's Kitchen?" The two children trembled in fear, remaining silent with their heads bowed, awaiting Alvin's judgment. Director George dashed over, addressing Alvin. "Alvin, turn them over to the police. I've already notified Misty. She will arrive shortly with her team." Alvin ignored the words of George and Stark, glaring at the two children. "I thought I could change you. I believed you had the opportunity to become decent individuals." Burning with rage, Alvin shouted, "Why not give yourselves a chance to be good people?" Observing the two children, now too terrified to move, Alvin signaled to JJ, instructing, "Put them in the detention room. I must fully understand how it is possible for children in my school to become hired guns." Director George blocked Alvin, raising his voice, "Alvin, you cannot do this. You must hand them over to the police, allowing them to investigate, rather than resorting to vigilante justice. They are merely children." A chilling smile crept across Alvin's face as he retorted, "Children? In Hell's Kitchen, there are no innocents, not even children. They are born with sin, destined to become criminals, killers, prostitutes, pimps, or drug dealers." He surveyed the distressed onlookers, declaring, "I hope this school could alter their destinies. I believed I had succeeded. Today, 63 children escaped from hell. Yet just moments ago, 2 of my students revealed that I had not done enough, that someone dared to exploit my students as assassins." Gazing into Director George's eyes, Alvin spoke in a frigid tone, "I will root out the scum who exploit my students for malevolent purposes. I will extract their hearts and ensure they pay a lifelong price they shall never forget. They will understand. This is my school. This is my territory." Chapter 64. The final council confronted by the wrathful Alvin. Director George had no choice but to retreat, fully aware of the terrifying potential of a frenzied Alvin. He genuinely believed that Alvin was undertaking a commendable endeavor and did not deserve such treatment. Given this realization, Director George deemed it inappropriate to linger any longer. Escorting his daughter, Gwen, out of the school, casting a disdainful glance at the foolish lad beside her as they departed. As they walked, Gwen, with a hint of joy, inquired of her father, "Daddy, this school is perilous, and the principal is quite fearsome. Might I be excused from attending?" Her eyes sparkled with longing as she ached to leave this place, yearning to escape the dreadful head of discipline and the suffocating school uniform that tormented her. Director George turned to glance at Alvin, who stood there with an ominous expression, then looked down at his daughter and smiled. saying, "I have a premonition that this will become a great school. It is in the process of evolving, Gwen. Promise me you won't miss the opportunity to be part of its history. In the future, you will take pride in it." The lovely Gwen, troubled by her uniform, pouted in discontent. If a school's attire was thus, it surely could not be associated with greatness. As Kim departed, she contemplated saying something, but ultimately refrained. Alvin sensed that Kim held some knowledge, yet he did not press her, deeming it unnecessary. They had never been friends. The words Kim could have spoken had long been uttered, and any unspoken truths would only breed enmity if forced out. Not long after, JJ arrived at the playground. Confronted by the chaotic scene that lay before him, starkly contrasting the lively atmosphere of just an hour ago, he observed Alvin, once spirited, now disheartened and enraged. JJ understood the depths of Alvin's disappointment and fury. Alvin nodded silently, the events of the day weighing heavily upon him, and he had resolutely decided to make those who exploited his students pay dearly. Beyond ensuring their suffering, Alvin could conceive of no other means to address the matter. Seeing that Alvin had no intention of leaving, JJ, frustrated, thumped his head with his fist. He realized he bore significant responsibility for today's events. He should have been more cautious and prevented the children from bringing firearms to school. Observing JJ's regretful demeanor, Alvin offered a bitter smile and remarked, "I do not blame you. Had today's events not transpired, those two children might still have resorted to violence and crime. I am merely saddened and enraged. I believe the school had done enough. Just an hour ago, I felt triumphant, convinced I could shape these children's futures, but now I see how utterly mistaken I was. JJ, we must intensify our efforts. I need your assistance to amend my errors, to bring the source of this malevolence to justice." The towering figure of JJ, his eyes aflame with anger, stamped his foot in determination and turned to depart with half the security team. The two children were off limits. He could only contemplate their surroundings, knowing that relying solely on old Kent would not suffice. He could not bear to witness Alvin standing foolishly on that wretched playground, waiting. It was a humiliation he could not accept, for he too held a share of the blame. Once JJ had left, old Parker quietly approached the playground. This kind-hearted elder walked up to Alvin and softly said, "This is not your fault, Principal Alvin. You are the most compassionate person I have ever known. Those who exploit these children deserve punishment, but can we not spare the two children? They are already terrified." Alvin gazed at old Parker with a wry smile and replied, "What are you worried about, old man Parker? Are you afraid I will harm them?" He waved his hand dismissively, stating with disinterest, "Let them remain in confinement. Releasing them would only seal their fate." Upon hearing that Alvin did not intend to kill the two children, old Parker sighed with relief. Turning his anger towards the children for their misdeeds, he stormed off towards the confinement room, evidently intent on reprimanding the two boys. Mistress Misty was incensed, feeling her authority had been disrespected. It was an affront that Director George had informed her of the happenings at the school, while Michael, her subordinate, had failed to do so. With hundreds of students and parents present, not a single person had called the authorities, as if the precinct of Hell's Kitchen did not exist. Misty, accompanied by her subordinates, arrived at the school only to be blocked by a group of security personnel at the entrance. Encountering the furious JJ as he exited, Misty stepped forward, demanding an explanation. Known for her fiery temperament, she could hardly tolerate such an insult, swinging her iron fist toward JJ's chin. JJ, already enraged, remained unfazed as he absorbed Misty's blow, a punch capable of incapacitating an elephant. He seized her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. Misty struggled desperately, her mechanical arm operating at full capacity. Yet JJ's grip was unyielding, as if forged from steel. As she began to feel the onset of suffocation, the terror of death washed over her. The apparent kindness of those within the Peace Hotel had been merely an illusion. They were, in fact, ravenous beasts. Officer Michael rushed forward, grasping JJ's arm in a bid to free Misty, pleading, "JJ, she's a police officer. You're going to kill her. Misty is not the enemy." Alvin is already furious. Do not add to his troubles. Upon hearing Michael's plea and recalling his boss's current state, JJ's rage momentarily subsided. He released Misty, gently uttering, "Get lost." before departing with several security personnel. Principal Alvin was exceedingly furious. The entire mob of Hell's Kitchen's gang leaders trembled, clasping their hands in prayer, hoping this incident would not implicate them. They all knew that Alvin rarely sought trouble without cause. He seldom ventured beyond his neighborhood. However, with such a grave incident at hand, there was no guarantee he would not go mad. All the bigwigs dispatched their subordinates in haste, hoping to locate the true instigator and quell Alvin's wrath. This was not merely fear of Alvin. It was concern that his fury might unleash chaos upon Hell's Kitchen. As a prominent figure in New York's underground, Kim remained composed, seated in his Rolls-Royce as he made a phone call. If I were you, I would leave New York immediately, preferably the country. This is the final counsel I offer as a collaborator. You are in deep trouble. Chapter 65. That must be painful. On the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen, near the Brooklyn area, there lies a martial arts dojo adorned with traditional Chinese decor. It is now 8 in the morning, and as long as the weather is pleasant, the courtyard of the dojo is bathed in sunlight, creating a comfortable atmosphere ideal for practicing martial arts. The graceful and sweet-looking Colin is instructing a group of 15 or 16-year-olds on how to throw punches. Her earnest demeanor and gentle expression lend her an air of nobility and sanctity. A phone call interrupts her, and with a hint of confusion, Colin answers, as her teacher typically does not call at this hour. "Hello, teacher," she respectfully greets. However, before she can hang up, the dojo's front door is forcefully kicked open with a loud bang. A well-dressed young Chinese man, slightly disheveled, strides in, followed closely by a burly black man and a cold-faced middle-aged man. The entrance to the dojo is already blocked by numerous vehicles, and a group of individuals clearly affiliated with a gang lurk nearby, watching furtively. Old Parker has prompted the two children to speak. It is a woman named Colin, one who has taught them some fighting techniques, and introduced them to a man named Botu. The children are uncertain about Botu's true nature, but are aware that he treats them well, gathering a group of similar kids weekly for lessons. Botu has taught them much and provided them with living expenses, earning their gratitude and trust. It is Botu who has arranged for them to assassinate Stark. Frank stands beside Alvin, informing him of this development. Alvin has already endured 16 hours on the playground, and Frank's news finally offers a glimmer of hope. Frank empathizes with Alvin's anger. Just months ago, he would have flayed those children alive. Yet now they are merely students, and Frank feels that his prolonged stay here has softened his heart. Alvin nods, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he softly states, "Let's first find Colin. I have made it clear that they must pay for their actions. That must be painful." Frank agrees, saying, "I'll call JJ. We will go together. I truly cannot restrain myself from eliminating these wretched creatures." Alvin gazes at Colin, a strikingly attractive Chinese woman, his eyes cold and menacing. He harbors no concern for her gender or beauty. At this moment, he has already prepared her a ticket to hell, merely waiting to see how long she will struggle in agony before reaching her destination. Colin stands defiantly in front of Alvin, demanding, "Who are you? Get out." Alvin raises a hand to halt JJ, who is poised to strike, and with a light chuckle, he introduces himself. "I am Alvin, the principal of the community school. I wonder if you have heard of me." Observing the boys behind Colin, their heads bowed like quails, he offers a gentle smile, saying, "Surely, you boys must know me, correct?" The boys glance at one another, fearful of the notoriously intimidating principal and the director of the disciplinary office, and, after a brief exchange, they nod in compliance. They steal a glance at Colin, but dare not resist under Alvin's authority, obediently exiting towards the school. Colin watches in fury as her students are summoned by Alvin's mere words, their fear palpable. "What do you intend to do?" she questions, her voice raised in anger. Alvin's face beams with a disarming smile as he replies, "I am the principal of the community school, here to investigate who dares to mold my students into tools of murder." Observing Colin's escalating anger, he smiles even more warmly, adding, "I wish to see if that bastard has the audacity to provoke me, and whether his heart is as black as I suspect. I assure you, that must be quite painful." Colin is momentarily taken aback by Alvin's words, exclaiming, "What are you saying? I don't understand. Have you mistaken me for someone else?" Alvin chuckles lightly, shaking his finger in a dismissive manner. Do not attempt to argue with me. Soon we shall see. Promise me, do not die too quickly, for I have many questions to ask you." Feeling the situation spiraling out of control, Colin looks at Alvin in terror, perceiving him as a madman. She swiftly turns to flee into the room to retrieve her sword, desperate to escape the terrifying presence of this lunatic, her legs trembling simply from his words. Bang! A gunshot rings out. Frank fires a bullet that lands at Colin's feet, halting her advance. Colin spins around in fear, witnessing Alvin's light-hearted grin as he meticulously adjusts his collar, steadily approaching her. The cruelty and malice in Alvin's eyes send a chill through Colin's entire being, rendering her unable to control her trembling legs or meet his gaze. Colin, uncertain of their intentions, realizes that if she remains passive, she may face death today. Drawing upon her martial arts training, she lets out a fierce cry, stepping forward to attack Alvin. Only by getting close to this menacing figure could she compel him to hesitate and refrain from firing. To her astonishment, Alvin neither retaliates nor evades. He merely grins as he absorbs her punch. Colin's fist strikes Alvin's chest, and she immediately senses something amiss. Although she felt she had hit him and noticed a change in his expression, this terrifying man remains unfazed. His smile transforms into a sinister grin as he delivers a swift uppercut, striking Colin's vulnerable abdomen and lifting her off the ground. That must indeed be painful, for after this blow, Colin collapses to the floor, curling up in agony, vomiting uncontrollably. With a single strike, Alvin has rendered Colin incapable of resistance. He approaches her, crouching down to smooth her disheveled hair, ensuring it does not stick to her vomit. In a gentle whisper, he says, "That must be painful, but this is just the beginning." Chapter 66. Greetings, Mr. Rand. Colleen curled up in agony, feeling as if death were upon her, ignoring the nauseating obstruction in her throat. She stared in terror at Alvin, who squatted before her with a gentle smile. In a panic, she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" Her weakened upper body lay across a stone round table, hands clutching her abdomen as she gasped for relief from the torment. She dared not look up at Alvin, fearing each glance would intensify her dread, worried that she might shatter under the pressure. Despairing, Colleen asked, "What do you want from us? What is happening?" Alvin stood beside her, retrieving 2 photographs from his pocket and placing them on the stone table, tapping them with his index finger. "Do you recognize them? Look closely at these 2 children," he urged, observing Colleen's tense, tightly shut eyes. Colleen opened her eyes, glancing at the photographs on the table, and gasped, "It's Charlie and Jimmy. What has happened to them?" Alvin chuckled softly, speaking in a tone that felt almost ritualistic, like an incantation or a curse. They had the potential to become good people. Born into hell, they now had a chance to do right. Yet you have plunged them into the depths of despair. You have turned them into killers, mere tools. Colleen, trembling, protested, I didn't." Alvin disregarded her pleas, for he had not come to hear her justifications. "You have no idea how much I despise you wretched creatures. I vow to send all of you to hell." Fear had nearly shattered Colleen, and she could not bear to look into Alvin's terrifying visage. She futilely repeated her defenses. I don't know, let me go. I don't know. You delivered these children to the devil, transforming them into killers, tools. You dare claim ignorance?" Alvin's voice escalated, his anger palpable as he seized Colleen by the throat, brandishing a harpoon borrowed from Frank. With a brutal thrust, he pinned her down, face first, onto the stone table. In that moment, Colleen epitomized the agony of voiceless suffering, her mouth agape but unable to produce any sound. She writhed like a frog on a scorching iron plate, convulsing violently, yet unable to escape the dreadful harpoon. Tears, saliva, and mucus smeared across her delicate features. Alvin offered her no respite, viciously twisting the harpoon as he coldly inquired, "Tell me, where is that bastard Bodo? Perhaps then you can hasten your descent into hell." As the pain surged once more, Colleen, teetering on the brink of sanity, opened her mouth in a silent scream, repeatedly ramming her head against the stone table as if it might alleviate her suffering. Alvin pressed on, "Where is that bastard Bodo? Otherwise, I will dismember you inch by inch. I mean what I say." In a state of utter despair, Colleen finally found her voice, crying out, "He left. I don't know where he went. Please, I know nothing. Alvin, slightly disappointed, shook his head. Since that Bodo has fled, we shall wait. Let Colleen first pay her dues. Bodo? He shall be found eventually. Alvin turned his gaze to Colleen, whose face was contorted in agony, as if observing a specimen on an operating table. With a smile, he remarked, "What makes you think you can use a bunch of children to commit murder and crime without facing consequences?" Colleen, now utterly broken, merely shook her head, repeating, I didn't. Alvin, finding little amusement in torturing a woman, decided she was merely the first. He needed to display his ruthlessness, ensuring the gangsters outside would think twice before approaching the children at the school. As for Colleen, she had outlived her usefulness. Alvin rummaged through her pockets, retrieving her phone. After a cursory glance at her call log, he discovered her recent communication with Bodo just minutes prior. He opened the record and placed the phone before her for confirmation. Once finished, Alvin produced a handgun from his coat, aiming it at Colleen. Prepare to send her to hell. Stop! A furious shout echoed from the courtyard wall. A handsome young man in a deep blue casual suit with flaxen curls leapt into view, his heart heavy with outrage at the sight of the pitiful Colleen slumped over the table. With the grace of an eagle, the young man launched himself at Alvin, issuing a fierce assault. Alvin raised his hand to halt Frank and JJ, who were eager to intervene. He had a tempest of anger to unleash, and this young man appeared to be the perfect outlet. The young man demonstrated exceptional skill. His fists, akin to luminous orbs, created such force that Alvin found it difficult to breathe. Yet, Alvin was adept at dragging even a skilled fighter into the mire of a brawl. With his protective thorns boasting 1,200 points of life, though he was uncertain how that translated to reality, he felt invulnerable, as he had yet to encounter anyone capable of shattering his defenses. Colleen's previous attempts had barely registered against them. I may not be skilled in combat, nor familiar with many techniques. You can strike me repeatedly, but before you break through my defenses, you must endure 400 of the rebound damage. Truth be told, the young man was indeed formidable. He maneuvered with agility, delivering countless blows to Alvin, who found himself unable to touch even the hem of his garment, leaving him somewhat disheveled. Rubbing his chin, which had taken several hits, Alvin regarded the valiant young man with newfound respect. For the first time in years, someone had managed to make his defenses flicker and sway. The young man's fists were undeniably powerful, or perhaps they possessed some unique efficacy. What impressed Alvin most was that despite taking 10 blows, equivalent to inflicting 40 on himself, the young man stood resilient. This was no small feat. Observing the young man, who was now teetering on the edge of collapse, Alvin smiled and inquired, "May I know your name, meddlesome sir?" gesturing towards the unconscious Colleen on the table. "Or are you in league with her?" The young man, fear etched across his features, stammered, "My name is Danny Rand." "Who are you? What do you want?" Alvin adjusted his suit, a gift from Jessica, and replied earnestly, "I am Alvin, the principal of Hell's Kitchen Community School. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Rand. I hope you are not the Rand I suspect." Chapter 67. She is doomed. I say Danny Rand had never encountered such a terrifying adversary. Yet he stood resolutely before Alvin. "Why treat her with such cruelty, you beast, executioner? Colin is a good girl." "My heavens, look at what you have done," Danny exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Alvin shrugged, regarding the precarious man before him, and replied with a smirk, "It seems you have an affection for her. You admire a woman whose profession is to mold children into killers? My friend, I must say, your taste is rather pedestrian." Suppressing his physical agony, Danny waved his hands in disbelief, protesting, "That cannot be true. Colin is not that kind of person. She cares for those children. She's helping them." Alvin, with an air of impatience, shook his head. "Helping? How so?" "Gathering troubled children, providing them with food and drink, only to host a draft for aspiring assassins?" He glanced at Colin, who was slumped over the stone table, evidently awake, and coldly remarked to Danny, "You call this person innocent? Or do you believe her actions are justified? Should those children, struggling in life, resort to crime?" Danny's expression darkened as he glanced at the wretched Colin, anxiously insisting to Alvin, "But she is unaware of what she has done. All of this is orchestrated by Bodo. She has been deceived." Seeing Colin's deteriorating condition, Danny blurted out, "Those are their own choices. You have no right to interfere." Alvin chuckled, albeit oddly, regarding Danny as one might look at a maggot, saying, "How do you know she was deceived?" His gaze turned icy as he continued, "You know she is engaged in wrongdoing, yet you do not stop her, but instead come halt me? Let me guess, you are fond of her?" Observing Danny's indecisive expression, Alvin raised a hand to silence his protests, stating, "In your eyes, those children ought to be like this, correct? Providing them with a meal is the greatest kindness, and they are destined to be such individuals simply because they were born in this infernal hellhole." Desperate to defend Colin, Danny struggled to find words, finally shouting, "She has no idea what she is doing. She is innocent." Alvin, lacking patience for his meaningless chatter, took a step closer to Danny. His expression twisted with malice as he whispered, "In the past, those children had no right to choose, for Hell's Kitchen made choices for them. Now, they possess the power of choice, as community schools have granted them an additional option, an opportunity to become good people. You should be grateful. My kill list does not include your name, Mr. Danny Rand. Now you should obediently stand aside and watch me eliminate this wretched woman. Then leave this place." Danny stood resolutely before Alvin, fists raised, emitting a silver glow as he sought to thwart Alvin's murderous intent. Alvin shook his head, knowing Danny was no match for him, and lifted his firearm, preparing to shoot Danny in the leg. With a resounding crack, a familiar white cane struck Alvin's gun. The bullet whizzed past Danny's knee, embedding itself in the ground. Spotting the recognizable cane, Alvin, in a fit of rage, called out Matt. "Mr. Murdoch, are you here to stop me too?" Though Daredevil Matt had lost his cane, he strode in through the door like an ordinary person. He placed a hand on JJ's shoulder, who was glaring at him, and approached Alvin, sighing, "Stop this, Alvin. Just stop. Danny is not a bad person, nor is Colin. She has merely been misled." Alvin remained silent, eager to hear what Matt would say. Noticing Alvin's silence, Matt spoke earnestly. "Colin has been deceived by Bodo. She is unaware that she is training killers for him. Danny and I have been investigating an organization called The Hand, of which Bodo is a member. Colin is Danny's girlfriend, and she is innocent." A chill ran down Alvin's spine, forcing him to reevaluate Matt. Was this still the Daredevil he once knew, or were they from entirely different worlds? Alvin replied coldly, "Matt, I have always regarded you as a friend. You constantly tell me you wish to change Hell's Kitchen, to make it better. I believed you. Yet now you tell me that you knew what this woman was doing, yet did nothing to stop her. You claim she is misled, thus free of guilt. Have you considered the children she has sent to become killers? Or do you believe they are meant to be that way? Is this the path they should tread, simply because they were born in this infernal kitchen?" In a fit of rage, Alvin grasped Matt's collar, furiously asserting, "In your heart, do you think these children are destined to become villains? Is that what satisfies your nightly escapades as a superhero? I once thought we were friends, but now I fear I have misjudged you." Matt remained unperturbed, gently patting Alvin's arm. "Calm down, Alvin. You are a good person, but you are not God. You cannot dictate who is guilty based on your own perceptions. We must remain composed. Colin has already faced consequences. She has erred, but she does not deserve to die. You must grant her a chance to atone for her mistakes." Alvin smirked as he released Matt, adjusting his disheveled collar while smiling. "Mr. Murdoch, if someone taught your child to use drugs, what would you do? If someone stripped your daughter bare and delivered her to a rapist's bed, claiming he was unaware of his true nature, what would you do? Would you grant him a chance to redeem himself?" Matt's face turned ashen as he replied. But Colin truly had no idea. She believed she was helping those children. Alvin scoffed. How is she helping? Teaching them to fight? Teaching them to kill? Then sending them to this so-called Hand? She is an adult. Does she not comprehend what the Hand intends to do with these fighting children? Are they to become security guards? Or is the Hand a recruitment office for the United States Army? Does she think these children are meant to be criminals? Why not send them to become organized offenders? Matt, we are all adults here. Let us not deceive ourselves. If you told me she is your friend and thus you wish to protect her, I would find some comfort in that. Those children might merely be seen by you as products of Hell's Kitchen. However, they are now my students, my children. She is doomed, I say. For this is Hell's Kitchen, a place beyond even God's reach." As Alvin and Matt remained locked in a stalemate, Colin, still bound to the stone table, struggled desperately. Heedless of her shoulder nearly tearing apart. With a piercing scream, Colin cried out, "Kill me. Just kill me. I had no idea they would become killers. Please, just end it. Do not say another word. Kill me. I beg you." Chapter 68. The commanding old Parker Colin extracted herself from the stone round table, her shoulder bleeding profusely. Pushing away Danny, who sought to assist her, she staggered to Alvin's side, pleading, "Kill me. I truly deserve to die. Please end my life." Alvin regarded Colin with a cruel smile, relishing the moment. "There is no need for your pleas, truly. You are destined to die. Why do you beseech me to end your life? Do you seek my sympathy? If you feel genuine remorse for your unforgivable transgressions, why do you not take your own life? Why must you rely on me? Do you believe I will relent? Do you think that by having me kill you, you can atone for your sins?" Alvin turned his gun towards Colin, offering it to her. "You now possess the opportunity to prove whether you are virtuous or wicked. I am a fair man. You are fated to die, but in the name of Matt, you have a choice." Weakly, Colin managed a sorrowful smile, despair evident as she accepted the gun from Alvin. As she raised it with her left hand to point at her own head, Danny rushed forward, snatching the weapon from her grasp and enveloping her in an embrace. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, bore into Alvin. He struggled for words to defend Colin, but found himself at a loss, unable to articulate a single convincing argument. As Danny held Colin tightly, a dazzling silver light began to emanate, enveloping the two of them. Perhaps nourished by the silvery glow, Colin's condition improved markedly. Alvin remained silent, observing Colin in Danny's arms, awaiting her to validate herself, hoping it might alleviate some of his hatred for Matt. Meanwhile, Matt, jolted awake by Alvin's earlier remarks, found himself questioning his life as principles for a fleeting moment. Was everything he did for Hell's Kitchen, or was it merely to prove himself? Nonetheless, Matt was resolute, firmly believing he had done no wrong. He considered Colin a good person, a friend, and he could not bear to see her perish. Matt spoke again, urging, "Alvin, perhaps you are right. However, Colin has not reached the point of deserving death. She wishes to aid those children. She desires their survival. She simply employed the wrong methods. Danny and I have only recently learned of her plight. We could not intervene in time, nor did we dare to inform her, fearing she might collapse. She is already dead. Alvin, look at her. She has perished. She is a good girl and does not deserve this treatment. The ones who should truly face death are the Hand Association and Bodo. Alvin, I implore you, let her live. Grant her a chance for redemption." Colin leaned against Danny, her face etched with desolation, her lips moving as if speaking to him, yet their words were lost to each other, akin to two lovers bidding farewell. The scene was undeniably poignant. However, Alvin remained unmoved. One must face the consequences of their actions. Ignorance would not earn forgiveness, for that would be profoundly unjust to the children. Perhaps a judge might render a verdict of innocence, but this was Hell's Kitchen. As Colin and Danny prepared for their final farewell, old Parker burst into the scene with two children in tow. Anxiously, he approached Alvin, surveying the situation before exhaling a sigh of relief. After catching his breath, old Parker glanced at the children beside him and said, "Charlie and Jimmy begged me to bring them here. They feared you would kill the woman named Colin." Alvin chuckled. "Indeed, that was my intention." Old Parker hesitated, then continued, "I'm unsure how to express this, but Alvin, I believe you should not kill her." Alvin's expression grew cold. "Why, old Parker? Do you wish to prevent me from executing this woman? Do you know the atrocities she has committed?" Old Parker glanced at the two children, steeling himself. "I have only been at the school for 2 months, Principal Alvin. I am not well acquainted with Hell's Kitchen. These children have shared their stories with me. They have roamed the streets of Hell's Kitchen since childhood, neglected by their parents, lacking even a bed of their own. It was Colin who provided them with food when they were hungry and taught them how to protect themselves when they were beaten. They are grateful to her." As old Parker spoke, the two children nodded vigorously, affirming his words. They dared not speak, instead pleading with their eyes as they gazed at Alvin. Alvin regarded the well-meaning old man with amusement. "So, old Parker, you two believe she should not die? You think my actions are misguided?" Surprisingly, old Parker shot Colin a disdainful glance, declaring, on the contrary, I believe she deserves death. Her foolishness will only lead to the ruin of more children. The children of Hell's Kitchen are utterly defenseless against the warmth of family. A person with good intentions who commits evil acts is truly frightening, for she does not even realize her transgressions. Alvin nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of old Parker's words. He had not considered this perspective. Alvin simply believed that sending his children to become killers warranted death, regardless of one's understanding of the facts. Old Parker spat towards Colin, who lay in Danny's embrace, and turned to Alvin. However, Alvin, you cannot kill her. You are the principal of the community school. You are a role model for these children. They can still be redeemed. You must give them a chance. Is not the purpose of this community school to offer these children a choice to become good people? Alvin scrutinized old Parker, then glanced at the two children, who had been seduced by affection and coaxed into crime. He felt a wave of frustration. The day's events had been tumultuous, leading him to ask, Old Parker, what am I to do? Am I to simply let her go? I cannot accept such an outcome. Old Parker, incensed by Alvin's words, raised his voice. Let her go? Are you jesting? Before she finds those children for me, she shall not even have the luxury of death. Old Parker spoke with an imposing authority, as if he were the actual principal of the school. Chapter 69. Old records. The first shot of Alvin's revenge operation came to a rather abrupt conclusion. Upon returning to school, Mr. Parker summoned Dr. Ethan with a phone call, requesting him to perform surgery on Colin. Dr. Ethan, being well acquainted with the circumstances, harbored a disdain for foolish women like Colin. Yet the ethical obligations of a physician compelled him to attend to her injuries. The community school possesses a certain enchantment when an individual genuinely integrates into its fabric. Remarkable transformations occur, as if imbued with an odd magic. Even a benign figure like Mr. Parker found the courage to confront others, demanding accountability. Matt departed as the events unfolded, sensing Alvin's dissatisfaction towards him. However, he held steadfast to his personal principles, occasionally questioning Alvin's methods. Yet, the bond of friendship was something Matt had never doubted. Alvin ambled through the streets of Hell's Kitchen with a sense of melancholy. Frank and JJ, engrossed in their own discussions, drove off in a pickup truck. Unbeknownst to him, Alvin found himself exiting Hell's Kitchen, merely a street away. The atmosphere of the community seemed to transform significantly. It was daytime in Brooklyn, where smiles adorned the faces of passers-by who greeted familiar friends and neighbors. Some wandering artists passionately performed on the sidewalk, hoping for a favorable outcome. Vehicles slowed down, and drivers rolled down their windows to savor the fresh air. That was the place where Alvin first arrived in this world. Though it was a dismal setting, it was his roots. There he forged friendships and found family. Alvin realized he needed a change of perspective. He had been impulsive. Colin could not perish. She must atone for her foolish actions rather than merely seek repentance. Alvin had always perceived himself as a mature individual, believing he could confront all matters with composure. Yet, in truth, he had faltered. Mr. Parker was a commendable figure, acting as a safeguard that restrained the violent side of Alvin. Alvin was the one brandishing a gun in the crowd. Yet he did not wish to become a person who habitually resolved issues with violence. Such individuals seldom meet favorable ends. After wandering through several streets in Brooklyn, Alvin paused before the entrance of a dilapidated boxing gym secured with a barred gate. Inside, an antiquated song played, its title unknown to Alvin. Yet he found the melody delightful. If not for the annoying sound of fists striking the heavy bag, he would have felt even more elated. Approaching the door, he knocked, hoping to inquire about the song or the possibility of acquiring the old record. After a prolonged wait, a burly man with brown hair and a beard approached, clad only in a khaki flight jacket that revealed his muscular build. Peering through the bars, he asked, "What do you want?" "We're closed. Would you consider selling that record to me?" "I'd be willing to offer a fair price," Alvin replied. The burly man regarded the well-dressed, attractive Asian man with mild surprise, not expecting him to appreciate such music. This shared interest sparked a sense of camaraderie within him. He swung open the barred gate and tilted his head, signaling for Alvin to enter. Adjusting his slightly uncomfortable collar, Alvin followed him into the gym. The boxing gym was in disrepair, appearing almost abandoned. The central ring was missing 2 ropes. After Alvin stepped inside, The man gestured towards an old record player by the window, indicating you can listen to it. I didn't think anyone still enjoyed music from that era. Feeling a surge of excitement, Alvin nodded to the man and settled onto a worn sofa beside the record player. As he surrendered himself to the music emanating from the old record, he relaxed completely, unconcerned about wrinkling his suit, curling deeper into the sofa for comfort. The burly man, intrigued by Alvin, refrained from interrupting his listening experience and instead fetched 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Alvin. Leaning against the window sill, separated by iron bars, he appeared lost in thought. The old record played swiftly, concluding in approximately 20 minutes. The man, now curious, glanced at Alvin and remarked, "It's rare to find someone who appreciates this music. You truly are a unique individual." With a smile, Alvin responded, "My friend, I must say you possess exquisite taste. This music is splendid. You should visit my shop sometime. I have over 150 old records that I seldom play. If you come by, I would be willing to share them with you as a token of gratitude for today's musical experience." The burly man chuckled at Alvin's enthusiasm, saying, "It seems you genuinely appreciate it. Perhaps I should consider gifting you this record. It deserves an owner who understands it." "Really? Perhaps we should negotiate a fair price for it, as such records are quite rare nowadays," Alvin replied, his excitement palpable. He sensed that this man had a story to tell, and perhaps they could become friends. Extending his hand for a firm shake, he introduced himself. "Thank you. I am Alvin Yi. You may call me Alvin. It is a pleasure to meet you." The burly man grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and replied, "I am Steve Rogers. You can call me Steve. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 70. The director's roar. Alvin paused for a moment upon hearing the bearded man introduce himself as Steve Rogers. He scrutinized the individual before him and, with a playful grin, remarked, "In my mind's eye, Steve Rogers should be a dashing blonde, making it quite challenging for me to envision you in that role." Steve, amused, responded, "Are you referring to the one from the museum? That was rather foolish. I found it quite embarrassing." Alvin erupted into laughter, recognizing Steve Rogers, the illustrious Captain America. After all, he had readily disclosed his name, had he not? Chuckling, Alvin extended his hand for another shake, saying, "Your name imposes quite a bit of pressure, Steve. If you were to confirm that you are indeed the Captain America, I might just faint from excitement." Steve laughed heartily, patting Alvin on the shoulder. "Buddy, to prevent you from fainting, perhaps you should forget about that silly image of a man in tights selling bonds. I'm simply Steve." With a smile, Alvin gazed into Steve's eyes and said, "Very well then, Steve. In gratitude for the record you gifted me, allow me to treat you to a delightful dinner. By the way, I should mention that I own a restaurant. Today, as a token of my appreciation, I shall personally prepare a steak for you." Alvin shrugged, adding, "I wonder if you'd mind if others observed your recovery training? You see, I have always been intrigued by boxing and have been contemplating enrolling in a training class." Steve assessed Alvin's physique, pursing his lips before replying, "That sounds like a sound plan. Come on, I hope I can help bolster your confidence." As Alvin watched Steve bare-chested, sweat pouring as he struck an 80-kilogram punching bag, he felt a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of classic scenes from films, save for the fact that the bearded man was somewhat disconcerting. "Hey," Steve beckoned, "you should give it a try as well. It's exhilarating and a great way to relieve stress. You're eager to learn, so you must first experience it." Intrigued, Alvin removed his suit jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and approached the punching bag. He assumed a boxing stance reminiscent of what he had seen on television, glancing at Steve standing nearby. Steve nodded approvingly. "That's a proper stance. Give it a shot." With that, he patted the punching bag. Alvin took a deep breath and, focusing his energy, delivered a powerful punch to the bag. As a novice, his technique faltered slightly, yet his strength was undeniable. The bag swung violently, rotating in response to his forceful strike. Steve's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "What raw power!" As he watched the bag flail in the air, Alvin flashed a sheepish smile at Steve and said, "That didn't go quite as planned. I think I need to try again. This bag is rather unruly." Steve looked at Alvin in disbelief. "Your strength is remarkable. Have you trained before?" Shaking his head, Alvin replied, "No, it's purely innate. I possess great strength, but little understanding beyond that." Steve chuckled. "Those who bullied you must have been unfortunate. The fact that you haven't been incarcerated indicates you must have a rather good temperament. Alvin shrugged, non-committally, sometimes not so much. Steve held the swaying bag with his shoulder, beckoning Alvin, "Give it another go." "It's quite enjoyable." Finding it amusing, Alvin swung his fist again, striking the bag. Steve, feeling the force behind Alvin's punch, shouted wildly, "Again, put some power into it." Bam! Again! Bam bam! "Have you not eaten?" Bam bam bam! "Don't come at me." My head is nothing like the punching bag. As they engaged in this spirited activity, time flew by, and by nearly 6 o'clock, Alvin and Steve exited the boxing gym and approached the roadside, ready to head to Alvin's restaurant. They paused, glancing at each other, and Steve curiously inquired, "Where's your car?" Alvin chuckled. "Someone drove it away." "What about yours?" With a hint of embarrassment, Steve admitted, "My driver's license has been expired for many years." A taxi pulled up at the entrance of the Peace Hotel, and Alvin handed the driver a 20-yuan note, signaling that no change was needed. As he watched the taxi speed away, he shook his head, amused. "It's not even 8 yet. That driver is quite timid." He waited for Steve to follow him inside, but Steve was captivated by the two wolves, Thor and Dom, lounging at the entrance. Upon seeing Alvin beckon him, Steve smiled and remarked, "What magnificent dogs." Were their names? Of course, Steve could discern that they were wolves. Yet he was even more intrigued by the individual capable of taming them. Alvin waved at Thor and Dom, the two wolves excitedly rushing to greet him. He introduced them. "This is Thor, and this is Dom. They're both my good companions." Steve, hearing this, reassessed Alvin, realizing that beyond his strength, he possessed an impressive ability to handle such creatures. Glancing at the wolves, Steve felt that he might not stand a chance even unarmed. Alvin urged Steve to hurry inside. As he was beginning to feel hungry, he arranged for Steve to sit at the bar, where he noticed Jessica looking at him with concern. Alvin approached her, ruffling her hair, and reassured, "Everything will be fine. It will all be over soon. Please bring a beer for my new friend Steve." With a smile, Alvin picked up Ginny, resting his forehead against hers and playfully scrunching his nose, eliciting a giggle from her, momentarily dispelling any anger she may have felt. She playfully tugged at his ears, a small act of retribution, followed by a sweet kiss on his cheek as a gesture of reconciliation, knowing that otherwise he might tickle her. Alvin joyfully held Ginny and called out to Nick, who was engaged in a conversation with old Stan about comics. "Nick, my little buddy, come over. I have a new friend to introduce you to." Just as Nick excitedly bounded over, Alvin's phone rang, and upon answering, he was met with the thunderous roar of Director George. Chapter 71. I should rest. This is Alvin. "Who are you?" Alvin answered the phone. The voice of Director George came through, filled with anger. "Alvin, you scoundrel. How could you do this? What happened?" Alvin replied, somewhat puzzled. "What happened? You dare to ask? I knew we should have let the police handle the school's case yesterday. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this mess." Alvin held the phone a bit farther from his ear, as George's voice was rather loud. "Put Ginny down. Let her play by herself." Moving to the corner of the bar, Alvin spoke into the phone in a low tone. "What exactly is going on? You need to clarify, or I will hang up." On the other end, George shouted just now. Two individuals broke into the 40th floor of the Empire State Building and killed over 70 people inside. Even if they were all villains, this is absolutely excessive. I knew it. I knew this would lead to serious trouble. Are your two subordinates complete fools? Alvin, feeling a bit displeased, responded, "How do you know it was them?" George angrily retorted, "Because even the dullest of robbers know to wear a mask during a heist. These two idiots went in without any preparation, just wearing hats and committing murder. Brother, that's the Empire State Building, not Hell's Kitchen. The surveillance there is more extensive than at the police precinct." Upon hearing that the two had gone in without disguises, Alvin felt a sense of relief. Even someone as reckless as JJ wouldn't commit such a foolish act, especially with a seasoned executioner like Frank alongside. They must have had a plan. At the very least, the police wouldn't be able to cause them trouble. "Director George, you must be mistaken. I never sent them to the Empire State Building. I was at a boxing gym for a trial class yesterday afternoon," Alvin said with a smile. Now feeling reassured that they were indeed prepared, he held the phone even further away, bracing himself for George's wrath. "Indeed, Alvin, you scoundrel. How did you manage this? All the surveillance at the Empire State Building is gone?" With talent like yours, why are you still lingering in Hell's Kitchen? Go stir up the police in Silicon Valley instead. Alvin chuckled. I swear, I truly do not know what transpired. I have an alibi, a witness you would undoubtedly trust. Well, Alvin, you need to rein in your two subordinates. Is today's incident linked to yesterday's school issue? Even if you're angry, you cannot unleash a massacre in downtown New York City. It significantly increases my stress. Alvin replied with a smile. That might be a bit challenging. You should pray that the gang's hideouts in downtown aren't too numerous. Otherwise, I cannot make any promises. Of course, if you have evidence, you can apprehend those two scoundrels. Their actions make me seem rather cruel. One must hope that Alvin's two subordinates refrain from such madness. A lovely receptionist with a broken nose, sitting on the floor in a puddle, upon seeing the police, clung to an officer's leg, confessing to 2 murders in an attempt to secure herself a cell. That certainly is not ideal. The police are busy enough. Alvin hung up the phone and picked up sweet little Ginny, kissing her on the cheek. Approaching the bar, he pointed to Steve and said, Ginny, this is Steve Rogers. You can call him Steve. Steve interjected with a smile. Call me Uncle Rogers. Alvin, this is yours. Alvin grinned. Yes, my daughter. We resemble each other quite a bit, don't we? Saying this, Alvin brought his face close to Ginny's and made a funny face at Steve. Steve laughed heartily, raising his glass to take a sip, saying, Indeed, you both look like father and daughter. Nick pondered for a moment. Looking at Steve, I know that as Captain America. Buddy, you must have had a lot of pressure growing up. Why did your father name you that? We have a boy in our class named William Clinton, and he often gets bullied and struggles to find a girlfriend. Alvin and Steve burst into laughter, while Steve ruffled Nick's hair, saying, A man can withstand pressure. Sometimes it becomes a source of motivation. You're doing great, buddy. Nick grinned, revealing his toothless smile, and said, Of course. My dad is the disciplinary director at school. I don't go around telling everyone. Alvin chimed in. Would you dare say it? How many would prefer to be grounded rather than face you? Your father isn't exactly beloved. Nick thought for a moment, shivering slightly, and said, That could be a bit dangerous, but Gavin knows my situation. Should I make him keep quiet? Saying this, Nick made a throat-slitting gesture in a very mafia-like manner. Alvin laughed and ruffled Nick's hair again, saying, You should watch a little less television. He then set Ginny down to play with Nick. Pouring himself a glass of beer, Alvin clinked glasses with Steve and said, Buddy, hold on a moment. I want you to try the steak I made. Steve enjoyed the atmosphere and nodded at Alvin, amused by the nearby elderly man boasting about how many people he had killed in his youth, how he ruled several streets, and the numerous women he had been with. He found it entertaining. It wasn't until his phone rang that Steve broke free from the amusing ambience. Under the disdainful gaze of the elderly man, Steve pulled out an old, worn-out phone and clumsily answered it. Hello, this is Steve. Captain, where are you? An anxious male voice came through. Steve surveyed the restaurant and replied, I'm currently at a restaurant, about to have a meal. Today, I made a new friend. Feeling slightly displeased, Steve continued, I'm just an old soldier who has slept for decades, not a prisoner. You have no right to monitor me. Looking at Nick and Ginny, who were happily playing, as well as the busy Alvin, Steve said in the phone, I was once a soldier, but the war has ended. I have slept for decades. It is time for me to rest. Chapter 72. I believe in you. Alvin personally grilled a generous portion of steak and presented it to Steve. Pouring himself a glass of beer, he clinked glasses with Steve and said, Buddy, give my culinary skills a try. This is the finest steak from Hell's Kitchen. Steve, ever the enthusiast, downed his beer in one go and eagerly picked up his knife and fork. The seasoned veteran devoured his meal with impressive speed and relish, finishing the hefty steak in less than 5 minutes. He gave Alvin a thumbs up and exclaimed, What a magnificent steak. It's been years since I've tasted anything so exquisite. With this talent, you could easily make a fortune. Alvin waved dismissively and replied, Grilling steaks used to be my job. It was how I provided for my family. Now, however, it's merely my hobby. I'm delighted that you enjoy it. As he spoke, he gestured towards Steve's phone resting on the bar and chuckled. Where did you get that phone? Such devices are quite rare nowadays. Only the most antiquated of folks still carry them. You won't win any hearts with that relic. Steve shrugged, a hint of resignation in his voice. When I first got it, I thought it was cutting edge. I never realized it was outdated. Perhaps they think someone obsolete should use obsolete things. Alvin shook his head with a smile. That's not entirely true. Some things remain timeless, just like that record I cherish. We can't dismiss everything indiscriminately. Moreover, people themselves don't become obsolete unless their spirit has grown weary or disillusioned. Which category do you believe you fall into? Steve took a sip of his beer, a look of confusion crossing his face as he replied, I'm not sure. It feels as though everything has changed overnight, and I've become misaligned with the world. I just want to take a break and truly experience life, without war, without death. His voice trailed off, barely audible to Alvin. With a warm smile, Alvin refilled his beer, saying, then take that break. If you don't engage with life, you will never truly feel it. Buddy, I don't know what you've been through, but you spoke wisely earlier, one must look ahead. Or is it a matter of finances? If so, the quality of life you experience might be somewhat diminished. Steve chuckled and shook his head. My pension should suffice. A guy even offered me a job. But I turned it down. Alvin took a sip of his beer, responding, if I were you, in the absence of financial concerns, I would pursue what I genuinely desire. As he spoke, a glimmer of longing shone in his eyes, imagining riding his motorcycle along Route 1, savoring the diverse landscapes and culinary delights, perhaps even encountering an unexpected friend along the way. Steve seemed inspired by Alvin's words. He took a sip of beer and asked with a smile, why don't you give it a shot? Alvin smiled and waved his hand, perhaps someday, but not right now. I am the principal of a community school, and I cannot abandon the children merely for a potentially exhilarating motorcycle ride. Steve laughed. You encouraged me to go, yet you haven't ventured yourself. Alvin chuckled heartily. True, I haven't, but it is tempting, isn't it? You say you're weary of your past life. Then wouldn't this be an excellent choice? Steve replied, somewhat uncertain, maybe. It's worth a try. The two continued their delightful conversation. Amusingly enough, Alvin was aware of Steve's true identity, but playfully teased him as Captain America. Steve, oblivious to Alvin's knowledge, pretended to embody the superhero in jest. Their laughter contrasted sharply with the frustration of a group of SHIELD agents eavesdropping in an apartment in Brooklyn. The lead agent, a middle-aged man, paced anxiously, seemingly on the verge of making a decision. Had it not been for the Peace Hotel and Hell's Kitchen, he would have already dispatched his team to follow. After all, who was he dealing with? The earliest superhero of America, the super soldier who defeated the Red Skull and ended World War II. And now he was in Hell's Kitchen. If anything went awry, their director would be furious. Upon hearing Alvin suggest that Steve should take a motorcycle ride, the lead agent felt a throbbing headache. The thought of a multi-billion-dollar government asset roaming unchecked was unfathomable. Just as the agent contemplated calling his director, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Director Fury's voice commanding, stay put. I will send someone to take over Captain's care. And remember, do not approach the Peace Hotel. You cannot handle the individuals inside. The agent sighed in relief. Since someone else would take charge, he felt detached from the situation. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, a cheerful Steve had just finished his 5th beer of the day, playfully shedding his flight jacket to flaunt his muscular arms to Nick, who looked on with envy. Nick, acting like a little adult, patted Steve's arm and remarked, buddy, you're incredibly strong. You should consider becoming a gym teacher at our school. I'm utterly fed up with our bald, overweight instructor. He can't run faster than I can hop, but always shouts, run, boys, run. You need to toughen up. Mimicking their teacher's voice amusingly, he made little Ginny, who was snuggled in her father's arms, giggle uncontrollably. Upon hearing Nick's words, Steve affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, who, despite missing a leg, had a remarkably healthy spirit. Buddy, I'll consider it. Perhaps being a gym teacher is a fine choice. In truth, I do prefer to coach a soccer team. I used to be an avid soccer fan. Nick's excitement soared. You be a soccer coach? Oh my goodness, you should come to our school. You would surely become a star. Our high school team as coach only knows how to shout, Zach, take him down. Break his bones. Fuming slightly after imitating the coach, Nick continued, Bill, our coach, is a complete novice. Last semester we had Zach the Bulldozer, Anton the Bear, Rami the Panther, and Vic the Speedster. Yet we only secured 2nd place in New York State. Steve felt himself getting a bit dizzy from Nick's enthusiastic chatter, but his curiosity grew. He laughed and asked, Which school do you attend? Perhaps I should submit my resume. My credentials are quite impressive, haha. Nick pointed at Alvin, saying, you can start your interview right now. This gentleman is our school principal, Alvin Yi. I think you stand a good chance, buddy. I believe in you. Huh. Chapter 73. Jessica's fist. Alvin watched with amusement as the legendary Captain America engaged in a serious discussion about football tactics with Nick. The scene was quite comical. Steve, who had likely only recently emerged from obscurity, was clearly unfamiliar with the rules and strategies of modern football, and Nick's incessant chatter left him feeling dizzy, to the point where he earnestly considered taking notes on what Nick was saying. Nearby, Old Kent cast a disdainful glance at Steve and remarked, Buddy, are you a caveman? You don't even understand the rules. You don't even know that there are 4 offensive plays, and you want to apply for the community school's coaching position? Do you know we're the team set to win the championship next year? Have you thought this through? Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Old Kent comments, Steve replied, I suppose I need to study up. Back in my day, we didn't have such intricate rules and tactics. Old Kent rolled his eyes and said, You sound like an archaeological artifact, my friend. How old are you? Are you even 35 yet? I'm 65, and I know more than you do. Alvin interjected, interrupting Kent's tirade, and smiled at Steve, saying, Don't mind those two. According to their logic, I should hire a professional coach for the NFL. But becoming the football coach at our school is no simple task. You need at least a bachelor's degree, and you must be able to manage those energetic kids, ensuring they complete their homework and pass their exams. Last semester, that clumsy oaf Zach scored a 0 and missed the finals. Otherwise, I would have a championship trophy in my office. Steve looked at Alvin with confusion and asked, Isn't strategy important? Are you saying that a football coach also has to oversee the players' exam scores? Alvin laughed heartily, saying, Buddy, this is Hell's Kitchen. Those kids are passionate about any sport that involves fierce competition. Moves that could land them in jail on the streets, earn them cheers on the field. Our current defensive captain is nicknamed the Landlord, meaning if you want to advance, you must pay the price. He is a senior this September and has already caught the attention of several colleges. As the school football coach, all you need to do is find a reliable quarterback. Then you can shout at them like a fan. Charge, charge, charge. Forget about strategy. That's a girl's game. Alvin, enduring the contemptuous gazes of Nick and Old Kent, earnestly patted Steve on the shoulder in the admiring gaze of Jenny and said, So, Steve, I welcome your interest in coaching the football team. However, do you have a diploma? Otherwise, you will struggle, as those kids can't even handle their own assignments. Steve pondered seriously for a moment and replied, Buddy, I'm not one to boast. I believe if it's just knowledge up to the 12th grade, I should manage just fine. Nick nudged Old Kent with his elbow, whispering, This guy's going to pay for the big talk he just made. Mark my words. Old Kent playfully patted Nick on the head and chuckled, Don't emulate Alvin. You little rascal. Your father is nearly going mad. I often see him calling your math teacher on the street, asking how to help with your homework. I heard Frank graduated from UCLA. How could he not handle your assignments? Alvin shook his head and laughed, looking at Steve. Buddy, if you're genuinely interested, you can come to the school in September and try out as an assistant coach. Just don't feel pressured. Steve nodded earnestly and shook Alvin's hand firmly, saying no problem. This sounds fascinating to me, far more interesting than the jobs others have suggested. Alvin knew well that Steve was a true patriot, a genuine hero. When the world faced peril, he found it hard to stand idly by, especially upon learning of Hydra's existence. The most significant task of his life was to bury Hydra in the ground, and if he discovered that his greatest achievement was a mere deception, he would struggle to remain passive. But who cares? If coaching football could add a touch of joy to his leisure time, why not? The atmosphere was pleasant, until Stark's phone call came in. This is Alvin, he answered. Stark's voice on the other end was frantic, urgently exclaiming, Alvin, come quickly. Pepper has been kidnapped by Obadiah. Obadiah stole my mark. I designed blueprints and created a larger version. You need to come help me, or Pepper will be lost. Steve nodded, inquiring, Do you need my assistance? Perhaps I can lend a hand. Alvin shook his head with a smile. Not necessary, just a minor hassle. I can handle it swiftly. Steve stroked his beard, chuckling. Listening to you makes me a bit anxious. I'll heed your advice. Haha. By the time Alvin arrived at Stark Tower, driving a borrowed vehicle, half an hour had already passed. Upon alighting, he saw 2 iron men entangled in a fierce battle. Stark's flashy red Mark II was taking a beating as the opponent's armored suit was a third larger. Each punch emitted a sound that could make one's teeth ache from the metallic deformation. Director George was leading a large contingent of police officers to evacuate the crowd. Another group of men clad in black suits was also assisting, and among them was someone Alvin recognized well, Natasha Romanoff. It seemed they were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Navigating against the flow of the crowd, Alvin was quickly spotted by Director George, who rushed over, exclaiming, "What are you doing here?" "I just managed to regain control of the situation." Alvin looked disdainfully at the image-conscious George and replied, "Stark called for me. Pepper has been kidnapped." Director George glanced at the two iron men still locked in combat, then shot a look at Alvin, saying, "Help? What can you possibly do? This isn't some cowardly beast. How will you stop them? With that antique in your hands?" He sneered at the old Winchester lever-action rifle that Alvin held, which seemingly belonged in a museum. Alvin patted the old gun and smiled at George, saying, "Do not underestimate it. It's called Jessica's Fist, and it's quite formidable. Besides, the effectiveness of a weapon lies in the skill of its user, does it not?" Chapter 74. Perfection above the waist. Director George was aware of Alvin's somewhat unique abilities, so he refrained from further interference. Instead, he merely called out, urging him to rein in his two companions, stating, "Another 20 lives were lost just moments ago. My friend, I am on the verge of madness. You understand how busy I am, do you not?" Alvin nodded non-committally and replied, "I will make a phone call, but I cannot guarantee anything. You know what the Hand Association has done. I must respond, lest we encounter further complications." George nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he turned to organize the defense lines, evacuate the crowd, and instructed his subordinates to disregard Alvin. While conversing with Director George, Alvin had not been idle. The two ghost wolves, Athens and Rome, had located Pepper within Stark Tower. She was barricaded in a women's restroom, accompanied by Stark's bodyguard, Happy, whose bravery had kept several armed assailants at bay outside the restroom door. These minor antagonists were no match for the ferocity of the two ghost wolves, who dispatched them within seconds, their sharp teeth shredding weapons and their claws tearing through flesh. Athens stood guard beside the fallen foes, while Rome approached the door and politely knocked. After a moment, the restroom door creaked open, revealing the greasy face of Happy. Upon seeing the incapacitated assailants, Happy exhaled in relief, but his heart sank at the sight of the ghost wolf, Rome, prompting him to instinctively rub his unfortunate nose, still recovering from a previous mishap. Pepper, exhilarated, burst forth, shoving Happy aside, and warmly embraced Rome's massive head, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Thor. You are truly remarkable." Rome, irritated and impatient, left a paw print on Pepper's face as he roughly pushed her away. "No appreciation for your savior." Alvin observed the chaotic scene with amusement, stylishly affixing a Bluetooth headset to his ear before dialing Stark's number. Stark's anxious voice came through the line, "Dude, where are you? We need you here." Alvin chuckled. "I have arrived, and am watching you take a beating." Stark sighed in relief, his penchant for sarcasm resurfacing. "Dude, did you walk here? My grandma could outrun you." Alvin aimed his weapon at the brawling armored figures, hesitating to fire due to the risk of collateral damage. "Why not call your grandma, you jerk? Get some distance. I am about to shoot." At that moment, Stark pinpointed Alvin's location, approximately 40 meters from the fray, weapon raised and ready. Stark gasped, "Dude, what are you wielding? Your grandma's cane? That thing couldn't hit a bird." Alvin calmly shook his head, dodging a flying rock, and replied with a grin, "You'd best stay back. This girl has quite the temper." Stark cleverly used his shoulder to roll away a good distance. Seeing an opportunity, Alvin fired a shot that narrowly grazed the shoulder of a large armored figure, tearing off a sizable chunk of metal and creating a gaping hole in the outer wall of Stark Tower. The large mech stumbled in shock, scanning for the source of the attack, completely overlooking Alvin, who was holding a shotgun. Feeling awkward, Alvin glanced around, realizing no one seemed to notice him. Reloading his trusty Winchester, he heard Stark's astonished voice, "Dude, where did you hide that rattlesnake missile?" Alvin continued to aim at the bewildered giant mech, stating, "I told you, she has quite the temper." With a resounding bang, another shot rang out, finally hitting its mark. The bullet obliterated one of the mech's legs, along with the leg of its pilot, sending the giant crashing to the ground in agony. Stark was indeed correct. The old gun, adorned with 3 runes of power, inflicted an additional 90 points of fire damage. Alvin had tested it and found that 5 points of fire damage was roughly equivalent to the explosive force of a grenade, making 90 points a gross understatement for its capability. Even from 30 or 40 meters away, Alvin could hear the clear cries of pain, indicating that the pilot was likely finished. Nonchalantly, he muttered, "A girl is not something you can just borrow. If you don't set up an energy system for the school, you won't even get a glimpse. Check on Pepper. She's terrified," Alvin concluded, disregarding Stark as he approached the down mech. This machine bore a striking resemblance to the one Stark had gifted him, albeit slightly smaller. Its aesthetic was questionable, with a helmet resembling a hard hat. What kind of mind would pair such advanced technology with such poor design? Spare me the agony. I don't wish to enter prison as a cripple. Obadiah, at that moment, was attempting to exhibit a facade of toughness. However, Alvin was not swayed. Assisting him earlier was one matter, but killing Obadiah now would be tantamount to murder. With Director George watching nearby, Alvin assessed the mech, noting its commendable craftsmanship, yet lamented its lack of weaponry. For such a formidable machine, why not equip it with missiles or something? How can you expect to contend without any armament? Stark's predicament was exacerbated by the crowd surrounding him. He was hesitant to use his weapons for fear of causing collateral damage. Suddenly, Alvin recalled that the mech Stark had given him was similarly unarmed, merely equipped with a large axe. Clearly, Obadiah had stolen the blueprints for Alvin's mech, but such designs were not particularly practical for the average individual. Stark, it seemed, would not bestow his finest creations upon others, even withholding from a lifesaver, though Alvin did not mind, as it aligned more closely with his personal preferences. Upon spotting the exposed fusion reactor on the mech's chest, Alvin decided it prudent to maintain a safe distance. The device exuded an ominous energy. Turning, he noticed Natasha, clad in a form-fitting combat suit, accompanied by several agents in dark suits, approaching with purpose. Alvin halted in his tracks as Natasha caught sight of him. Any prior displeasure seemed to vanish, and she greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Alvin. It is a pleasure to see you again." Alvin scrutinized the striking Natasha, noting her perfection above the waist, though her legs appeared slightly short, the height-enhancing footwear not quite compensating. With a smile, Alvin remarked, "I hope you could be a bit more amicable this time. After all, I lent a hand, did I not?" Natasha, disinterested in further entanglement with Alvin, had more pressing matters to attend to, and replied, "Thank you for your assistance. We shall handle the remaining issues from here." Chapter 75. The pungent aroma of love Natasha shot Alvin an exasperated glare. This typically charming super spy realized that his usual tactics were utterly ineffective against him. With a hearty laugh, Alvin remarked, "No problem. You may take Obadiah, but that large contraption must remain untouched. Is that agreeable?" Frustration evident, Natasha clenched her fist and, gazing at Alvin's cheerful countenance, felt an inexplicable urge to punch him. In a low, impatient tone, she inquired, "What exactly do you want?" "This device is claimed by S.H.I.E.L.D. As we are substantial shareholders of Stark Industries, it belongs to us." Alvin nonchalantly shook his head, responding, "My school and kindergarten are currently in need of approximately 10 school buses. This contraption would momentarily blind my eyes. What do you think?" Fuming, Natasha cast a furious glance at Alvin before turning away to converse through her earpiece. Moments later, she returned to face Alvin, her voice icy as she stated deal. 10 school buses will be delivered to the community school in Hell's Kitchen in 3 days. Alvin chuckled, gesturing with one hand to signal them to proceed. A dozen agents moved with remarkable efficiency, utilizing some unknown mechanical assistance to swiftly detach the mech from Obadiah and transport away. Alvin observed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents playing the role of laborers with a smile. He held no affection for that mechanized suit. It was merely a cumbersome steel coffin, devoid of flight capabilities, limited to running and jumping, and equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor on its chest. Who would dare don such a contraption for battle? If Hydra were to don an entire set of these, they might as well open a tumor hospital and await their fortunes. Moreover, neither SHIELD nor Hydra could genuinely construct such a suit. While the mech might be feasible, the reactor certainly was not. Otherwise, with Stark's notoriously foul temperament, the grass on his grave would surely be over a meter high by now. In the Marvel films, Alvin only recalled a grotesque figure wielding a whip who could create such devices. Whether he produced a future energy reactor or a palladium reactor remained uncertain to Alvin. Nonetheless, that individual seemed rather foolish, daring to confront Stark while bound with two wires, oblivious to the risk of being shot. Alvin settled on the steps outside Stark Tower, lighting a cigar as he awaited Stark's arrival. He had matters to discuss with him. In the distance, a police cordon had been established, keeping the crowd and reporters at bay. The SHIELD agents swiftly evacuated with the items they sought. There's a saying about letting the police clean up the mess, which aptly described the current endeavors of the New York police. Director George held a black suit and handed him a note, his face ashen as he engaged in nonsensical chatter with the journalists. To Alvin, his political acumen left much to be desired. About half an hour later, Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, approached with Pepper by his side. Observing his exuberant demeanor, Alvin felt a twinge of discomfort. A single man ought not to associate too closely with such a dandy. It could be quite a blow to one's pride. From afar, Pepper spotted Alvin, sprinting towards him to envelop him in a warm embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Alvin. And where are Thor and Dom? Alvin shrugged, refraining from informing Pepper of her mistake, and instead shot a pointed look at Stark, returning the embrace and saying, "It is my honor to serve such a beautiful lady." Pepper beamed with delight, oblivious to Stark's glum expression, as she remarked, "Thank goodness you made it. Otherwise, Tony might have been in danger." Obadiah stole the blueprints for Mark I from the company server and intended to create one for a defense contract. Luckily, I discovered it. Otherwise, the loss to Stark Industries would have been substantial. Alvin nodded, understanding the rationale. Obadiah hardly seemed the type to pilot a mech into battle. It appeared that Pepper's encounter with him had revealed the truth. Perhaps after the failed assassination attempt yesterday, Obadiah was now seeking a means to recover, armed with a product that could facilitate his resurgence. These individuals truly risk their lives for money and status. Stark approached with a scowl, his heavily battered Iron Man suit creaking ominously. "Buddy, Pepper needs some space. You can remove your hands now." Upon hearing Stark's voice, Pepper realized she was still in Alvin's embrace, feeling somewhat embarrassed. With a teasing expression, Alvin regarded Stark, commenting, "Wow, what is wrong with our dandy?" I detect a whiff of romantic jealousy. After delivering his remark, Alvin braved Stark's piercing gaze and playfully kissed Pepper on the cheek again. Chuckling, the scent has intensified. "Be cautious, Pepper. This fellow has quite the jealousy streak." Noticing Stark's reaction, a cheerful Pepper playfully smacked Alvin's arm, signaling him to cease provoking Stark. She then turned to Stark, stating, "You and Alvin should have a chat. I'll go deal with the police and reporters." As Pepper glanced at the extensive damage caused by Stark and Obadiah, she shook her head in dismay, knowing that the upcoming days would be exceedingly busy. Alvin turned to Stark with a grin. "So, Mr. Stark, how does it feel to battle in Mark II for the first time? Do you feel like a superhero, impervious to harm? I suggest you keep your iron suit close. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril." Stark shot Alvin a disdainful glance, retorting, "Do I need to tell you that? The blueprints for Mark IV are already in progress. I'm just waiting to find a new energy source to bring it to fruition. When completed, it will be a fusion of new materials and high technology, conveniently portable." Alvin nodded. "It's good to have a plan. Oh, by the way, a team of SHIELD agents just came by and took Obadiah and that large contraption away. I didn't stop them. They claim to be acting on behalf of Stark Industries." Stark acknowledged with a nod. "I only learned of it today. A shame about that fiery lady. She's a spy, not my type." Alvin regarded Stark quizzically. "That hardly seems like your style. I thought you had an interest in all attractive women." Stark glanced around furtively and replied, "I find something off about her proportions. You know I have experience in such matters." Disregarding Stark's eccentricities, Alvin turned serious and said, "Tony, I need to ask you for a favor." Chapter 76. The computer kid Stark glanced at Alvin, removed his helmet, and with a sense of pride declared, "My friend, there are few things in America that I cannot accomplish." Alvin rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "What I wish to discuss is the incident at school yesterday, concerning those two children." Stark looked at Alvin with a hint of confusion and inquired, "What about those two children?" Alvin hesitated slightly before saying, "I would like to ask you not to hold them accountable. They were merely misled by nefarious individuals. I believe they deserve a second chance. Our school's disciplinary committee is currently deliberating on appropriate measures for them. Both are 11th graders, set to enter 12th grade this September. I do not wish for them to end up in juvenile detention, as it would truly ruin their lives." Stark fell silent for a moment. Anyone who had narrowly escaped death from a gunshot would hardly be in good spirits. After a brief pause, he nodded and said, "All right, my friend, since you've mentioned giving them a second chance, I certainly do not wish to be the one held at gunpoint again. That feeling is most unpleasant. As the honorary principal of the school, I might consider not pursuing their punishment. However, Alvin, can you assure me they will improve?" Alvin gritted his teeth and replied, "Absolutely. But I must first deal with that punk who has encroached on my territory. Once I establish a dormitory, these children will be occupied and have no time to contemplate other matters." Stark regarded Alvin with a knowing glance, extended his hand for a shake, and said, "Deal. My friend, we truly cannot afford a repeat of yesterday. I nearly soiled myself." As they shook hands firmly, Alvin solemnly stated, "I owe you a favor." Stark shook his head, replying, "No, we are friends. You saved my life, remember? There's no need to mention favors." Alvin chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Call it what you will, but I will remember this." Gazing at the bustling crowd not far away, Alvin pounded his fist against the chest of his armored suit and bid farewell to Stark. "My friend, I believe I must take my leave. So much has transpired these past few days, and I find myself rather fatigued." Stark nodded in understanding, saying, "Very well. I will seek you out in a couple of days. I too need to find a place to remove this damned suit." As he spoke, Stark irritably tugged at the slightly deformed armor on his abdomen. Alvin approached to see what the two mercenaries were up to. Frank was the first to notice him. However, he did not pause his work, but instead smiled and nodded at Alvin. JJ emerged from the building, intending to retrieve something from the truck bed, and upon seeing Alvin just a few steps away, he sheepishly scratched his head and awkwardly said, "Boss, you haven't taken a break yet." Alvin produced a cigar, offering it to Frank and JJ, and remarked, "My friends have accomplished quite a bit today. The scene was intimidating even to me." JJ took a heavy puff of the cigar, expressing his regret. "Boss, I sincerely apologize. We should have informed you, but I can assure you there will be no trouble." Alvin playfully punched JJ on the shoulder, looking at Frank with a smile. "You should have informed me. Do you know how angry I was? My two associates sneaking off to engage in a brawl without my knowledge. The syndicate is no mere gang on the street." Frank took a leisurely puff of his cigar, his expression one of utmost satisfaction, akin to a satisfied patron after a rendezvous, and said, "Let me handle such matters in the future. It's quite exhilarating." Alvin was at a loss for words regarding Frank, the formidable figure he was. Fortunately, he had a son to temper him, and he was currently engaged in schoolwork. If left to roam the streets, he would surely become a terrorist. With a resigned shake of his head, Alvin rapped on the truck bed, asking, "What's in there? Did you go out to kill and happen to rob as well?" JJ chuckled proudly, pulling open a large black bag, declaring, "Today, we raided a syndicate warehouse, which housed nearly 2 tons of narcotics, along with these delightful items." Alvin leaned in for a closer look, seeing the bag was filled with brand new firearms. No wonder JJ was so elated. Previously, while following Alvin, they had either used secondhand weapons or cheap goods from Alexei. It was rare to procure such fine items on a mission with Frank. Alvin whistled and grinned, saying, "Well done, my friends. Make sure to stash them safely." "What about the drugs?" JJ shrugged, saying, "I set them ablaze before leaving. They should all be reduced to ash." Alvin nodded, saying, "Gentlemen, I shall not inquire about how you handled it, but remember to leave that fellow, Butu, for me. I intend to deal with him personally." Frank took a deep drag from his cigar and nodded, saying, "The computer kid has located him. He fled to Los Angeles. I wonder who tipped him off." Alvin smiled and nodded, saying, "That kid, Kevin, did a commendable job. JJ, you must treat him well. He truly is a talent. It would be a shame to limit him to merely crafting fake passports." Frank nodded in agreement, saying having such logistical support is incredibly convenient. Alvin contemplated for a moment, stating, "When school resumes, let us bring Kevin in. That supercomputer certainly deserves a capable individual to maintain it." JJ acknowledged Alvin's suggestion, saying, "I will speak with that kid. Kevin, he will surely be thrilled. There is no better boss in Hell's Kitchen than you. Knowing he will have a supercomputer to tinker with will drive him wild with excitement." Alvin smiled, saying, "Let us proceed with that plan." Scratching his head, JJ pondered, "I believe his name is Kevin Mitnick." Alvin tilted his head thoughtfully, responding, "That name certainly has a hacker's ring to it." Chapter 77. Family Alvin's eyes felt slightly strained. Jessica must not have rested well these past few days. She was aware of the turmoil surrounding them and what Alvin was engaged in, though she was undoubtedly anxious. She refrained from persuading him and instead concealed her worries deep within her heart. Such is the essence of the girls from Hell's Kitchen. When the men are away, they shoulder the burden of protecting their loved ones alone. Alvin took pride in the family he possessed. Approaching Jessica, he affectionately ruffled her hair with a smile. She shot him a sideways glance, letting out a soft huff before turning and entering her room. Bathed in the warm glow of the wall lamp, Alvin discovered Ginny nestled beneath the covers on her bed, her eyes and tousled hair the only visible parts of her. Her doe-like eyes widened as they fixated on the direction of Alvin's entrance. A warm sensation enveloped Alvin's heart. The feeling of being cared for and awaited was truly delightful, washing away the fatigue of his recent exertions. The little girl, perhaps genuinely exhausted, bestowed upon her father an endearing smile before wrapping her arms around him and swiftly drifting into a deep slumber. Nick, who should have been long asleep, lay on the attic windowsill, silently observing Frank as he completed his tasks. Only after Frank had turned away did Nick quietly shut the window and retire to bed. Unbeknownst to him, Frank's face bore a radiant smile, brimming with satisfaction, hidden from Nick's view. In the heart of Manhattan, Gene stood before the window of his office on the 65th floor of the Empire State Building. A middle-aged man with golden hair was briefing him on the day's events. Over 120 members of the Hand had perished today, all key figures in their New York operations. 2 warehouses had been incinerated, one of which contained a shipment of 2 tons of cocaine destined for them. Madame Gao was furious. She had just called to inquire about who was targeting them. The golden-haired man expressed confusion, stating, "The Hand has been our ally for a long time. Is it not a bit hasty to abandon our partnership due to the actions of those 2 individuals this afternoon? Moreover, will not our losses be substantial? The Colombian channels we took over from Bloody Jason are still unstable. Without the Hand, we stand to lose a fortune. Madame Gao has issued a kill order. All assassins from the Hand are on the hunt for those 2 men. I believe they will eliminate them swiftly. They remain oblivious to who their true enemies are and what they are capable of. James, you are an astute individual. I do not wish to repeat myself. Now leave." The middle-aged man, James, nodded respectfully and exited Jin's office. Though puzzled by Jin's decision, he would not defy his orders, for he was well aware of the dire consequences of disobedience, nightmares beyond his imagining. Jin turned back to gaze at the nightscape outside. He had not anticipated Alvin's retaliation to be so swift and fierce. Perhaps the significance of community schools needed to be elevated. They served as a vital link between him and Alvin. Furthermore, Alvin was an individual Gene would prefer not to have as an adversary. Fortunately, thus far, Alvin had maintained a relatively mild demeanor and showed no inclination to interfere with New York's underworld. Gene was unaware that the previous day's events were merely the initiative of Frank and JJ, with Alvin not involved at all. Perhaps it was time for him to extend a hand of assistance. The following morning, as Alvin sat in the dining room enjoying breakfast, Vice Principal Nelson called, informing him that they were proceeding as planned. After taking a sip of coffee, Alvin replied, "Then let them go. It is their responsibility. However, old Parker is accompanying them, and I am somewhat concerned for him. That Danny Rand appears rather formidable." Alvin glanced at Ginny, who had managed to get cereal on her nose, and wiped it away, saying, "It's all right. They owe their lives to old Parker. Very well, Libby is such. I await your updates, Principal Nelson. With that, Alvin hung up and picked up a newspaper. The headlines prominently featured the tumultuous events outside Stark Tower the previous night. It seemed trouble was brewing for Stark, an uncontrollable billionaire armed with weaponry far surpassing even that of the American military would undoubtedly unsettle many. Unless Stark was willing to sell his Iron Man suits or share the technology behind them, the situation would remain precarious. However, based on Alvin's understanding of Stark, bolstered by his knowledge from films of the past, Stark would not permit those individuals to succeed. The exact process of events would surely be far more complex than a mere hearing depicted in the movies. Yet, this was not Alvin's primary concern. He was far more preoccupied with the actions of Frank and JJ from the previous day, which had been overshadowed in the press by the Stark incident. With only a few articles covering the fierce gunfights that had erupted throughout New York City. With a contented yawn, he watched Ginny and Nick finish their breakfast. Deciding that once school matters were resolved, he would take them out for a little adventure. With so much occurring recently, it hardly seemed fair not to treat the children during their holiday. Perhaps a trip to Los Angeles would be a splendid idea. Chapter 78. A part of the legend the morning in the restaurant should have been serene, yet today was an exception. The seasoned son, Gavin, lurked hesitantly at the entrance, pondering for a considerable time until Alvin beckoned him inside. With a tilted head, Alvin gestured for Gavin to speak. The young Chinese boy scratched his head, contemplating, his face slightly flushed with excitement as he expressed, "Thank you, Principal. What happened that day is not your fault. You did well. Charlie and Jimmy's betrayal of the school is their own affair. Such occurrences are commonplace in Hell's Kitchen. Please do not lose faith in everyone. We all cherish this school." Alvin found amusement in Gavin's earnest praise, observing how the boy blushed while complimenting others. Rising to his feet, Alvin exchanged high-fives and fist bumps with Gavin, chuckling, "Thank you, kid. However, it is now your turn to assist your father." With that, Alvin gently turned Gavin around and nudged him out the door, shaking his head in amusement. Alvin reflected on Gavin's words. The notion that they all loved the school seemed implausible. A group of unruly children could hardly be expected to hold such affection. It reminded him of his own school days, when he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his middle school teacher. Yet, at a reunion years later, he found himself weeping in gratitude for her sternness, which had ultimately guided him onto the right path in life. Alvin fixed a stern gaze on Nick, urging him to finish his last bite of breakfast, then gently advised his daughter to eat less, noting that her napkin was nearly saturated with milk. Jessica was still asleep, so Alvin instructed Nick not to disturb her and allowed the two children to play. When Alvin was at home, Sol and Dom had transitioned from bodyguards to caretakers. Their wolfish expressions clouded with dismay as they rolled their eyes at Nick, who was tossing a dog chew toy, hoping to encourage them to fetch. Ginny, however, was far more endearing, rushing to embrace Sol, burying her little face into his thick fur and showering him with affection. The good-natured Sol dutifully lowered himself to allow her to climb onto his back, while Ginny, raising her tiny fist amidst Nick's envious gaze, cheered like a valiant young knight. With a smile, Alvin shook his head and began to clear the table, placing all the dishes into the sink. At that moment, Professors Cage and Wilson entered the restaurant together. Wiping his hands dry, Alvin greeted them with a warm smile and poured each a cup of coffee. Professor Cage, known for his impatience, took a sip and promptly inquired, "Alvin, what exactly do you plan to do about those two boys? You need to come up with a solution quickly. Last night, Anton stole his father's shotgun and, together with Zach, sneaked into the school with intentions to harm those two boys. Thankfully, Professor Wilson caught them in time. Otherwise, we would have lost two promising students. However, those boys are terrified and constantly seek to escape the school. What should we do? We cannot allow this to continue. I noticed a few kids loitering by the school gate this morning. Normally, they wouldn't dare approach the school during breaks." Alvin regarded Professor Cage's description of Anton and Zach as good boys with skepticism. Good boys do not steal their father's shotgun with the intention of harming their classmates, even if that classmate is deemed a traitor. But such is the nature of Hell's Kitchen. Here, betrayers have no refuge. The children who genuinely embrace the school perceive it as a family, believing that betrayal warrants dire consequences. This was precisely why Alvin intended to keep the two boys within the school as confines. Looking somewhat troubled, Alvin addressed Professor Cage. "What am I supposed to do? Expel them? That would be a death sentence. I just arranged with Stark last night to refrain from pressing charges against those boys. I anticipate that more children like them may arrive at the school soon. What should I do?" Professor Wilson, savoring his coffee leisurely, responded, "Alvin, you are a good man. But you are not a deity. You must consider the feelings of all the students and teachers at the school. I have gathered the details of the situation, and it is evident that those two boys were used as pawns. I even reviewed their academic records from the past year, and they are quite satisfactory. However, keeping them at the school may be more cruel than sentencing them to prison. They could potentially lose their lives, and that would indeed ruin them." Alvin offered a resigned smile, admitting, "I am not a deity, but I truly do not know what to do. Professor Wilson, I cannot expel them. I firmly believe they deserve a second chance." Professor Wilson nodded in agreement, stating, "You are correct. They do deserve another chance. Thus, I have written to an old friend of mine in New Jersey, who is the principal of a private school. He has agreed to accept those two boys to complete their final year there. The rest will depend on them. After all, they will be 18 next year, won't they?" It was clear that both professors had strong opinions regarding those two boys. Professor Wilson's assessment was astute. Keeping them at the school would subject them to judgmental gazes and a life filled with fear, which would be a fate worse than any. Moreover, this was unfair to the other children. The two professors, having dedicated many years to the field of education, were instinctively making a final consideration for the boys. They were not particularly fond of the two, given their betrayal. See, this is Hell's Kitchen, and it is transforming two venerable professors. The school is becoming their home, and they see all the children as their family. Otherwise, with Professor Wilson's meticulous nature, Anton and Zach would have been sent to the police station yesterday. With a surge of emotion, Alvin embraced Professor Wilson, expressing, "Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wilson. You have been immensely helpful. Without you, I would have been at a loss on how to handle this situation." Professor Wilson patted Alvin on the shoulder, smiling. "Alvin, you are doing splendidly. It is our duty to support you and the school." With that, the old professor adjusted his formal attire, remarking, "After all, this is our life's final endeavor." The brusque Professor Cage thumped the table, exclaiming, "Kid, you are responsible for keeping all the chaos outside of this school. We will focus on educating these children. And remember, when I pass away, erect a statue in my honor and bury my ashes beneath it. Let me be a part of the legend." Chapter 79. My war has long since concluded. Alvin was in high spirits, undeterred even by Director George's furious phone call. Although deploying JJ and Frank, two formidable forces, against the Hand Association seemed somewhat ruthless. The metaphor of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut hardly sufficed to describe the disparity in power between the Hand Association and the duo. These two were akin to steamrollers. Upon discovering the Hand Association's stronghold, they would crush everything in their path, leaving no room for resistance. Even if the opposition attempted to fight back, their efforts would likely amount to little more than a nail driven into the ground. Who was Frank? A man capable of annihilating an entire crime family single-handedly. And JJ? Well, he was simply JJ. Nicole radiated joy, frequently casting sweet smiles at Alvin while playing, thrilled that her father would be home all day to keep her company. Nick, on the other hand, rolled around on the floor, beseeching Dom for a chance to become a wolf knight. Proud Dom paid him no mind, swatting him away with a paw, as if to say, "You think I would allow you to ride on my back? Not a chance." The cheerful atmosphere persisted until Steve arrived at the restaurant, his face clouded with sorrow. Yesterday, he had seemed in good spirits, but now he appeared stricken, heading straight to the bar upon entering. Without waiting for Alvin to greet him, he poured himself a glass of whiskey and downed it in one gulp. Curious, Alvin approached Steve and asked, "Buddy, what's troubling you? Have you faced some sort of shock? Perhaps you could share it with me. I assure you, I am an excellent listener." Steve glanced at Alvin, poured himself another glass of whiskey, and drained it. He placed the glass heavily on the bar, his gaze fixed on it as he spoke. "I met an old friend today. She is nearing death and wants me to continue her legacy. But I am merely a discarded veteran. I wish to live my own life." Alvin could surmise whom Steve had visited, but he felt no authority to comment on it. However, he was profoundly dissatisfied with SHIELD's actions. They were exploiting an old soldier's emotions. Agent Carter, Steve's former love, was sacrificing her last vestige of worth to SHIELD, ensnaring this veteran with their past connection. Was Steve Rogers truly that significant? Perhaps not. Even if Steve was formidable, he could only take on 10 foes at most. In a world devoid of superheroes and rampant criminals, his presence held little significance. If a figurehead was truly needed, anyone could don that foolish uniform and embody Captain America. Yet SHIELD cruelly sought to extract every ounce of value from Steve, simply because he had once been injected with the super soldier serum. He was deemed the ultimate warrior. It seemed they regarded Steve as their property, and property lacks autonomy. Alvin remained silent, but poured himself a glass of whiskey and clinked it against Steve's empty glass, downing it in one gulp. Steve, with a bitter smile and lowered gaze, murmured in a voice perhaps only he could hear, "My war has long since ended. I merely wish to live my life." Alvin poured another round of whiskey for both himself and Steve, saying, "Buddy, be yourself. Do not allow others to dictate your life. You are you. Your existence should not revolve around others. Consider whether you are as indispensable as you believe." Steve looked up at Alvin, offering a wry smile. "Perhaps you're right. I need to reflect on why this world still needs an old soldier like me. I can't even use a cell phone properly." Alvin glanced at the open door, observing a few unfamiliar faces across the street. He spoke coldly, "Steve, you must discern whether the legacy they wish you to continue requires you to take the lead, or if they simply seek a somewhat capable, outdated veteran. If it is the former, I would encourage you to give it a try. You might find it enjoyable. If it is the latter, were I in your position, I would extract the heart of the one urging me and examine its true color. Buddy, we are flesh and blood individuals, not mere tools." Steve shook his head with a bitter smile. "You don't understand, Alvin. Some individuals hold the nation and its mission above their very lives. I missed the final dance of her life. If this world needs me, I cannot turn a blind eye." Alvin slammed his glass down, somewhat agitated, exclaiming, "Then wait until this damned world truly requires you before committing to that wretched cause." With that, Alvin stormed to the door and hurled his glass at a car across the street. The robust glass shattered a sizable hole in the window, revealing several startled faces. "Get out of Hell's Kitchen, you filthy scoundrels!" Alvin yelled at those inside the vehicle. Observing Alvin's outburst, Nicole dashed to the door, clutching her father's leg and emitting furious growls at the strangers across the street. Seeing her, Alvin shook his head in amusement and lifted the little girl, kissing her cheek. "What a good daughter you are, helping your father fight. Just try not to emulate Thor's growls too much. We are ladies, after all." Nick hopped over to Steve, patting him on the arm like a little adult. "Buddy, what's wrong? Alvin hardly ever gets this angry. Did you get into trouble?" Steve looked down at Nick and ruffled his hair. "Alvin is a good guy. Those people were indeed trouble I stirred up, and I apologize." Nick waved his hand with bravado. "No worries, buddy. This is Hell's Kitchen. No one dares to mess with the patrons of the Peace Hotel." "I mean it." Steve chuckled at Nick's words, exchanging a high five with him. "Yes, brother, this is the Peace Hotel." Nick beamed at Steve's reaction and continued, "I'm serious, buddy. Alvin will ensure safety around here. If you find yourself in trouble, you can stay here. My dad's house has a few vacant rooms, and we can discuss next year's team strategy. If possible, I want to lead the team into the arena next season." Steve felt a mix of gratitude and amusement as he looked at the young boy, pouring himself another glass of whiskey and downing it. It seemed he had made a decision. Perhaps Alvin was right. When the world needed him, he would charge forth without hesitation. But for now, he wished to live his own life. His war had concluded decades ago. Chapter 80. The unfortunate name Steve playfully ruffled Nick's hair and chuckled. "Indeed, I harbor no fondness for them. You know, being followed every day is rather uncomfortable. I even suspect someone is peering at me while I attend to my business." Nick grimaced at the thought, expressing his disinterest in the conversation between the two. He gave Steve a hearty pat on the back, indicating with a gesture, "Don't worry, I've got your back." Alvin, finding the scene amusing, playfully tapped Nick's head and set Ginny down, suggesting they entertain themselves. Steve raised his glass towards Alvin, signaling a toast, and before Alvin could finish his whiskey, Steve earnestly said, "Thank you, Alvin. You have no idea who I really am. Who have you offended on my behalf? Truly, I appreciate it. You are a genuine friend. I assure you, there will be no trouble here." Alvin shook his head with a smile, replying, "I know you are Steve Rogers. If you were to tell me you are that Captain America in a ridiculous costume, I would accept it. After all, attire is merely a matter of personal taste. If you're worried about those SHIELD agents outside, rest assured. This is Hell's Kitchen, and the Peace Hotel will not accommodate them. I assure you." Steve extended his hand and shook Alvin's firmly, saying, "Buddy, is the position of assistant football coach at your school still available? I believe I could excel in it. If you have any doubts, perhaps I could bribe you with a boxing lesson. You know, I am quite skilled." Alvin chuckled and replied, "That does not guarantee, my friend. You won't know how skilled you are until you truly try. However, I do have an interest in boxing, so it's a deal." Having spent his life working for the government, Steve felt a twinge of anxiety as he asked, "What should I prepare? Should I perhaps don a suit?" At this point, Jessica, who had been listening nearby, interjected, "Don't worry about what to wear. Just look at our Principal Alvin's taste. I think you two are cut from the same cloth. Old-timers should befriend old-timers." Jessica rolled her eyes at the duo, who were dressed rather unfashionably, Alvin in jeans, a checkered shirt, and a gray jacket, while Steve donned khaki military pants, a light green shirt, and a flight jacket from the last century. They both appear to be utterly oblivious to contemporary fashion trends, despite their seemingly youthful appearances. Alvin burst into laughter, exchanged a cheeky wink with Jessica, and struck a pose that he deemed handsome, which elicited another eye roll from her. Turning to Steve, Alvin said, "It's quite simple, as I mentioned before. Pick up your high school textbooks. But believe me, that is no easy task." "Huh, I know a guy who graduated from UCLA, and he fainted out of frustration trying to help his son with homework. I hope you fare better." Nick, upon hearing Alvin poke fun at his father, swung a fist in his direction and exclaimed, "Hey, don't tease Frank. He is actually quite decent." Alvin, with two fingers pressed together, performed a mock salute, feigning an apology, although his smile lacked sincerity. Steve laughed heartily, saying, "Let us wait and see. Did I tell you I used to be an honor student? Back then, reading was the only thing I could do." Jessica scoffed, eyeing Steve with skepticism. His muscular physique, rugged beard, and thick calloused hands did not fit the image of a model student. Alvin, however, had no doubts about Steve's words, as every frail boy often harbored the potential of an academic prodigy. He laughed heartily, giving Steve a high five and a fist bump, saying, "Welcome to the community school of Hell's Kitchen, my community school." Steve, ever perceptive, saluted Alvin and remarked, "Steve Rogers at your service, haha." The atmosphere lightened once more. For as long as Steve could convince himself, no one could compel him to do otherwise. In the SHIELD office in New York, Nick Fury was listening to the recorded conversation between Alvin and Steve. Standing beside him was Phil Coulson, who, upon hearing the exchange, anxiously turned to Director Fury and said, "Are we really going to allow our captain to become a football coach? This is absurd. I can hardly fathom Steve Rogers leaving SHIELD to coach at a community school, although those kids on the team are quite impressive." Huh. Director Fury disregarded Coulson's concerns, turning to the floor-to-ceiling window, exuding confidence as he stated, "Steve will always be Steve. When the world needs him, he will rise to the occasion. Perhaps we will gain unexpected benefits. After all, Steve's friends are rather extraordinary, wouldn't you agree?" Coulson sighed with a rueful smile, responding, "Extraordinary indeed. He is a man bold enough to extort SHIELD. Moreover, his two associates are close to draining the visible strength of the organization." "Director, who exactly are these individuals? Why do we lack any information on them?" Fury chuckled, saying, "Frank was once my comrade, the finest special forces commander this nation has ever seen. His file is sealed at my request as part of the deal." In the restaurant, evening had descended. At the bar, Alvin was introducing Steve to JJ and Frank. Pointing at Frank, Alvin said, "This is Frank Castle, The disciplinary officer at our community school and Nick's father. You know, the one I mentioned who fainted when I spoke of him. Steve suppressed a laugh as he shook Frank's hand, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Steve Rogers. I know your son, Nick. He is a good lad." As he spoke, Steve thoughtfully regarded Frank, adding, "I feel as though we are kindred spirits. Don't you think?" Frank shot a glare at Alvin, knowing that Alvin had likely shared some of his embarrassing stories with Steve. Shaking Steve's hand and feeling his grip, Frank replied, "Indeed. We must be kindred spirits." Frank then raised his left hand, stating, "It once served the country, nearly costing me everything. Now it serves our family and school, which brings me great joy." Steve understood Frank's sentiment perfectly and excitedly declared, "Then we shall have much to discuss." Frank chuckled, saying, "Indeed, not least of which is your unfortunate name. Your father certainly had confidence. I expected you to at least be called Little Steve Rogers or something similar." Steve smiled sheepishly, admitting, "You are right. This name is indeed quite bothersome." Chapter 81. The red-clad environmental warrior Alvin playfully patted JJ on the shoulder and cheerfully introduced him to Steve, saying, "This is my good mate, the head of security at our school. You can call him JJ. He is not fond of his real name, but that is quite a humorous story. I can't divulge it here, or he might go mad." "Huh." JJ rolled his eyes and shook hands with Steve, saying, "Pleased to meet you, Steve Rogers. It's nice to meet someone else with a rather unfortunate name, just like mine." Steve, somewhat exasperated by the frequent jests about his name, could only manage a wry smile and said, "I'm not sure what your unfortunate name is, but I feel I should have a nickname, perhaps Little Steve or something. Otherwise, I might just go mad." JJ, intrigued, considered for a moment and suggested, "Maybe you should choose a catchy nickname for yourself. Take a page from my book. JJ is quite pleasant and memorable, don't you think? How about DD? Avoid using initials like SL. That is simply not fashionable. I believe DD sounds great." As Steve pondered whether or not he should indeed adopt the name DD, Alvin interjected, concerned about their poor naming choices. Having one person named JJ was already troublesome. Adding another named DD would make life unbearable. While it was acceptable for a head of security to be called JJ, who would dare challenge him? But if the school's football coach were to bear the name DD, how could he maintain any semblance of authority? If someone were to explain the meaning of DD to a certain demographic, the players might just line up to leap into the river. The group enjoyed a lively conversation, particularly Frank and Steve, who seemed like long-lost friends. Upon learning that Steve would be a future colleague, Frank generously invited him to stay at his home, for the honor of leading the team into the field might well rest on Steve's shoulders. The group consumed copious amounts of alcohol, yet none became inebriated. JJ, curious to test this newcomer with a rather audacious name, soon found that Steve appeared perpetually on the brink of drunkenness without ever actually succumbing to it. This intrigued JJ. What was the true nature of this fellow? Just then, little Ginny, having finished her bath, came down to find her father, visibly annoyed. Alvin scooped Ginny into his arms, attempting to plant a kiss on her cheek, but the little girl, averse to the scent of alcohol, pinched her nose and tugged at her father's ear, signaling that it was time for bed. Alvin signaled to the others that the party was over and that they would continue their conversation in the morning. It was time to sleep. In the dead of night, at 2 a.m., Alvin suddenly sat up in bed and sent a text to Frank. He then retrieved a box from under the bed, extracting the formidable Winchester, affectionately named Jessica. He loaded her with bullets and slung a belt of ammunition across his body. Quietly, he ascended to the attic, rousing Nick and bringing him to his room, then summoned Jessica to join them. At the headboard, Alvin fumbled for a switch, causing bulletproof steel panels to emerge, sealing the windows and doors, which could only be opened from the inside. He embraced Jessica, instructing her to watch over the children while he ventured out to the attic. The Hell's Kitchen at 2 a.m. was eerily quiet. Alvin opened the attic window to survey the outside, yet found nothing amiss. However, the crows and ghostly wolves indicated that a group was approaching the restaurant. Frank, after finishing his observation, tossed in 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle and several magazines to Steve, stating, "I hope you're not boasting about your capabilities. I might not be able to cover you when the shooting starts." Steve, adjusting the rifle in his hands, found it manageable and, puzzled, asked what exactly is going on. "You need to fill me in Otherwise, I'll struggle against an enemy I know nothing about. Is this some special welcoming ceremony from your community school? Frank pondered briefly before replying. It's likely members of the Hand are coming. Their territory is a cesspool of scum, primarily dealing in assassination and drugs. They've been recruiting students from our school to train as killers. JJ and I have taken out several of their branches, and this might be their retaliation. You can observe for now and choose whether to engage. That's entirely up to you. After Frank's declaration, he ignored Steve and focused on scanning for targets outside with his FN scar, confident in Alvin's judgment, while the seasoned executioner had already pinpointed the enemy's location. Alvin was unconcerned about who was coming. He merely found their adept concealment quite irksome, while he could remain passive and watch as the animals dispatch the intruders. Wouldn't that render him utterly worthless? As Alvin's thoughts churned, the tranquil atmosphere persisted for several minutes until Thor, growing impatient, smacked the ground beside him. A figure clad in red ninja attire, draped in what appeared to be digital camouflage, let out a pained cry and leapt up, revealing a significant injury to his shoulder, indicating he was of little use. Before Thor could finish the job, Frank swiftly shot the assailant in the head. In a startling turn, the moment the killer's head exploded, it disintegrated into a cloud of ash. Frank gazed at his FN scar in astonishment. Having faced vampires before, he recognized that their transformation into ash was due to targeted lethal damage. Yet, now holding merely a conventional firearm, witnessing a man turn to ash was perplexing. Steve, observing from the side, was equally astonished and exclaimed, "What kind of weapon do you have? It's extraordinary. Is it really necessary to reduce people to ash? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Frank disregarded Steve's foolish inquiry, focusing on unleashing a magazine's worth of bullets into the street. Several red-clad ninjas were sent leaping, with one unfortunate soul receiving a bullet to the head, also turning to ash. At that moment, Steve realized it wasn't Frank's weapon that was peculiar, but rather the killers themselves. Upon death, they disintegrated into dust. Alvin understood the so-called invisibility of these red ninjas and decided there was no need for civility. He summoned the toxic vines. The vines shrank to the thickness of a finger, meticulously traversing the ground before the restaurant. Mere moments later, peculiar bulges began to surface on the street's surface. One particularly resilient red ninja clutched his throat, rolling on the ground in agony for 2 rotations before coming to a halt. Just as Alvin was about to investigate the bulges further, they abruptly vanished, leaving behind only a peculiar set of creases. Alvin found this quite satisfactory. These red ninjas were even more environmentally friendly than vampires. Moreover, he sensed that someone outside would be intrigued by the disguises worn by these ninjas. It struck Alvin that it was indeed time for him to consider acquiring a new vehicle. Chapter 82. The children of Hell's Kitchen. The ferocity of the deadly vine can scarcely be described as mere ferocity. It is a walking biochemical weapon. The slightest brush against it results in a grim fate, leaving one with a green visage, a victim of poisoning. Fortunately, the crimson-clad ninjas are remarkably eco-friendly, for while it remains unclear what fabric their garments are made of, upon death, both body and attire disintegrate into ash. Alvin finds this rather agreeable. Otherwise, a multitude of green corpses strewn across the streets would pose a quandary for Old Cheng's breakfast business come morning. Perhaps it was the gunfire from Frank that roused the slumbering neighbors. As residents of Hell's Kitchen, their reactions are surprisingly calm. The windows on the opposite apartment building's outer walls snap shut with a cacophony. It has been quite some time since trouble has visited this area. Unlike other neighborhoods that are plagued by gunfire every few days, some residents, including Old Kent, a notorious fence, even find themselves reminiscing about the thrill of such tumultuous living. Kent, in his boisterous manner, flings open his window, unleashing a torrent of expletives, brandishing a handgun to fire a few errant shots into the street, followed by tossing a couple of grenades. Steve gazes at the chaotic scene before him, astonished and momentarily incredulous that this is still America. Just moments ago, he was sharing jovial banter with a kindly old man, who now retaliates with grenades. Unable to contain his curiosity, Steve turns to Frank and asks, What on earth is going on here? What has happened to these people? Frank, having completed his task, spins around to unleash another magazine into the street. A few red-clad ninjas, cornered, leap into action, wildly brandishing their swords and scythe-like weapons, charging towards the entrance of the restaurant. Observing their frenzied advance, Alvin surmises that their intelligence is likely lacking, relying solely on their reckless abandon to engage in combat. With his old gun in hand, he takes careful aim and fires into the throng. Though he misses the valiant ninja, still, the explosion sends several of them tumbling. As they lie maimed, it is only when a cross-shaped dart grazes Steve's face that he realizes he has become a target as well. Instinctively, the seasoned veteran retaliates, firing his 416 Hong Kong dollars. Several red-clad ninjas, bounding and dodging the deadly Vine's assaults while hurling darts at Steve, are obliterated by his bullets. Frank gives Steve an approving thumbs up, remarking, "It seems you were not exaggerating. Your marksmanship is commendable." Reloading, Steve exuberantly unleashes a volley into the street, boasting, "Just last month, I was battling thousands in Germany. This is child's play." Pondering why the ninjas do not utilize firearms, Frank muses, perhaps they believe they are unnecessary. He then fires a few rounds into the ceiling, causing two red-clad ninjas to plummet to the ground. Steve, taken aback by the sight of the disintegrating ninjas, furrows his brow as he catches a glimpse of a ninja lurking behind Frank. Raising his weapon, he fires a shot that narrowly misses Frank's ear, striking the wall just 2 steps away and reducing the ninja to ash. Frank, on the verge of expressing gratitude, watches as Steve swings his rifle but against the wall, creating a peculiar bulge where the ninja's head once was, obliterating it into dust. Frank relishes collaborating with a seasoned partner like Steve, especially one as capable as he is. Working alongside such individuals elevates his efficiency by at least 10%. Alvin observes the chaotic scene with ease, noting the frenzied red-clad ninjas on the street. Behind him, a blood-red vine twists and constricts several unsuspecting ninjas that have managed to infiltrate the premises. Thor and Dom guard the back entrance of the restaurant, and the muffled cries that occasionally emerge suggest the ninjas are faring poorly there. Roma and Athena joyfully dash through the streets, tearing the ninjas they encounter into shreds. Alvin, somewhat disappointed, reflects on his powerful weapon that has only fired once without hitting its mark. He resolves to practice his shooting skills, for should the time come to wield it effectively, he does not wish to falter. After all, future adversaries are likely to be formidable, and it is no longer merely a matter of gang skirmishes. The battle, which could have been quite harrowing, concludes in a rather comical manner, with only Steve sustaining a minor dart wound. The heavily depleted syndicate leaves no corpses behind. Apart from a crater created by Alvin's gunfire, the street remains largely unchanged. Alvin dispatches his crows to surveil the surrounding streets, hoping to catch any stragglers. Over the past year, their routine patrols have developed a trend of becoming mascots. Familiar faces seek to engage with them, some even bringing charming female dogs to attract their attention. This has significantly bruised the egos of the ghost wolves, Alvin's druidic combat companions, who are reluctant to see an entertaining battle end too soon. It is not until the towering JJ and the ghost wolf, Sparta, appear, one hoisting the other, that the conclusion of the skirmish is truly declared. Alvin, feeling a sense of delight, waves to JJ, signaling him to bring the prisoners to Frank's residence. Closing the attic window, he cheerfully descends to see Frank, for his own home has seen too much blood, and he fears it may not wash clean, especially with children around. Upon reaching his room's door, Alvin knocks, and when Jessica opens it, she rushes out to envelop him in a warm embrace. Observing the girl with her head nestled against his chest, her little legs joyfully kicking back, he wonders how she could possibly be worried. The girls of Hell's Kitchen are not fragile. Feeling triumphant, Alvin playfully shoves Jessica away, dashing forward to catch the exuberant Ginny, who leaps from the bed. A small bundle of joy explodes in Alvin's arms, with the little girl indignantly tugging at his nose, expressing her displeasure at being left behind during the fray. Alvin gently presses his forehead against Ginny's and affectionately rubs her head before planting a kiss on her cheek. The little girl beams with joy for giving her father but not before giving his nose a playful pinch as a form of punishment. Excitedly, Nick approaches, waving his fists, exclaiming, "Alvin, my friend, you were amazing. Well done. Are you going to interrogate the prisoners? Can I come watch?" Alvin, knowing that unreasonable demands from the rambunctious child must be sternly rejected, seizes Nick by the collar and tosses him onto the bed, making a throat-cutting gesture akin to the mafia. Disheartened, Nick covers his face with the blanket, lamenting, "I want to beat them too." Chapter 83. His mercy reserved for the needy, Alvin exited the dining establishment and placed a call to Old Kent, instructing him to tidy up the remarkable fabric pieces on the street, for they were indeed valuable commodities. After cautioning Old Kent against any form of personal gain, Alvin cheerfully made his way into Frank's abode. Upon entering the familiar basement, Alvin was reminded of Stark's unfortunate state during his previous visits, which he found rather amusing. In the dimly lit room, a man of imposing stature, his countenance serious and haughty, was pinned to the wall by a harpoon thrust through his shoulder, evidence of a communication breakdown earlier. Nearby, a rotund, greasy middle-aged man with brown hair knelt on the floor, desperately pleading for his life, exclaiming, "Don't kill me. I'm merely an intermediary. I'll tell you everything I know. Please spare me." Steve, standing to the side, cast a disapproving glance at Alvin and remarked, "Buddy, I believe turning them over to the authorities would be a more prudent choice. We cannot resort to vigilante justice. This exemplifies the flaw in superheroes. They uphold the law and value life, even when moments before, these very individuals had intended to end theirs." Alvin found their disposition unappealing. Though Steve was an exception, he was a man of honor, willing to betray the world for his comrades. With a smile and a shrug, Alvin replied, "Look, there's a willing participant here. Why not let him explain to you what this syndicate is truly about? Then you can decide whether to involve the police. I assure you, I won't stand in your way." Steve, pondering this suggestion, glanced at the pleading man, who he found less likable than the defiant figure pinned to the wall. Though the latter was visibly suffering, his neck veins straining with pain, he had yet to utter a sound. As an old-school soldier, Steve admired such resilience, even if the man might be an adversary. Surely, if you intend to extract information, shouldn't you first intimidate him before resorting to violence? Just because he shot you a glare, you went ahead and skewered him to the wall. Doesn't that seem excessive? You haven't even exchanged a word. The overweight man trembled as he divulged all he knew with remarkable clarity. He served as a liaison, overseeing communication between the syndicate and the Rand Corporation, which provided secure transportation for the syndicate's drug trafficking, human smuggling, artifact trafficking, and arms dealing. In exchange for a substantial fee, he was sent by Ward Meacham to gauge the situation, as the recent actions of Frank and JJ had intensified his pressure. Additionally, a certain city councilman who had previously assisted the Rand Corporation had contacted him, urging him to relinquish that parcel of land once more, indicating the councilman was under considerable duress and regretted his earlier collaboration. The rotund man had come to assess whether the syndicate could eliminate Alvin directly before deciding the fate of the land. Alvin appreciated the man's astuteness. He recognized the inevitability of his own demise and opted for candor. Perhaps it might save his life. With a smile, Alvin looked at the man and said, "Splendid. I'm beginning to take a liking to you. Now that you've shared your part, could you enlighten our friend Mr. Rogers about the syndicate? Trust me, it will be in your best interest." Kneeling, the overweight man wiped the sweat from his brow, sensing that the bearded gentleman possessed a strong sense of justice. Unlike the other three, yet he dared not fabricate lies. Frank's ruthlessness had shattered his threshold of fear, and he felt no allegiance to the syndicate. Thus, he spoke freely about it without any psychological burden. The syndicate primarily engaged in assassinations and drug trafficking to amass wealth. Typically, the assassination operations were overseen by a man named Boto, who recruited and trained children to become proficient killers and subsequently earn profits. The drug operations were managed by a woman known as Madame Gao, about whom he had little knowledge, as the group only handled transportation. Alvin's expression darkened considerably upon hearing this, and he coldly inquired, "Are those red-clad ninjas the children they trained?" The rotund man felt an urgent need to relieve himself, as Alvin's gaze cut through him like a knife. He envisioned the chilling flames above Alvin's head and felt as though death was imminent. On a rooftop a block away, Matt donned his red and black uniform, crouched at the edge, listening intently. Suddenly, he smashed a flower pot with his fist, tearing off his mask and discarding it with disdain. Before burying his head in his hands, lost in thought, Danny Rand, witnessing this, approached to inquire about Matt's distress, but was forcefully pushed aside. Annoyed, Danny asked Matt, "What is the matter with you?" With a heavy sigh, Matt replied, "I'm sorry, Danny, it's not your concern. I fear I may have made a grave mistake. I must pay the price for my actions, even if it takes a lifetime." Danny, taken aback, asked urgently what happened. "Matt, you need to tell me. We are friends." After a moment of contemplation, Matt said, "Do you remember those children? The training facility we visited yesterday? They regularly send those children to an island, where they're groomed into the very things you just witnessed." Danny was horrified. The implications were terrifying. "Is this true? What should we do? Colin will go mad." Matt, feeling the weight of the situation, clenched his fists and stated, "This is our fault. If we had informed Colin sooner, at least this batch of children wouldn't have been sent away. I must go to that island. Otherwise, my conscience will drive me insane." Danny nodded resolutely, "Yes, I'll go with you. She is a good girl and does not deserve such punishment." Matt nodded, not sure whether his words were meant for Danny or himself. Indeed, she is a good girl, merely misguided in her intentions. Meanwhile, in the basement, Steve's expression had darkened to the point of seeming ready to spill over. He gazed coldly at the man pinned to the wall, his demeanor now icy. "Behold, this is a veteran capable of burying Hydra in the ground. His mercy is reserved solely for those in need." Chapter 84. Welcome to Hell. After Alvin listened to every word spoken by the corpulent man, he turned to Steve, his expression stern as he inquired, "Do you still believe we should hand them over to the police?" Steve, revealing his pearly white teeth hidden beneath his bushy beard, replied with a grin, "No, I believe sending them to hell is the best course of action. It is utterly irresponsible to squander taxpayers' money on these scoundrels." Alvin erupted into laughter, exchanging a fist bump with Steve, exclaiming, "See, we share the same sentiment. I knew you would be a good companion." With that, Alvin pulled a buck knife from JJ's waist and, with gritted teeth, stabbed the man hanging on the wall through the opposite shoulder, pinning him there. Just moments ago, this individual had been able to balance on one toe, slightly supporting himself. Now, he had transformed into a mere specimen suspended from the wall. Yet, one must admire this man. Despite the excruciating pain causing his legs to tremble and sweat streaming down his brow as if a valve had been opened, he continued to glare at Alvin, clenching his jaw without uttering a sound. Alvin had never encountered such a tough man in his life. He held a certain admiration for him, though he believed that prying open his mouth would yield a greater sense of accomplishment. Alvin subtly twisted the knife's handle, feeling the man's tremors, and locked eyes with him, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he asked, "I still do not know your name. Would you be so kind as to tell me? I admire your courage, but you are surely going to die. I find no pleasure in tormenting a tough man. So why don't we be honest with one another and conclude this conversation swiftly?" Although the tough man was suspended on the wall, his contorted face still bore a mocking expression as he spat a mouthful of blood at Alvin. Alvin dodged just in time. His agility of 20 points was no laughing matter. The man's bloody saliva splattered onto JJ's pants. Upon witnessing his unjust misfortune, JJ, filled with fury, was about to teach the man a lesson when another individual rushed forward, delivering a punch to the man's ribs. "But you will ultimately succumb to pain. You will not be the exception." At that moment, Steve embodied the essence of a battle-hardened veteran who had fought Hydra for a lifetime, ferocious and ruthless. "I won't waste my breath on you. You can choose not to speak, but I will make you suffer until you have no choice but to confess." This was the true visage of Steve Rogers, a war hero who would sacrifice everything for ideals, beliefs, family, and friends, including his very life. Yet, he was also a warrior, transforming himself into a sharp blade, mercilessly thrusting into the chests of his enemies, ensuring their painful demise when the world called for him. Alvin regarded Steve with admiration. He was indeed a remarkable individual deserving of universal reverence. Turning to JJ, whose countenance was less than favorable, Alvin took his leave from the basement, not wishing to witness the ensuing brutality, an occurrence he anticipated would be quite savage. Judging by JJ's expression, he too seemed reluctant to remain. But someone had to stay behind to assist Frank. As the boss, that left only himself. Frank retrieved a small knife from his pocket, grinning as he approached the tough man. Alvin ascended the steps to Frank's doorway, lighting a cigar for himself and disregarding the dusty ground as he seated himself on it. He observed the old Kent, who had miraculously procured a wheelbarrow filled with melted asphalt, accompanied by a group of individuals adeptly repairing the pothole-ridden ground, appearing more like seasoned construction workers. Noticing Alvin at Frank's doorstep, old Kent greeted those around him and approached Alvin, carrying a large bag. Handing the bag to Alvin, old Kent laughed, saying, "This is quite interesting. It resembles high-end digital camouflage that can change colors according to the surrounding environment. A fascinating design. Alvin, would you like to find a buyer for these? I know a few people who would likely pay a handsome price for them." Alvin chuckled, shaking his head. "Such items are typically misused by the average person. Let us increase the difficulty for their nefarious deeds. Besides, I know a wealthy tycoon who would undoubtedly be intrigued. I'm gonna see if I can strike it rich and upgrade my vehicle." "Ah." Old Kent laughed heartily, patting his bald head as he playfully bowed to Alvin, proclaiming, "As you wish, Sir Alvin." After dismissing old Kent, Alvin paid no further attention to the intriguing fabric pieces, for they held no significance for him. The precinct's chief, Officer Misty, arrived in a police car. Alvin found it somewhat amusing to observe the solitary police chief, having been in Hell's Kitchen for several months. She was a principled officer, and everyone had to acknowledge that. However, she was ill-suited for the ecosystem of Hell's Kitchen. She had yet to comprehend what the police in this area were supposed to do. In Hell's Kitchen, the primary duty of the police was not to eradicate gangs, but to maintain the ecological balance of the underworld, preserving the most basic social order. Capture a gang leader today, and two will rise to seize his position tomorrow. While apprehending criminals is undoubtedly correct, one must adequately manage the subsequent issues. Otherwise, many will meet untimely ends. Clearly, Misty was performing poorly, as evidenced by the fact that she had yet to find a partner. Alvin suspected that Chief George, that old fox, might have misjudged her. This Misty seemed better suited for a sheriff's role, leading the charge, and she needed a shrewd, forceful superior to clean up her mess. Otherwise, the situation would only worsen. The stubborn African-American female chief, looking somewhat haggard, sat beside Alvin, entirely disregarding the dust on the ground that would soil her pristine uniform. She snatched the cigar from Alvin's hand, taking a heavy drag before breaking into a fit of coughing. With a gaze filled with complexity and fatigue, Misty looked at Alvin and said, "I cannot recall how many times this has happened. As the police chief, I am always the first to arrive on the scene, so I can gather first-hand information. Otherwise, I feel like a deaf person in the precinct. I cannot even comprehend what the people here are thinking. Why do they harbor animosity towards me? Both residents and my fellow officers? I thought I was a good person. I want to be a good cop, but why is it so difficult?" Alvin cast a glance at her, then looked up at the starry sky above the street, softly stating, "Welcome to Hell's Kitchen. Welcome to Hell." Chapter 85. Steve's Troubles. Misty swiftly finished an entire cigar, venting her frustration as she discarded the stub onto the ground, stomping it with force. She gestured towards old Kent and his bustling crew, inquiring, "Is there a battle happening here? What about the deaths and injuries?" Alvin shrugged, pointing to the discarded cigar, but remarking, "Authentic Cuban cigar, a mere $18. Seeing Misty's displeased expression, he added with a smile, "Our residents are spontaneously repairing the roads for the community. Is that not commendable?" Misty gritted her teeth, picking up a bullet casing from the ground, and angrily retorted, "Where on earth did that damned casing come from? Is it customary to celebrate road repairs with gunfire in the dead of night? Alvin, please do not treat me like a fool." Alvin gazed at Misty with a smile, stating, "Trust me, Director Misty, you know this is not beneficial for you. It merely wastes your time. The most crucial task for you now is to find a suitable partner, rather than venturing out alone each day." He continued, "I appreciate individuals with a sense of justice. But first, they must engage their intellect. Misty, incensed at being described as lacking intellect, slammed her steel arm down, shattering several tiles. She shouted at Alvin, "Why can't you all cooperate with my work? Why do you all perceive me as a fool?" Alvin glanced at the shattered tiles before addressing Misty. "I once mentioned that if you can survive a week in Hell's Kitchen without dying or fleeing, I would personally welcome you. If I were in your position, I would file for a transfer or bring breakfast to the precinct daily, seeking ways to bond with my colleagues. A solitary individual cannot thrive in Hell's Kitchen." Upon hearing Alvin's words, Misty felt a semblance of understanding, grappling with a sense of failure, as even to this day, she was pouring her own coffee as the police chief. This was not normal, yet she could not pinpoint the true cause. Her past life and professional experiences left her ill-equipped to navigate the current situation. Noting Misty's perplexed expression, Alvin sighed and earnestly advised, engage in serious conversations with your colleagues. Seek to understand them and frequently inquire about their opinions while working. Michael is a commendable officer. He performed admirably before your arrival. You must trust him, rather than viewing him as a corrupt cop. The officers in Hell's Kitchen may seem inadequate to you, but there are no corrupt officers. Such individuals cannot survive a week here. Misty nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that her attitude towards her colleagues was not particularly favorable, as she viewed the precinct as filled with incompetent individuals, which contributed to the current state of Hell's Kitchen. Her arrival was meant to alter this scenario. Perhaps it was time for a change. While Alvin conversed with Misty, JJ emerged from the building, his expression grim. Having previously clashed with Misty, he held a disdain for the female officer. Casting a glance at Alvin, he shot a glare at Misty, signaling, "You may leave now." Alvin produced a cigar for JJ while lighting one for himself, cheerfully inquiring, "What troubles you, my friend? Your demeanor appears rather bleak." JJ lit his cigar, taking a puff before solemnly responding, "That guy spoke, and the news is not good. The school is hiding something crucial to our adversaries. We are in for trouble." Alvin chuckled. "What trouble? Let's eliminate them. They dared to abduct my students and transform them into such things. Whether they come or not, I will seek them out. What, pray tell, is buried beneath the school that warrants such attention? Perhaps we should excavate it and summon all members of the adversaries for a comprehensive takedown." JJ scratched his head, uncertain. This guy keeps mentioning something about dragon bones, resurrection, immortality, or something of the sort. I don't quite grasp it. There are plenty of dinosaur fossils in the museum. Why dig for such things in Hell's Kitchen? Have they lost their minds? Alvin shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps the fossils beneath Hell's Kitchen possess some extraordinary significance. Regardless, it is not our concern. Our sole focus should be on eliminating them. JJ exhaled, reasoning, indeed. Why ponder so much? Let us just eliminate them. Alvin, curious, asked, "How is Frank handling it? I thought that guy was tough." JJ scoffed. Frank would have him talking by the time he reached his sixth finger. However, Frank insists on removing all 10 fingers before he listens. He paused, adding, "These guys seem unafraid of death, but dread losing body parts. Oh, by the way, we've extracted information about their remaining hideouts in New York. There aren't many of them left. Frank and I will head out shortly to deal with them. Should we leave any alive, perhaps a leader?" Alvin shook his head. "No need for that. What would be the point? Eliminate them all. Let others know not to approach my community school." JJ nodded enthusiastically, appreciating the decisiveness of following Alvin as his leader. After all, why invite so many troubles? If they were all dead, who would dare to cause trouble? Alvin pondered, then inquired of JJ, "What about Steve? Why hasn't he emerged?" JJ, upon hearing this, gave Alvin a thumbs up, stating, "He is quite the character. That fellow named her or whatever. He divulged some rather disturbing matters. Steve might be a bit emotional. Yes, he's quite violent." Intrigued, Alvin asked, "How does he compare to Frank?" JJ considered, then replied, "In terms of cruelty, he is still lacking. However, he is a very volatile individual. I quite like him. He will make a good ally." Alvin playfully thumped JJ on the chest, chuckling, "Indeed, Steve is a good ally. You shall come to realize that he is a remarkable individual, and we shall all take pride in standing alongside him, provided he can handle that football team. I've heard this year's team is quite lively. with several boys released from juvenile detention being integrated into the school S team. JJ shrugged. I think they're decent. Roadblock Jamal and Lightning William are both good lads. They were brought in by a guy named Sean Porter, who is exceptionally strong. He organized a football team in juvenile detention to train these kids. I quite admire him. Chapter 86. The good citizen Alvin and Hour had elapsed by the time Frank and Steve emerged. Observing Frank's satisfied countenance contrasted with Steve's grim expression, one could surmise that the tough man's fate was rather dire. Steve accepted the cigar tossed his way by Alvin, nodded in acknowledgement, and drifted to a corner. Lost in contemplation, Frank approached Alvin, received the cigar offered, and took a leisurely puff. The revelation of his bedwetting as a child had stirred him. He would soon team up with JJ to eliminate all their operatives in New York, while those elsewhere would have to seek them out, should they possess the audacity to do so. Frank twisted his neck menacingly and smirked, expressing a hope that they would indeed return. Alvin playfully thumped Frank's shoulder, cautioning, "Do not speak so viciously. Remember, you are a community school worker. Temper that murderous aura. Consider how many boys have been frightened to the point of wetting themselves. That's truly dreadful. Thankfully, we now have Old Man Parker. Otherwise, this place would resemble a prison." Frank chuckled awkwardly. "I'm not sure. I'm quite amiable at school." "Are you claiming to be amiable? Aren't you afraid of thunder from the heavens?" Frank exchanged a glance with JJ, and they entered the house, soon re-emerging with several large bags. Frank was also dragging a sizable suitcase, from which blood occasionally dripped, allowing Alvin to infer its contents. JJ was hauling a corpulent man who was so terrified he could hardly walk, dragging him outside and discarding him at Alvin's feet. The overweight man, drenched in excrement, lay before Alvin, wailing like a child. "I am a just person. I shall write him a letter of gratitude," upon hearing that his life would be spared. The man's cries diminished significantly, though his terror was palpable. Despite stifling his sobs, he trembled, his excess flesh quivering grotesquely with each hitch. Frank's ferocity had evidently devolved him into a figure capable of instilling fear in an adult, an unusual talent, indeed. As they watched the sobbing man scuttle away in shame, Steve settled beside Alvin, taking a deep drag from his cigar and releasing a long plume of smoke. "Alvin, what is wrong with this world? Why are there so many strange organizations and gangs? I thought the war was over, that people would enjoy a peaceful existence." Alvin patted Steve's shoulder, replying, "This world has never changed. It has always been cruel, especially for those here. Thus, I aspire to instigate some change in this place, and I hope you will lend your strength to these efforts." Steve, somewhat perplexed, asked, "You need me to help? Like today?" Alvin chuckled and shook his head. "No. Just excel in your role as assistant coach, guiding those children. Leave the rest to me. I'm the principal of this school, remember?" Steve touched the wound on his face and remarked, "Is the principal now expected to engage in gang activities?" Alvin lightly laughed. "Do you recall, Steve? This is Hell's Kitchen, a place only the devil can manage." Steve regarded Alvin earnestly, asking then, "Are you the devil?" Alvin met Steve's gaze with equal seriousness, responding, "Indeed. When the situation demands, I've become the devil." Steve clapped Alvin on the shoulder, cheerfully asserting, "Do not speak so poorly of yourself. I can discern the kind of person you are. Just look at how those around you regard you. I cannot fathom why Hell's Kitchen is so dreadful, but I am willing to contribute." After a hearty laugh, Steve draped his arm over Alvin's shoulder, playfully inquiring, "Mr. Principal, may I ask why you were the first to escape? Are you squeamish about blood?" Alvin, facing such a pointed accusation, retorted with a jab of his elbow into Steve's ribs, "Buddy, despite your military background, your tally of kills likely does not exceed mine. I'm not squeamish about blood, and that is hardly amusing." Steve gazed at Alvin as if he were a simpleton. He could scarcely recall his own count of killings. Yet this man boasted of his. However, considering he would soon be working under Alvin, he refrained from exposing the boast as mere bravado. As the night drew to a close and dawn approached, sleep seemed unnecessary. He beckoned Steve into his dining area, allowing him to prepare coffee while Alvin awaited the first batch of dumplings from Old Chung. Jenny favored meat, Jessica preferred vegetables, and Nick, well, Alvin would eat whatever he did. The unruly child had no rights. Alvin pondered what filling Steve preferred for his dumplings. Judging by his appearance, 10 meat-filled ones would suffice. While seated in the dining room, Alvin received a call from Vice Principal Nelson, who reported the latest developments. Principal Alvin, Ward Mitchum, just called. He wishes to donate that piece of land to the school and will undertake the construction of 2 educational buildings. That is no small sum, I assure you. Oh, and he mentioned that a cargo ship is turning around. I'm not quite sure what he meant by that. The cargo ship had allegedly warned him that if any issues arose, the lives of his entire family would be at stake. Nelson, on the other end, quickly affirmed his understanding, promising to handle these matters. Alvin's spirits lifted suddenly. He had previously overlooked the many children sent away by Colin, assuming they were still in New York. However, with Ward's call about the cargo ship turning around, a cold sweat broke out on Alvin. Had this not been mentioned, he would have neglected it, and all their operatives in New York could have been wiped out. Where would he find people to inquire then? Nevertheless, all was well now. Ward had facilitated these arrangements. Thus, Alvin's mood brightened to the extent that he felt somewhat reluctant to eliminate Ward Mitchum. So, Alvin picked up the phone and dialed. "Hello, Director George, this is Alvin. Yes, do not be angry. This should be the last time for a while. I am here to provide you with a lead. Yes, as a good citizen, it is my duty to assist the police. I have information regarding the Rand Group, human trafficking, drugs, and antiquities. Are you interested? A cargo ship is set to dock soon, and there should be evidence on board." Chapter 87. The Mastery of Divine Skills by Zhang Wuji. Alvin's cheerful disposition had a contagious effect on everyone in the household, save for Nick, the mischievous child who never seemed to lack amusement. For instance, at this moment, Nick had somehow encouraged Ginny to seize Thor, aspiring to become an imposing wolf knight. He had donned a helmet, knee pads, and elbow guards, yet his efforts yielded no success other than being repeatedly thrown off. This was largely due to his inability to sit steadily on Thor's back, even when the latter was held in place by Ginny tugging at his ear. Alvin observed the energetic boy with a hint of exasperation, watching as he grinned and persistently attempted to mount Thor, seemingly undeterred by the falls that accompanied his efforts. Alvin understood the boy well. He had guided Nick from a state of depression and despair to the spirited rascal he was now. Alvin never held back with Nick, treating him as his own son, believing that every boy must weather life's storms and endure tumbles to grow into a formidable man. He felt that Nick had achieved this, possessing a relentless determination to reach his goals, whether at school or home, coupled with an optimism that could provoke a desire to punch him. Perhaps it was time to contemplate the possibility of fitting Nick with a prosthetic limb. Stark's Place was one option, but Alvin envisioned an ideal prosthetic, one that could be found in a military base in Siberia, hoping it wouldn't be too difficult to locate. As Nick tumbled off Thor for what seemed like the umpteenth time, Alvin swiftly lifted him just before his head could meet the ground. He looked at the boy, who still wished to try again, feeling that the prosthetic idea could wait. For now, he would consult Stark to arrange a more conventional solution. If he were to fit Nick with an advanced prosthetic leg, he feared his house might not withstand the boy's exuberance. Having made a call to Stark to set an appointment, Alvin prepared for a leisurely day with Nick and Ginny, confident they would thoroughly enjoy the outing. Jessica, on the other hand, had been displeased after Alvin had playfully nudged her the previous day. Since waking, she had not graced him with a kind expression. Despite Alvin's best efforts to appear oblivious, he found himself inadvertently caught up in Nick's antics, ultimately receiving a punch from Jessica that nearly sent him bouncing off the ground. Nick, with his sharp tongue, had provoked Jessica regarding yesterday's incident, resulting in his own misfortune and Alvin's unexpected blow. Steve approached with a cup of coffee, his eyes widening in surprise at Alvin's predicament. "That girl is fierce. Has she trained in boxing? That punch looks like it packs a wallop." Alvin rubbed his back, a hint of pride shimmering in his gaze as he replied, "Indeed. She hails from Hell's Kitchen. Are you considering finding a girlfriend here? She packs quite a punch." Steve shook his head, laughing. "No way. I have no desire to be on the receiving end of a beating." Alvin chuckled. "You'll adapt, I assure you." He took a sip of Steve's coffee, pleasantly surprised. "Hey, this is surprisingly good, better than my own brew. You have a talent for cooking." With a light heart, Alvin stepped outside, ready to drive Steve to school. However, he he discovered that Frank had taken his car, prompting him to seek out Old Kent for a loaner. Just as he exited, a luxurious black Bentley pulled up at the restaurant's entrance, drawing attention, including Alvin's. The door swung open, revealing an elderly lady with a flight attendant hairstyle and heavy makeup, clad in a stunning white cheapao adorned with intricate floral patterns. Alvin observed her, noting that if she were a few decades younger, she might resemble Sue Liz Hen from The Mood for Love. Yet now, she appeared simply as a wealthy matron. The lady approached Alvin directly, stopping 2 steps away and smiling. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Alvin?" Her demeanor exuded sophistication, which made Alvin envious, wondering if his daughter would grow to possess such poise. Glancing back at Ginny, who was wrestling with Thor, he thought it might be a tall order. Alvin shrugged and smiled. "Indeed, that would be me. How may I assist you?" The lady looked into Alvin's eyes, her smile softening. "I have come to see what kind of person has the audacity to uproot the Hand Association in New York within just a few days." Alvin maintained his smile, though his eyes grew cold as he nodded at her. "I hope I do not disappoint you." She covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, observing Alvin's attire of jeans and a short-sleeved shirt. "To be honest, I am a bit disappointed. However, I still wish to speak with you. My surname is Gao. You may call me Mrs. Gao." Alvin scoffed lightly. "There's little to discuss. You are affiliated with the Hand Association, and instead of fleeing, you seek me out. Your courage is commendable. If you are not one of them, your visit holds no significance. Alternatively, if you are an enemy of the Hand Association, are you here to express gratitude for my intentions to eradicate them? If so, there's no need. I can provide you with an account number for $1 million donation receipt." Mrs. Gao maintained her composure in the face of Alvin's rudeness, smiling as she replied, "I simply wish to inquire why you have targeted the Hand Association. In my recollection, there was no animosity between us." Alvin's expression hardened as he replied in a chilling tone, "Because there is a wretch named Bodo who has kidnapped my students to turn them into assassins. I vow to extract the heart of that wretch and examine it." Mrs. Gao, taken aback, asked, "Is that truly the reason? You intend to wipe out the entire Hand Association for the sake of a few students?" Her calm demeanor began to falter, unable to fathom someone pursuing such a relentless vendetta over a handful of children. It seemed this vendetta would persist indefinitely. Mrs. Gao now regarded Alvin as somewhat deranged, and reaching an understanding with a madman was particularly challenging, especially one of his formidable strength. Grappling with her emotions, Mrs. Gao said, "I wish to propose a ceasefire. You have no idea how powerful the Hand Association is. Those individuals from yesterday were insignificant to us. If you agree, we might even offer some reparations and promise never to retaliate again." Alvin grinned menacingly at Mrs. Gao. "A ceasefire? First, deliver Bodo's head to me, and then we may discuss it further. Remember, I want Bodo's head. Send it to me, not the body." Mrs. Gao's expression darkened, her voice turning cold. "What do you know? Where is it?" Alvin casually tilted his head, chuckling. "Are you referring to that hard-headed tough guy? He was minced and packed into boxes, sunk into the sea. If you wish to locate him, I can arrange for someone to take you there." Before Alvin could finish his sentence, Mrs. Gao transformed, embodying the fierce Chizuru Kagura from King of Fighters, delivering a flurry of powerful strikes upon him. Alvin stared wide-eyed, attempting to discern the flaws in her technique as depicted in martial arts novels. Yet his vision blurred, and ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation. There was no evading her onslaught. He could only assume a somewhat decent stance akin to the legendary Zhang Wuji, proclaiming to himself, "Let them be strong. Let the gentle breeze caress the mountain ridge. I shall remain steadfast amidst their tumult." Chapter 88. The great shift of heaven and earth. Alvin helplessly gazed at the noble-looking elderly lady before him, who executed a splendid and fierce set of palm techniques upon him. It dawned on Alvin that lacking martial prowess in this line of work indeed placed him at a disadvantage. Being on the receiving end of such an exquisite display without the ability to retaliate was rather embarrassing. Had the lady been a few decades younger, willing to don the magnificent attire of Kagura Chiharu, he might have requested a photograph with her, for her technique was undeniably mesmerizing. The flurry of palm shadows danced around him, striking with the grace of butterflies, showcasing her formidable skills. In his lifetime, Alvin had never witnessed such beauty in martial arts, which felt extraordinarily potent. Just days prior, he encountered Danny Rand, whose glowing fists seemed superior, yet they paled in comparison to the lady's prowess. Alvin surmised that had Steve taken a few hits, he too would have succumbed. The onlookers surrounding the street were astonished, witnessing a graceful elderly woman deliver a stunning combination of strikes upon Alvin, over 100 in total, before elegantly retreating. Just as concern for Alvin began to mount among the crowd, the elderly lady suddenly widened her eyes, staring incredulously at him, and before uttering a word, she audaciously spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Javon, who was assisting with breakfast, stood dumbfounded, enviously exclaiming in broken Chinese, "So impressive, the 18 dragon-subduing palms." Old Chung, who sold breakfast, gave Javon a light slap on the back of his head, admonishing, "Do not speak nonsense. That is the 6 Yang palms of Tian Shan, a supreme skill of the Tian Shan Tong Lao." Although Javon was confused, he felt that his father was knowledgeable and questioned. Then why did she spit out so much blood? Chung, wielding a rolling pin and dumpling skins, replied solemnly, "It seems Alvin's great shift of heaven and earth has reached an extraordinary level." Alvin, overhearing the exchange between father and son, felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. However, having just endured over 100 strikes without the means to counter, he needed to maintain his composure. Otherwise, the aura of a master would dissipate. The driver of a Bentley rushed out, supporting the elderly lady into the car, which sped away in a frenzy. As the Bentley turned, it collided with a golden Cadillac rocket. The Bentley did not linger, accelerating away from the scene. Alvin recognized the Cadillac rocket as the prize vehicle of the Jamaican drug lord, Brito, observing him, with his mouth full of gold teeth, angrily calling for assistance. It seemed the Bentley was in grave danger. Alvin, however, did not pursue. Noting the elderly lady bleeding profusely, it appeared her meridians were shattered, her martial abilities entirely wasted, and she likely had little time left. Moreover, in broad daylight, to drag her down and butcher her was not befitting of his position as the school's principal. If they could indeed resurrect, the next time they crossed paths, he would ensure they met a gruesome end. In the restaurant, Ginny emerged, shrieking with admiration, leaping towards Alvin from distance. At that moment, Alvin had little regard for maintaining a masterful demeanor and hurried forward to catch the excited girl. Embracing Ginny, he playfully bumped noses with her, feeling a headache from her incessant energetic antics. What would he do with her in the future? Nick gazed enviously at the departing Bentley, reciting a line from a movie he had seen, "Chow si gao so." Onya. Steve, holding a cup of coffee, stood at the door, having missed the earlier exchange between Alvin and the lady. Now, he looked at Alvin with astonishment, asking, "When did this world become so dangerous? Do you have that many enemies? How have you survived until now?" Alvin, cradling Ginny, awkwardly smiled at Steve, joking, "We are all practitioners of the martial arts. It's normal to spar occasionally." Steve shook his head with a smile, responding, "What just transpired was hardly sparring. She was clearly out for your life. Yet, why did she end up injuring herself?" Amused, Alvin struck a pose of an unparalleled master for Jessica, who looked somewhat concerned for him, declaring Shaolin's supreme skill. The golden bell shield, iron cloth. He then made a playful face at Ginny, eliciting delightful laughter from her, kissed her, and set her down to play with Nick. Steve, still looking at Alvin, remarked, "Being a principal is fraught with danger. It appears that coaching soccer at a community school is no easy task. I'm feeling a bit anxious about it." Alvin laughed heartily. "Do not fret, my friend. You have yet to witness the most challenging aspects. When you do, it will not be too late to feel anxious." Steve chuckled, bumping fists with Alvin, exclaiming, "I relish this challenge. It makes me feel useful." Alvin smiled at little Ginny, saying, "The difficult parts one referred to may differ from what you envision, but I trust you will overcome them." He gestured for Steve, saying, "Come. Let us head to the school. The soccer team has not taken a break, and you can greet the boys. I hear it has been lively there lately." Having borrowed old Ken's car, Alvin drove Steve, Ginny, and Nick to the school. Upon arrival, he called Nelson to assist Steve with his employment paperwork. The necessary procedures must be followed to ensure proper salary disbursement. Watching Steve sign the contract without a second glance, Alvin sincerely hoped that the other teachers would follow suit, avoiding any requests for salary increases or dental insurance, thereby significantly reducing the school's expenses. At the soccer field, Steve pointed in shock at a group of individuals clad in prison uniforms warming up under the guidance of a tall, robust man, exclaiming, "Is this the school's team?" "The prison squad." Alvin sheepishly chuckled, pointing to a group of students in uniforms running in formation, stating, "That is our team." Steve furrowed his brow, observing the two teams. The one in prison garb clearly exhibited a more disciplined warm-up routine, while the school's team, led by a balding, rotund figure, could only manage to jog in circles. Now, Steve understood why Nick had little regard for the school team's coach. Even he, an old-timer, could likely do a better job. Alvin clapped Steve on the shoulder, smiling. "It seems there is a warm-up match today. Let us be spectators and allow you to familiarize yourself with our team." Steve nodded, replying, "Let's see. It has been ages since I last watched a game live." Alvin grinned, lifting Ginny as he walked toward the stands. He noticed an unusual gathering. Nearly half of Hell's Kitchen's leaders were seated in the stands. It remained unclear what their intentions were. Chapter 89. Economic Acumen as a Principal. Alvin would never venture into the realm of the gang leaders, despite his curiosity about their intentions. After a while, both teams donned their uniforms. The young athletes encircling their coach, helmets in hand, attentively listening to his words. Steve, intrigued, sidled up to the community school side, eager to glean insights from the bald coach, hoping to prepare himself for his new role. To his astonishment, Coach Bill, holding a report card, addressed the team with a grave demeanor. "The test scores from this morning have been released. The exams for grades 10 to 12 had the same difficulty, though the content varied. Now, I shall announce the list of participants." Steve felt as though he had received a heavy blow to the head. He had assumed Alvin was joking, but it appeared the team genuinely needed to take an exam to compete. Observing Coach Bill's bald head, Steve nervously scratched his own hair, finally beginning to grasp the magnitude of the trouble Alvin had been emphasizing. He noticed a few strong boys he had been particularly concerned about, each wearing a perplexed expression. A sense of melancholy washed over Steve as he contemplated the potential loss of his own hair. Nick leaned on his crutch and tugged at Steve's shirt, speaking earnestly. "Steve, you must find a way to get the landlord's sharp-edged lighthouse onto the field. Otherwise, we may suffer a crushing defeat today." Steve looked at Nick incredulously. "Is the community school relying on this to determine the roster? How did you finish second in New York State last year?" Nick, somewhat resigned, replied, "For official matches. As long as your regular exam scores are passing, you can play. This is merely a warm-up match, Steve. You need to think of something. Those fellows across the field are casting unfriendly glances at us. You must get the landlord to confront them." With a wry smile, Steve replied, "I have no means. It's my first day on the job." Nick, troubled, raked his fingers through his hair and called out to Coach Bill, who was organizing the players. "Bill, you need to come up with a solution. Those guys over there are giving us a dreadful look." Good-natured Coach Bill waved his report card at Nick, saying, "This is the principal's directive. I have no say in the matter. I find that fellow over there quite unpleasant as well." Bill shot a glare at the muscular bald man across the field. Alvin sat in the stand with Ginny, idly awaiting the start of the match. Clark Gable, the neighborhood's mob leader who dealt in counterfeit goods, approached with a bucket of popcorn. Handing the popcorn to little Ginny, he smiled at Alvin and said, "Principal Alvin, there are a few matters we would like to discuss with you." Alvin nodded, signaling for Ginny to indulge, and the delighted girl eagerly stuffed a handful into her father's mouth before painstakingly selecting the fluffiest pieces for herself. With a light-hearted grin, Alvin responded, "Gable, my friend, you may speak freely. I must thank you for sponsoring the team's uniforms and shoes. That is no insignificant sum." Clark chuckled awkwardly, refraining from revealing that the hottest item in Hell's Kitchen was the jerseys adorned with the image of Thor's head that the children wore. Previously, Clark had only sold counterfeit apparel. The current jerseys were designed and manufactured by his factory, now boasting the legitimate Gable trademark, which had yielded him a substantial profit. "Of course, it's all for the school. Besides, my son is on the team. A small sponsorship is inconsequential. I will ensure that I provide this sponsorship annually." "You must agree to it," Clark earnestly insisted. Alvin was pleased, Why would he refuse a sponsorship that came to him so readily? Agreeing to Clark's request without hesitation, he inquired, "Now, what exactly do you wish to discuss?" Clark, a bit bashful, said, "Some of my old associates and I are quite fond of the team, so we discussed the possibility of renovating the school S field." Noticing the incredulous look on Alvin's face, Clark quickly added, "Of course, we will have a few minor requests. Would it be possible for us to place a few advertising boards during the matches? Just 3 will suffice." Alvin regarded Clark with a sardonic smile. "Advertising? Have you lost your mind? What sort of advertisement are you proposing? Do you wish to promote marijuana or firearms at my school? Who suggested this to you? Tell me, and I shall ensure they regret it." Clark hastily shook his head. "Not for illegal items. All of it is entirely legal. My factory produces clothing and shoes, Old Williams whiskey, Kraken's construction crew, Reed's logistics company, and Adair's nightclub. All legitimate businesses, I assure you." Alvin felt a headache coming on as he looked at Clark, beginning to understand that these fellows were not genuinely interested in renovating the field. They merely sought a means to advertise their businesses. Where else would they have the opportunity to promote their goods? These men, who resorted to arms for their livelihoods, found no competition in the arena of legitimate commerce. With no alternative, they had turned to Hell's Kitchen, and the school football team represented the perfect opportunity. Hadn't Clark made a fortune already? While Alvin was inclined to acquiesce to their request, he could overlook clothing and shoes, but liquor advertisements in a school. Surely, Adair's nightclub was a strip club. Did he think he was unaware of that? Suppressing the urge to punch Clark in the nose, he said, "Some things cannot be advertised. Go speak with Nelson about it. Discuss it with him. Remember, if you dare to place ad for the strip club at my school, I will blow your head off." Clark, agitated, asked, "Why can't we advertise? All of these are legal, licensed products." "Alvin, you are a fair man. You cannot do this. The funds for renovating the field are not trivial." Alvin, thoroughly disinterested in dealing with this dim-witted individual sporting a superstar's name, yet possessing the intellect of a fool, waved him off, indicating he should seek out Nelson for clarity. This minor issue was not worth troubling the principal over. Besides, the match was about to commence. Yet the young men on both sides seemed poised to brawl. At this moment, little Ginny grew excited, waving her fists in Alvin's arms as if ready to join the fray, leaving him exasperated. This girl was certainly being led astray. Clark chuckled heartily, saying, "There's a lad named Harry Osborne, a classmate of old Parker's nephew. I helped him out a bit, and he offered us a small suggestion." Chapter 90. Thank God Alvin found the name Harry Osborne somewhat familiar. After pondering seriously, he could not recall exactly why, only vaguely remembering that the wealthy Norman Osborne had a son who was a classmate and friend of Peter. Perhaps this was the same Harry Osborne. Yet it hardly mattered. He was not a student of their school. Anyone who could converse with gangsters did not strike him as a virtuous individual. Observing the lively scene on the field, he watched as a group of energetic youths clashed before the game had even commenced. Nick, standing defiantly with his cane, cheered on the members of the school team from the sidelines. Steve and a burly bald man rushed into the fray, attempting to separate the two sides. But it was no easy task. Alvin clearly saw Steve take several hits to his lower body, causing even this tough guy to leap in irritation. Coach Bill could only restrain a few of the more combative players on the sidelines, hoping they would refrain from disrupting the game. The school team was already driving him to the brink. After just a year, this 30-year-old man felt burdened with the weight of someone twice his age, often mistaken for being even older. This unfortunate divorcee had yet to find a second chance at love and was too fearful to resign, for he had a hefty alimony to pay each month to his ex-wife. Bill's plight served as a cautionary tale for all the unmarried male teachers at the school. Marriage requires careful consideration, and divorce demands even more. Alvin, holding the excited Ginny, approached the chaotic sidelines. The situation was indeed tumultuous, but fortunately, no one had been injured. From a distance, they could hear Steve roaring at the bald man, demanding he control his players. Given his military background, Steve knew how to capture the hearts of a bunch of newcomers, and his protective attitude quickly earned him their favor, drawing them to rally behind him. The bald man, perhaps encountering such a fierce team for the first time, acted without hesitation. He seemed momentarily taken aback. Realizing he was leading a team of convicts, unlike any ordinary soccer team that would possess such tenacity. Furthermore, their coach appeared to have a rather fiery temperament. Surprisingly, this robust bald man, who looked tough, was amiable and did not retaliate against Steve's insults. Instead, he took an even more proactive approach to calm his own players. This, in turn, made Steve feel a tad embarrassed, even though the conflict had indeed been instigated by the other side. Once the two sides were separated, Alvin whistled sharply, gesturing a fist at Bill, signaling him to treat this match as an official game. After all, it was unacceptable for the opposing team to engage in brawls upon arriving at their school. Nick, noticing Alvin's signal, dashed to the coach's seat, adopting the tone of a gang leader as he shouted to the players, "Come on, lads, show these prison boys what you've got." As several tall players substituted in, they playfully tousled Nick's hair, causing him to sway. Since this was merely a warm-up match, there was no kickoff. The prison team began their advance from their own 20-yard line. The amiable bald man approached Alvin, lowering his gaze respectfully, and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Sean Porter, coach of the Mustangs. Are you Principal Alvin?" Alvin, appreciating polite individuals, shook his hand and replied, "Yes, I am Alvin." Sean, looking somewhat anxious, continued, "I work as a guard at the Juvenile Detention Center. I formed this team to provide these kids with a future and to keep them occupied, preventing them from getting into fights. Recently, 2 local youths were released from our facility, and they have enrolled in your school. I have observed your school closely and was wondering if you would consider accepting more children here." Alvin regarded Sean with intrigue. He was clearly a thoughtful individual seeking the best paths for the youths under his care, and it seemed he had found one. With a smile, Alvin replied, "Our school welcomes all students of appropriate age, but you must first navigate the Department of Education's requirements. Otherwise, the tuition for your boys could pose a significant issue. After all, this is a school, not a charity." Sean felt a surge of joy upon receiving Alvin's affirmative response. Finding a school willing to accept these children was the most challenging step for him. He had done all he could. The outcome now rested with the children and their families. While Sean had no means to influence the Department of Education to allocate funds to Alvin's school, he saw this as a potential opportunity, did he not? This community school was the most suitable place for the released youths he had ever encountered. With a broad grin, Sean exclaimed, "Thank you. I am truly grateful, Principal Alvin. You see, I worry constantly for these boys. I dread the day I hear that one of them has been shot on the streets." Alvin found himself growing fond of this man. He sincerely cared for the children, demonstrating genuine dedication to their well-being. However, Alvin would not unconditionally accept these juvenile delinquents simply because Sean was a good man. That would be unfair to the children from Hell's Kitchen, and the school's capacity was, after all, limited. With a smile, Alvin patted Sean on the shoulder and said, "My friend, let us do all we can and leave the rest to God. You are a good man. My school will always welcome you as a guest." Sean nodded appreciatively, shaking Alvin's hand once more, stating, "You are a wonderful principal. Having someone like you at the helm is a stroke of luck for these children." Alvin shook his head, pointing to the increasingly tense players on the field, chuckling, "You might want to ask them. I'm certain they don't share your sentiment. Ha ha." Sean patted his head, troubled, and rushed over, grabbing a large player's helmet, exclaiming, "Barney, you can't keep charging at others. Can you please lower your fists?" Steve quickly settled into his role, and in just a short time, he became a confidant to the players, mingling seamlessly with them. With Steve's arrival, Coach Bill finally felt a sense of relief, contemplating whether he could request a transfer to teach higher-grade mathematics, which was his true calling. Alvin watched the lively scene on the field with great interest, while Ginny, seated at his feet, shared in the excitement. She relished watching the group clash, feeling disappointed that they hadn't fought earlier. Now, sensing another confrontation brewing, the little girl excitedly waved her fists, shouting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Alvin resolved to take Ginny to fewer of these intense sporting events in the future. It would be an extremely irresponsible act towards her future suitors. Just as Alvin was lost in thought, his phone rang. It was old Parker calling. The weight in old Parker's voice was palpable. "Principal Alvin, I've messed up. The children we sent away have gone missing. Matt and Danny Rand took Colin to the island. I'm so sorry. I've ruined everything." Alvin felt a swell of emotion. This was hardly old Parker's fault. yet he took the blame upon himself. Such a man possessed a profound sense of responsibility. Looking at the bald man on the field, Alvin continued speaking into the phone. Thank God. There are still good people like you in this world. Chapter 91. Friends are friends. After ending the call with old Parker, Alvin had a slight inkling as to why Matt and the others were heading to the island. Daredevil was certainly not one to shirk responsibility. However, that was no longer his concern. Let them tackle whatever challenges awaited them on the island. Cradling the reluctant little Ginny in his arms, Alvin departed from the court. You, a girl, enjoy watching boys fight? That's quite something. Come with me to the office for a bit of rest. Along the way, Ginny sulked, tugging at her father's nose, her lips murmuring complaints. Fortunately, they encountered Mrs. Wilson on the way. The elderly lady swooped in like a thief, whisking Ginny away and saving Alvin's nose in the process. As they approached the academic building, Alvin spotted old Parker from a distance, trailed by the bear-like Zach. Zach carried a lawnmower in his hands, effortlessly descending the stairs with it, making the sizable machine appear as light as a vacuum cleaner in his grasp. A short fellow bounced around Zach, fidgeting like an impatient monkey. Old Parker noticed Alvin and hurried over, an expression of guilt etched on his face. Alvin, anticipating his words, raised a hand to halt him, chuckling, Parker, lawn work is not your responsibility. Don't tire yourself out. With Big Zach and Peter assisting, it won't take more than a day. Alvin glanced at the two boys standing a short distance away, hesitant to approach, and called out, Big Zach, I hear you did something foolish the other night. You should count yourself lucky that Frank is busy. Otherwise, you'd be in trouble. Zach scratched his bald head, a bit bashful, and replied, that was Anton's idea. I planned to wait until they were released to deal with them. But Anton couldn't wait. He is heading to Los Angeles tomorrow, and the USC team is starting their training early this year. Alvin waved his hand, signaling the muscle-bound oaf to move along. He turned to the acne-faced boy and said, You must be Peter? Peter Parker? Peter scratched his head, somewhat bashfully, and replied, Yes, Principal Alvin, I'm Peter. Hey, you're my idol. Alvin appreciated a kid with a knack for flattery, laughing as he bumped fists with Peter. I hope you have a wonderful 2 years at school. I've heard your grades are commendable. That should make things a bit easier for you. Peter smiled excitedly and said, Thank you. I spoke with Professor Cage. He really likes me. He thinks I might make it to MIT. I hope he is right. I don't have much confidence myself. Alvin felt a thrill in his heart. His school could potentially have a candidate for MIT, which was splendid news. He just hoped old Cage wouldn't lead this boy astray. He was quite the rascal. If Peter ended up with a cowboy attitude, that would be disastrous. Observing the youthful face before him, Alvin shrugged it off and thought, whatever. He is a good kid. Perhaps having a New York playboy swinging around with a gun isn't such a bad thing. Alvin gently patted Peter's shoulder and encouraged, Keep at it, lad. You're going to be something remarkable. Peter, feeling shy, was about to say something when he suddenly recalled, Oh, right. Principal Alvin. I have a great friend who also wants to come here to study. He is currently touring the school with his father, and I think you'd be interested in meeting him. Alvin raised an eyebrow, smiling. Then you must tell me who he is for me to decide if I'm interested in meeting him. Peter grinned and replied, Harry Osborne. His father is Norman Osborne, the president of Oscorp. He is a super wealthy tycoon, Alvin chuckled. Peter, are you friends with Harry because his father is a rich man? Upon hearing this, Peter seemed offended, hopping a bit in agitation, exclaiming, Of course not. Harry and I are good friends. It has nothing to do with who his father is. Alvin shrugged. You see, who Harry's father is doesn't affect your friendship with him. Likewise, the same principle applies. Who Harry's father is cannot dictate whether the school accepts him, right? Peter, a bit bewildered by Alvin's logic, instinctively nodded. I suppose so. Alvin chuckled as he ruffled the boy's hair. Don't keep bringing up your friend's father. That doesn't concern you. A friend is a friend. Don't let their family influence your relationship. And don't envy others, especially friends. Remember, you're our future MIT candidate, buddy. Keep it up. Old Parker was pleased. He had always felt that Peter was a bit insecure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through 11th grade without a girlfriend. Of course, now that he was in a community school, the need for a girlfriend seemed trivial. Peter was a kind-hearted boy. His only good friend was the eccentric Harry Osborne. Sometimes, Peter would envy Harry's family background, which was unavoidable, given one was from a billionaire family and the other from a retired worker's family. However, Alvin had imparted a valuable lesson today, and Old Parker was delighted. Old Parker checked the time and called over to Peter and Zach, saying, "Boys, it's time to get to work. We have quite a bit to accomplish today. If we finish early, your Aunt May has made apple pie waiting for you at home." Peter saluted Alvin cheerfully, joyfully jumping on his Zach's back, and exclaimed, "Big Zach, we need to pick up the pace. Apple pie, I can hardly wait." Watching the two boys frolicking towards the lawn, Alvin exchanged a smile with Old Parker before turning to enter the academic building, where a significant figure awaited. Alvin was eager to meet this future Green Goblin and observe what kind of individual a super-rich man would send to a community school, a rare occurrence indeed. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he spotted a handsome boy around 17 or 18 with brown hair, gazing enviously at Peter, who was working and playing on the lawn. In the hallway, Vice Principal Nelson accompanied a serious-looking middle-aged man with a broad face and a pout. He must be Norman Osborn. Upon seeing Alvin, Principal Nelson cheerfully introduced him to Osborn. "This is our school principal, Alvin Yee." He then turned to Alvin. "This is Mr. Norman Osborn from Oscorp." Alvin smiled and extended his hand to Osborn, saying, "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Osborn." Osborn's stern expression remained unchanged as he replied, somewhat stiffly, "I'm pleased as well. I didn't expect you to be so young." Alvin took no offense at Osborn's arrogance and lightly surveyed the scene, noticing a blonde, blue-eyed secretary with alluring features, typically seen in low-budget films, who was always shadowing Osborn. Alvin deeply felt that these wealthy elites were not to be underestimated. Chapter 92. We can still talk. Alvin smiled at Osborn and remarked, "I shall take that as a compliment. I hope our first meeting leaves you with a favorable impression." A hint of a smile finally appeared on the stern face of Osborn, who replied, "Principal Alvin, you are truly remarkable." Alvin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No, I am nothing extraordinary. I am merely the principal of a community school. Is there a particular matter that brings you to our institution today?" Osborn glanced helplessly at his son Harry, who was still standing by the window, and said, "My son Harry insists that I assist him in transferring to this school. I must understand what his future school will be like. What do you think?" Alvin smiled and responded, "Of course, that is your prerogative. Our community school welcomes visitors at any time. You may have gathered some information already. What are your impressions?" As Alvin gestured for Osborn to follow him to his office, he noted that chatting in the corridor seemed rather foolish. In the office, Olivia warmly embraced Alvin, receiving his praise before serving coffee to Alvin, Nelson, and Osborn. The strikingly beautiful secretary seemed to regard Olivia as inconsequential. As another secretary, why would you even bother with coffee when you look so splendid? Osborn settled onto the sofa opposite the principal's desk, sipped his coffee, and casually reassured his secretary before turning his gaze to Alvin. "I toured the school today and learned about the community school's educational program. Frankly, I am impressed. This is what true education should embody. I had initially intended to send Harry to Eton in England, but unexpectedly, I have found an excellent alternative here in New York. If this is all you're doing, then you are quite an extraordinary individual." Alvin modestly waved his hand, responding, "This is the result of collective efforts. In truth, the community school has merely sown the seeds. The real harvest is yet to come. I must commend your discernment." Osborn nodded solemnly, inquiring, "If I wish for my son Harry to attend here, what steps must I take?" "You see, my time is quite limited. Were it not for my son, I would be in the laboratory right now." Alvin felt a twinge of discontent at Osborn's arrogance. Was it truly appropriate for a parent seeking education for their child to be so presumptuous with the principal? With a hearty laugh, Alvin replied, "Our school welcomes all children who wish to enroll. However, there is a prerequisite test before admission. This assessment will determine whether your child meets our school's enrollment criteria. As you know, our resources are limited, and we do have some fundamental requirements for admissions. Nonetheless, I believe that Harry has a great chance of passing our test and becoming one of us, especially given that his father is a respected scientist. By the way, the test is administered by a former professor from Columbia." Osborn paused, taken aback. "I was unaware there was an entrance test." Harry's friend Peter Parker transferred directly into the school, did he not? Alvin pursed his lips and tilted his head, chuckling. Peter was recognized by one of our mathematics professors as MIT preparatory material. Moreover, you originally planned to send Harry to Eton, which has far more stringent requirements regarding students' backgrounds and academic achievements. Here, we only require your child to pass a simple test, which is quite straightforward. Wouldn't you agree? Osborne was nearly exasperated by Alvin's comparison of a community school to Eton. How could he even entertain such a notion? Yet, the wealthy Osborne was beginning to feel the weight of his predicament. After all, Harry was his son, and the matter of his education could not be treated lightly. Alvin observed the displeasure on Osborne's face with a knowing smile, reflecting on his own struggles for his child's education. He had once pleaded with everyone, standing in long lines, and even learned how to craft a resume. Osborne had hardly begun to experience the challenges of education. Taking a deep breath, Osborne said rigidly, "Let us proceed. My time is indeed very limited." Alvin replied cheerfully, "Professor Wilson is not present today. However, I, as the principal, can make an exception and oversee this test. Please hold on for a moment." Alvin opened his computer, connected to the internet, bypassed restrictions to access educational materials from Huagua, and downloaded an English version of the high school mathematics, physics, and chemistry final exams, ignoring the specific grade level. After printing the exams, Alvin smiled and announced, "Let's invite Harry in. We may commence." Osborne watched his son, sweating over the exam, and felt a pang of guilt. It seemed he had been too inattentive to Harry's needs, unaware of his frail condition. Meanwhile, Harry, immersed in the test, was bewildered. Are these questions even meant for humans? Why do I recognize each word, yet find so many questions utterly incomprehensible? What on earth is a non-negative integer set? What is a Venn diagram? How many interpretations are there for an equivalence relation? Isn't equal just equal? Does it imply a familial relationship? Alvin patiently waited for 4 hours, during which little Ginny came to invite her father to dinner, but was turned away. She shot a disgruntled glare at Harry, thinking, "This idiot is delaying my father's meal." When the time was up, Harry trembled as he handed his exam to Alvin, not daring to look in its direction. What sort of peculiar institution was this? Were these the subjects that students here studied daily? Was this community school a branch of NASA's New York Academy? Alvin, unfazed by Harry's demeanor, composedly opened the webpage to find the answers to the exam, which he too could not solve. After thoroughly grading the 3 heavily corrected papers, he noted that none surpassed a score of 30. With a look akin to that reserved for terminal patients, Alvin regarded the affluent Norman Osborne with regret. "I am afraid, Mr. Osborne, that Harry may not meet our admission criteria. Perhaps you should reconsider the possibility of enrolling him at Eton." Osborne stared incredulously at Harry, unable to comprehend how his son could have performed so poorly. After all, he himself was a graduate of a prestigious university, a super scholar. How could his son be so lacking? Flushed with embarrassment, young Harry wished to defend himself, claiming the questions were simply too difficult. However, upon seeing his father's expression, he wisely fell silent. The once arrogant Mr. Osborne expelled his son and others unrelated from the office. I believe we can still discuss this. Chapter 93. It's better together. When Norman Osborne departed from Alvin's office, his demeanor was burdened with gravity. No parent could maintain a cheerful visage when faced with the extortion of a modern sports complex for their child's schooling, regardless of their financial standing. Alvin lounged comfortably in his chair, propping his feet upon the desk, feeling quite elated. With the financial backing of Stark and Kingpin, the school's funding woes had been largely alleviated. After all, the Department of Education's grants were sufficient to sustain basic operations, weren't they? Inwardly, Alvin felt a reluctance to engage too closely with Norman Osborne. He sensed that Osborne was an exceedingly self-centered and obstinate individual, possessing a remarkable intellect, bolstered by the vast resources of the Osborne Corporation. In the Marvel Universe, such a character is undeniably perilous. Alvin could not ascertain whether Osborne might transform into the Green Goblin of the films, but maintaining a safe distance seemed prudent. Alvin often pondered the multitude of individuals in the Marvel realm who were captivated by various versions of super soldier serums. Countless iterations of enhancements emerged, Yet true success remained elusive. The closest approximation of success might be the few winter soldiers housed within the Siberian military base. However, what good is creating formidable madmen? Setting aside their questionable mental faculties, they are still susceptible to bullets, which renders them unfit products. For nearly a century, the only genuine success story has been Steve Rogers. Yet, what does that signify? Alvin mused that he could not hold his own against Steve, and with Frank armed, the outcome remained uncertain. Rather than pursuing such endeavors, it would be wiser to emulate Stark by equipping oneself with an array of formidable weaponry for greater deterrent effect. Power always necessitates a corresponding mental fortitude. Otherwise, an ordinary person suddenly endowed with superhuman strength may find themselves tempted to misuse such abilities. It is akin to being the sole individual in a crowd wielding a firearm. One cannot help but contemplate leveraging that power for personal gain. Not everyone can embody Captain America. There exists but one Steve Rogers. Of course, Alvin is an exception. His worst thoughts in his previous life merely involved burying those who failed to cast votes in his favor. In the cinematic rendition, Norman Osborn succumbed to the allure of power, which awakened his inner desires, leading to his malevolence. The best course for individuals like Osborn is to live within the confines of the law, perhaps spending money on a charming secretary or engaging in other mildly nefarious activities. Ordinary individuals may only fantasize upon encountering a beautiful woman, but those who obtain sudden capabilities often seek to actualize their desires. This is troubling. Nevertheless, after contemplating all this, Alvin's spirits remained high. If only there were more affluent heirs like Harry to contribute to the school's foundational development. Of course, Alvin would provide them with donation receipts. Moments later, Ginny burst into the office, brandishing a fried chicken leg, clearly marked with bite impressions, urging Alvin to partake. With a mischievous grin, Alvin took a hearty bite from the chicken leg, feigning ignorance to Ginny's disappointed expression. The little girl was learning mischief, but could she truly rival her father's antics? Fried food should be consumed sparingly. As Alvin and Ginny indulged in playful banter, Steve entered the office, glistening with perspiration, his chest muscles nearly straining against his shirt, indicating he had enjoyed himself on the field. Covering Ginny's eyes, he called out to Olivia, who was salivating at the sight of Steve. "Hey, beautiful. Fetch our new football coach a soda. Make sure to add some ice." Ginny tugged at Alvin's hand, glancing at Steve's toned physique visible through his fitted shirt, huffing. How can his stomach not be divided into 8 packs? It's better as one solid piece. My dad is just one piece. Alvin chuckled. "So, how was your first day on campus? You seem to be relishing it." Steve laughed heartily. "Absolutely, buddy. I love this job, and the kids adore me. It truly is a wonderful position. I owe you one." Alvin held reservations about Steve's unbridled optimism. After all, it was only a holiday, and a game was scheduled for the day. Otherwise, managing those rascals would not be a walk in the park. Do you think Coach Bill's head went bald by mere chance? But he dismissed such thoughts. If Steve could handle the Howling Commandos, he would surely manage the school football team with equal finesse. Alvin grinned. "As long as you enjoy it. I have always believed that one must pursue their passion to ignite true enthusiasm. I once tried my hand at writing, and though it was a dismal failure, I found great joy in it. I hope your happiness endures. The longer, the better." Steve laughed again, accepting the soda that Olivia handed him, only to have her accidentally spill some oil on his shirt. Alvin shouted to Olivia, "Hey lady, I've got a child here, so tone it down. You can pursue Steve after your shift." Olivia emitted a playful cackle, giving Steve a playful slap on the backside before sashaying out of the office. Steve, in high spirits, showed no signs of irritation. Had Alvin been in Steve's shoes, he might have set the place ablaze. Steve downed the soda in one gulp and turned to Alvin. "Buddy, you need to help me find a place to live." Alvin nodded with a smile. "Absolutely. Getting a car is a splendid idea. As for housing, you can temporarily stay at Frank's place. He has a spare room. Later, you can consider purchasing your own once you find something suitable." Speaking of cars, Alvin suddenly remembered. He pulled out his phone and dialed Foggy Nelson. "Hey Foggy, how are our stocks looking?" "Almost all sorted." "Fantastic. Hurry and transfer the funds over. I need to get myself a nice car, or no girl will fancy me." "It's all fine, Foggy. Matt and I have some differing opinions. But everything will be all right. After hanging up, Alvin raised an eyebrow at Steve, a hint of pride in his voice. Buddy, hurry and check on your retirement fund. Tomorrow, we'll bring JJ and Frank along, and we'll go car shopping together. One for each of us. Chapter 94. Private funds. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Alvin received a call from a bank, informing him that $530,000 had been deposited into his account. This news brought immense joy to Alvin, as it marked the first time in 3 years since arriving in this world that his bank savings had surpassed 6 figures, and it had come so effortlessly. Mr. Stark truly is a generous soul. The following day, the entire family summoned 2 taxis and headed straight to New York's largest car dealership. In a grand gesture, Alvin decided to bestow a sponsorship of $10,000 to each individual, allowing them to choose their own vehicles. Consider a bonus. Jessica, now the second wealthiest member of the family, had profited nearly $40,000 from the soaring Stark stocks. Coupled with Alvin's sponsorship, she spent the journey contemplating whether to purchase a convertible Mustang. JJ and Frank, on the other hand, found themselves in a more precarious situation. Having earned little, they decided to pool Alvin's sponsorship of $20,000 together to jointly acquire a modest MPV, which offered ample space and a subtle presence. Alvin was aware that Frank had some savings, and purchasing a reasonable vehicle was well within reach. However, ever since Frank had seen Misty's mechanical arm, he had been determined to save money for Nick to get a mechanical leg. The equipment from Stark Industries was not inexpensive. A few days prior, Alvin had planned a visit to Stark, uncertain of the cost for a transitional prosthetic limb for Nick. Nevertheless, he possessed some specialized camouflage seized from a recent operation, which he hoped could be exchanged for a substantial sum at Stark's. After all, Nick was like a son to both Alvin and Frank, and it would be unreasonable to prevent a father from saving for his child. Along the way, Alvin noticed Steve's exuberant demeanor. It seemed his retirement fund was indeed substantial. A man's wealth is often reflected in his countenance, and judging by the expressions alone, compared to JJ and Frank, Steve certainly appeared to be a millionaire. At the dealership, everyone dispersed to search for their ideal vehicles. Cradling Ginny in his arms, Alvin strolled through the vast expanse of the showroom. His attire did not suggest that he was a man of considerable wealth, which resulted in no salespeople approaching him. Alvin appreciated this. It allowed him to explore at his leisure. He knew little about cars, only that they should be aesthetically pleasing. After all, they merely serve as a means of transportation. And investing in a luxury vehicle only to worry about its safety in Hell's Kitchen seemed futile. Nick and Frank perused the selection, only to discover that Frank and JJ had set their sights on an MPV. Nick promptly abandoned the two, leaning on his cane as he made his way to Steve's side, eager to advise him on which vehicle to choose. After a thorough exploration, Alvin was captivated by a sleek black Mercedes SUV. Its angular design and robust tires exuded power, and he found it immensely appealing. After consulting Ginny, who seemed to share his enthusiasm, he decided that this would be the vehicle for him. He signaled to a staff member to finalize the purchase, only to find that everyone else was transfixed by Steve. Curiosity led Alvin closer, where he discovered Steve displaying his flare atop a rather sizable Harley motorcycle, clad in what appeared to be a complimentary leather jacket. Whether he looked handsome or not was lost on Alvin, but the excited reactions from the surrounding women and the envious glares from men suggested he was indeed striking. Steve was quite pleased with his choice, recalling Alvin's words about the thrill of riding a motorcycle across America, taking in the scenery and the people along the way. JJ, filled with jealousy, could only think of one thing. Riding this motorcycle would surely lead to romantic escapades. Alvin chuckled and shook his head, beckoning a staff member to retrieve his chosen vehicle. As everyone regrouped outside the dealership, he noticed that the young heiress Jessica had purchased a pink BMW Z4. She parked it next to JJ's MPV, revving the engine in a show of defiance. Frank, having outgrown the desire for flashy cars, merely offered Jessica a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Nice car." JJ, however, feigned ignorance to Jessica's provocation and, somewhat irked, called out to Alvin, "Boss, I want a raise." Alvin, of course, was oblivious to such demands, as he suffered from intermittent deafness. On the way back, A jubilant Steve rode ahead on his Harley. Alvin found himself struggling to keep pace, as everyone they passed was captivated by the striking figure of this rugged man. Casting a smirk at JJ, Alvin decided to call the spirited nurse Temple. "Hello, Temple. It's Alvin. Yes, I have something to share. That rascal JJ now has several $1,000s saved up, but instead of buying you a ring, he wants to purchase a Harley." Of course, I stopped him. "Listen, darling, I believe it's not wise for that scoundrel to have money. You need to devise a plan." JJ, wide-eyed and flustered, stammered, "Boss, are you a devil?" Alvin smiled, tilting his head. "Indeed, I am a benevolent devil." JJ, in anguish, clutched his head, exclaiming, "That's my savings for over a year. I was planning to treat myself to a challenger next year. All wasted." Alvin patted JJ's shoulder, saying, "I think that MPV suits your personality perfectly. Perhaps you could encourage Temple to buy herself a challenger. After all, I believe she is more suited for such a car than you. This way, you might experience it occasionally, haha." Alvin cheerfully exited the vehicle, carrying Ginny in his arms, leaving JJ to wallow in his sorrow. Approaching the restaurant, he found everyone gathered around, watching a fool in a red and black Bruce Lee outfit demonstrating his skills with nunchaku. Alvin always believed that no one could wear such attire as well as Bruce Lee. It radiated charisma. Therefore, whenever he saw others donning such outfits, he deemed them foolish. However, the rest of the crowd held a different opinion. Nick, in a fit of excitement, had discarded his cane and was rummaging through his father's wallet, eager to sprinkle some cash as a tip. Chapter 95. The gun is not so impressive. Alvin disregarded Ginny's pleas to come down and observe the nunchaku, instead carrying her into the dining hall. As a young girl, it's best you keep your distance from fools. The dining area had already passed the mealtime, with a few patrons present gathered at the entrance, captivated by the spectacle of the fool outside. Alvin set Ginny down, but she slipped away, darting outside with exclamations of delight. The elderly gentleman, feeling somewhat awkward, placed his teacup down, revealing that it contained his cherished goji berries. It appeared he had ulterior motives. "That is my nephew, who fled from Huagua to seek refuge with me here in America. He is quite the mischievous lad. I hope you can overlook his antics," the old man said cautiously. Alvin chuckled and inquired, "What trouble did this lad find himself in back home that prompted such a hasty escape?" The elder scratched his balding head and replied, "His father is a gang leader who got himself into serious trouble and was taken down by an organization known as the Divine Gun Association. The boy had no choice but to flee and seek me out." Alvin laughed heartily and asked, "What is this lad's name?" "To seek refuge with a relative in Hell's Kitchen. He must have both poor judgment and worse luck." The old man shrugged, indicating there was little he could do about it, and continued, "The boy's surname is Zheng, named Zheng Shangqi, and he is only 22 years old. But make no mistake, his skills are quite genuine." Alvin repeated the name, Zheng Shangqi, twice, curiosity piqued. "If he bears the surname Zheng, how is he your nephew?" The elder, gazing intently at Zheng Shangqi frolicking joyfully outside, replied, "He is my cousin's son." Alvin observed the young man, now clad in a server's uniform, and smiled. "Look at him. Now he resembles a fine young man. That attire is best kept for work. It is rather foolish to wear it outside." Nick, standing nearby, protested, "Why? That outfit is truly stylish, especially on the master." Alvin tousled Nick's hair, saying, "Can you not manage to pronounce names correctly? His name is Shangqi, Zheng Shangqi." Beside Nick, Ginny bounced with excitement, exclaiming, "Oh wow, amazing." Alvin nearly scoffed in disbelief. "What is so amazing? Isn't your father impressive as well?" Shangqi grinned broadly, feeling pleased to have discovered his uncle and gained 2 young admirers, especially after the tribulations he endured during his escape. Alvin absent-mindedly ruffled Ginny's tousled hair, then turned to Shangqi. "Since you're Lao Cheng's nephew, you may begin working here. Once you find a suitable job, you may depart. I will ask JJ to assist you in obtaining a passport. Without it, navigating life in America will be quite challenging." Shangqi smiled with ease. "Thank you, boss. Please feel free to call on me for any tasks in the future." Alvin sensed that the young man might harbor other intentions, but that was not his concern. In Hell's Kitchen, everyone has a story. If not, congratulations. Soon you shall find yourself in an accident. Out of respect for Lao Chung, Alvin decided to settle Shang-Chi in. Stepping out of the dining hall, Alvin dialed Stark. Upon connection, an intense argument erupted from the other end. "Alvin, my old friend, what brings you to call? Do you miss me?" Stark's tone was teasing. Alvin sighed, exasperated by Stark's irreverence. "Yes, Mr. Iron Man, I do miss you. How has the task I entrusted you with progressed?" "You mean the boy's prosthetic?" "Indeed. Have you managed to finalize it?" "It sounds quite raucous on your end," Alvin remarked. Stark lowered his voice. "It's those Defense Department idiots. They want me to hand over the complete technical specifications and blueprints for the iron suit. They think I'm a fool." Alvin had no interest in Stark's grievances. "Then give them what they want. Without the fusion reactor, it's nothing but scrap metal. You must expedite the prosthetic. I like to take the kids out during summer vacation." Stark exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you joking? If I hand over the blueprints for the iron suit, they will undoubtedly demand the fusion reactor technology. You don't understand. They're like vampires, draining every bit of value from you. However, I have completed the little fellow's prosthetic. In a couple of days, bring him to my Long Island residence, and we can test it out. Oh, by the way, my iron suit is essentially a mechanical prosthetic. It's not a weapon. The Defense Department has no grounds to confiscate my equipment meant for assisting the disabled. Do they intend for me to be wheelchair-bound every day?" Alvin hung up, weary of Stark's ramblings. The man had narrowly escaped death, only to revert to his infamous playboy persona, making one wish to give him a good thrashing. Frank handed Alvin a cigar, grinning. "I owe you gratitude, Alvin. You are far more competent than I as a father." Alvin accepted the cigar, lighting it and savoring the rich flavor as it swirled around his palate before exhaling a long plume of smoke. He playfully punched Frank's shoulder and said, "Remember, I once stated that Nick is my family. Now you are too. Family should not speak in such terms. You have ample opportunities to be a good father." Frank's stern demeanor softened as he smiled. "You are right. We are family." Alvin patted Frank's shoulder and walked toward the dining hall, sensing that Frank did not require company for conversation at that moment. Upon entering the bustling dining area, Alvin noticed Shang-Chi standing dejectedly to one side, watching in disbelief as Steve and JJ engaged in an arm wrestling match. Shang-Chi assessed from various angles, feeling disheartened by how his arms paled in comparison to those of the two competitors. Alvin approached the clearly defeated Shang-Chi and said, "What is the matter? Did you lose terribly?" Shang-Chi's face flushed with indignation, replying, "They simply had greater strength. In terms of martial arts skills, I am undoubtedly superior." Alvin chuckled, shaking his head. "What if firearms were involved? Are you bulletproof?" Shang-Chi hesitated, as if on the verge of articulating something, but ultimately held back, muttering under his breath, "Using a gun isn't so impressive either." Alvin dismissed it as mere musings, leaning closer to observe the arm wrestling match between Steve and JJ. Chapter 96. Out and about. Just relying on a face, Steve and JJ stood on opposite sides of the bar, their large hands clasped together, while Ginny squatted atop the bar, her small hands resting on their massive ones, counting down 3, 2, 1, go. Alvin watched as the two powerful arms, one black and one white, tensed up at Ginny's command. He felt a pang of anxiety for his bar as it emitted a painful creaking sound under the pressure of the two burly men's elbows. The two muscular giants, who had easily overpowered the likes of Shang-Chi, suddenly wore serious expressions, surprised by each other's strength. Alvin could guess why Frank had rushed outside earlier. He was indeed a man who valued his pride. After roughly a minute of stalemate, Steve let out a deep roar, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth behind his bushy beard, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead. JJ's appearance was slightly less impressive, being young and black. He sported no beard, though he too stared intensely and bellowed. He came off as more of a pouting child compared to Steve. There was little enthusiasm to cheer for him. Ultimately, Steve emerged victorious. JJ shook his head in disbelief, gazing at Steve with confusion. "Buddy, you're incredibly strong. What's your name again?" Steve adjusted his shoulders, clearly feeling the exertion. With sincere eyes, he replied, "Steve Rogers, my friend. You should know, I'm Captain America." JJ looked at Steve as if he were a fool, saying, "Your dad didn't name you that for you to daydream, buddy. You need to wake up. My girlfriend is a nurse. Should I have her bring you something? Steve chuckled non-committally, pleased that no one believed he was Captain America. Nick mocked JJ, buddy. I always thought you were Hell's Kitchen's strongest man, but I seem to have misjudged you. JJ grinned, ruffling Nick's hair as if to assert his dominance. Kid, you've got a long way to go if you think you can mock me. Steve bumped fists with JJ, saying, man, you're the strongest I've ever seen. It's quite astonishing. You must have something special about you. JJ laughed heartily, of course. I do have something quite special. He winked at Steve. Steve laughed back, unfazed by JJ's lack of transparency. Everyone has secrets. Alvin, spotting Frank slipping back in, teased, Frank, why did you disappear during the contest? Getting old? Frank angrily waved his fist. Don't be ridiculous. I just want to step out for a smoke. I fear no one. Nick, with Ginny, gestured a thumbs down toward his dad, looking down on him. Frank, suppressing the urge to throttle his own son, picked up Ginny, threatening to poke her with his stubble, thus silencing the two kids who were reveling in the mischief. During dinner, Professor Cage arrived at the restaurant with Domingo. Old Cage, dressed like a cowboy from the 60s or 70s, standing tall despite his age, with two shiny revolvers strapped to his ample waist. Upon entering, he captivated everyone's attention. It was not unusual for Hell's Kitchen residents to carry guns, but anyone dressed like Old Cage and living to such an age surely must be a rarity. Domingo, already intimidating in appearance, slicked back his half-long hair with grease, exposing his menacing face. Adorned in studded leather attire and high-top boots, he resembled a nightmarish killer that ordinary people would dare not look at directly. As Domingo entered, his presence seemed to chill the restaurant's atmosphere. Shang-Chi, who usually played the role of a waiter, tensed up like a poised leopard, watching the fearsome figure, ready to strike should he attempt any violent act. As Old Cage and Domingo settled at the bar, the restaurant suddenly found itself in a peak rush of customers eager to vacate, wishing to avoid any potential bloodshed. Alvin, exasperated, slapped his forehead and nudged Shang-Chi, signaling him to assist Jessica. He called out to Domingo, buddy, who styled you this way? Are you trying to shut down my restaurant? Shang-Chi, helping with the bills, admired Alvin's audacity, thinking the boss was truly brave. Most would hesitate to speak up in front of Domingo. Domingo was about to scratch his head, but Professor Cage stopped him, ensuring he wouldn't ruin his carefully crafted look. The old professor proudly declared, what do you think, Alvin? Domingo is our security for this trip to New Mexico. Quite intimidating, right? Alvin, amused yet irritated, retorted, Professor Cage, you're heading to New Mexico, not Tijuana, Mexico. Dressing Domingo like this will attract the National Guard, believe me. Professor Cage laughed heartily, twirling his revolver in hand. We'll pass through Texas, my home state. Trust me, Domingo's presence is more than sufficient. No one will dare cause trouble with him around, making our journey much easier. Alvin assessed the fierce-looking Domingo. With someone like him around, not only would people refrain from causing trouble, but even ghosts would think twice. He looked helplessly at the childlike Professor Cage, a pillar of the school, unable to express his frustration. If he wanted to play, so be it. After some thought, Alvin retrieved an old gun from the bar, Jessica's prized weapon, and handed it to Domingo, saying, buddy, this girl is quite the temper. Be careful with it and don't lose it. Standing with the gun in one hand and the large knife in the other, Domingo looked fearsome, embodying the very image of a wanted criminal. Even a couple of police officers would think twice before approaching him. Surprisingly, Ginny was unafraid of Domingo. In fact, she liked him for his kind temperament. The little girl dragged out her dad's hefty vampire-slaying machete, straining a bit, and handed it to Domingo. He grinned like a maniac, brandishing the blade with glee. Seeing Domingo's imposing figure, one hand holding a gun and the other wielding a large knife, even Steve felt a chill and instinctively stepped aside. JJ gazed at Domingo enviously, wondering how someone could achieve such an appearance. It seemed that with just a face like that, one could dominate an entire street in Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 97. The mindset of the impoverished on that day, Alvin dismissed Professor Cage and Domingo, and the following day, whispers began to circulate in Hell's Kitchen. Alvin, the kingpin of 25th Street, had acquired a fearsome assassin from Mexico. Clark Gable, who peddled counterfeit goods in the neighboring street, made a special trip to inquire if Alvin intended to expand his territory and whether he would consider taking over the street under his control, offering to pay a handsome annual fee. Alvin felt a twinge of pity for this once mighty gangster, now reduced to a community director, overwhelmed by pressure and contemplating resignation. Yet, one must choose their own path, and individuals like Clark, who aspire to engage in legitimate business, would surely become more prevalent in the future. In the manicured lawns of Stark's estate, Alvin and Frank watched intently as Nick struggled to take his first step with a rudimentary mechanical prosthetic. Stark cast a disdainful glance at Alvin, ridiculing his novet, and remarked condescendingly, "Buddy, that's merely the most basic and inexpensive prosthetic leg." Staring at it, 1T elevate its quality. Have you considered our Stark Group's multifunctional enhanced prosthetics? If you're truly impoverished, I could sponsor one for you at no cost. Alvin shot Stark a sidelong glance, realizing there was little to discuss with such a pompous individual. He would not squander his entire fortune on a high-end device that would be rendered useless once Nick grew taller. Where would he find such a significant sum of money again? While Alvin recognized Stark's intention to assist Nick, he was not inclined to accept it, believing Frank would share his sentiment. Observing Nick's delight, Alvin turned to Stark and said, "I must say, you are a genius, my friend. I believe this contraption is truly marketable, unlike the abominable creations produced in your laboratory, which you call enhanced human assistance devices. You might want to consider dismissing your product manager, as he seems rather dim-witted." Stark scratched his chin in confusion, questioning why. If there are better options available, why settle for such a low-end product? Stark Group only produces the finest. Suppressing the urge to punch him, Alvin replied, "Buddy, your reasoning seems flawed. You need to recalibrate your thinking or find someone competent to guide you. How much do those products from your laboratory cost? How many individuals can afford them? Now, this prosthetic you designed in just 3 days, what is its price?" Stark, somewhat smug, retorted, "You're mistaken. I've artificially categorized our laboratory products in high, medium, and low tiers. The impoverished can consider the low-spec human assistance systems. Buddy, you still have much to learn about business from me." "Huh, I'm a genius. Don't forget." Alvin regarded Stark with disdain, asking, "So Mr. Genius Stark, how much does this low-end human assistance system cost? How many have you sold?" Stark, with a proud glance, scoffed, "The most basic version of the human assistance system is priced at only $180,000, equivalent to a standard vehicle. Who could possibly afford less?" Irritated, Stark waved his fist, declaring, "Hey buddy, you need to clarify your statements or we'll settle this in the ring. My karate instructor tells me I'm ready to fight." Alvin struggled to comprehend the mindset of these wealthy individuals, pondering, "Tony, in your eyes, what defines a poor person?" Observing Stark's earnest expression, Alvin raised a hand to halt the potentially hurtful words that might escape Stark's lips. Pointing to Nick's prosthetic, he inquired, "What price do you deem appropriate for this?" After a moment of thought, Stark replied, "Without accounting for my genius design, perhaps around 8,000. With a smile, Alvin responded, "Which do you think would be more popular?" "Let me correct you. As a principal of a community school, I should be considered middle class, not the pauper you envision." Stark pondered this and said, "Are you suggesting that Stark Group's production of these inexpensive prosthetics holds more promise than our laboratory's premium products?" Alvin chose to disregard Stark, knowing he would never grasp the business acumen of the affluent. It was evident that Stark Group was not in need of additional funds. Noticing Alvin's indifference, Stark turned away to make a phone call, his demeanor suggesting he was speaking with Pepper. It was amusing that as the president of his group, he was unfamiliar with the board members. After a while, Stark approached Alvin again, proudly raising his chin and stating, "Buddy, when it comes to business, you still have much to learn. The best course for Stark Group is to license these low-end products while we focus on developing high-end offerings. Really, you need to shift your impoverished mindset if you wish to succeed in business." "Huh. However, in light of your well-meaning advice that prevented me from discarding this item, I've decided to sponsor Nick with a high-end human assistance system until he reaches adulthood." Alvin had ceased viewing Stark as merely foolish. He now perceived him as utterly ridiculous. Growing irritated, he retorted, "Nick's future prosthetic will be a true marvel, not your pathetic battery-operated contraption." Seeing Stark's disdainful expression, Alvin was both amused and exasperated. This arrogant fool was truly insufferable. Just hope you won't be too disappointed, Alvin said with a knowing tone. Ugh, ugh. Stark waved dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Fine, buddy, though boasting is not a commendable habit. I forgive you, as we are friends. Concluding their discussion on Stark Group S products, Stark became animated once more, pulling Alvin along as he exclaimed, You must see the War Machine too. Since you didn't take the War Machine one last time, I've made some modifications. It's even more ferocious now. You're gonna love it. Chapter 98. The Frozen Throne let Frank remain on the lawn to relish some quality time with his child. Alvin followed Stark into a remarkably sci-fi underground chamber, where he beheld an intricately carved wooden door that was momentarily enveloped by a shimmering green light, confirming Stark's identity before it gracefully swung open. At times, Alvin found it hard to believe that someone could transform such a historically rich subterranean structure into a space so futuristic while still preserving the allure of its antique elements. He turned to Stark with his curiosity piqued, questioning how such a transformation could possibly align with Stark's character. Stark merely shrugged and replied, This was left to me by my father. Thus, I made no alterations to the exterior, only added some equipment inside. You should visit my Stark Tower or my villa in Malibu sometime, where you'll find genuine cutting-edge technology. He smirked and muttered under his breath, far superior to this place. Alvin, being somewhat old-fashioned, held a modest view that those who delve into advanced technology in the Marvel Universe often pose a threat. He believed that the benefits of their research for humanity were questionable, and invariably, whether due to human error or flaws in the products, they would lead to considerable complications. With your intellect, wouldn't it be more prudent to focus on expediting the production of smartphones? Or perhaps create an impressive machine to clear the dreadful sewage system of Hell's Kitchen? Humanity is thriving. Why not contemplate constructing a colossal spaceship to stake our claim on Mars first? Of course, these were merely Alvin's musings. He had no intention or necessity to alter the thoughts of those brilliant minds. Humanity's advancement required such intellects, albeit at a potentially steep cost in this world. In this lifetime, he had yet to secure a girlfriend, and in the previous life, he never observed Stark having any offspring. Who knew if there was a connection to the arc reactor embedded in his chest? However, upon encountering the mech's suit, Alvin's attention was irresistibly drawn. Could he don it and partake in a cosplay competition without rivals? Observing Stark's bewildered expression, he was relieved that Stark was not his adversary. Stark, noticing Alvin's fascination with the mech, remarked, Buddy, this was meticulously designed by a professional artist. Although it lacks a weapon system, it is undeniably a formidable piece of machinery. I believe it aligns perfectly with your taste. Perhaps we could form a mech alliance. After all, my current notoriety is quite substantial. You might even land a product endorsement, considering your financial woes. Alvin dismissed Stark's whimsical chatter, utterly enamored by the colossal toy before him. No man could resist such a mech. Stark glanced at Alvin with disdain and said, Clearly, you are a science illiterate. This is aerodynamics, you know? My iron suit is airborne. In the skies. This beautiful beast pales in comparison, akin to a clumsy hen. Alvin paid no heed to Stark's justifications. Without a weapon system, what purpose did it serve in the air? Merely as a target? As long as it met Stark's boastful performance metrics on the ground, in Alvin's hands, it would be a devastating weapon capable of annihilating anyone in its path. Stark was pleased with Alvin's enthusiasm for the mech, seeing it as the highest form of validation. Reluctantly, Alvin gazed at the mech and slightly lamented to Stark, Buddy, think of a way to replace the arc reactor in your chest. I am utterly eager to take this beauty for a spin. And how about earning some pocket money? Alvin, observing Stark's smug expression, couldn't resist embracing him, a hint of envy lacing his words. Buddy, what is it like to be cursed with knowledge? You are someone who can change the world. Stark raised his hands in a fluster, clearly unaccustomed to a male's embrace, exclaiming, Whoa, whoa, buddy, you can't fall in love with me. I'm a genius, not a homosexual. Alvin paid no attention to him, tightening his arm around Stark's neck and threateningly said, Have you got a key or something? Hurry and bring it out. I can hardly wait. Stark, his face flushed, finally wriggled free from Alvin's grasp, regarding him with a look of incredulity. Do you think she is your old clunker? Do you truly believe a single key would suffice to start her? With that, Stark handed Alvin a remote resembling a car key, indicating for him to press his thumb on a notch atop the remote. Following Stark's instructions, Alvin noticed a small red dot on the remote turn green. Subsequently, without further guidance from Stark, he pressed the remote towards the mech as if opening a car door. The mech emitted a series of mechanical sounds that Alvin found utterly delightful. Suddenly, like a stack of blocks toppled by a mischievous child, the mech disassembled, its components scattering across the floor. Alvin stared in shock at the remote in his hand, shouting at Stark, "What in the world is this?" Stark doubled over in laughter, reminiscent of a child who had successfully pulled off a prank, mischievously gesturing, "You might want to press it again." Feeling a surge of excitement, Alvin nervously pointed the remote at the scattered mech parts and pressed the button firmly. Moments later, propelled by miniature jet mechanisms, all the mech fragments flew back toward Alvin. The experience of donning the mech was exhilarating for Alvin, not merely physically, but emotionally. Thrilled to see his striking reflection on a screen that had materialized from Stark's unknown source, he couldn't help but reminisce about the time he crafted a suit of armor from cardboard, too timid to step outside, yet feeling invincible. Now, equipped with a stunningly impressive mech, what regrets could he possibly have? Had he possessed such a suit in his previous life? Would his chubby son have dared to look down on his father for being oblivious to the armored warriors? As Alvin rotated the fearsome helmet, his eyes peering through the Y-shaped aperture, he solemnly declared to Stark, "Your pain should be legendary."